The countdown to the gamification of Blue Star, 365 days. Liu Xuan awakens to find himself the sole internal tester in the entire world. The native chickens in his home are categorized as LV0 wild monsters. To his astonishment, the stray dog at the village entrance is designated as the novice village boss. Moreover, what is even more ridiculous is that only he can perceive the golden quest exclamation marks hovering above all of humanity. Starting as a corporate drone returning to the village for matchmaking, he faces the village chief's daughter and is bombarded with her soul-piercing trifecta of inquiries. Do you own a car? A house? What is your savings? Liu Xuan silently reveals his mobile phone. Balance, 1 trillion. He lifts his gaze with a light chuckle. Now, it is my turn to inquire. Do you measure up? 1 year later, the game descends upon them. The child of fortune proclaims, I shall undoubtedly be the first player globally to reach level 10. The reborn school bell declares, legendary artifacts, this time they shall be mine. The elite second generation announces, I will pour money into building the strongest faction. Suddenly, a world announcement floods the screen. Level ranking number 1, Liu Xuan, LV 100. Artifact ranking number 1, Heavenly Evil Dragon Sword, Liu Xuan. Faction ranking number 1, Shantian City, Lord Liu Xuan. Players gaze at the name, dominating the leaderboard, utterly shattered. Report this. This is undoubtedly cheating. Chapter 1, Slaughtering Chickens for Trillions. Player Identity Collection Center. Little Xian, the village chief, and the others are arriving shortly. You need to slaughter the chickens first. In the rustic courtyard, Liu Xuan places a bound native chicken on the ground, his voice heavy. Opposite him, Liu Xuan wears a bewildered expression, utterly at a loss. What is happening? Had he not just been flung across the room by that 300-pound pig while helping a friend with the swine? How did this come to be? Boom! A torrent of information suddenly floods his mind. Blue Star, Stone Village. Returning to the village for matchmaking. As he digests the memories surging within him, Liu Xuan stands dumbfounded. No way. He was actually thrust into another world by a pig. All right, uncle. Coming back to his senses, Liu Xuan swiftly accepts the reality of his transmigration. Since he is here, he may as well adapt. His parents had long since passed in his previous life, and there was little left for him to yearn for. Just as he prepares to bend down and lift the native chicken, a health bar suddenly materializes above its head. Ding! Countdown to Blue Star gamification, 365 days. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the identity of the sole internal tester on Blue Star. A cold mechanical voice suddenly resonates in Liu Xuan's mind. A system? Has the essential golden finger for transmigrators finally arrived? Liu Xuan's face radiates with unrestrained joy. According to the system's notification, in 365 days, Blue Star will be fully gamified. And he is the only internal tester on Blue Star, which signifies that he has obtained his player identity a year in advance. At this moment, Blue Star has transformed into a realm of gaming for him. Liu Xuan rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the free-range chicken. In the next instant, a luminous screen materialized. LV0 free-range chicken. To examine the target's detailed attributes, one must learn the art of detection. Indeed, it was reminiscent of playing a game. Isn't this merely a matchmaking event, involving both vegetable shopping and chicken slaughtering? One might mistakenly think he is getting married today. Just then, a sarcastic voice echoed from the doorway of the main hall. Liu Xuan turned his head and beheld a middle-aged woman with a severe countenance, seated there gnawing on a watermelon, incessantly muttering. Isn't he a university student? Are you still worried he cannot find a wife? Chun Hongmei spat out watermelon seeds with vigor, her voice rising a notch. I must have been blind to marry you, neglecting our own son while being so attentive to outsiders. Today it's vegetable shopping and chicken slaughtering for his matchmaking. Tomorrow will it be buying a house and a car for him to wed? Doesn't she consider how much money we have in our pockets? Shut your mouth. Liu Xuan's face flushed with anger. Marrying you has been my misfortune for 8 lifetimes. What do you mean by outsider? Xiao Xian is my own nephew, and since his parents are no longer around, who else but I shall care for him? Oh, really? If you're so concerned, then you should prepare the bridal dowry, the car, and the house. Let's not continue living this way. Chun Hongmei hurled the watermelon at Liu Xuan, kicked over a stool, and with hands on hips, scolded, I see your nephew is nothing but a failure. After a few years in a big city, he returned home in disgrace. A matchmaking event? He ought to take a good look at himself in the mirror. With his pitiful appearance, he is destined to remain a lifelong bachelor. I'll beat you, shrew. Liu Xuan, unable to contain his fury, rolled up his sleeves and charged at Chen Hongmei. Chen Hongmei screamed in fright, her face paling instantly. She hurriedly retreated into the house, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Liu Xuan, you are inhuman. You strike your wife. I want a divorce. From within the house came the heart-wrenching cries of Chen Hongmei. Liu Xuan's chest heaved, his eyes filled with rage and regret. Xiao Xian, your aunt possesses such a temper. Do not take it to heart. Liu Xuan attempted to calm himself, forcing a smile onto his face. First, go kill the chicken. When the village chief's family arrives, you and Lily can have a good chat. If you two can make it work, it will serve as a tribute to your parents. Uncle, why not just get a divorce? Liu Xian gazed at the firmly closed door, his brows knitted tightly. The original Liu Xian's parents had perished in a car accident 3 years prior. Liu Xuan was the only remaining family member. According to the memories of the original Liu Xian, ever since Liu Xuan married Chen Hongmei, there had been no peace in their home. The village was rife with whispers, speculating that his son bore no resemblance to him at all, even insinuating that he had been cuckolded. Liu Xian could no longer bear to witness Liu Xuan endure such a wretched existence. Now that he possessed a system, he was entirely capable of repaying Liu Xuan. Sigh. Liu Xuan let out a sigh, falling silent. Liu Xian, recognizing his unspoken burdens, refrained from saying more. I will go kill the chicken. Liu Xian eagerly grabbed the free-range chicken and strode toward the water tank in the courtyard. Since the chicken had a health bar, would he not receive some rewards upon its demise? -39. The blade gleamed as Liu Xian swiftly slashed the chicken's neck. A damage number floated above the chicken's head, and its health bar instantly depleted. You have slain LV0 free-range chicken. Gained experience 1, copper coin 1, currency fund 10 trillion. Holy cow! The system's notification chimed. Liu Xian's heart raced. He had indeed obtained something. He received a staggering 10 trillion for killing a single chicken. He had even begun to mentally strategize how to spend this newfound fortune. First, he would provide Liu Xuan with a sum to facilitate his divorce from Chen Hongmei. Then he would purchase a luxurious mansion and a high-end vehicle, enjoying life to the fullest. As for marriage, not a chance. With 10 trillion at his disposal, what kind of woman could he not attract? If he wished, he could change partners daily without exaggeration. However, he could not solely indulge in enjoyment. He also needed to devise ways to enhance his strength. He could directly acquire farms nationwide, slaughtering chickens, pigs, and cattle, frantically grinding for levels. 10 trillion currency fund must be exchanged through game currency. 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 1,000 yuan. 1 silver coin can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100,000 yuan. Wait a minute. Wasn't it supposed to be a direct 10 trillion? Liu Xian stared blankly at the luminous screen before him. Uncle Liu, Aunt Shun, are you home? Just then, a stylishly dressed young woman entered the courtyard. Lily is here. Liu Xuan emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands on his apron, smiling as he inquired, Where are your parents? My parents are busy, and I'm not accustomed to having them accompany me during matchmaking, so I came alone. Wang Lily swept her gaze across the courtyard. Upon spotting Liu Xian squatting by the water tank, her brow furrowed slightly. Uncle Liu, is this your nephew? Xiao Xian, Lily has arrived. Quickly take her inside to sit while I handle the chicken. Liu Xuan approached Liu Xian, his face displaying frustration. Where's the chicken? As he reached Liu Xian's side, he was taken aback. Liu Xian held a kitchen knife, but the chicken was nowhere to be seen. The chicken flew away. Liu Xian awkwardly rose, scratching his head in embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated that while he obtained rewards for killing the chicken, it had vanished. It was akin to a monster disappearing after being defeated in a game. Flew away. Liu Xuan's brow furrowed, irritation evident in his tone. I'll go find the chicken. You go keep Lily company. Liu Xian turned at his words, his gaze assessing Wang Lily. She was of average appearance, but dressed quite fashionably. She wore a fitted long-sleeve top and wide-leg jeans, carrying a handbag of an unknown brand. While Liu Xian scrutinized Wang Lily, she was also evaluating him. He had a fair countenance, with somewhat long, tousled hair. He wore a plain white short-sleeved shirt and casual pants, looking rather inexpensive. Instantly, a flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Lily's eyes. Wait a moment. What is that exclamation mark? Liu Xuan's pupils contracted. Under his gaze, an exclamation mark, typically reserved for game NPCs, appeared above Wang Lily's head. Chapter 2. Triggering Tasks and Cash Redemption. Liu Xuan hastened towards Wang Lily, his gaze lingering upon the exclamation mark hovering above her head. In an instant, a new piece of information materialized. Random task. Pregnant Wang Lily seeks a surrogate partner. Please decline sternly. Task reward. Skill book for investigation technique 1, 10 copper coins. Upon reading the task details, Liu Xuan's countenance turned a shade of green. No wonder the village chief's daughter was willing to engage in a matchmaking encounter with him. It appeared she intended for him to assume the role of an unwitting father. Hello, I am Wang Lily. You may simply call me Lily. Although Wang Lily looked askance at Liu Xuan's inexpensive attire, the thought of the child growing within her prompted a forced smile. This matchmaking was meticulously orchestrated by her and her family. With Liu Xuan being an orphan, a university student, and possessing a timid disposition, he was the quintessential candidate for a surrogate partner. Even if it were later discovered that the child was not biologically his, he, being alone in the world, would have no choice but to endure in silence. Oh, Liu Xuan responded coolly. He had never harbored any interest in blind dates. And now that he discovered Wang Lily sought him as a surrogate, he had little inclination to feign warmth. What is this attitude? Are you dissatisfied with me? Wang Lily's expression shifted. In her eyes, allowing Liu Xuan to take on the surrogate role was a privilege for him. After all, how many men struggled to find a wife? Being so young and beautiful, Liu Xuan should be grateful and eager to please her. Xuan, please take Lily inside to chat. Came Liu Xuan's call from a distance. Upon hearing this, Liu Xuan walked towards the main room on his own. Why do you behave this way? Seeing Liu Xuan's aloofness, Wang Lily stomped her foot in frustration and pursued him with complaints. Had it not been for Uncle Liu's influence, I would not have come today. As soon as the words left her mouth, a loud crash echoed as Liu Xuan forcefully kicked open the closed wooden door. Inside, Chen Hongmei, who was tidying up, jumped in fright. Upon recognizing the visitor, she immediately erupted in anger. You calamity bringer, what madness is this? Silence. Liu Xuan shot her a cold glance. He was far from the soft-hearted pushover that the original owner had been, nor was he the meek Liu Xuan who swallowed his grievances. He had always believed in confronting his enemies directly, never allowing himself to suffer in silence. Chen Hongmei, pointing at Liu Xuan, was rendered speechless with rage. The Liu Xuan before her was no longer the reticent punching bag of her memories. He was evidently a different person. Gulping, Wang Lily instinctively stepped back, her heart racing. She recalled Liu Xuan's descriptions of Liu Xuan when chatting with her parents not long ago. A tall, handsome man, a university graduate, employed in the city. He was not talkative but had a gentle disposition. While the first few attributes might have loosely aligned, gentle demeanor, kicking down a door and silencing his aunt. Was that gentle? Lily, did you see that? He asked nothing but an ingrate. Chen Hongmei seized the moment to grasp Wang Lily's hand, urging, listen to auntie. This ingrate is utterly unworthy of you. My son Liu Chong surpasses him in every aspect. If you were to be with my son, we would be family. Wang Lily forced a couple of dry laughs and withdrew her hand. Chen Hongmei was notoriously known as a shrew in the village. If she were to learn that her son had become a surrogate partner, wouldn't she chase after Wang Lily's entire family, berating them? Taking a deep breath, she mustered what she believed to be her sweetest smile as she gazed at Liu Xuan, who sat nonchalantly on the stool, as if he were a lord. Although I am not particularly fond of violence, you are quite intriguing. Liu Xuan's lip twitched. This woman was resolute in her intention to make him a surrogate. Yet upon reflection, it was understandable. The original owner was an orphan, with his only relative, Liu Xuan, being a man of integrity, and he himself was a taciturn individual, exuding an air of vulnerability, a perfect candidate for the role of a surrogate partner. However, since this was a matchmaking session, there were certain conditions he needed to clarify. Wang Lily sat across from Liu Xuan. I heard you work in the city. You must earn a considerable sum, correct? Our family's requirements are not excessive. A betrothal gift of 180,000, a house in the county, and a car. Surely that is not too much to ask? He has already been dismissed from his job. Chen Hongmei sneered, exposing the truth. Don't even mention betrothal gifts, cars, or houses. Can he even support himself? I have the money. Liu Xuan pulled out his phone and opened his mobile banking app. But do you deserve it? As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the room. Gazing at the string of numbers in Liu Xuan's mobile banking app, longer than her phone number, Wang Lily's complexion shifted from red to pale, and she abruptly rose, exclaiming, "You're insane," before storming out without a backward glance. Chun Hongmei seized the opportunity to mock, truly, a university student, bragging without a script. Xian, why did Lily leave? At that moment, Liu Xuan hurried into the main room. Upon seeing the wooden door on the floor, he paused momentarily. What else could it be? Naturally, it's all gone to waste. Chun Hongmei retorted sarcastically, Liu Xuan, your nephew is remarkable. He has 1 trillion in his bank account. Now you, as the uncle, shall enjoy the benefits. Be quiet. It's certainly your meddling that caused this. Liu Xuan's eyes widened in anger. I've tolerated your antics in the past, but now you dare to disrupt Xiao Xian's matchmaking? I'll beat you to a pulp. Go ahead. You worthless piece of trash, Chun Hongmei taunted. You and your nephew are cut from the same cloth, both useless. I'm standing here today, if you have the guts. Strike me. What? Afraid to hit a woman? Seeing Liu Xuan's face redden without making a move, Chun Hongmei's confidence swelled. You aren't even a man. What man is as inept as you? If it weren't for the child, I would have left you long ago. Slap. A crisp sound echoed as Liu Xuan struck Chun Hongmei across the face, leaving her stunned in place. Liu Xuan, equally dumbfounded, was left speechless. My hand slipped. Liu Xian calmly withdrew his hand. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Task completed. Obtain skill book for investigation technique 1, 10 copper coins. Player, Liu Xian. Level, LV0110. Health, 480. Attack, 40. Defense, 48. Magic points, 600. Speed, 50. Attributes, Constitution 48, Strength 40, Intelligence 60, Agility 50. Free attributes, 0. Currency, 11 copper coins. Items, skill book for investigation technique. Friendly reminder, 1 Constitution 10 Health, 1 Defense, 1 Strength 1 Attack, 1 Intelligence 10 Magic points, 1 Agility 1 Speed. Attack includes both physical and magical attacks. Players' initial 4-dimensional attributes are generated based on physical constitution. Before class change, each level up grants 10 free attributes. Note, average 4-dimensional attributes for ordinary adult players is 50. Liu Xian, with a flicker of thought, exchanged all 11 copper coins for cash. Deducting 11 copper coins, received 11,000 yuan. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 2071 received an income of 11,000 yuan, with a balance of 1,000,000,000,000 yuan. An available balance of 11,000 yuan. The monetary fund of 1 trillion had already been credited. However, it is currently in a state of suspension. Liu Xian must exchange game currency for the base amount before he can utilize it. Fortunately, the exchange rate is quite favorable. 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 1,000 yuan. By casually slaying a few chickens, he could easily surpass the monthly salary of an average person. Coming to his senses, Liu Xian seized the opportunity to exit the main room before Chun Hongmei could react. If his memory served him right, Chun Hongmei kept 12 chickens and ducks, along with 2 pigs. If he were to slaughter them all, he would undoubtedly acquire a considerable bounty. Chapter 3. The Art of Investigation, Leveling Up, and Preparing for Pig Slaughter. Just as Liu Xian made his exit, he soon heard Chun Hongmei's anguished wails akin to a pig being slaughtered. Oh dear, that ungrateful wretch dared to strike me. I wish I were dead, she lamented, dramatically sitting on the ground and pounding her thighs in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Liu Xuan gazed pensively in the direction Liu Xian had departed. Rather than being angry, he was more curious about what had transpired with his nephew, who seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Brother, I've been beaten. You must come quickly. At that moment, Chun Hongmei dialed her brother Chun Hu's number, weeping inconsolably. I want a divorce. I can no longer endure this life. Liu Xian made his way to the backyard. The greatest advantage of rural life is the spaciousness of the area. Before him lay an enclosed plot where a flock of chickens and ducks were leisurely pecking at the ground. Liu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately employed the skill book for investigation. In an instant, an ancient tome appeared before him, and as the skill book transformed into a beam of light, it merged into his being. A notification flashed before his eyes. You have learned investigation. Basic investigation 0-100. Can investigate target attributes up to level 10. Proficiency must be increased to level up. Friendly reminder, life skill levels are categorized from low to high as basic, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and divine. Eagerly, Liu Xian directed the investigation skill towards the chickens and ducks within the enclosure. Wild creature, LV0 free-range chicken. Health, 10. Attack, 1. Defense, 1. Wild creature, LV0 Muscovy duck. Health, 10. Attack, 1. Defense, 1. Investigation proficiency 1. Investigation proficiency 1. Looking around, he noted that all the chickens and ducks were level 0. Furthermore, each time he used investigation on a chicken or duck, his proficiency would increase. Next came the time for slaughter. Liu Xuan leaped into the enclosure wielding his knife, causing the chickens and ducks to scatter in fright. With swift reflexes, he seized a Muscovy duck by its wing, allowing it to flail in his grasp. A flash of the blade, and blood sprayed forth. 39. Damage numbers floated upwards. The Muscovy duck in Liu Xuan's grasp disintegrated into motes of light, leaving behind a copper coin on the ground. Successfully killed LV0 Muscovy duck, gained 1 experience, 1 copper coin. Although he only obtained a single copper coin, Liu Xuan was far from disappointed. 1 copper coin could be exchanged for 1,000 yuan. Earning 1,000 from a duck was significantly easier than working a laborious job. More importantly, defeating monsters also granted him experience points. Currently, he was at level 0 with 2 experience points, needing 8 more to level up. Upon leveling up, he would receive 10 points to distribute freely. With that, becoming a formidable figure was within reach. The subsequent slaughter was a foregone conclusion. In the presence of Liu Xuan wielding a kitchen knife, these level 0 chickens and ducks were powerless against his might. Successfully killed LV0 free-range chicken, gained 1 experience. 1 copper coin. Successfully killed LV0 free-range chicken, gained 1 experience, 1 copper coin. Successfully killed LV0 free-range chicken, gained 1 experience, 1 copper coin. Successfully killed LV0 Muscovy duck, gained 1 experience, 1 copper coin. Successfully killed LV0 Muscovy duck, gained 1 experience, 1 copper coin. Successfully killed LV0 Muscovy duck. Gained 1 experience, 1 copper coin. Your level has increased to LV1. Gained 10 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Liu Xuan paused. A white light enveloped him. He immediately allocated all 10 free attribute points to strength. Strength equated to attack power. Theoretically, with sufficiently high attack, even the strongest of monsters could be dispatched in an instant. Of course, this was merely theoretical. High attack was contingent upon hitting the target and ensuring he had the opportunity to attack. Once the attribute allocation was complete, Liu Xuan felt a warm current envelop him, filling his arms with immense strength. He quickly checked his personal information. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV 150. Health, 480. Attack, 50. Defense, 48. Magic points, 600. Speed, 50. Attributes, Constitution 48, Strength 50, Intelligence 60, Agility 50. Free attributes, 0. Currency, 9 copper coins. Items, none. With a strength of 50. He barely reached the average level of adult players. However, the experience required to continue leveling had escalated to 50, meaning he needed to slay 50 more chickens and ducks to advance further. Liu Xuan surveyed the remaining flock huddled in the corner, counting a total of 20 left. He resolved to dispatch the remaining chickens and ducks before heading to the pig pen. He was not concerned about Chun Hongmei causing him trouble. At worst, he would settle with a monetary compensation, earning 1,000 yuan per chicken or duck. Even compensating half to Chun Hongmei would still leave him with a significant profit. However, if compensation were to be made, it would be to his uncle. That shrew would not see a single cent from him. After a brief moment, Liu Xuan emerged from the enclosure. Behind him, not a single chicken or duck remained alive. The 20 remaining creatures had granted him 20 experience points and 20 copper coins. Though regrettably, no additional loot had dropped. Was it the low drop rate or the low level of these chickens and ducks that accounted for this? Liu Xuan pondered as he made his way to the pig pen. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the front yard, a van skidded to a halt, and a burly man with a fierce demeanor kicked the door open and stepped out. Without entering, Chun Hu bellowed, "Liu Xuan, come out here. Damn it. You dare to bully my sister? Just wait until I strip the skin off you and your nephew." At the threshold of the main room, Liu Xuan sat silently on a stool, puffing on a cheap cigarette, neither speaking nor rising to greet him. "Brother, you must stand up for me," Chun Hongmei cried as she rushed out of the house, appearing as though she had suffered a grave injustice. In the pig pen, Liu Xuan surveyed the 2 large, plump pigs before him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Investigation. Wild creature, LV1 black pig. Health, 120. Attack, 50. Defense, 25. Wild creature, LV1 black pig. Health, 150. Attack, 60. Defense, 30. From a statistical perspective, these 2 black pigs far surpassed the chickens and ducks he had previously slaughtered. Their attack power even exceeds the average attributes of an ordinary adult male. However, this is hardly surprising. The strength of an average adult male cannot possibly compare to that of a hefty pig weighing several hundred pounds. Liu Xuan took a deep breath. With no intention of confronting the 2 black pigs head-on wielding only a kitchen knife, given their defensive attributes, a swift kill was utterly unfeasible. Should they manage to charge at him even once, he would undoubtedly suffer a loss of health. He pondered what the consequences of death would be for him now. Would he lose a level and respawn in the novice village, or would it be a true demise? Returning to the present, Liu Xuan's gaze swept across the pigpen, finally resting upon a hoe. An idea sparked within him. He seized the hoe and stood outside the pigpen, swinging it with all his might towards the head of one black pig. Chapter 4, Identification Technique, Bronze Equipment. 25. Damage numbers floated above the black pig's head. The excruciating pain elicited a chilling howl from it, causing the creature to thrash wildly within the confines of the pigpen. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Xuan struck down with the hoe repeatedly and precisely. 25. 25. Before long, both black pigs collapsed, dissipating into motes of white light. Leaning against the hoe, Liu Xuan gasped for breath. Despite becoming a player, he still felt the weight of fatigue. With no time to rest, he hurriedly opened the pigpen to inspect his spoils from slaying the two black pigs. Scattered at the site of their demise were a plethora of copper coins, and two white orbs floated in the air. Successfully killed LV1 black pig, gained 10 experience points, 10 copper coins. Identification Technique Skill Book 1. Successfully killed LV1 black pig, gained 10 experience points, 15 copper coins. Black pig belt. Identification Technique Skill Book can be used to learn the basic identification technique. Black pig belt is unrecognized. Liu Xuan collected the copper coins and stored them in his backpack. It is worth mentioning that upon becoming a player, he acquired a personal backpack space of approximately 10 cubic meters. His gaze fell upon the two white orbs. One resembled an ancient tome of the identification technique, while the other was a belt entirely black in hue. Equipped, Liu Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly utilized the identification technique. The black pig belt must be identified before its attributes can be displayed and worn. You have learned the identification technique. Basic Identification Technique 0-100 can identify equipment of bronze level or lower. Proficiency must be improved to upgrade. Friendly reminder, equipment levels are categorized from low to high as bronze, silver, gold, epic, legendary, and artifact. As the identification technique was executed, the black pig belt radiated a brilliant azure light. Identification Technique Proficiency 10, Black pig belt, bronze, attack 10, constitution 5, strength 5, no level requirement for wearing. Skill, black pig charge. Black pig charge, active skill, possesses the spirit of the black pig, charges at a single target ahead, inflicting 2 physical damage based on attack power. Cooldown time of 60 seconds, consumes 60 mana points. Liu Xuan stood in awe at the attributes of the black pig belt. Not only did it provide an attack of 10, with constitution and strength of 5 each, but it also came with a skill that inflicted 2 physical damage. Given his current attack power, which was calculated as 50,105.65, 652,130, utilizing Black Pig Charge would enable him to deal up to 130 points of physical damage to a single target. Hiss! Liu Xuan inhaled sharply. Such terrifying damage surely surpassed the limits of an ordinary human, as the average attributes of an adult male hover around 50. Regaining his focus, he wasted no time in donning the Black Pig belt. He then checked his remaining copper coins. Currency, 54 copper coins. Exchange all. Deducting 54 copper coins, you receive 54,000 yuan. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 2071 has received 54,000 yuan. Available balance, 65,000 yuan. What a delight. Many ordinary individuals would struggle to save 65,000 yuan in an entire year, yet he had accrued such wealth merely by slaying a few chickens and 2 pigs. Equivalent to a year's hard work for the common man. In the front courtyard, Chun Hu's expression darkened ominously upon hearing Chun Hongmei's embellished lamentations. Enough, sister. Cease your tears. Chun Hu stormed toward Liu Xuan, who sat silently smoking at the entrance of the hall. Still smoking? How dare you? He forcibly knocked the cigarette from Liu Xuan's hand and seized him by the collar, venomously stating, "How many times have I told you? My sister marrying you is a blessing you earned over 8 lifetimes. Not only do you fail to treat her with the reverence she deserves, but you also dare to indulge that little bastard in violence? Where is that little bastard? Bring him out so I can teach him a lesson today. Divorce." Liu Xuan ignored Chun Hu and instead looked at the gleeful Chun Hongmei standing behind him. "Since you feel life is unbearable, a divorce would suit you well. Fine. Liu Xuan, it seems you've grown a spine during our brief separation." Chun Hu mocked, slapping Liu Xuan's face with his hand. "If you wish to divorce my sister, all your assets shall belong to her, and you must also compensate her 500,000 yuan for emotional distress." "On what grounds?" Liu Xuan's eyes turned red with fury. "You're bullying us." "Bullying you? What if I am?" Chun Hu sneered dismissively. "You dare to strike me?" He forcefully shoved Liu Xuan to the ground and spat at him. "Your family is nothing but a lineage of short-lived fools and useless scum. Without my sister's kindness, could you have ever married her? Bring out that worthless nephew of yours. Let him kneel and apologize to my sister. If not, I'll make it a point to beat him every time I see him. Are you looking for me? Liu Xuan stepped out of the hall, and upon seeing Liu Xuan lying prostrate on the ground, his gaze turned icy. Uncle, are you alright? Liu Xuan helped Liu Xuan to his feet and employed the identification technique on Chunhu. Name: Chunhu. Level: LV1. Health: 700. Attack: 75. Defense: 70. Staring at the health bar above Chunhu, Liu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that killing a human could yield loot similar to slaying a wild creature? With nearly 10 billion humans in the world. Damn, what am I thinking? Liu Xuan hurriedly suppressed the errant thoughts, unwilling to entertain them further. Setting aside the fact that with his current strength, he could not possibly contend with the entire world, he was also human himself. Though he did not possess a bleeding heart, he certainly was not one to indiscriminately take innocent lives. However, once his strength had sufficiently grown, he might contemplate ridding the world of evildoers, thus serving the greater good while simultaneously gaining experience points, a win-win situation. Moreover, the humans he killed would likely respawn like wild creatures, effectively allowing the system to erase any trace of his deeds. I'm fine. Liu Xuan shook his head, positioning Liu Xuan protectively behind him. Chunhu, Xiao Xian is merely a junior. Do not make things difficult for him. If there are grievances, direct them towards me. Get lost, who do you think you are? Chunhu seized Liu Xuan by the shoulder, attempting to push him aside. However, this time, Liu Xuan stood his ground, unwavering. Oh, so you wish to perform a touching display of uncle-nephew affection, do you? Chunhu's gaze swept across the courtyard, ultimately settling on a brick. I shall see whether your head is harder, or my brick is. Xiao Xian, quickly leave. Upon witnessing Chunhu reach for the brick, Liu Xuan's expression changed drastically, urging Liu Xuan to depart with urgency. Uncle, they are already bullying us. Do not endure any longer. Liu Xuan fixed his gaze upon Chunhu. Taking a deep breath. Watch closely. Nephew shall only teach this lesson once. Black Pig, charge. The skill was unleashed. Behind Liu Xuan, a shadowy figure of a black pig manifested, roaring at Chunhu. Yet, aside from him, no one else could perceive it. In the next moment, Liu Xuan's body shot forth like a black cannonball, hurtling towards Chunhu. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Chunhu, who was poised to retrieve the brick, had yet to react when his body was sent flying several meters. Chapter 5. Divorce. Uncle, you have risen. Ah, my back. Chunhu lay sprawled on the ground, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Above him, a damage number floated, 60. His health plummeted by nearly 1/7. Brother, Chen Hongmei cried out, rushing to help Chunhu to his feet. My back, my back. Chunhu winced, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He pointed a trembling finger at Liu Xuan. His expression twisted in rage. You little bastard, just wait. I will have someone kill you. Ouch. Just as he finished his threat, he could not suppress another cry of agony. Divorce, Liu Xuan, I must divorce you today. Chen Hongmei trembled with rage. You protect this ungrateful wretch so fiercely, henceforth. You may live with him. If you wish to part, then so be it. Do you truly think I fear you? Liu Xuan, regaining his composure, had no time to be astonished at how Liu Xuan had sent Chunhu flying. He turned and entered the house, throwing out Chen Hongmei's belongings. Chen Hongmei had repeatedly threatened him with divorce. Her bags had long been packed. Since you have longed for this, today I shall grant your wish. Fine. That was your assertion. Seeing Liu Xuan's resolute stance, Chen Hongmei, consumed by indignation, retorted, divorce is acceptable, but the savings, along with those dozens of chickens and ducks, and the 2 pigs, shall all belong to me. Get lost. Liu Xuan, uninterested in further discourse, had all his earnings over the years with Chen Hongmei. He had no hope of reclaiming them. As for the chickens, ducks, and pigs in the backyard, he cared not. He simply wished to rid himself of Chen Hongmei. This shrew, as swiftly as possible. Brother, call mom and dad to come and fetch the pigs. Chen Hongmei scoffed. I shall see how this useless wretch and his ungrateful nephew fare after the divorce. Do they think they can find a wife for that ungrateful nephew? In your dreams, the Liu family can await their extinction. Is that all? Chunhu in agony questioned. Aren't you going to demand 500,000 in mental damages from him? I would only consider it if he had any worth. A glimmer of smugness appeared in Chen Hongmei's eyes. All the money this good-for-nothing earned over the years is with me. That is good. Chunhu's expression softened somewhat upon hearing this. Uncle, congratulations, you are finally free. Liu Xuan stepped forward to steady Liu Xuan's trembling shoulders. Indeed, I am liberated. Liu Xuan slumped onto the steps, retrieving a cigarette and lighting it. Xiao Xian, your uncle is incapable and can offer you no assistance. You must rely on yourself from now on. Liu Xuan looked at Liu Xuan, his voice choked with emotion. Uncle, rest assured. I will ensure you live a good life from now on. Liu Xuan sat beside Liu Xuan, his gaze resolute. Trust me. It will not be long before I make the Chun family regret their actions. Liu Xuan hastily waved his hand. Do not provoke them. Their entire family are ruffians, and we cannot afford to engage with them. Liu Xuan remained silent. Yet, he had no intention of letting Chunhu off the hook. After merging with the original owner's memories, he was no stranger to Chunhu. He was nothing short of a bully, having mingled with unsavory individuals in his youth and even spent time in detention. Upon his release, he opened a club in the county with associates from the underworld. In recent years, he had thrived, opening several branches, and Liu Xuan and Chun Hongmei's son worked as a manager in Chunhu's company. He was acutely aware that with Chunhu's character, if he did not take action, neither he nor Liu Xuan could ever hope for peace. A little over 10 minutes later, Chun Hongmei's parents, accompanied by a throng of people, stormed into the courtyard. They disregarded Liu Xuan and Liu Xuan, who sat on the steps, and headed straight towards the backyard. Soon, however, they returned, shouting and cursing. Liu Xuan, where have my chickens, ducks, and 2 pigs gone? Chun Hongmei, hands on her hips, pointed an accusing finger at Liu Xuan. You must have secretly sold them behind my back. Are you even a man? Are you out of your mind? Liu Xuan crushed the cigarette, but furiously. I have been sitting right here. How could I have sold them? Hongmei, do not waste your breath on this good-for-nothing. Chun Hongmei's mother, Zhang Benying, commanded the gathered individuals, go inside and take all the appliances and furniture. Remove everything. As her words fell, the crowd surged into the house. Witnessing this scene, Liu Xuan attempted to intervene, but Liu Xian held him back. There are too many of them. We shall endure for now. Liu Xian's gaze swept over the crowd, committing their appearances to memory. A gentleman seeks revenge. 10 years is not too late. He would eventually settle the score with the Qin family. Outside the courtyard, villagers from Shirtu village, hearing the commotion, gathered around. They observed the Qin family hauling items out one by one, and murmurs arose among the crowd. What is happening? Are they being evicted? Shoo, keep your voice down. We do not want the Qin family to hear us. It is truly unfortunate that Yijuan ended up with such a wife. Isn't that Wei was child beside Yijuan? Yes, but regrettably, both of his parents died in a car accident. Alas, both uncle and nephew are pitiful. Liu Yijuan, come with me to initiate the divorce. Once all valuables have been removed from the house, Chun Hongmei approached Liu Yijuan, brimming with self-satisfaction. Do you think the one at a loss in this divorce will be me? You are mistaken. Without you, I shall live even better. Moreover, do not expect Xiao Chong to recognize you. You, this worthless wretch, are unworthy of being his father. Slap. The sharp sound of a slap reverberated through the courtyard. Chun Hongmei clutched her face, glaring at Liu Xian. It was you again. My hand slipped. Liu Xian shook his wrist, his expression devoid of emotion. Although a gentleman seeks revenge, 10 years is not too late. There comes a time when one can no longer endure. You little brat, as long as I am here. You dare strike my daughter? Chun Hongmei's father, Chun Xiangyong, rolled up his sleeves and charged at Liu Xian, his eyes fierce. Today, I shall properly discipline you. You ungrateful little wretch. Slap. As Chun Xiangyong finished his words, Chun Hongmei received another slap. Yet this blow did not come from Liu Xian. Liu Xian turned to look at Liu Yijuan, his eyes brightening. Uncle, you have risen. Do not speak. Liu Yijuan felt a mix of gratitude and speechlessness. He understood that Liu Xian was standing up for him. However, they had agreed that, given the adversary's numbers, it would be prudent to endure for a while. In the end, he managed to restrain himself, yet it was Liu Xian who took the initiative to strike first. Chun Hongmei was caught off guard by a slap from Liu Yijuan, leaving her in a state of shock. Perhaps she never imagined that Liu Yijuan, whom she had tolerated for decades, would actually dare to lay a hand on her. Damn it, this is insurrection. Chun Xiangyong bellowed. Charge. Annihilate them. The security personnel arrived. Outside the courtyard, someone shouted. In an instant, the Qin family, who had been poised to act, calmed down. Chun Xiangyong's expression shifted rapidly. Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and deliver a harsh warning. You two listen well. It would be wise to steer clear of my Qin family in the future, or I will ensure you regret it. Liu Xian observed Chun Xiangyong's departure, a game NPC-style exclamation mark appearing above his head. Chapter 6, Hidden Quest, Eliminate the Guard Dog. Hidden Quest. Chun Xiangyong, the local bully of Shirtu village, has long oppressed the villagers and usurped their property. Please rid the people of this scourge. Quest Reward. Thunderball Technique Skill Book 1, 10 gold coins. It was indeed a hidden quest. Liu Xian's face lit up with delight, and the rewards were exceptionally generous. Having witnessed the might of the Black Pig Belt skill, he understood the power of skills all too well. Could the Thunderball technique allow him to summon lightning? Just imagining such a scene thrilled him to his core. Not to mention the quest reward of 10 gold coins. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 100,000 cash, meaning 10 coins equated to 1 million. A million might not suffice for an apartment in a big city, but in the countryside, it certainly represented a substantial fortune. It could drastically improve his and Liu Yijuan's lives. With that thought in mind, Liu Xian cast a cold gaze in the direction Qin Xiangyong had departed. This scourge would be eliminated. Yijuan, are you alright? Once the Qin family had distanced themselves, the onlookers finally dared to step into the courtyard. Qin Xiangyong has gone too far. Not only did he seize our land to build a pig farm, but he also threatens us with his son at every turn. This entire family are tyrants, utterly lawless. Yijuan, try to see it positively. This divorce may be for the best. At least you won't have to endure that woman's temper anymore. The crowd chimed in, their voices brimming with indignation. Clearly, their discontent with the Qin family had been festering for quite some time. Thank you, everyone. I'm fine, Liu Yijuan forced a smile. I had long wished to end this marriage, but I endured it for the sake of the child. Yijuan, there is something I hesitate to say. A voice in the crowd faltered. We all feel that Liu Chong, in both appearance and character, bears no resemblance to you at all. Perhaps he takes after his mother? Liu Yijuan's face went pale instantly, his fists clenching unconsciously. Uncle, Liu Xian interjected at the right moment. Why not get a paternity test? Xianyu. Liu Yijuan stared at Liu Xian in disbelief, his lips trembling yet offering no rebuttal, instead falling into silence. He had indeed harbored suspicions about whether his son was truly his. However, every time he suggested a paternity test, Chun Hongmei would raise a ruckus. Consequently, their son grew increasingly distant from him. Deep down, he was a traditional rural man. And it was precisely this traditional mindset that made it difficult for him to accept the possibility that his son was not his biological child. Thus, he hesitated and continued to endure. Yijuan, we understand your feelings, but we are only looking out for your best interests. We do not wish to see you ridiculed. Indeed, you are an honest man, but you cannot simply be a father to someone else's child. Listen to your nephew. Get a paternity test. If the results show Liu Chong is indeed your son, even if he disrespects you, at least you will have an heir. Everyone, let's head back for now. Liu Yijuan waved his hand in resignation. I appreciate your good intentions, but I need some time alone. Then we shall take our leave. Yijuan, if you need any help, just say the word. We are all from the same village. Do not hesitate to ask. Xian, take good care of your uncle. Once the villagers dispersed, Liu Yijuan slumped on the steps, silently lighting a cigarette. As the smoke swirled around him, his gaze appeared hollow and numb. Observing this scene, Liu Xian understood that he was well aware of the truth, but was unwilling to face reality. Uncle, I will step out for a bit, Liu Xian announced, but received no response from Liu Yijuan. He shook his head in resignation and then exited the courtyard. The urgent task at hand was to enhance his strength swiftly. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he exact revenge on the Qin family and restore justice for Liu Yijuan. A pig farm, you say? Liu Xian's eyes turned toward the village's edge. According to the villagers, Qin Xiangyong had usurped their land to establish a pig farm. If it was a pig farm, there must be quite a few pigs, right? A cold smile crept across Liu Xian's lips as he mentally prepared to treat Qin Xiangyong's pig farm as a monster hunting dungeon. At the far end of Shirtu village, a conspicuous four-story villa stood out. Upon returning to the villa, the Qin family began hauling in appliances and furniture. Hongmei, we will go to that good-for-nothing this afternoon to finalize the divorce. Qin Xiangyong, still seething with anger, declared. That good-for-nothing and his nephew dared to strike you in front of me, clearly showing me no respect. Once you are divorced, I will make them pay. Understood, Dad. Qin Hongmei scoffed. Had it not been for my pregnancy with Chong and Dongge going to prison, I would never have married him. It's laughable that he wears the green hat, completely oblivious. He probably still believes Chong is his biological son. Watch your tone, you foolish girl. Zhang Binying shot a glare at Qin Hongmei. What if someone hears you? What is there to fear? Qin Xiangyong snorted dismissively. Who in Shirtu village would dare to offend us? Liu Chong is Wang Dong's son. And who is Wang Dong? He is a billionaire in Yunjiang County. Far beyond Liu Yijuan's pitiful status. My daughter is clever. She didn't terminate her pregnancy, or else we wouldn't be living this life now. It is all thanks to me. Zhang Binying chuckled with pride. Had I not found someone to matchmake, and had Qin Hongmei married that good-for-nothing Liu Yijuan, how much difficulty would she have faced raising a child alone in that era? People would have gossiped about her. Ha ha ha, not a single family is alike. We all share the same home. Qin Xiangyong boomed with laughter. My Qin family is filled with wise individuals. Liu Xian arrived at the village's edge, where, 100 meters from the Chun family's villa, a pig farm sprawled across a vast expanse, surrounded by farmland. He hastened his pace toward the pig farm. Woof, woof, woof. Before Liu Xian could approach the pig farm, a black dog tethered at the entrance began barking furiously. Liu Xian remained unfazed, reaching beneath his clothes to draw a kitchen knife. Woof, woof, woof. The black dog barked even louder. Scan technique. Monster. LV1 guard dog health. 100 attack. 30 defense. 15 scan technique proficiency. 1 be good. It won't hurt for long. Liu Xuan flashed a grin at the black dog, and in an instant, the creature erupted with fury, baring its sharp fangs as it lunged forward. The iron chain rattling violently. A glint of steel flashed, and blood splattered. Liu Xuan delivered a precise strike to the dog's neck. The black dog let out a wretched howl, collapsing into a pool of its own blood. The damage numbers floated above. He swiftly brought his knife down repeatedly upon the same spot. Within mere breaths, the black dog lay lifeless, ultimately dissolving into a constellation of white light. Scattered on the ground were 5 copper coins and a luminous orb. He hastily collected the coins and examined the contents of the orb. Inside lay a neatly cut piece of meat, marbled with fat. Meat? Liu Xuan's face registered confusion. A system notification chimed in. Chapter 7. Level up 3 times. Savings approaching 1 million. Successfully killed LV1 guard dog. Gained 5 experience points, 5 copper coins, and 1 piece of black dog meat. Black dog meat. Consuming it grants a permanent increase of 1 in agility. The prospect of a permanent attribute boost intrigued him. But how was he to consume it? Liu Xuan scrutinized the vibrant piece of meat in his hand, inhaling its aroma, and was pleasantly surprised to find it devoid of any foul scent, instead exuding a delicate fragrance. Deciding to indulge, he took a hearty bite of the black dog meat. Delicious. Liu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. But within 2 or 3 bites, he had devoured the entire piece. The meat was succulent and melted in his mouth, akin to tasting jelly. Consumed black dog meat. Permanent agility increase of 1. As his agility attribute surged, a warm current coursed through his legs, bestowing him with a slight boost in speed. Regaining his focus, Liu Xuan, invigorated, strode purposefully deeper into the pig pen, his chef's knife in hand. Before him lay a multitude of plump, white pigs crowding the enclosure. The sheer number was overwhelming. He could scarcely count them. So many pigs, he mused, would surely propel me several levels higher. His eyes burned with fervor. In his view, these hefty swine represented his path to leveling up. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to cautiously survey his surroundings for any surveillance. To his astonishment, he spotted a camera directly above him. How awkward. Liu Xuan squinted, but had no intention of retreating. What of the surveillance? This pig farm was a trespass on the farmland of the villagers of Shirtu village, established by Chun Xiangyong, rendering it an illegal structure. He doubted Chun Xiangyong would dare report him. His objective was to destroy the cameras, ensuring that none captured him slaughtering the pigs or the subsequent scene of their carcasses being refreshed. Seizing a nearby iron shovel, he swiftly smashed every surveillance camera in the pig pen. Subsequently, he located a hoe within the farm. Drawing from his previous experience in pig slaughter, he resolved to attack the pigs from outside the pen. Detecting technique. Wild creature, LV1 white pig. Health, 120. Attack, 40. Defense, 30. Wild creature, LV1 white pig. Health, 110. Attack, 35. Defense, 25. Detecting technique proficiency 1. Detecting technique proficiency 1. Detecting technique level up. Intermediate detecting technique 32 1000. Capable of probing attributes of targets up to level 20. Proficiency required for upgrade. Liu Xuan employed the detecting technique on all the pigs in the farm. A total of 100 pigs, each at level 1. However, their attributes paled in comparison to the 2 black dogs he had previously vanquished. Time was of the essence. He hefted the hoe, swinging it down upon the nearest white pig. 35. The damage numbers hovered above the struck pig's head. The white pig let out a piercing scream, its body convulsing on the ground. Liu Xuan showed no mercy, following up with a series of fatal blows. 35. 35. Successfully killed LV1 white pig, gained 10 experience points. 8 copper coins. Your level has successfully risen to LV2, gaining 10 free attribute points. A beam of white light enveloped Liu Xuan. Without hesitation, he allocated all 10 points to his strength. With 100 pigs in the farm, as long as his attack was sufficiently high, he could fell a pig with a single swing. As he finished allocating his points, Liu Xuan felt a surge of power coursing through his arms and checked his personal information. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV2 100. Health, 530. Attack, 75. Defense, 53. Magic points, 600. Speed, 51. Attributes, Constitution 485, Strength 605, Intelligence 60, Agility 51. Equipment worn, Black Pig Belt. Free attributes, 0. Currency, 13 copper coins. Items, none. All 4 primary attributes had surpassed 50. At this moment, Liu Xuan's physical capabilities barely reached the average level of an ordinary adult male. After leveling up, he needed 100 experience points to advance further. He gazed with fervor at the bustling white pigs in the pen, transforming into a relentless slaughterer. He wielded the hoe with the swiftness of the wind. The kill notifications flooded in. Successfully killed LV1 white pig, gained 10 experience points, 10 copper coins. Successfully killed LV1 white pig, gained 10 experience points, 15 copper coins. Your level has risen to LV3, gaining 10 free attribute points. With another level attained, Liu Xuan continued to allocate all points to strength, raising his strength attribute to 75 and his attack power to 85, bolstered by an additional 10 points from the black pig belt. Continuing his onslaught, Liu Xuan found the act of slaughtering pigs had become considerably easier. It took merely 2 or 3 swings to bring down a pig. Successfully killed LV1 white pig, gained 10 experience points, 8 copper coins. Successfully killed LV1 white pig, gained 10 experience points, 5 copper coins. Your level has risen to LV4, gaining 10 free attribute points. He allocated all points to strength once more. A powerful surge of warmth enveloped Liu Xuan's body. His arms instantly brimmed with strength as he raised the hoe, summoning all his might to strike down upon a feeble white pig in the corner. 70. Damage numbers floated above the white pig's head. The already ailing creature vanished in a burst of light. Before long, every last white pig in the farm had been slaughtered by Liu Xuan, leading to a bountiful harvest. With a thought, he checked his personal information again. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV4395-1000. Health, 530. Attack, 95. Defense, 53. Magic points, 600. Speed, 51. Attributes, Constitution 485, Strength 805, Intelligence 60, Agility 51. Equipped items, Black Pig Belt. Free attributes, 0. Currency, 865 copper coins. Items, none. Although slaying 100 white pigs yielded nothing beyond copper coins, he was immensely satisfied with his elevation of 3 levels. With a mere thought, he converted all 865 copper coins into cash. After deducting 865 copper coins, he received 865,000 yuan. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 2071 has received an income of 865,000 yuan, with a usable balance of 930,000 yuan. The savings are on the verge of breaking 1 million. Liu Xuan suppressed his excitement. This money was earned with such ease. Since awakening the system, it had not even been 2 hours, and he was on the brink of becoming a millionaire. Coming back to his senses, he immediately left the pig farm. 10 minutes later, Chun Xiangyong arrived at the pig farm with his employees. Although they were referred to as employees, they were actually all relatives of his. Not long ago, it was this very group that helped move furniture and appliances from Liu Xuan's home. Where are the pigs? Upon reaching the entrance of the pig farm, Chun Xiangyong noticed the empty chain on the ground, his brow furrowing deeply. Just then, an anxious voice called out from within the farm. Uncle, something terrible has happened. Chun Xiangyong's nephew, Zhou Kai, rushed out, his expression one of sheer terror. The pigs. All the pigs have vanished. Nonsense. Chun Xiangyong's face instantly darkened. He hastened through the door, rebuking, this is unacceptable. Before his words could fully escape, his complexion turned ashen. Who the hell stole my pigs? A heart-wrenching cry resonated throughout the pig farm. Chapter 8. Buying a car as easily as purchasing vegetables, seeking to marry Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan returned to the courtyard, only to find Liu Xuan absent. From a neighbor, he learned that Liu Xuan had been summoned by Chun Hongmei to the county to handle divorce proceedings. Thus, he resolved to make a trip to the county himself. With savings nearing 1 million, it was time to purchase a vehicle for future convenience. Yunjiang County, under the jurisdiction of Wushan City, is considered one of the economically prosperous counties within Wushan. Liu Xuan took a taxi from Shitu village to the county, taking merely half an hour. Upon arrival, he headed straight to the largest luxury car dealership in the area. Yunjiang County lacked luxury 4S stores. To acquire high-end brands like BBA, one must go through authorized dealerships. In the Hongyan luxury car showroom, Wang Lily was venting to her colleague. Yinjia, you won't believe it. I encountered a lunatic during a blind date today. A pauper pretending to be wealthy. He claimed to have 10 trillion in his bank account. Can you believe that? Uft. Yang Yin couldn't contain her laughter. 10 trillion? In this day and age, there are still such oddities? Even the world's richest wouldn't dare to claim 10 trillion. Could he possibly be richer than the world's richest? That's why I said he is insane. Wang Lily rubbed her temples. When I saw that string of numbers in his mobile banking app, it made my head hurt from the frustration. Is it really that difficult to find a reliable blind date nowadays? You're only 20. Why the rush for a blind date? Yang Yin teased. Are you longing for a man? Wang Lily instinctively touched her abdomen. I'm rather traditional. I just wish to marry and have children early, then live a stable life. Welcome to Hongyan Luxury Cars. Hello, handsome. Are you here to look at cars? As soon as Wang Lily finished speaking, Yang Yin suddenly walked enthusiastically to the entrance. Realizing this, she quickly straightened her posture. But in the next moment, she was stunned. A familiar figure walked into the store, none other than Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan paid no heed to Wang Lily. Upon entering the store, his gaze was immediately captured by a Mercedes-Benz E300L at the center of the showroom. With its sleek lines and elegant black body, it glimmered under the lights. This one. Liu Xuan promptly pulled out his bank card. Huh. Yang Yin momentarily failed to react. Swipe the card, I'll take this car. Liu Xuan glanced at Yang Yin, noting her tall stature, around 27 or 28 years old. While not exceptionally beautiful, she wore a sales uniform paired with a short skirt and black stockings. Coupled with her meticulous makeup, she could barely be rated a 7 out of 10. Handsome. You mean you want to buy this Mercedes, correct? Yang Yin snapped back to reality, looking at Liu Xian's bank card with disbelief. Having worked at Hongyan luxury cars for over 2 years, she had encountered numerous wealthy individuals from the county. Yet, she had never met a customer as straightforward as Liu Xuan. It felt as though he was here to buy groceries rather than a car. But even when buying groceries, wouldn't one typically inquire about the price or try to haggle? Yes, hurry up, I'm in a rush. Liu Xuan had called Liu Xuan before entering the city, agreeing to pick him up from the Civil Affairs Bureau. All right, handsome, please hold on. Yang Yin, not daring to delay, eagerly accepted the bank card and called out to the dazed Wang Lily. Lily, prepare a cup of tea for the handsome gentleman. Understood. Wang Lily's voice trembled. She had naturally overheard the exchange between Liu Xuan and Yang Yin, making her feel as though she were dreaming. Her gaze turned to the Mercedes at the center of the showroom. As an employee, she was all too aware of the car's price, which exceeded 440,000 upon delivery. Could Liu Xuan truly afford such an expensive vehicle? Striving to steady her emotions, she turned and grabbed the tea-making tools from the table, walking towards Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. In front of him, Wang Lily half-squatted, pouring tea for him. Brother Xuan, it's you. Wang Lily forced out what she believed to be her sweetest smile. Liu Xuan merely cast her a glance, offering no reply. He held no intention of rebuking Wang Lily. For a woman like her, as long as she did not provoke him, he could hardly be bothered to spare her a second glance. How infuriating. He.s. ignoring me. Wang Lily silently gritted her teeth, yet she had no choice but to respectfully offer the teacup into Liu Xian's hands. Brother Xuan, the tea is ready. Do give it a taste. Liu Xuan accepted the teacup, took a sip, and casually set it on the coffee table. Throughout the entire process, he didn't meet Wang Lily's gaze even once. You're just pretending. Wang Lily was on the verge of losing her composure. About to say something when Yang Yin returned briskly, a smile plastered on her face. Liu Xuan rose to accept the bank card and relevant documents from Yang Yin. May I take the car now? Handsome, please wait a moment. Yang Yin seized the opportunity to pull out her phone. The staff is in the process of preparing your temporary license plate. It will be ready shortly. All right. Liu Xuan nodded. Handsome, let me add you on WeChat. Yang Yan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Liu Xuan, already envisioning him as a rich second-generation heir. I'm Yang Yan. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to contact me anytime, and I promise to be at your service. Any questions? Liu Xuan regarded Yang Yan with a playful glint in his eyes. Of course. Yang Yan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. It is my honor to serve such a distinguished customer. Liu Xuan chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. However, one cannot help but marvel at the undeniable allure of wealth. Yet, he had no intention of reaching out to Yang Yan. It was not due to any lofty principles, but rather a sense of disdain. With a system at his disposal, should he wish to engage in deeper conversations with women, he would seek out those of striking beauty and pristine character. Yang Yan, on the other hand, bore the unmistakable marks of being used. Moments later, Liu Xuan drove away from the exhibition hall in his luxurious Mercedes. Yang Yan waved enthusiastically in farewell, while beside her, Wang Lily appeared utterly dejected. How could this be? Had Aunt Shin not claimed he was unemployed? How could he afford such an extravagant vehicle? Lily, what are you talking about? Yang Yan chuckled. Did you see that? Now, that is a true man of wealth. A car worth 440,000, and he pays in full without even needing my introduction. Sister Yan, I suddenly feel unwell. Please excuse me for the afternoon, Wang Lily said, unwilling to accept the situation. She quickly took out her phone and called Liu Xuan. Once connected, she spoke first. Uncle Liu, I think Brother Xuan is truly wonderful. I don't need a dowry, a car, or a house. I can marry him anytime. No, I want to marry him. Please, let me be with Brother Xuan. Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Liu Xuan listened to Wang Lily's desperate pleas over the phone, utterly bewildered. Coming to his senses, he smiled with a sense of relief. Lily, don't get too excited. I will speak to Xiaoxian about it. But what about your parents? My parents agree. I can marry into your family at any time. Wang Lily responded eagerly from the other end of the line. All right, you're a good girl. Liu Xuan hung up the phone, letting out a long sigh. His previously heavy heart felt somewhat lighter. His greatest concern now was Liu Xian's marital prospects. He had initially thought Wang Lily was uninterested in Liu Xian, but witnessing her eagerness to marry him, he felt a weight lift from his chest. Ha ha ha. You shall weep in the future. Chen Hongmei, holding the divorce certificate, scoffed. Liu Yijuan, just wait and see. After this divorce, I will only thrive. While you and your ungrateful nephew are destined for a life of poverty. No matter how poor we are, we do not steal or rob, unlike your family of thieves. Retribution will come to you one day. Liu Yijuan could no longer tolerate her taunts. The moment he received the divorce certificate, he had come to a realization. Endless tolerance would only embolden Chen Hongmei further. Who are you calling a thief? If you have the guts, say it again. Chen Hongmei threatened, pointing at Liu Yijuan. Mind your filthy mouth, or my brother will not spare you. Suddenly, the screeching sound of brakes pierced the air. A Mercedes sped toward them and came to a screeching halt just inches from Chen Hongmei. Ah! Startled, she screamed, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. Are you blind? How do you drive? Didn't you see someone was here? Chen Hongmei scrambled to her feet, furiously banging on the car window while hurling a stream of curses. Indeed, the driver had seen no one, merely a wild dog barking madly. The door swung open, and Liu Xian stepped out, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at Chen Hongmei. Chapter 9. The Poisonous Pill, a vicious beating for Chen Hongmei. From a distance, Liu Xian had observed Chen Hongmei, this shrew, pointing and berating Liu Yijuan. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, he would have relished the opportunity to run her over. You ungrateful wretch. Chen Hongmei was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze shifted to the front of the car. Upon seeing the emblem of the three-pointed star, her eyes widened in astonishment. Xiaoxian, is this your car? Liu Yijuan was equally taken aback. Though he knew little about luxury vehicles, he recognized the Mercedes emblem, and the absence of a license plate indicated it was a brand-new acquisition. Uncle, what do you think of the car? Liu Xian smiled. I just bought it. When you have time to get your driver's license, this car will be yours. TSK, such arrogance. Chen Hongmei rolled her eyes with a mocking expression. You, of all people, could afford a Mercedes? I suspect this car was stolen. As her words fell, a sudden exclamation mark appeared above her head. Liu Xian's interest peaked at this unexpected turn. Random task. For Chen Hongmei to confess to Liu Yijuan who Liu Chang's biological father is. Task reward. 1 poisonous pill, 10 silver coins. Why the silence? Did I strike a nerve? Chen Hongmei sneered. Liu Yijuan, look at this. This is what you call not stealing or robbing. It's utterly laughable. I will report him to the authorities and have him arrested, Chen Hongmei declared coldly, reaching for her phone. However, as she attempted to do so, Liu Xian swiftly snatched it away. Ah, give it back. Chen Hongmei tried to scream. Liu Xian clamped a hand over her mouth and dragged her into a nearby alley. Xiaoxian, what are you doing? Liu Yijuan's face paled as he rushed forward to intervene. It was not out of pity for Chen Hongmei, but rather a concern that Liu Xian, in his youth, might do something foolish and ruin his future. Uncle, don't you want to know if this shrew has ever cheated on you? Liu Yijuan's body trembled. Follow me. I will personally ask her. Deep within the narrow alley, Liu Xian discarded Chen Hongmei like refuse. Ah, help. Murder. As soon as she hit the ground, Chen Hongmei began to wail for help. A sharp slap echoed through the alley as Liu Xian struck her face, instantly swelling it. You little beast, how dare you hit me? Chen Hongmei's eyes turned red, and she lunged at Liu Xian like a madwoman. Sit down. Liu Xian's voice was icy as he kicked her to the ground. She immediately spat blood, and a damage number floated above her head, 55. Her health had diminished significantly. Liu Xian was taken aback, his brow furrowing in concern. Due to his player identity, every attack he inflicted caused actual harm to Chen Hongmei. At this rate, if he was not careful, she might meet her demise at his hands. Liu Yijuan, you worthless man, you're no real man. Chen Hongmei was thoroughly terrified. Yet, her anger did not wane. She directed her ire at the silent Liu Yijuan behind Liu Xian. You just stand there and watch this little beast beat me? I will tell my father and brother. They will not let you get away with this. Shut your mouth, shrew. Liu Yijuan clenched his fists, his expression twisted with rage. Tell me, is Liu Chang my son? What are you talking about? Chen Hongmei's expression shifted, her gaze evasive. Answer me. Liu Yijuan trembled uncontrollably. I don't know what you're talking about. Chen Hongmei feigned ignorance. I advise you to answer truthfully. Liu Xian loomed over her, hands resting on his hips, slipping them beneath his clothing. At this sight, Chen Hongmei's pupils dilated, her voice trembling. What are you going to do? I am your aunt. Ah, you beast. She screamed, help. Someone is being lewd. Silence. Liu Xian drew a knife from his waist and pressed it against her throat. Try shouting again and see what happens. Xiaoxian, I was wrong. I know my mistake. Chen Hongmei's face turned ashen. Spare me. I will never dare again. Xiaoxian. Liu Yijuan's expression changed dramatically. He had not anticipated that Liu Xian would carry a knife. Now, Tell me, who is Liu Xuan's real father? I'll tell you. Chen Hongmei, no longer daring to feign ignorance, conceded. Everything that transpired today was a clear indication to her that Liu Xuan had undergone a profound transformation. He was no longer the submissive figure she had once remembered, but rather a formidable character that she could not afford to offend. Xiao Chong was indeed the son of Wang Dong. After uttering this statement, Chen Hongmei cautiously glanced at Liu Xuan, expecting him to erupt in anger, possibly even resorting to violence against her. However, the reality unfolded in a manner vastly different from her expectations. Liu Xuan, though his gaze appeared vacant, exhibited no extreme agitation, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Uncle, please say something, Liu Xuan urged, sensing a wave of concern for Liu Xuan's calm demeanor. Damn it, you wretched woman. In the next moment, Liu Xuan suddenly erupted, raining blows upon Chen Hongmei. Witnessing this scene, Liu Xuan finally exhaled in relief. Shortly thereafter, Liu Xuan and Liu Xuan exited the alley, both enveloped in a heavy silence. Meanwhile, deep within the alley, Chen Hongmei, her face bruised and battered, trembled as she dialed Chen Xianyong's number. Before the call could connect, she succumbed to tears. Hongmei, have you finalized the divorce papers? Chen Xianyong's voice came through the line. Chen Hongmei's sobs intensified, akin to a pig being slaughtered. Dad, help me. Task completed. Received poison pill 1, 10 silver coins. Inside the luxurious car, Liu Xuan turned to the back seat where Liu Xuan sat, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. Uncle, if you feel like crying, just let it out. Don't hold it in. Cry for what? That wretched woman isn't worth my tears. Liu Xuan's eyes reddened, his voice choked with emotion. Xiao Xian, do not emulate me. It's too pathetic. You must strive to become a capable person. I will, Liu Xuan replied earnestly, nodding in agreement. Lily called me earlier. Liu Xuan wiped away the tears from his eyes and took a deep breath. She said she has feelings for you and wishes to marry you soon. Without demanding a dowry or expecting you to buy a car or a house. She is already pregnant. Liu Xuan responded with an unsettling calmness. Liu Xuan was momentarily stunned, then trembled with rage, pounding his thigh as he shouted, wretched women, all of them. Heaven, what sin has my Liu family committed to deserve this? Liu Xuan was genuinely agitated. It was one thing for him to become a scapegoat. Now his nephew was also facing a similar fate. If Liu Xuan ended up like him, with a child who wasn't his flesh and blood, he would have no face to meet the ancestors of the Liu family after his demise. This was a recipe for the extinction of the Liu lineage. Liu Xuan did not impede Liu Xuan's outburst. He drove the car, making successive stops at furniture and appliance stores, purchasing items and arranging for delivery and installation. Only then did he head towards Shirtu village. Upon his return, he spotted Chen Xianyong and a group of people blocking the entrance to Liu Xuan's home. Yet, he remained unperturbed. With his current strength, taking on 10 opponents posed no issue, although he could not guarantee his own safety. He checked the time. It was 5 in the afternoon. When night fell, he would send Chen Xianyong on his way. Once he mastered the Thunderball technique, he would truly enter the realm of the extraordinary. Xiao Xian, we should report this to the authorities, Liu Xuan exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he noticed Chen Xianyong's group. Liu Xuan shook his head. While reporting to the authorities might temporarily deter Chen Xianyong and his men, they would return once the enforcers left. Uncle, stay in the car and do not exit, Liu Xuan instructed. I have trained in martial arts. They are no match for me. Since when did you practice martial arts? How come I was unaware? Liu Xuan regarded Liu Xuan with a complex expression. He felt that his nephew harbored a secret. Not only had his personality undergone a drastic change, but he also appeared to be quite affluent. Liu Xuan had witnessed Liu Xian's extravagant purchases of furniture and appliances, which amounted to tens of thousands. Moreover, he glanced at the seat beside him, where the documents related to Liu Xian's acquisition of a Mercedes were located. I practiced during college. Liu Xuan casually fabricated an excuse. An old man once told me I had extraordinary bone structure, a rare talent for martial arts, and took me on as his disciple. Really? Liu Xuan initially doubted it. However, recalling the incident earlier that morning when Liu Xuan had sent Chen Hu flying several meters, he instantly believed. Chen Hu, a robust man over 6 feet tall, had been effortlessly propelled by Liu Xuan, a feat not achievable by an ordinary person. That is not what matters, Liu Xuan smiled, saying, what truly matters is that from now on, with a nephew like me around, no one will dare to bully you. With that, Liu Xuan pressed the accelerator. The Mercedes engine roaring to life as he sped towards the group blocking the entrance to Liu Xuan's home. The sudden onslaught startled Chen Xianyong and his companions, causing them to scatter in panic. Chen Xianyong, in his frantic attempt to escape, stumbled and fell, his appearance utterly disheveled. With a screech, Liu Xuan slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. He then flung open the door and yelled at Chun Xiangyong and his entourage. Are you all blind? Did you not see the car coming? If you have the guts, don't dodge. I'll run you fools over. Inside the car, Liu Xuan stared in disbelief at Liu Xuan. Nearby, the onlooking villagers gawked in astonishment. This isn't Liu Xuan's nephew, is it? Am I seeing this correctly? He actually intends to run over Chun Xiangyong and his gang. When did this kid become so bold? He asked, driving a Mercedes. The villagers erupted in a chorus of astonishment and curiosity. Chun Xiangyong finally regained his composure. Upon seeing the unregistered Mercedes, he was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. Pointing at Liu Xuan and cursing, "You little brat. You have some nerve to steal my pigs and buy a car with the proceeds? If you don't compensate me several million today, I'll flay you alive." Although Liu Xuan had destroyed the surveillance cameras at the pig farm, the footage had captured him entering the premises. In Chun Xiangyong's eyes, Liu Xuan, a poor boy, must have sold his stolen pigs to afford such a luxury vehicle. Xiao Xian, what on earth is happening? Liu Xuan hurriedly exited the car, his face pale, grasping Liu Xian's arm in a panic. Did you really buy this car with money from selling pigs? It wasn't he that he doubted Liu Xuan. It was simply that Liu Xian's newfound wealth seemed surreal. Uncle, don't listen to his nonsense, Liu Xuan scoffed. Any sane person would not utter such foolishness. If I could stealthily steal pigs from his farm, I would be a deity by now. Why waste time arguing with him? Liu Xuan instantly felt relieved, then turned to glare at Chun Xiangyong, saying, Chun Xiangyong, cease your baseless accusations against Xiao Xian. Everyone in our village knows what kind of person you are. Damn it, I'm done talking to you. Chun Xiangyong was utterly enraged. With a wave of his hand, he bellowed, Get them. Anyone who dares to steal my pigs and strike my daughter must be dealt with today. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 7 relatives he had brought surged towards Liu Xuan and Liu Xuan. Xiao Xian, run. Liu Xuan's face drained of color as he tugged at Liu Xuan. Desperate to escape, he was an honest man, but not foolish. Facing overwhelming numbers head-on would surely lead to disaster. Uncle, pay close attention. I shall teach you once more. Liu Xuan remained utterly motionless. Run? The one who should flee is certainly not him. You little brat. Let's see if I can't beat you to death. Zhou Kai was the first to charge forward, swinging his fist with a ferocious expression aimed at Liu Xian's head. With a resounding crack, Liu Xuan retaliated with a swift slap to Zhou Kai's face, the sheer force of it sending Zhou Kai crashing to the ground. Zhou Kai let out a pitiful cry, clutching his swollen face, rolling in agony on the ground, tears streaming down his cheeks. It is worth noting that Liu Xian's attack power had now surpassed 100. Even if Zhou Kai's defenses mitigated some of the damage, it would only take a few more slaps to render him lifeless. Name, Zhou Kai. Level, LV1. Health, 590. Attack, 60. Defense, 55. Get away from here. Liu Xuan delivered a kick to Zhou Kai's abdomen, the immense force bending him into a C shape as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sheer brutality exhibited by Liu Xuan left the remaining members of the Chun family utterly stunned. They stood frozen in place, faces ashen, none daring to advance. Damn it. Let us all go together and kill him. One individual, mustering his courage, shouted and raised a wooden stick to strike Liu Xuan. With a swift motion, Liu Xuan blocked the incoming blow, causing the stick to splinter instantly. A damage number floated above him. In that instant, Liu Xian's gaze turned icy. The next moment, he lunged into the crowd like a ravenous wolf. My arm! Help! Help me! The cries of despair echoed around. Liu Xuan unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. And within mere seconds, all remaining members of the Chun family lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain, none able to rise. With his overwhelming offensive prowess, the Chun family was no match for him. However, he had also sustained several injuries in the process. Old fool, it is your turn now. Liu Xuan picked up the wooden stick from the ground, expressionless as he approached the petrified Chun Xiangyong. Don't come any closer. Chun Xiangyong retreated in fear. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Liu Xuan. He had dominated Stone Village for decades, only to now face someone even more ruthless than himself. Despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, Liu Xuan was a formidable opponent, merciless in his actions. Glancing at Zhou Kai and the others moaning on the ground, Chun Xiangyong went mad with fear and fled. Liu Xuan, however, did not pursue him. With villagers watching, he could not kill Chun Xiangyong in broad daylight. Yet, it was certain that Chun Xiangyong would not survive the night. Xian, are you all right? Liu Xuan hurried over, looking at his nephew, who resembled a god of death. His eyes brimmed with tears, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Uncle, have you learned? Liu Xuan casually tossed the wooden stick aside, dusting off his hands with a smile. Goodness is often taken for granted. The benevolent are trampled upon. To deal with these rabble, one must be even more ruthless. I've learned. Liu Xuan nodded vigorously, a surge of admiration swelling in his heart for Liu Xuan. Though Liu Xuan's actions were impulsive and reckless, they ignited a fervent spirit within him. Uncle, this is now in your hands. Liu Xuan surveyed the fallen Qin family members, his tone frigid. Have them pay for their medical expenses and then leave. Very well. I shall take them to the hospital right away. Liu Xuan inhaled deeply, regaining his composure, concerned about Zhou Kai and the others' well-being. If anything were to happen to them, Liu Xuan might be apprehended by the law enforcement. Yet, just as he took a few steps, his body suddenly froze. He swallowed hard and turned back to Liu Xuan. Xuan, what did you say? He could not have heard incorrectly, could he? Liu Xuan was not asking him to cover Zhou Kai's medical expenses, but rather for Zhou Kai to compensate for his injuries. I took a few hits from them, sustaining internal injuries. They should each pay me 10,000. Liu Xuan felt no qualms about his words. Had it not been for his system, he would be the one lying on the ground now. The Qin family members were not worthy of sympathy. Liu Xuan's mouth twitched, stammering, Xuan. Isn't that a bit excessive? Then do as you see fit, Liu Xuan replied, shaking his head helplessly. Liu Xuan was still too timid. However, he did not press further. With only a few hours until nightfall, he needed to seize the opportunity to level up by defeating monsters. On his way back to the village, he learned from Liu Xuan that Chun Xiangyong's family not only owned a pig farm, but also had a fish pond under their management. The fish in the pond should also count as wild monsters, right? Thus, he hastened toward the edge of the village. As he passed by the villagers who had gathered to watch, everyone instinctively took a step back, clearing a path for him. Clearly, they were all intimidated by Liu Xuan's ferocity and formidable prowess. Liu Xuan paid them no mind. In a society where the strong prey upon the weak, one must be ruthless to avoid being victimized. However, this did not imply he would bully the weak. His ruthlessness was solely directed at his enemies and those who wished him harm. Chun Xiangyong, in a frenzied scramble, tumbled back to his villa, slamming the door shut. He slumped to the ground, utterly spent. Xiangyong, you finally returned. At that moment, Zhang Benying hurried over, holding a phone, her face ashen. You must see what that waste and that little beast have done to Hongmei. Chen Xiangyong snatched the phone and saw a photo sent by Chen Hu. In the image, Chen Hongmei lay in a hospital bed, her head swollen grotesquely. Damn it, I will kill that little beast. Chen Xiangyong's expression contorted with rage. Quick, call Huzi and have him bring more people. We must kill that little beast tonight. Behind the Qin family's villa lay a fish pond of about an acre in size. This pond, managed by Chun Xiangyong, was typically used for entertaining clients and friends of Chun Hu, serving as a tool for building connections. Liu Xuan stood at the edge of the pond, surveying it. Fresh grass feed floated on the surface, and a school of grass carp was feeding. Inspection technique. Wild monster, LV0 grass carp. Health, 10. Attack, 1. Defense, 1. Wild monster, LV0 white armor. Health, 10. Attack, 1. Defense, 1. Wild monster, LV0 crucian carp. Health, 10. Attack, 1. Defense, 1. Looking out across the pond, most of the fish were grass carp, white armor, and crucian carp. Based on their attributes, they were akin to chickens and ducks. Fortunately, there were enough of them. He estimated that this acre of pond could hold about 500 fish. Even if each fish provided him with just one experience point, it would be sufficient for him to level up. Liu Xuan's mind stirred. A bright red pill appeared in his hand, the 100 Poisons pill, obtained as a reward for completing a task. Chapter 11, A Night of Darkness and Wind. A Night of Murder. The 100 Poisons pill contains 100 types of poison, but lasts only 3 minutes, perfect for poisoning fish. Otherwise, it would be both time-consuming and labor-intensive for him to eradicate all the fish in the pond by himself. Liu Xuan tossed the 100 Poisons pill into the water. As the elixir dissolved upon contact with the water, the surface transformed into a vivid crimson hue at a pace perceptible to the naked eye. Concurrently, a plethora of damage notifications floated above the school of fish. 10, 10, 10. Liu Xuan was greeted with a continuous stream of kill alerts. Successfully defeated LV0 grass carp, earning 1 experience point and 1 copper coin. Successfully defeated LV0 white armor, earning 1 experience point and 1 copper coin. Successfully defeated LV0 crucian carp, earning 1 experience point and 1 copper coin. Your level has risen to LV5, granting you 10 free attribute points. A radiant white light enveloped Liu Xuan's body. The pond's surface was strewn with a significant number of copper coins, and he was suddenly beset by a throbbing headache. His backpack did not possess an automatic item collection feature, meaning he had to manually collect each copper coin one by one. Successfully defeated LV0 grass carp, earning 1 experience point and 1 copper coin. Successfully defeated LV0 grass turtle, earning 1 experience point, 1 copper coin, and 1 grass turtle meat. Successfully defeated LV0 water snake, earning 1 experience point, 1 copper coin, and 1 snake herb. 3 minutes elapsed, and the pond's surface returned to its normal state. Liu Xuan did not rush to inspect his attributes. Instead, he leapt onto a small boat by the pond's edge to gather the copper coins and items floating on the water into his backpack. At that moment, Zhang Binying approached, unsteadily carrying a load of fodder. She caught sight of Liu Xuan emerging from the water, having completed his collection, and was instantly startled. In a flurry, she crouched down and concealed herself behind the fodder basket. It wasn't until Liu Xuan had moved away that she dared to peek out. What was that little brat doing here? Zhang Binying's complexion paled. She had learned from Chun Xiangyong that Zhou Kai and the others had been thoroughly beaten by Liu Xuan. Chun Xiangyong had also advised her to avoid Liu Xuan until Chun Hu's men arrived in the village. Yet, she never anticipated that Liu Xuan would appear at her family's fish pond and even row a boat upon its waters. A sense of foreboding crept into Zhang Binying's mind as she hurried to the pond's edge to investigate. The next moment, she was struck as if by lightning. "Where are my fish?" She collapsed onto the ground, her expression one of utmost despair as she gazed at the tranquil water's surface. She was responsible for feeding the fish, and every time she poured fodder into the pond, the fish would swarm around. Yet now, the fodder remained, but not a single fish was in sight. That wretched little brat is truly overstepping. Zhang Binying's fury boiled over as she sprinted home. She had always been the one to bully others. She had never endured such humiliation. In a single day, Liu Xuan had not only beaten her son, daughter, and relatives, but had also stolen her pigs and fish. This grievance was one she could not swallow. After leaving the pond, Liu Xuan began to tally his gains. The fish in the pond far exceeded his expectations. Along with some grass turtles and water snakes, he collected a total of 2,105 experience points and 2,105 copper coins, along with items beyond mere currency. Liu Xuan's thoughts flickered as the grass turtle meat and snake herb materialized in his hands. The grass turtle meat was a palm-sized piece, glimmering with a faint green light, while the snake herb resembled a green, serpentine plant. Grass turtle meat. Consuming grants a permanent increase of 1 in constitution. Snake herb. Consuming grants a permanent increase of 1 in agility. To his delight, these were yet again items that provided permanent attribute enhancements. Liu Xuan's eyes sparkled as he eagerly consumed the grass turtle meat and snake herb. The texture of the grass turtle meat was reminiscent of the black dog meat he had previously consumed, albeit the latter had a subtle fragrance. While the former exuded a faint medicinal aroma, the snake herb dissolved into a liquid upon entering his mouth, imparting a bitter yet slightly sweet flavor. Consumed grass turtle meat X3, permanent constitution 3. Consumed snake herb X1, permanent agility 1. A familiar warm current enveloped Liu Xuan entirely. His physique and legs were evidently strengthened with the increase in constitution and agility. Especially notable was the transformation of his body. Liu Xuan lifted his shirt, revealing well-defined abdominal muscles. His previously frail form had become significantly more robust. Regaining his composure, Liu Xuan accessed his personal information. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV5 1500-2000. Health points, 560. Attack, 95. Defense, 56. Magic points, 600. Speed, 52. Attributes, Constitution 51, Strength 80, Intelligence 60, Agility 52. Equipped items, Black Pig Belt. Free attributes, 10. Currency, silver coins 10, copper coins 2105. Items, none. He required merely 500 experience points to level up again. Liu Xuan contemplated briefly before allocating his 10 free attribute points, 5 to strength and 5 to constitution. This allocation successfully pushed his attack attribute over the 3-digit mark. Reaching 100, his health increased to 610 and defense rose to 61. With his current defensive attributes, neither humans nor wild creatures with strength below 61 could penetrate his defenses. However, he pondered how he would fare against an armed assailant wielding a knife or even a firearm. As evening descended, an inconspicuous van rolled into Shirtu village, quietly coming to a halt in the courtyard of the Chun family villa. The doors slid open, and a dozen fierce-looking men armed with steel pipes and machetes disembarked, each bearing a menacing expression. "Xiao Tao, you finally arrived," Chun Xiangyong said as he strode forward. His gaze was frigid. "Tonight, we must deal with that little brat thoroughly." "Uncle, rest assured, brother who has already given us orders," Wang Tao grinned, revealing a cruel smile. "Brother who said to disable one hand of each of them, uncle." "Good." Chun Xiangyong glanced at the sky. "It's still early. Your aunt has prepared dinner. Go eat first, and once it's completely dark, you can take action. Then we won't be polite, uncle." Wang Tao laughed heartily, and the group surged into the villa. Successfully defeated LV0 Field Frog, earning 1 experience point and 1 copper coin. Your level has risen to LV6, granting you 10 free attribute points. In the fields, Liu Xuan was enveloped in a white light. He glanced up at the moon hanging in the sky, his tone icy. It's time to take action. After leaving the pond, he did not return to Liu Xuan's home. Instead, he called Liu Xuan, advising him to find a place to stay in town or the county for the night after finishing his tasks. Liu Xuan then began his search for wild creatures to defeat within the village. Through his experiments, he discovered that not all game-feed animals provided experience. Tiny insects like ants and earthworms, although possessing attributes, yielded nothing upon defeat. Plants were similarly unhelpful, failing to offer experience. It was a logical deduction. If defeating plants granted experience points, one could simply set an entire mountain ablaze and level up exponentially. With his thoughts refocused, he allocated his free attribute points, 5 to strength and 5 to constitution. With the point allocation completed, he was ready for what lay ahead. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Liu Xuan took a decisive step forward, hastening towards the brightly lit Chen family villa not far away. Thunderball Technique, here I come. Chapter 12, Acquiring the Thunderball Technique, Upgrade Plan. Uncle, await my good news. Outside the villa, the moonlight cascaded like water. Wang Tao and his companions, each flushed with drink, reeked of alcohol as they wielded steel pipes and machetes, advancing in the direction of Liu Xuan's home. Chun Xiangyong trailed behind, also somewhat inebriated. With narrowed eyes and a fierce gaze, he instructed, Xiao Tao, remember to record a video, so Uncle can see how that little beast kneels and begs for mercy. Rest assured, Uncle, Wang Tao boasted, thumping his chest. Those who dare to offend Uncle will see how I deal with them. Burp. He let out a loud belch and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Uncle, you should head back. All right. Chun Xiangyong nodded in satisfaction, halting his steps to watch Wang Tao and his entourage depart. Once they vanished into the night, a cruel smile crept upon his lips, as if he had already envisioned Liu Xuan's dismal fate. However, just as he turned to return to the villa, a hand emerged from the shadows, pulling him into the darkness. Successfully killed LV1 Chen Xiangyong, gained 50 experience points, 50 copper coins. Liu Xuan emerged from the night, his complexion slightly pale. Although eliminating Chen Xiangyong was as effortless as slaying a chicken, he could not remain unperturbed. After all, he was still a human being. Fortunately, Chen Xiangyong's body had been refreshed. Otherwise, merely dealing with the corpse would have been a headache. Exhaling a deep breath, Liu Xuan strove to calm his emotions and proceeded towards the town. Task completed, gained Thunderball Technique Skill Book 1, 10 gold coins. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and his crew stormed into Liu Xuan's house with menacing intent. They scoured every corner of the residence, but found neither Liu Xuan nor Liu Xuan. Damn it! Where are they? Wang Tao smashed a stick against the living room window. With a loud crash, the glass shattered into fragments. Brother Tao, could it be that they anticipated our trouble and slipped away? One of the underlings speculated. Curse them for being so quick. Wang Tao's expression darkened. He then led his group back to the Chen family villa. Upon entering the villa, Zhang Benying rushed to meet them in a flurry. Xiao Tao, isn't your uncle with you? Aunt, what's wrong? Wang Tao replied, taken aback. Isn't uncle at home? No. I've searched everywhere inside and out. And he didn't even take his phone. Zhang Benying's face was etched with panic, her voice quivering. What if something has happened to him? Wang Tao's heart sank, the effects of the alcohol dissipating rapidly. Aunt, don't panic. Perhaps uncle went looking for us. I'll take my brothers to search for him right away. With that, he hurriedly set off with his crew, retracing their steps. An hour later, Wang Tao stood in the empty lot of the villa, his face ashen and cold sweat pouring down. He and his crew had scoured the entire Shirtu village, but found no trace of Chen Xiangyong. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Huzi, come back quickly. Your dad is missing. Not far away, Zhang Benying was frantically leaping in distress, crying as she called Chun Hu. In the luxurious private room of the Hongtai Sun Club in the county town, deafening music reverberated while the lights flickered ambiguously. Chun Hu sat on a leather sofa beside a slick-haired youth, a cigar clenched between his teeth. An array of expensive fruit platters and various foreign liquors sprawled before them, while several scantily clad dancers swayed provocatively. What? Chun Hu abruptly silenced the blaring music, impatiently waving the dancers away. The room fell silent. Mom, don't cry. I'll be back soon. After hanging up the phone, Chun Hu's demeanor darkened. What happened, uncle? Lu Chong asked, extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray. What is going on? Xiao Chong, come home with me. Your grandfather is missing. Chun Hu abruptly stood up, only to let out a heart-wrenching wail as he felt a sharp pain in his waist, which was encased in plaster and bandaged. The earlier collision with Liu Xuan had resulted in a fractured vertebra. Damn it, I will kill that little bastard one day. He cursed. How could Grandpa possibly be missing? Lu Chong frowned. Could it be that he has gone to see his mistress again? Let us go back and find out. Chun Hu gritted his teeth, his expression grave. My right eyelid has been twitching since earlier. Something might have truly happened to Grandpa. In Xinping Town, at the Hongyu Inn, Liu Xuan was led by the innkeeper into a modest room of merely a dozen square meters, sparsely furnished. It wasn't that he was frugal. Rather, there were simply no hotels in the town. Even the inns were converted from residential buildings. Once the innkeeper departed, Liu Xuan immediately locked the door, eagerly preparing to utilize the thunderball technique. Usage failed, must change to the relevant profession before learning. What the heck? Liu Xuan exclaimed, bewildered. He quickly examined the information on the thunderball technique. Thunderball technique. Harness the power of lightning, condensing it into a thunderball to attack the target. Can be learned after changing to the mage profession. Well, this is unexpected. Liu Xuan's lips twitched as he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, he soon regained his composure. This outcome did not particularly surprise him. Those familiar with games know that restrictions on the use of equipment or skills are commonplace. Change to mage, huh? Liu Xuan pondered deeply. The system had previously hinted that upon reaching level 10, he could change professions through a transfer mentor. But where could he find such a mentor? Especially one capable of changing him to a mage? Surely, there couldn't be someone in this world possessing supernatural abilities? Forget it. I'll wait until I reach level 10 to figure it out. Liu Xuan tucked the Thunderball Technique skillbook away. Achieving level 10 shouldn't be overly difficult. The simplest method would be to slay enemies. The experience gained from killing humans far exceeds that from any monsters he had faced so far, and humans are omnipresent. Then there's the option of venturing into the mountains or the sea. Both environments are teeming with large and diverse wildlife. However, these methods are not without their risks. First and foremost, he could rule out indiscriminate killing. He wasn't a psychopath and couldn't bring himself to kill without reason. Moreover, the repercussions of such actions were beyond what he could currently bear. Entering the mountains or the sea seemed considerably safer. But the prerequisite was to eliminate the Chun family threat entirely. Otherwise, if he left, the Chun family would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely against Liu Xuan. It appears that the quickest and most reliable way forward is to invest money. Liu Xuan took a deep breath. The best method for rapid leveling up at present is to invest in farms, reservoirs, and other industries. Though these could easily attract the attention of relevant authorities, they are far more secure than the aforementioned methods. He focused his mind and checked his current currency. Currency: 10 gold coins, 10 silver coins, 2,605 copper coins. All to be exchanged. Deducting 10 gold coins grants 1,000,000 yuan. Deducting 10 silver coins grants 100,000 yuan. Deducting 2,605 copper coins grants 2,605,000. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 2071 has received an income of 3,705,000 yuan, with an available balance of 4,190,200 yuan. During the day, Liu Xuan spent 440,000 yuan on a car and nearly 50,000 yuan on furniture and appliances. His savings had initially dwindled to less than 500,000. Yet now, his deposits had surpassed 4 million. He decided to rest for the night and inquire with his uncle the next day about any available pig farms or reservoirs for sale. Liu Xuan lay on the slightly hard wooden bed, gazing at the ceiling, formulating a plan in his mind. Meanwhile, at the Chun family villa, it must be him. That little beast must have harmed your father. In the living room, Zhang Benying's eyes were swollen and red, her gaze vacant, as she repeatedly muttered, "First, our pigs and fish vanished inexplicably, and now your father, that little beast surely is not human. He is a monster with supernatural abilities. Mother, please calm down. Do not frighten yourself." Chun Hu, feeling exasperated, rubbed his forehead. What kind of monster exists in this world? If he truly possessed such powers, would he have allowed Liu Xuan to wear a green hat for so many years? Uncle is right. That fellow is merely a coward. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare harm grandfather. Liu Chang's gaze turned menacing. If all else fails, I will personally confront him tomorrow. If grandfather's disappearance is indeed related to him, I have my ways to extract the truth. Let us proceed as Xiao Chang suggested. Chun Hu's voice lowered. Mother, do not speak of father's disappearance to anyone. If anyone inquires, say that father went to the city with me, and definitely do not report it to the authorities. Zhang Benying appeared oblivious, still mumbling about monsters. Witnessing this scene, Chun Hu could no longer suppress his fury. His eyes fierce as he declared, regardless of whether father's disappearance involves that little bastard, I must ensure he vanishes from this world entirely. Chapter 13. Taolin Village. No weaknesses. The following morning, as the morning mist lingered, Liu Xuan met with Liu Xuan, and the two shared a steaming bowl of beef noodles in town. Subsequently, he drove towards Taolin Village, located 10 kilometers from Shitu Village. Last night, Liu Xuan had worried about Liu Xian's well-being and called to check in. Liu Xuan fabricated an excuse, claiming he was out discussing business. He then inquired if Liu Xuan knew of any larger breeding farms or reservoirs for sale. To his surprise, Liu Xuan did have information. According to Liu Xuan, there was a significant pig farming operation in Taolin village, covering an area of 2 acres, currently housing nearly 1,000 fat pigs that could not be sold. Upon inquiring further, he learned that it was related to Qin Xianyong, as Qin Xianyong also raised pigs. The large pig farmer in Taolin village naturally became his competitor. To inflate his own pig prices, Qin Xianyong frequently brought a group of relatives to disrupt the other's operations. Furthermore, relying on his son Chun, whose gang of thugs, he threatened the lives of the opposing family's members. Consequently, the pig transport trucks no longer dared to enter Taolin village. The pig farmer, left with no choice, contemplated selling his farm to mitigate losses. What was even more ruthless was that Qin Xianyong attempted to take advantage of the situation by offering an absurdly low price to forcibly buy the rival's pig farm. When the latter refused, Chun, whose underlings assaulted him, leaving him hospitalized. As Liu Xian's luxurious car entered the village, it attracted the attention of numerous villagers. Look, that Mercedes is heading towards Uncle Xiao's house. Could it be that the bullies from Shitu village have returned? Such calamity. Zhang Wo has been beaten into the hospital by them, and his leg injuries have yet to heal. The villagers murmured among themselves, some instinctively following the car with expressions full of concern and anger. Inside the car, Liu Xian surveyed the surroundings through the window. Compared to Shitu village, Taolin village appeared more tranquil and picturesque. Peach trees dotted the roadside, becoming more numerous as they ventured deeper. Upon arrival, he pointed to a nearby spacious bungalow. The Mercedes came to a gentle stop. Liu Xian exited the vehicle and surveyed the area. To the left of the bungalow lay a peach orchard, while behind it stretched extensive pig pens, indeed of considerable scale. Xiao Xian. Liu Xuan approached him, his tone laced with concern. Are you truly intent on purchasing this pig farm? He did not inquire where Liu Xian had procured his funds. Rather, he was worried about the potential retaliation from the Qin family if Liu Xian acquired the farm. Although Liu Xian was formidable, even the strongest dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The Qin family had long dominated the village, town, and even the county. They were not adversaries Liu Xian could easily confront. Uncle, our Liu family consists only of you and me. Liu Xian did not directly respond to Liu Xuan's question, but gazed at him. In other words, as long as we are not cowed, we possess no vulnerabilities. Liu Xuan trembled slightly. These words acted as a key, instantly unlocking the humiliation and resentment he had suppressed for decades. Indeed, the entire Liu family consisted solely of him and Liu Xian. Reflecting on the years of humiliation endured and the green hat worn for decades, his face flushed crimson. He had previously tolerated for the sake of his children, yet those children were not his own. What was there left to fear? His own nephew was exceptionally skilled. He need not worry. Why should he fear those who walk barefoot? He could risk his life. If he could accomplish something for his nephew before his demise, he could face the ancestors of the Liu family below with pride. With this thought, Liu Xuan's gaze hardened. You are right. I can no longer remain so passive. I must ensure that woman pays the price. Uncle, you have finally come to your senses. A smile emerged on Liu Xian's face. Once this pig farm is acquired, I will need your assistance in managing it. For him, purchasing the pig farm was secondary. The 1,000 fat pigs within were of utmost importance. The reason for acquiring the farm as well was that he intended to use it as a base for large-scale procurement and storage of livestock in the future. Very well. Liu Xuan nodded earnestly. He did not doubt his ability. Although he was not adept at management, he could learn. At 50, it was indeed the age to venture forth. Let us go and speak with the owner. Liu Xian entered the bungalow. Before him lay a cement courtyard, where a Land Rover was parked. Simultaneously, a heated argument erupted from within the house. Get out. I will never sell to you, you beasts. Is there no law left? A middle-aged man, leaning on a cane, was livid, his face turning pale as he brandished a kitchen knife, shouting at a group of intimidating, burly men before him. Behind him, a tall woman wearing silver-framed glasses supported him, her complexion pale, but maintaining a facade of calm. Do not go too far. You think 1 yuan will suffice to buy my family's pig farm? How is that any different from robbery? Xiao Wan's voice trembled, filled with indignation. You are right. It is robbery. So what? In front of the group of muscular men stood Liu Chong, arms crossed, a smug expression on his face. Old man, your daughter is quite lovely. Here's the deal. Let your daughter entertain me, and I might consider raising the price to 10 yuan. What do you say? Ha ha. As Liu Chong's words faded, a cacophony of laughter erupted from behind him, led by Wang Tao. Beast, I will fight you to the bitter end. Xia Zhangwo seethed with rage, raising his knife to advance. However, his leg injury had yet to heal, causing him to stumble and crash heavily to the ground. Dad! Xiao Wan gasped, hurriedly crouching to assist him. Oh, you old fool. What happened to your leg? Liu Chong feigned ignorance. Could it be that someone broke it for you? Brother Chong, it was me who did it last time, Wang Tao grinned, reveling in his perceived triumph. To be honest, this old fellow is recovering quite rapidly. It's only been a little over a month, and he can already stand. Beast, you despicable beast. A roar filled with suppressed fury erupted from the entrance. Liu Chong's smile vanished, his brows furrowing tightly. The group turned to see Liu Xuan, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Liu Chong, his chest heaving violently, veins protruding at his temples. Beside Liu Xuan, Liu Xian's eyes brightened. His gaze traversed the crowd, landing atop Xiao Wan's head, where a solitary exclamation mark, visible only to him, flickered subtly. Random task: drive the villains away from Xiao Wan's family. Task reward: Xiao Wan's intimate apparel, 50 silver coins. What on earth? Intimate apparel? Liu Xian's lips twitched involuntarily. Can such a thing truly serve as a task reward? Or is that intimate apparel considered equipment? Brother Chong, it's that little bastard. Wang Tao's expression morphed into one of sheer malice upon spotting Liu Xian. Chun, who had sent him a photo of Liu Xian, allowing him to recognize him immediately. Little bastard, you've walked right into my trap. Just wait and see how I deal with you. He swiftly approached a nearby Land Rover, opening the trunk to retrieve a metal rod. At that moment, a hand like an iron claw gripped his wrist with unyielding strength. Liu Xian had somehow reached his side. Expression impassive, his fingers tightening suddenly. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Ah! Wang Tao let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his arm hanging limply. What the hell are you all doing? Get him! He roared at his stunned subordinates, enduring the excruciating pain while desperately trying to grasp the machete in the trunk with his other hand. Yet, the next moment, he felt the world spin violently. Liu Xian effortlessly lifted him with one hand, swinging him in a half circle before slamming him onto the unforgiving concrete. Thud! The dull thud of impact left everyone present in stunned silence. Wang Tao felt as if all his bones had shattered. His face turned ashen, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. The intense agony rendered him momentarily speechless. The gangsters, who had been poised to charge, froze in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they stared at Liu Xian. Emotionless, Liu Xian retrieved a metal rod from the trunk, dragging it as he leisurely approached the group of thugs. The rod scraped against the concrete, producing a piercing sound that grated on the nerves. At that moment, Liu Xian appeared to the gangsters as a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Chapter 14. The Changdong Group acquires the pig farm. An utterly predictable route. With each swing of the iron rod in Liu Xian's hand, another thug crumpled to the ground, howling in agony. Some attempted to resist, but Liu Xian effortlessly sent them flying with a mere flick of his wrist, unable to even approach him. In mere moments, only Liu Chong remained standing. Liu Xian, however, did not rush to confront Liu Chong. Instead, he took a keen interest in observing his cousin, the original owner of this body. With slicked back hair and clad in a tailored suit, he presented a rather polished appearance. Throughout the ordeal, Liu Chong had not uttered a single word, neither retreating nor begging for mercy, which prompted a grudging respect from Liu Xian. He exhibited a certain measure of courage. Liu Xian smirked. Just then, with a sudden thud, Liu Chong collapsed to the ground, having fainted from sheer fright. Liu Xian, after all that, he was simply scared silly. Clang. Regaining his composure, Liu Xian casually tossed the iron rod onto the ground and turned to approach the still-dazed Xia Zhangwo and his daughter. However, as he took a step forward, Xiao Wan instinctively retreated a step, supporting her father, both trembling in fear. Do not be afraid. I am a good person, Liu Xian assured them with a gentle smile. I heard that your pig farm is for sale, so I came to inquire. You want to buy? Xia Zhangwo struggled to steady his nerves, yet remained vigilant. He glanced at the groaning group of thugs on the ground, his complexion paling instantly. Then he looked back at Liu Xian. Despite his youthful appearance and sunny demeanor, clad in somewhat unconventional attire, it was hard to reconcile his seemingly gentle nature with the brutal efficiency he had just displayed. Well, name your price, Liu Xian nodded. Aren't you afraid? Xia Zhangwo began to speak, but abruptly halted. He had intended to ask if Liu Xian feared offending the Qin family, but the current situation spoke volumes. Liu Xian was not merely unafraid of the Qin family. He was a far more ruthless character than any of those bullies. Let us discuss this inside. Xia Zhangwo took a deep breath. He urgently needed to offload the pig farm. Otherwise, the daily feed costs for nearly 1,000 pigs would become an unbearable burden. Yet, after more than a month, not a single person in the county dared to take over his pig farm, reluctant to relinquish it for free to the Qin family. He had endured their constant threats. Now, Liu Xian's appearance offered him a glimmer of hope for selling the farm. Even if it resulted in a loss, he would accept it. Beast, you wretched beast. Suddenly, Liu Xuan charged toward the unconscious Liu Chong, delivering a powerful kick. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he intended to vent years of resentment. Witnessing this scene, Liu Xuan was initially taken aback but then nodded in appreciation. He had feared that Liu Xuan might show mercy, considering Liu Chong had raised him. Even if they were not blood relatives, there was still an emotional bond. However, it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Liu Xuan, though honest, was not soft-hearted. "I will kick you to death, you beast." Liu Xuan kicked repeatedly until exhaustion overtook him. Panting heavily, Liu Chong had awakened at the first kick but gritted his teeth in silence. Compared to having his leg broken by Liu Xuan, he would rather endure a few kicks from Liu Xuan. "Let us continue." Liu Xuan averted his gaze and led the way into the house. Xia Jiangwo and Xiao Wan, pale-faced, followed closely behind. "My name is Liu Xuan. How should I address you two?" Liu Xuan surveyed the simple decor of the room. Besides 2 redwood sofas, a redwood coffee table, and a water dispenser, there was little else. He casually picked up a disposable cup from the coffee table, filled 2 cups of water, and handed them to Xia Jiangwo and Xiao Wan. "Have a sip to steady your nerves." "Thank you." The father and daughter hurriedly accepted the cups. Yet, the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. "Wait, we are the hosts." They glanced at Liu Xuan, who had already seated himself on the sofa. "My surname is Xia. You may call me Old Xia. This is my daughter, Xiao Wan." Xia Jiangwo sat down on the sofa opposite Liu Xuan, and despite being the homeowner, he appeared quite reserved. Liu Xian's gaze swept over Xiao Wan. In her early 20s, with enchanting almond-shaped eyes and willow-like brows, she possessed a pair of captivating, crystalline eyes that radiated an aura of serene elegance. Yet, the silver rimless glasses she wore imparted a touch of allure to her demeanor. Coupled with her tall and voluptuous figure, she embodied a perfect blend of innocence and desire, truly a goddess among women. Miss Xia was undeniably beautiful, as Liu Xuan genuinely praised her. Instantly, Xia Jiangwo's grip on his cup quivered involuntarily, while Xiao Wan retreated a step in surprise. "I mean no offense," Liu Xuan clarified. Aware of the misunderstanding between them, "I merely appreciate Miss Xia's beauty." Xiao Wan's cheeks flushed slightly as she met Liu Xian's earnest gaze, hesitating to respond. She scrutinized his attire, simple, unadorned short sleeves paired with casual trousers. However, the peculiar black belt at his waist puzzled her. Who would dress in such a manner? "Thank you." Xiao Wan composed herself and smiled at Liu Xuan. "Young man, since you wish to purchase my family's pig farm, I shall speak candidly." Xia Jiangwo hurriedly shifted the topic. "The value of the pigs alone within this farm exceeds $1 million, not to mention the costs of the land and equipment. However," he inhaled deeply, as if reaching a decision, "I can gift you the pig farm, without charge." "Uncle Xia, if you're doing this because I dealt with those thugs." "There's no need," Liu Xuan replied slowly. "My intervention was driven by personal grievances, not solely to assist you." While his words held truth, they indirectly aided the father-daughter duo. Xia Jiangwo forced a wry smile, adding, "In all of Yunjiang County, perhaps only you would dare to take on our pig farm. The Chun family has such formidable power." Liu Xuan furrowed his brow. The Chun family's tyranny stemmed from Chun Hu, though the latter owned several entertainment venues and commanded a group of thugs. It was hard to believe that no one would dare to confront him in the entire county. "Young man, are you unaware?" Xia Jiangwo clenched his fists. "Behind the Qin family stands the Qiangdong Group." "The Qiangdong Group?" Liu Xian's expression turned perplexed. Most of the original owner's time was spent in the city, with rare returns to the county, and even then, only briefly in Shirtu village. Thus, he was unfamiliar with the Qiangdong Group mentioned by Xia Jiangwo. The owner of the Qiangdong Group, a billionaire within the county, was Wang Dong. The Chun family's unassailable position was due to the backing of Wang Dong. Wang Dong. Liu Xian's pupils constricted. While unfamiliar with the Qiangdong Group, he was no stranger to the name Wang Dong, as he was the biological father of Liu Chong. It was unexpected for him to discover such a significant background behind Liu Chong's father. However, it was not surprising that Liu Chong displayed ingratitude towards Liu Xuan, the man who raised him. How could a humble working-class father ever compare to a billionaire? Thus, young man, accepting the pig farm is a tremendous favor to me, and I would feel remiss to request payment. Let us be clear, Liu Xuan stood up. I will take the pig farm for 1 million. Let us sign the contract now. He possessed his own principles. Although acquiring a pig farm for free was enticing, he disliked owing favors. Furthermore, once he slaughtered those nearly 1,000 pigs, he would amass a considerable fortune in copper coins. After subtracting the million spent on the pig farm, he would still profit immensely. Mission accomplished. Obtain Xiao Wan's intimate garment, 50 silver coins. Indeed, upon completing the task, half of the money for the pig farm had already been reimbursed. Chapter 15. Level up to level 10, Weaponry and Equipment. Xiao Wan suddenly let out a sharp gasp, her hands instinctively shielding her chest, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment. "Wan, what happened?" Xia Jiangwo inquired urgently. "And nothing," Xiao Wan stammered, her voice trembling, her complexion shifting between crimson and pale, disbelief flickering in her beautiful eyes. Her intimate garment had inexplicably vanished. How could this be? Had she forgotten to wear it in her morning haste? Doubts began to cloud her mind. Beside her, Liu Xuan gulped involuntarily at the sight. Could it be? His heart raced. Did the system truly remove garments from individuals? This seemed excessively intrusive and bizarre. Damn it, old man. And that Liu bastard, just wait. This isn't over. Outside, Liu Chang's furious roar echoed, accompanied by the revving of an engine. Liu Xian's expression hardened as he dashed outside. He beheld Liu Chang abandoning the groaning Wang Tao and others, fleeing in a car, while Liu Yijuan pursued relentlessly. Uncle, don't chase him. Liu Xian called out. This beast, I should have drowned him in a cesspool when he was a child. Liu Yijuan panted, trembling with rage. His hatred was palpable. After all his hard work earning a living, he had raised such a monstrous wretch. Rest assured, he will not escape, Liu Xian replied calmly. Though his mind was already made up, upon reaching level 10 and transitioning to a mage, mastering the Thunderball spell, he would become unstoppable. Gods and Buddhas alike would be slain. As for the Qin family and the Qiangdong group, anyone who dared oppose him would meet their end. Once he resolved the threats posed by the Qin family and Liu Chang, he would venture into the mountains or take to the sea, striving to attain maximum level before the game fully integrated into Blue Star, thus securing an absolute advantage. Uncle Xia, this is my uncle. You may discuss the contract with him. I'll go check on the pigs first. Liu Xian was eager to slay pigs and level up. Wan, please take the young man with you, Xia Zhangwo instructed Xiaowan. I can't. Xiaowan hurriedly declined, her voice faltering. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Xia Zhangwo asked with concern. I feel a bit unwell all of a sudden, Xiaowan mumbled, her head lowered. Her cheeks and neck flushed with a deep crimson hue. Uncle Xia, it's all right, I can check on them myself. Liu Xian understood that Xiaowan was not genuinely unwell, but rather shy. Yet, it was also possible she genuinely felt unwell. My apologies, young man, Xia Zhangwo said. My leg is inconvenient. Otherwise, I would accompany you. It's fine, Liu Xian waved his hand, proceeding alone towards the pig pen behind the bungalow. Father, I'll head home now. Xiaowan couldn't remain any longer, feeling the heavy weight of her lack of modesty. She knew that if she didn't quickly don her intimate garment, her secret would inevitably be revealed, leaving her utterly embarrassed. My dear ones, I have arrived. Liu Xian entered the pig pen, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Before him lay a herd of plump, white pigs, all well fed due to the lack of buyers for an extended period. Inspect, LV2 white pig, health, 200 attack, 60 defense, 50, LV2 white pig, health, 220 attack, 65 defense, 55. To his astonishment, they were all level 2 creatures. Liu Xian's breath quickened in excitement. This was a delightful surprise, as he had yet to defeat any level 2 creatures. His gaze scanned the surroundings swiftly, finally locking onto an axe. Presently, his defensive attributes soared to 66 points. Even standing still, these level 2 white pigs were unable to breach his defenses. Thus, there was no need to slay them from outside the pen as before. Liu Xian leaped into the first pig enclosure, instantly sending dozens of white pigs into a frenzy. Some even charged towards him with great force. As he had anticipated, when the pig collided with him, he remained utterly unyielding, his health untouched. Now it's my turn, Liu Xian declared, raising his chopping knife and aiming for the neck of the pig that had charged at him. Blood sprayed forth, and the white pig collapsed, barely clinging to life. Damage numbers floated above it. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Xian swung his knife relentlessly. 55, 55, 55, successfully killed level 2 white pig. Gained 20 experience points, 18 copper coins. Thus, a massacre commenced. Notifications of kills flooded his screen. Successfully killed level 2 white pig. Gained 20 experience points, 20 copper coins. Successfully killed level 2 white pig. Gained 20 experience points, 15 copper coins. System alerts erupted like a tidal wave, and his experience bar surged upwards. Your level has successfully increased to level 7. Gained 10 free attribute points. Your level has successfully increased to level 8. Gained 10 free attribute points. Your level has successfully increased to level 9. Gained 10 free attribute points. Your level has successfully increased to level 10. Gained 10 free attribute points. Friendly reminder. Your level has reached 10. Please complete your job change soon, or you will be unable to continue gaining experience points. Deep within the pig pen, Liu Xian, gripping his dulled chopping knife, panted slightly. He had slain a total of 998 white pigs, reaping immense rewards. Not only had he successfully leveled up to 10, but he also acquired a wealth of copper coins and an equipment piece. Butcher's knife bronze, unidentified. Liu Xian felt a surge of curiosity and opened his personal information for inspection. Player, Liu Xian. Level, LV 10 10,000. Profession, none. Health, 660. Attack, 105. Defense, 66. Magic points, 600. Speed, 52. Attributes, Constitution 6, 15, Strength 9, 05, Intelligence 60, Agility 52. Equipment worn, Black Pig Belt. Free attributes, 40. Currency, Silver coins 50, Copper coins 14970. Items, Butcher's Knife, Xiaowan's Intimate Apparel. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to refrain from allocating his free attributes for the time being. Based on his gaming experience, each profession requires specific four-dimensional attributes for job changes. Retaining free attributes could prevent any single attribute from falling short, thus allowing for a successful job transition. After all, job changing was of utmost importance. Failing to do so would confine Liu Xuan's level perpetually at 10. Returning to his senses, Liu Xuan retrieved the butcher's knife. In an instant, a rusted short blade materialized in his hand. Identification technique. Buzz. A gleaming blue light enveloped the blade, and the rust vanished, revealing a jet-black blade beneath. The blade was approximately 30 centimeters long, broad as a cleaver, its edge as thin as a cicada's wing, reflecting a chilling gleam. The hilt was entwined with strange patterns. Exuding an ancient aura, Liu Xuan picked up the dulled chopping knife and gently scraped it with the butcher's knife. There was no harsh sound of friction. The chopping knife shattered cleanly in two, its severed edge as smooth as a mirror. Hiss! Liu Xuan couldn't help but inhale sharply. It sliced through iron like mud. What a treasure! Eagerly, he examined the attributes of the butcher's knife. Chapter 16, Emergence of an Elite Boss. Butcher's Knife Bronze. Attack 50, no level requirement for wearing. Skill, 8-fold slash. 8-fold slash, active skill, unleashes a fierce blade aura, delivering 8 rapid slashes to a single target, each dealing 2 physical damage based on attack power. Cooldown of 120 seconds, consumes 100 magic points. It truly is an equipment piece. Liu Xuan's eyes gleamed with fervor, his heartbeat quickening. The butcher's knife alone augmented his attack power by 50 points. This catapulted his current attack power to a staggering 155 points. Moreover, the 8-fold slash skill was extraordinarily powerful, striking the target 8 times consecutively, each dealing double damage. 155 multiplied by 2 equaled 310. 8 times that resulted in a total of 2,480 points of damage. Hiss! Liu Xuan couldn't suppress another gasp. At his current attack power, unleashing the 8-fold slash would enable him to inflict a terrifying 2,480 points of physical damage on a target. So far, he had yet to encounter any wild creature or human with health exceeding 1,000. Snapping back to reality, he immediately equipped the butcher's knife, tucking it into the back of his waistband and concealing it with his clothing. He was not concerned about accidentally wounding himself. Once the butcher's knife was equipped, it would not cause him any harm. Brother, are you saying that, as of now, your only family is this little brother? In the bungalow, Liu Xuan and Xia Zhangwo had briefly finalized the contract details before engaging in casual conversation. Xia Zhangwo, exhibiting surprise, remarked, I had thought your little brother's family was involved in some grand enterprise. To him, it seemed Liu Xuan had completely disregarded the Qin family. Moreover, the fact that Liu Xuan dared to purchase his pig farm despite knowing that the powerful Wang Dong, the owner of the Qiangdong Group, was backing the Qin family, was enough to demonstrate that Liu Xian's background was not inferior to Wang Dong's. Yet Liu Xuan disclosed, Liu Xian's parents were merely ordinary farmers, and they tragically passed away in a car accident 3 years ago. Everything he has achieved today is through his own hard work. Pride filled Liu Xuan's voice as he continued, I watched him grow up. This child has always been intelligent and independent, destined for greatness. He should be about the same age as my Wanwan, right? Xia Zhangwo casually inquired. Liu Xuan's eyes instantly brightened. Liu Xuan is 25 this year, having graduated from university not long ago. How about your daughter? Wanwan is a little younger, 23, and also graduated from university not long ago. Is she seeing anyone? Liu Xuan pressed eagerly, his eyes sparkling. Well, Xia Zhangwo hesitated, meeting Liu Xuan's eager gaze. He knew very well that Liu Xuan was hoping to match his daughter with Liu Xuan. I'm not too sure about the children's affairs. Xia Zhangwo shook his head. It wasn't he that he looked down on Liu Xuan. In terms of appearance, Liu Xuan was tall and handsome, and in terms of ability, he was remarkably skilled at such a young age. Today, he had even rescued the father and daughter. However, Liu Xuan's aura, which belied his age, along with his fearless demeanor towards Wang Dong's background, made Xia Zhangwo hesitant to set his daughter up with Liu Xuan. Xia Zhangwo had only one daughter, Xiaowan. His expectations for a future son-in-law were not high. He did not require immense wealth, only that he treat his daughter well and possess sound values. He was even willing to provide financial support for a small family. Furthermore, after today's events, He intended to send Xiaowan abroad for a while to avoid any potential reprisals from the Qin family. Brother, how about you help me inquire? Liu Xuan beamed with a broad smile. If your daughter is still single, perhaps you might consider my young Xian. Observing these two children standing together, they truly exemplify a perfect match, a harmonious pair destined for each other. Haha, I shall inquire further when the opportunity arises. Xia Zhengwo chuckled lightly, deftly steering the conversation away. Just then, Liu Xuan returned. He cast a swift glance and noted the absence of Wang Tao and his gang on the ground. Xiao Xian, you're back, Liu Xuan exclaimed as he promptly rose to his feet. The group of ruffians had been whisked away by a couple of vans. Liu Xuan nodded, unperturbed. He had merely broken the legs of Wang Tao and his cohorts, which did not impede their ability to call for help. Uncle Xia, is the contract ready? It's prepared. I've asked Wanwan to print it out and bring it over. She should be arriving shortly, Xia Zhengwo replied as he prepared to call and nudged Xiaowan. I apologize for the wait. Accompanied by a slight breathlessness, Xiaowan dashed through the door, holding a freshly printed contract in her hands. Please check if there are any issues with the contract. She extended the document to Liu Xuan, her slender fingers adjusting the glasses perched on her nose. Having rushed, her fair cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, and beads of perspiration glistened on her forehead, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance. Liu Xuan took the contract, glanced through it briefly, and promptly signed his name. Subsequently, he transferred 1 million to Xia Zhengwo using the card number specified in the contract. China Merchants Bank, your account ending in 2071 has expended 1,000,000 yuan. Available balance, 190,200 yuan. The funds have been sent. Uncle Xia, please check. He said. Received. Xia Zhengwo acknowledged as he glanced at the transaction notification, hesitating before enthusiastically inviting, young brother, it's almost noon. Why not stay for lunch before you leave? Perhaps another time, Uncle Xia, Liu Xuan politely declined with a smile. Time was of the essence. He needed to expedite his search for a career mentor to facilitate his transition. Very well, I shall accompany Wanwan to see you off, Xia Zhengwo said. Rising with the aid of his cane, Xiaowan hurried to assist him. The group exited the door, just as Liu Xuan was about to enter the vehicle. His gaze was suddenly captivated by a figure amidst the nearby peach grove. There, beneath a peach tree, lay a gigantic canine resembling a wolf, lazily resting. He had never encountered a dog of such immense size. It was akin to a calf. That's a stray dog, Xia Zhengwo explained, following Liu Xuan's gaze. It arrived in our village about a month ago. Initially, everyone thought it was a wolf and tried to chase it away. However, this creature runs at an astonishing speed. No one could catch up. Detect magic. LV10 Elite Boss, Dog King, Health, 3000 Attack, 300 Defense, 250 Skills, Rending Claw Strike, Wild Dog Summon, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Rending Claw Strike. Executes 3 rapid claw strikes in a fan-shaped area in front, each dealing 85 attack damage. The final strike inflicts a bleed effect, causing a loss of 15 health per second for 6 seconds. Wild Dog Summon. Howls to the heavens, summoning 3 LV6 wild dogs to assist in battle. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Enters a berserk state when health falls below 40, increasing attack power by 30. Note: boss levels are categorized from low to high as normal, elite, leader, lord, overlord, legendary, and mythical. Liu Xuan instinctively gasped in astonishment. What had he just witnessed? An elite boss of the same level as himself. The Blue Star had not yet fully transitioned into a game, and yet such a formidable wild creature had already appeared. Overwhelmed with shock, Liu Xuan's eyes ignited with fervor. He was not afraid. Rather, he was exhilarated. This was undeniably excellent news for him. It signified that he could hunt high-level wild creatures sooner, gaining ample experience and exquisite equipment, thus rapidly enhancing his strength. Liu Xuan forcefully suppressed the impulse to act immediately. With his current prowess, he was not a match for this elite boss. Transitioning was imperative. Only after he underwent the career transition and received the vocational enhancements could he possibly defeat this elite boss. Chapter 17. The Old Bachelor in the Peach Grove, Career Mentor. Inside the Qin family villa, the atmosphere was tense. Chun, who gazed into the van, where a group of his subordinates, battered and bruised, moaned in agony. His expression was exceedingly grim. Behind him, Liu Chong stood bare-chested, his body marred with bruises. Uncle, that old man and that little bastard must die. His expression was twisted with malice. Call my father. If he decides to intervene, they are as good as dead. Chun, who remained silent. Yet harrowing memories flashed through his mind, terror etched in his eyes. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and said, You take the brothers to the hospital. I will contact your father. All right. Liu Chong's face was filled with cruelty. That little bastard thinks he is quite the fighter? Let him experience what it means to have someone stronger. Xianin Martial Arts Hall, located in the heart of Yunjiang County, occupies a modest area, presenting a quaint exterior and never recruiting openly. Inside, adorned with rockeries and flowing water, the serene environment starkly contrasts with the chaos outside. Within the pavilion, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged, eyes closed. Despite being male, his skin was smooth and delicate, his Adam's apple nearly imperceptible, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Buzz. His phone vibrated beside him. Wang Dong slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of malevolence passing through them before he regained his composure. Upon answering the call, Liu's anxious voice came through. "Brother Dong Dong, I hope I'm not disturbing you?" "Get to the point," Wang Dong replied in a flat tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. After a brief exchange, he hung up, his brow furrowing slightly. "Master," he suddenly stood, respectfully bowing forward. A strikingly beautiful woman, elegantly adorned, approached with graceful strides. No need for excessive formality. Zheng Ping observed Wang Dong with a penetrating gaze, her voice soft and entrancing. "The progress is satisfactory. Although a breakthrough to innate abilities is unlikely, your acquired cultivation in this mundane realm will suffice for a life of wealth and honor. All thanks to your guidance, Master." Wang Dong maintained a lowly demeanor. The individual before him had irrevocably altered the course of his destiny. Once reckless and ignorant, he had committed a grave offense and was imprisoned. After his release, a fortuitous encounter led him to Zheng Ping, where he witnessed her extraordinary methods. After fervently pleading, he successfully became her disciple, granting him access to a different facet of existence. His life had since taken a dramatic turn. "I have come to bid you farewell," Zheng Ping stated. "Having stayed here for over a month, it is time for me to depart. I have imparted some skills to the individuals you entrusted to me. While they may not be able to take on 100 foes, they will have no trouble dominating in this small county. Thank you, Master. Please allow me to pay my respects," Wang Dong said, tears of gratitude welling up as he knelt deeply before Zheng Ping. "Before you leave, I must impart a word of caution." Zheng Ping's expression shifted to one of gravity. "Though Yunjiang County is small, beware of being overly ostentatious. Though we possess powers that are incomprehensible to the ordinary person, we are not invincible. Unless one transcends the realm of earthly immortals, adherence to secular laws remains mandatory. My master's teachings I shall forever cherish in my heart." Wang Dong, in a state of complete reverence, prostrated before his mentor. Upon raising his gaze, he found that Zheng Ping had already vanished from view. "Alas, is there no hope for innate potential?" Wang Dong rose, letting out a deep sigh. Only by stepping into that world does one realize the tantalizing allure of the term innate. Regaining his composure, he dialed a number. His voice icy. "Locate Chun Hu and assist him in dealing with 2 pesky insects." "Understood, Mr. Wang," came a hoarse and low voice from the other end. In Taolin Village, Liu Xuan, upon discovering the elite boss, did not hastily depart. Instead, he meandered through the village. Perhaps the class change mentor resided within this very hamlet. However, after thoroughly exploring the village and employing his reconnaissance technique on nearly every villager, he found no sign of the class change mentor. His proficiency in reconnaissance, however, had notably increased. "Mr. Liu, are you searching for something?" asked Xiao Wan, gazing at him curiously. When Liu Xuan expressed his desire to wander the village, Xia Zhengwo had arranged for Xiao Wan to guide him. Throughout their journey, the pair exchanged not a single word. Xiao Wan was uncertain how to introduce the village to Liu Xuan, given that Taolin Village was merely an ordinary locale with nothing particularly remarkable. "Miss Xia, you may simply call me Xinge," Liu Xuan smiled. "Xinge?" Xiao Wan's lips twitched, pondering the audacity of this man. "Very well, Xinge." Since Liu Xuan was her savior, addressing him as brother would not cost her anything. "Xia, does your village have any extraordinary individuals?" Liu Xuan inquired expectantly. Xiao Wan rolled her eyes internally, fully aware of Liu Xuan's audacity. Just moments ago, he had politely addressed her as Miss Xia, and now he casually referred to her as Xia. Those unaware would assume Liu Xuan was her superior. "What do you mean by extraordinary?" Xiao Wan asked. "Simply extraordinary," Liu Xuan replied earnestly. Xiao Wan found herself both amused and exasperated, contemplating for a moment before responding. "In our village, there's a guardian who enjoys leaping into rivers for no reason, and an old bachelor who boasts about being a martial arts master. Do they qualify as extraordinary?" "An old bachelor who brags about being a martial arts master?" Liu Xuan's eyes lit up. "Quickly, take me to see him." "No," Xiao Wan firmly refused. "That man is a notorious lecher. The women in the village avoid him like the plague." "Fear not, I shall protect you," Liu Xuan said, his eyes ablaze with determination. His instincts told him that the individual Xiao Wan spoke of was indeed the class change mentor he sought. "Very well," Xiao Wan relented, recalling Liu Xuan's formidable prowess. "Does that old bachelor reside in this peach grove?" Liu Xuan followed Xiao Wan through the orchard, excitement swelling within him. Yes, indeed. The elite boss also appears within this grove. This must be where the class change mentor resides. Indeed, Xiaowan affirmed. This peach grove is under my family's care. My father, feeling pity for the old bachelor who lives alone, hired him to help tend to the orchard. When the Chun family troubled you, he must have been absent. Correct? Liu Xuan inquired. He believed that if the old bachelor Xiaowan mentioned was indeed the class change mentor, then he was certainly not an ordinary individual. If he had been present, the Chun family would not have dared to stir up trouble. He is also quite the drunkard, Xiaowan remarked. He often drinks himself into a stupor, so it's not unusual for him to be absent for days on end. Besides, what could he do even if he were here? He can't very well intimidate the Chun family, can he? As they conversed, a simple wooden cottage came into view. In front of the dwelling stood a disheveled middle-aged man, guzzling from a wine gourd. Sunlight bathed him, endowing him with an inexplicable air of nonchalance. Liu Xuan felt his heart race. Employing his reconnaissance technique, a prompt appeared before him. The information for this target cannot be investigated. Please increase the level of your reconnaissance technique. I've found him, Liu Xuan exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Chapter 18. Acquiring the Mage Class Change Scroll. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Liu Xuan, seeking to become your disciple in your twilight years. Liu Xuan swiftly approached the man, and without hesitation, prostrated himself. Have you heard of my tale? Li Wujia asked, belching drunkenly, his bleary gaze briefly meeting Liu Xuan's before drifting away. Liu Xuan lifted his head, scrutinizing Li Wujia's weathered face with utmost seriousness. Your countenance is etched with stories. No sooner had he spoken than a notification appeared above Li Wujia's head. Class Change Quest. Earn Li Wujia's recognition. Quest Reward. Mage Class Change Scroll. In an instant, Liu Xuan's breath quickened. Indeed, Li Wujia was the class change mentor he sought, though not in the manner he had anticipated. He had expected to choose an ordinary profession through the mentor, but instead, it was to be through a quest that would reward him with the Mage Class Change Scroll. Nevertheless, he felt no disappointment. The ordinary profession was merely a stepping stone, while the hidden profession was his true destination. He was confident he would acquire a powerful hidden profession before the complete gamification of Blue Star. Moreover, the mage's efficiency in monster farming suited him perfectly. How about that lovely lady over there? Would you care to become my disciple? Li Wujia swayed unsteadily to his feet, completely ignoring the still prostrated Liu Xuan, and instead beckoned lecherously to the startled Xiaowan behind him. I am a martial arts master. Become my disciple, and I shall impart to you unrivaled secrets. Uncle Li. It's me. Xiaowan, snapping back to reality, instinctively took a step back. She glanced at Liu Xuan, who remained kneeling, struggling to find the words. Xiangu, please rise. He is no elder, he is merely a lecherous old man. Indeed, I see that now. Liu Xuan stood, brushing the dust from his knees. It was evident that Li Wujia had no interest in him, instead fixating on Xiaowan with unabashed desire. Although the notion of apprenticeship was merely a facade, the sensation of being overlooked left him somewhat disgruntled. Ah, it's little Wan, Li Wujia exclaimed. It has been ages, you've grown into a fine young lady. Come here, and let your uncle give you a kiss. As he spoke, he puckered his lips, bristled with stubble, and leaned in as if to kiss her. Ah, pervert. Don't come any closer, Xiaowan shrieked, tumbling to the ground. In a moment of panic, she seized a stone from the earth and hurled it at Li Wujia. Hey, you can't hit me. Li Wujia sidestepped with ease, dodging the projectile. He took a swig of his drink and chuckled. Today, I'm in a good mood. Come over and give your uncle a shoulder massage, and I'll teach you a few moves that will make you a legendary heroine. Esteemed elder, may I offer you a massage? Liu Xuan inquired, his cheeks flushed with audacity. Are you a girl? Li Wujia shot him a disdainful glance. Liu Xuan chuckled awkwardly, his mind racing. Recalling Xiaowan's description of Li Wujia, lecherous and fond of drink, an idea struck him. Esteemed elder, my family possesses a fine collection of exquisite wines. Moreover, I have a sister who is as beautiful as a celestial being. Should you be willing to accept me as your apprentice, I shall bestow upon you exquisite wine and introduce you to my sister. Is this a promise? Li Wujia, with a lecherous grin, inquired, your sister? Do you have a photograph? Let me see her. Just a moment. Liu Xuan promptly retrieved his mobile phone and searched for a picture online. This is my sister. Her name is Qin Yuga. Ah, not bad at all. This young lady is indeed quite stunning. Barely worthy of me, Li Wujia remarked. His eyes gleaming with desire, saliva nearly escaping his lips. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to ask, by the way, what did you say your name was? I am Qin Xian, a humble junior, Liu Xuan replied, maintaining his composure. Oh, then it's nothing serious. Li Wujia nodded in satisfaction, giving Liu Xuan's shoulder a hearty pat. You're quite sharp. Given your sincerity, I will reluctantly accept you as my disciple. Wait here for a moment. Li Wuji turned and entered a wooden cabin, returning shortly with a tattered tome. This is the martial arts manual I have been studying, the great sword technique. And I present it to you. Liu Xuan accepted the book, his lips twitching. Is this truly a martial arts manual? It resembles nothing more than a health pamphlet. The words health were crossed out, and the phrase great sword technique was scrawled haphazardly above it. Upon opening it, he was met with a series of indecent health package descriptions and explicit images. This old man was clearly toying with him. Li Wuji watched Liu Xuan with a smirk, fully aware that he was indeed mocking him. After all, Liu Xuan had attempted to deceive him first, claiming his sister was Qin Yuga. Did he really think Li Wuji would recognize the famous star? Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mage class transfer scroll. A system notification popped up, leaving Liu Xuan dumbfounded. Is it truly complete? Then, he recalled something and looked at the health pamphlet in his hands with fervor. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me this precious manual. Liu Xuan suppressed his overwhelming joy, his voice filled with excitement. Master, I shall now retreat to contemplate this divine technique. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Wait for me. Xiaowan hurriedly scrambled to her feet and chased after him. Is this lad unwell? Li Wuji stared, astonished, at Liu Xuan's retreating figure. The scene he had envisioned of Liu Xuan furiously tearing up the book did not unfold. Instead, he appeared as if he had discovered a treasure. Could it be that he genuinely believed he had received a genuine martial arts manual? Li Wuji furrowed his brow and muttered, shaking his head with a chuckle. What a foolish boy. If you can attain success based on a mere pamphlet, I would kneel and beg you to be my master. Liu Xuan hastened out of the peach grove. In the next moment, the pamphlet in his hand erupted in a dazzling light. As the brilliance faded away, it transformed into an ancient and mysterious scroll. Old man, did you ever anticipate this? I possess a cheat. What are martial arts manuals compared to the esteemed power of a mage? Xiangu, why are you walking so fast? Xiaowan's voice called out. Liu Xuan quickly stowed the mage class transfer scroll into his backpack. Thank you, Xia. Liu Xuan turned to her with genuine gratitude. Were it not for Xiaowan, he might not have found Li Wuji so swiftly. Xiangu, you don't genuinely believe that old pervert is a martial arts master, do you? Xiaowan panted, her chest rising and falling rapidly from her sprint. Perhaps he truly is, Liu Xuan replied earnestly. The attributes of Li Wuji were beyond his current investigative abilities, indicating that Li Wuji was at least level 20 or higher. Such a high level signified that Li Wuji was no ordinary person. A martial arts master must be handsome and extraordinary, right? How could he be a lecherous old man? Xiaowan refused to believe that someone like Li Wuji could be a martial arts master from the television. Who says a martial arts master must be handsome? Liu Xuan chuckled. Do I appear to be a martial arts master? Well, Xiaowan began, scrutinizing Liu Xuan. However, her gaze uncontrollably drifted to the black pig belt around his waist. Her lips twitched. Xiangu, who taught you such a style of dressing? Myself, Liu Xuan replied, brimming with pride. Isn't it stylish? Well, it's rather stylish, Xiaowan replied, reluctant to comment further. She sensed that Liu Xuan was somewhat peculiar. Xia, you should head back. I need to grab something from the car. Liu Xuan fabricated an excuse, striding toward the parked Mercedes. He was eager to undergo his class transfer. All right, Xiaowan nodded, suddenly recalling something, and pulled out her phone. Xiangu, let us add each other on WeChat for convenience. Sure, Liu Xuan readily agreed. And they exchanged contacts. After adding each other, Xiaowan turned and walked toward her home. As she walked, she glanced at her phone, modifying Liu Xuan's contact name. She typed in poor fashion sense as a note. After completing the note, she couldn't help but glance back at Liu Xuan, not noticing the slight smile that had crept onto her lips. How can one person have such a stark contrast? She murmured to herself. He seemed like a demon when he was hitting someone, yet he can be so easygoing and even amusing when conversing. Liu Xuan settled into the back seat of the Mercedes, retrieving the Mage class transfer scroll and using it immediately. Chapter 19. Transfer successful, power enhanced. Transfer failed. Please increase intelligence attribute. Mage class transfer scroll. Upon use, may transfer to the Mage class. Prerequisites, strength 50, intelligence 100. That was close, Liu Xuan said, fear evident on his face. As he had surmised, the transfer required certain attribute thresholds. His current strength attribute stood at 90, while his intelligence was only 60. The strength was sufficient, but he lacked 40 points in intelligence. Fortunately, he had 40 unallocated free attribute points. Otherwise, not only would he fail to transfer to the Mage class, but he would also remain stuck at level 10 indefinitely. Liu Xuan calmed himself and decisively allocated all 40 points to his intelligence. He then once more utilized the Mage class transfer scroll. Transfer successful. You have successfully transitioned to the Mage class. Congratulations, you have learned the skills: Fireball, Ice Arrow, Elemental Armor. Mage, Strength 50, Intelligence 100. Each level up grants 20 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Fireball LV1. Conjures a small fireball, dealing 80 magical damage to enemy targets within a 1-meter radius. Cooldown time, 6 seconds, consumes 300 mana points. Skill upgrade requires 1 skill point. Ice Arrow LV1. Launches an ice arrow, dealing 15 times attack power and magical damage to the target and reducing their movement speed by 30 for 3 seconds. Consumes 200 mana points. Skill upgrade requires 1 skill point. Elemental Armor LV1. Applies a shield to oneself equivalent to 2 times attack power and health, lasting 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Consumes 100 mana points. Skill upgrade requires 1 skill point. Holy smokes! Liu Xuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. He had anticipated an increase in power after the transfer, but he had not expected it to be this dramatic. The attribute bonuses from the class alone surpassed the total free attribute points he had gained from leveling up to 10. In addition, after his class changed to Mage, the freedom attributes he could gain with each level up have doubled. He also acquired 3 professional skills. Liu Xuan made an effort to calm his racing heart. He promptly retrieved the Thunderball spell from his backpack and learned it. You have learned Thunderball spell. Thunderball spell LV1. Channeling the power of lightning. Condense it into a Thunderball to attack a single enemy target, dealing 3 times the attack power as magical damage. With a cooldown of 10 seconds and a consumption of 500 magic points. Friendly reminder. You have received a compensation of 200 freedom attributes. What? Liu Xuan's jaw dropped. 200 points of freedom attribute compensation? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that after changing classes, the freedom attributes gained from leveling up would compensate for the previous levels based on the current profession? As a mage, he could earn 20 points of freedom attributes with each level. Given that he was currently at level 10, that precisely amounted to 200 points. Is this a system bug? Liu Xuan's eyes sparkled. If I change to a hidden profession in the future, might there be additional freedom attribute compensation? Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly allocated the compensation attributes, fearful that it might be a system bug that would be revoked. He assigned 100 points to strength, 50 to intelligence, 25 to constitution, and 25 to agility. Although his class is mage, his attacks encompass both physical and magical damage, thus necessitating a primary focus on strength. Intelligence follows, as it determines magic points and skill consumption. As for constitution and agility, there was no need to add too much, just enough to suffice. With a thought, he called up his personal information for review. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV 10,000. Class, Mage. Health, 910. Attack, 305. Defense, 91. Magic points, 2,500. Speed, 77. Attributes, Constitution 865, Strength 2405, Intelligence 250, Agility 77. Skills, Thunderball spell LV1, Fireball LV1, Ice Arrow spell LV1, Elemental Armor LV1. Skill points, 0. Equipment worn, Butcher's Knife. Black Pig Belt. Freedom attributes, 0. Currency, 50 silver coins, 14970 copper coins. Items, Xiaowan's intimate clothing. Boom. As Liu Xuan was reviewing his personal information, a powerful warm current suddenly surged within him. Instantly, his body underwent a comprehensive transformation. Once the warm flow dissipated, Liu Xuan felt an unprecedented surge of strength and vitality. He glanced at himself in the rearview mirror of the car. His appearance had not changed drastically. He remained handsome. However, certain details had undergone notable changes. For instance, the blemishes on his face, the bloodshot in his eyes, and the acne scars had all vanished completely. The transformation in his aura was the most pronounced. Now imbued with an air of nobility and mystery, he lifted his shirt, revealing a set of 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, exuding masculine charm without appearing exaggerated. He rolled up his pants. Indeed, he was comprehensively enhanced. With my current strength, I should be able to contend with that elite boss in the peach orchard, right? Liu Xuan pushed the door open and stepped out, gazing towards the peach orchard, only to find that the elite boss had vanished without a trace. Just as he prepared to enter the orchard for a closer look, Liu Xuan hurriedly approached him from the direction of Xiaojingwo. A look of urgency etched on his face. Xiao Xian, we must return quickly. His complexion was pale, filled with fury. Someone from the village called me, saying that Chunhu, that beast, has bulldozed our house with an excavator. Hearing this, Liu Xuan's gaze turned icy. Very well. It is time to eliminate this scourge once and for all. In front of the Chen family villa, Liu Xuan did not directly confront Chunhu. It was daytime, and there would undoubtedly be villagers watching. If he confronted him now, it would amount to little more than a scolding. What he sought was Chunhu's life. Since Chunhu had demolished Liu Xuan's house, he would burn down the Chen family villa. Now that he had changed classes, his strength had entered the extraordinary realm. After defeating the elite boss in the peach orchard, it would be time to leave. Before that, he needed to ensure Liu Xuan was settled. He planned to build Liu Xuan a villa, and since Chuan Hu had bulldozed the house, that would save him a considerable sum. Xiao Xian, what are we doing here? In the luxury car, Liu Xuan looked perplexedly at Liu Xian, who had parked at the entrance of the Chun family villa. An eye for an eye. Liu Xian stepped out of the car. Uncle, wait for me in the car. Liu Xuan wanted to say something further, but Liu Xian had already entered the villa. Shortly thereafter, flames erupted from the Chun family villa. Liu Xuan trembled in shock, remaining dazed until Liu Xian returned to the car. Xiao Xian. His voice was hoarse. Uncle, remember what I said. To be merciful to evildoers is to be cruel to oneself. As the words fell, Liu Xian started the vehicle and directly retraced his route back to Talon village. Ah, my house is on fire. Someone help. Shortly after, Zhang Benying returned from the fish pond, watching the villa engulfed in flames, her anxiety causing her to jump in distress. Trembling, she called Chun Hu. Huzi, hurry back. Our house is on fire. Come back quickly. In front of the ruins, Chun Hu hung up the phone, trembling with rage. Ah, you little bastard. I won't let this go. He had intended to lure Liu Xian through this means, but he never anticipated that Liu Xian would not play by the rules. Not only did he not show up, but he also went and burned down his villa. It seems he is quite the amusing insect. A hoarse voice sounded. A burly man jumped down from the excavator beside Chun Hu. His gaze was frigid. Since he doesn't show himself, I will personally go find him. He must die. He has to die. Chun Hu's expression twisted with rage. I will chop his body up and feed it to the dogs. Chapter 20. I heard you are quite strong. Killing level 5 humans. Uncle, please do me a favor. In the bungalow in front of the pig farm, after purchasing Xia Jingwo's pig farm, Liu Xian also gained the right to use this bungalow. All right, speak. Liu Xuan's face was pale, clearly still in shock from Liu Xian's act of burning down the Chun family villa. I will transfer a sum of money to you. Please contact the livestock traders in our county and inquire if they have any poultry for sale, whether it be chickens, ducks, fish, or pigs, cows, and sheep. I want them all. Xiao Xian, will there really be no issue? Liu Xuan asked anxiously. What if the Chun family reports us to the authorities? They wouldn't dare. Liu Xian replied with assurance. Since Chun Xianyong's disappearance, the Chun family had not dared to report to the authorities, which was sufficient indication of their unclean dealings. Reporting to the authorities would be akin to walking into a trap for them. Xiao Xian. Liu Xuan gazed at his increasingly unfamiliar nephew, taking a deep breath. Uncle understands. But if something truly happens, just say it was my doing. Liu Xian smiled quietly, saying nothing, yet his heart was filled with warmth. This only further solidified his resolve to eradicate the Chun family completely. I will go find Xiao Ladi first. Liu Xuan rallied his spirits. After raising pigs for so many years, he should be well acquainted with numerous breeders. Very well, Liu Xian nodded in agreement. Once Liu Xuan departed, he examined his current currency. Currency, 50 silver coins, 14, 970 copper coins. All converted. Deducting 50 silver coins, received 500,000 yuan. Deducting 14, 970 copper coins, received 14, 970,000 yuan. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 2071 received an income of 15, 470,000. Available balance is 18, 660, 200 yuan. Liu Xian promptly transferred 10 million to Liu Xuan's bank card. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 2071 expended 10,000,000 yuan. Available balance is 8, 660, 200 yuan. As evening fell, Liu Xian emerged from the peach grove, his expression one of disappointment. He had scoured the entire orchard, yet failed to find any trace of the elusive elite boss. He had even lingered there for several hours. Brother Xian. Just as he was about to leave, a melodious voice reached his ears. He turned to see Xia Wan approaching on a small electric scooter. Xiao Xia, what a coincidence. Liu Xian greeted her with a smile. I just finished shopping. Are you coming over for dinner tonight? Xia Wan adjusted her glasses. Her gaze momentarily lost in thought as she regarded Liu Xian. Brother Xian, is it just my imagination, or do you seem a bit different from earlier today? Really? Liu Xian grinned. How did you know I have an 8-pack? With that, he lifted his shirt. Xiaowan. That conspicuous bulge. Regaining her composure, she silently scoffed. However, she had grown accustomed to it. Although Liu Xian could be quite fearsome when he resorted to violence, in his normal state, he was merely an ostentatious presence. By the way, Xiao Xia, you arrived just in time. I have something I wish to ask you. Liu Xian inquired. Do you know where that stray dog in the peach grove went? I'm not sure. Xiaowan gazed in the direction of the orchard. But it usually sleeps in the grove at night. I've seen it several times in the middle of the night. Really? Liu Xian's eyes brightened. Brother Xian, why are you looking for it? Xiaowan asked, Her curiosity piqued. Oh, it's nothing. I just felt like having some dog meat. Xiaowan. It's getting late. I must return to prepare dinner, she remarked, glancing at the time. If you decide to come, remember to send me a WeChat message. All right, take care, Liu Xuan said, watching Xiaowan's retreating figure. Her slender waist and rounded hips suggested she would bear children well. Upon witnessing this, Xiaowan felt her cheeks burn. He really ought to be more discreet when looking at girls, she muttered under her breath, yet inexplicably, she felt no aversion to it. Let us wait a bit longer. Liu Xuan thought, withdrawing his gaze and deciding to remain in the peach grove a while longer. After all, it was still early. To eliminate Shenhu, he needed to wait until the night was deep and quiet. Just as Liu Xuan turned to re-enter the grove, a burly figure stealthily followed him inside. Oh, looks like we have company. In the depths of the peach grove, before the wooden cabin, Li Wuji awoke from his afternoon slumber. Stretching lazily, a smile crept across his face. Is that little fellow coming for that kid? Before he could finish his thought, he gracefully leaped onto the roof. With a mere flick of his hand, a wine gourd on the ground was drawn to him by an invisible force. He tilted his head back, taking a swig of the strong liquor. Ah, splendid. Good wine and a good show. Tonight 1 TB dull. 100 meters away, Liu Xuan suddenly halted, a slight smile forming on his lips. Though he hadn't encountered the elite boss, he had found an opponent ripe for the taking. I hear you're quite the fighter, a gravelly voice called from behind. Liu Xuan turned to see a man, as imposing as a tower, striding toward him. Identification spell. Name, Xiaohong. Level LV5. Health, 1000. Attack, 110. Defense, 100. Skill, Mountain Crushing Fist. Mountain Crushing Fist. A fist that strikes with the force of a collapsing mountain, incredibly fierce. A 5th level human. Liu Xuan's brow involuntarily furrowed. He was not surprised by Zhao Hong's level. Although his strength exceeded that of an average person, it was insufficient to pose a threat to him. What astonished him was the likelihood that Zhao Hong had been sent by the Chun family. However, he had previously assessed the Chun family members, all of whom were ordinary individuals. Could he be one of Wang Dong's subordinates? Has he been struck dumb? Seeing Liu Xuan remain silent, Zhao Hong sneered. President Wang was right. You're merely a bug. Rest assured, I'll be quick about it. Zhao Hong assumed a fighting stance, his fists clenched and veins bulging on his arms. I guarantee you won't feel a thing before your head bursts open. Die. Mountain Crushing Fist. With the speed of a released arrow, Zhao Hong lunged at Liu Xuan, his right fist aimed straight at Liu Xuan's face. On the roof of the wooden cabin, Li Wuji raised a finger, preparing to intervene. In the next instant, his pupils constricted, and he stood frozen in place, oblivious even to the wine spilling from the gourd. Thunderball spell. Liu Xuan raised his right hand, palm facing the incoming Zhao Hong. Boom. Purple arcs of electricity materialized in his palm, coalescing into a fist-sized thunderball that accurately struck Zhao Hong's body. Bang. With a resounding crash, Zhao Hong coughed up blood, his body flying backward nearly 10 meters like a kite severed from its string. 815. A vivid red damage number floated above Zhao Hong's head. He lay on the ground, convulsing, foam pouring from his mouth. When Liu Xuan appeared in his line of sight, terror filled his eyes. Yet he lacked the strength to speak. With a single blow, Liu Xuan rendered him entirely incapacitated, his life hanging by a thread. It's a pity my attack power isn't higher, Liu Xuan mused, looking at his palm with disappointment. If only my attack were a bit stronger. That thunderball could have finished Zhao Hong off in one shot. By the way, what were you asking me earlier? Liu Xuan loomed over Zhao Hong, palm directed at his head. Boom. A cluster of flames flickered to life, swiftly transforming into a fireball the size of a basketball. Were you inquiring whether I'm a formidable fighter? Liu Xuan replied with a harmless smile. Zhao Hong's pupils reflected the raging flames, filled with horror and disbelief. You guessed correctly, Liu Xuan smiled. I am indeed quite formidable. The fireball plummeted. Bang. Amid the explosion, a 1-meter radius was engulfed in crimson flames. As the fire subsided, Zhao Hong's body had vanished, leaving only a scattering of copper coins and a blue light orb. Chapter 21. The Ring of the Brave, Slaying the Dog King. Successfully killed LV5 Zhao Hong. Gained 250 experience points, 100 copper coins. Ring of the Brave. Ring of the Brave, bronze, not yet identified. Liu Xuan casually collected all the copper coins into his backpack. His fingertips brushed the light orb. As the radiance dissipated, an ancient-looking bronze ring fell into his palm. Identification spell. The skill was activated, and blue light shimmered across the ring's surface. Ring of the Brave, bronze. Intelligence 10, no level requirement for wearing. Skill, Soul of the Brave. The Soul of the Hero, a passive skill that enhances attack power by 10 when under attack. Lasting for 3 seconds with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Quite impressive. Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction, promptly donning the hero's ring. On the distant wooden cabin's roof, Liu Wuji regained his composure, his expression suddenly becoming gravely serious. Thunderpalm? Could it be that this lad is a disciple of the Tianxia Academy? Yet, isn't the mastery of thunder techniques exclusive to the Tianxia heirs? And what of that fireball? Could it possibly be the celestial fury technique of the Fury sect? He tugged at his hair, his brows furrowing tightly. Unbeknownst to Liu Xuan, Liu Wuji was secretly observing the battle. He harbored no concerns about being seen, for he was the sole player in Blue Star. Thus, whether it was slaying monsters or the items dropped from killing, only he could perceive them. Of course, once he equipped an item, it was no longer exclusive to him. Liu Xuan sat beneath a peach tree, patiently awaiting the emergence of the elite boss. During his wait, the cooldowns for Thunderball and Fireball had reset, and the magical energy he had expended was gradually replenishing. At the Chun family villa, the fierce blaze had finally been extinguished. Chun Hu and his mother, Zhang Benying, stood amidst the ruins, their faces marred by soot and burns. "Forget it, Huzi." Zhang Benying's voice trembled, her pallor betraying her fear. "Do not provoke Liu Xuan any longer. He has changed, no longer the easy target he once was. Your father remains missing, your sister is still in the hospital, and our home lies in ruins. I fear that if we continue to confront him, he may take even more drastic actions." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. "Mother, do not say that." Chun Hu clenched his fists tightly. "That little bastard will not survive the night." "No, please, no." Zhang Benying grasped Chun Hu's arm, her breath quickening. "He is a monster. We cannot contend with him. Your father is surely devoured like those pigs and fish." Her body trembled violently, her dread of Liu Xuan expanding infinitely. Suddenly, she began to convulse violently. "Mother, what is wrong?" Chun Hu's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to support Zhang Benying, only to find her eyes wide and fixed on him, collapsing lifelessly, having been frightened to death. "Mother!" Chun Hu's heart-wrenching cry echoed. "Liu Xuan, I want you dead. I want you dead." His expression contorted, his eyes bloodshot, the murderous intent towards Liu Xuan manifesting as palpable. Trembling, he reached for his phone to call Zhao Hong. "Sorry, the user you were trying to reach is turned off." In an instant, he felt as though struck by lightning. He slumped to the ground, his gaze hollow. After a long while, he returned to his senses, lost in despair. "Impossible, it cannot be. That little rascal cannot possibly be a match for Donggu. The phone must be out of battery. Yes, that must be it." As midnight arrived, Liu Xuan sat beneath the peach tree, patting his rumbling stomach. Just then, a shadow appeared within his line of sight. "At last, it has emerged." Liu Xuan quickly rose, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. Approximately 10 meters away, the elite boss returned to the peach grove, lazily lying beneath the largest peach tree, preparing to rest. His heart began to race. With his right hand, he reached to his lower back, drawing out a pig-slaughtering knife. Meanwhile, on the wooden cabin roof, Liu Wuji's eyes widened in astonishment. This lad has remained here for so long. Could it be that he intends to slay this beast? His brow furrowed in concern. This beast possesses nearly the strength of the 5th layer of the acquired realm. This youth is rather overconfident. Yet, perhaps this is fortuitous. A smirk crept across Liu Wuji's lips. This young man might very well have connections to the Tianxia Academy. Once he is driven to desperation, I shall intervene to rescue him. Heh, and then it shall be time to extort that group of arrogant fools. Roar. Before Liu Xuan could approach Dog King, the creature sensed his hostility and emitted a low growl. Its fur bristled, and its already formidable physique appeared even more terrifying. Liu Xuan swallowed hard, suppressing his instinctual fear. At this juncture, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Ice arrow technique. The skill was unleashed. Buzz. A chill gathered in the air, and an ice arrow materialized above Dog King's head, piercing through the air with a sharp whistle, striking accurately at the beast's massive cranium. 2075. The vivid red damage number ascended, and frost instantly coated Dog King's joints, visibly slowing its movements. Roar. In the next moment, Dog King leaped into the air, its sharp claws swiping towards Liu Xuan in a sweeping arc. Liu Xuan's face paled. Fortunately, he had already distanced himself from the range of Dog King's attack. Boom. The ground trembled as swathes of peach trees collapsed. Dog King landed heavily, sending dust billowing into the air. Thunderball. Wild boar charge. Liu Xuan dared not squander any time. The slowing effect of the ice arrow technique would only last for 3 seconds. After that, striking Dog King would become increasingly difficult. Boom. The thunderball struck Dog King, instantly enveloping its body in arcs of purple electricity. Simultaneously, a black boar materialized behind Liu Xuan, transforming into a dark projectile that charged towards Dog King's head. 665, 360. Roar. Dog King howled in pain, its right paw sweeping with a terrifying gust of wind, sending Liu Xuan flying. 209. Liu Xuan's vital energy surged within him, yet his eyes gleamed with increasing excitement. Following his successive attacks, Dog King's health had already been halved. Suddenly, Dog King let out a wolf-like howl. Before it, 3 dark figures materialized. It summoned wild dogs. Appraisal technique. LV6 Wild Dog. Health, 1200. Attack, 150. Defense, 120. Seeing this, Liu Xuan decisively fled. Boom. The terrifying force surged behind him as Dog King, accompanied by the 3 wild dogs, relentlessly pursued. In the blink of an eye, Dog King loomed above him. Elemental armor. Liu Xuan abruptly halted and turned, a circular shield manifesting around his body. Bang. Dog King's claw struck the elemental armor with a dull thud. Damage numbers appeared above Liu Xuan's head. 209. However, this time, the damage was mitigated by the shield generated by the elemental armor. Now's my chance. Liu Xuan's eyes sparkled with determination. Instead of retreating, he advanced. With his left hand splayed, arcs of electricity danced wildly, while his right hand wielded the pig-slaughtering knife, vibrating and radiating a black blade aura. 8-fold slash. Swish, 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 swish. 8 razor-sharp black blades of energy erupted forth, akin to the blooming of a deathly lotus, each strike quicker than the last, all landing upon Dog King's chest and abdomen in rapid succession. In an instant, its health was entirely depleted. 421, 421, 4218. As Dog King fell, the 3 wild dogs it had summoned instantly dissipated into black mist. The next moment, as the kill notification appeared, Chapter 22, The Emergence of the Divine Artifact. Beneath Xiaowan, successfully defeated the LV-10 elite boss, Dog King, earning 5,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and the dog talisman artifact. What? Am I seeing things? Liu Xuan rubbed his eyes vigorously. A divine artifact? He had merely vanquished a level 10 elite boss, yet he had obtained an artifact. Is the drop rate not a bit excessive? Or has the system encountered a bug? Liu Xuan's breath quickened. His gaze fell upon the spot where the Dog King had perished. Besides the 10 gleaming gold coins, there was a colorful orb of light. Trembling, he extended his hand. Upon touching the orb, he found a talisman-like item in his grasp. The talisman exuded an aura of ancient mystique. One side adorned with the imposing image of a divine dog, and the other inscribed with the archaic characters for dog. Dog talisman artifact, unidentified. He truly had obtained a divine artifact. Liu Xuan stared blankly at the dog talisman. It is well known that artifacts are the highest grade of equipment as per the system's prompts. He had never anticipated acquiring one so swiftly. However, his elation was short-lived. The power of the artifact was undeniable, yet the crux of the matter lay in whether he could wield it. Currently, his identification skills were incapable of examining artifacts. This would mean that he could only gaze upon this artifact, unable to utilize it. Was this not a blatant attempt to torment him? Regaining his composure, Liu Xuan cautiously stowed the dog talisman into his backpack, although he could not identify the artifact for the time being. Perhaps one day, he would encounter an appraiser capable of identifying artifacts or acquire an item that could. It was evident to him that he resembled a beta tester in a game, engaging with a title that had yet to officially launch, thus experiencing numerous bugs. Nevertheless, this was not necessarily detrimental to him. After all that he had acquired would be preserved once Blue Star was fully gamified. He would not have to start over from scratch. This granted him an undeniable advantage over all of humanity on Blue Star. Returning to his senses, Liu Xuan glanced in the direction of Li Wuji's wooden house before departing the peach grove. He was ravenous, having consumed merely a bowl of beef noodles throughout the day. Just as Liu Xuan left, Li Wuji appeared. He observed Liu Xuan's retreating figure, his expression unusually grave. Who exactly is this boy? He furrowed his brow. Why have I never seen that sword technique before? Moreover, where did the corpse of that strange beast go? Li Wuji muttered to himself. Did he make it vanish into thin air? Could it be that he has ties to the Yinyang family? No, that's impossible. He took a deep breath. Techniques from various sects are never imparted to outsiders, let alone one individual possessing the core techniques of the 2 most powerful factions of today. However, the ability of this boy to master such formidable techniques is enough to demonstrate his astonishing comprehension. Suddenly, Li Wuji's emotions surged with excitement. Could it be that he is the one mentioned by that old coot, the one who can restore my sword sect? Wan, why are you still awake at this hour? In a small villa near the peach grove, Xia Zhangwo, having risen for a glass of water, noticed Xia Wan still watching television in the living room. Frowning, he said, you should go to bed. Tomorrow, I will have your mother come to pick you up, and you both can go abroad for a while. Dad, I don't want to go abroad. Xia Wan paused the television and turned to Xia Zhangwo, declaring, I just want to stay at home. I'm doing this for your own good. Xia Zhangwo replied sternly, although the pig farm has been sold. As long as the Qin family remains, they will never let us off the hook. You saw what happened during the day. That beast from the Qin family has already set its sights on you. If you don't leave and something happens, what will happen to your mother and me? Xiaowan recalled Liu Chang's words from earlier, her face suddenly paling. But what about you? Why aren't you coming with us? This is my birthplace, the ancestral home of the Xia family for generations. Xia Jingwo took a deep breath. The Qin family must face the full weight of the law for their transgressions. I have gathered evidence of their crimes over the years, and once you are gone, I will make a trip to the capital. Dad, we can ask Brother Xian for help. Xiaowan's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Xian is not afraid of the Qin family, and he is very easy to talk to. If we ask, he will definitely help us. Wan, you should keep your distance from that young man. Xia Jingwo observed his daughter's expression, speaking earnestly. That young man may seem amicable, but in reality, he is more dangerous than those from the Qin family. You are just stepping into society. You are too naive and could easily be deceived. All right. Xiaowan lowered her head dejectedly. I understand. I will leave tomorrow. Ding dong. Just as she finished speaking, her phone, which she had placed aside, suddenly chimed with a notification. She opened it, and her eyes instantly brightened. Dad, I'm going to sleep now. Xiaowan hurriedly turned off the television and dashed to her bedroom. Upon entering her room, she eagerly opened her phone. She found a message from Liu Xuan, accompanied by a red envelope. Thick-skinned with poor taste. Are you asleep? Thick-skinned with poor taste. Red envelope. She tapped on the red envelope. The amount was 001. Xiaowan's face instantly darkened. But the next moment, Liu Xuan sent another message. Thick-skinned with poor taste. Not asleep? Can you give me something to eat? This guy? Sending a red envelope just to test if I'm awake? Xiaowan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. However, upon seeing Liu Xuan's subsequent message, she decided to reply. You haven't eaten anything this late? Ding. Thick-skinned with poor taste. Just finished killing a dog. No time to eat. Thick-skinned with poor taste. If you're busy, it's fine. I can just eat in town. Suddenly, Xiaowan had a thought. She quickly walked to the window and opened it. Sure enough, under the street lamp by her house, she spotted Liu Xuan's figure. Liu Xuan also noticed her, putting down his phone and smiling as he waved. Xiaowan's cheeks flushed. She felt an inexplicable thrill, akin to secretly dating an older adult. In the dining room on the first floor, Xiaowan rested her chin on her hands, staring blankly as Liu Xuan devoured his noodles with unrestrained enthusiasm. She watched as he polished off a bowl in just a few bites. On the table, for empty bowls already lay discarded, Xiaowan was astonished not only by Liu Xuan's immense appetite, but also found her heart racing uncontrollably. It was astonishing that she was secretly cooking noodles for a man she had known for less than a day at such a late hour. Wait a moment. This guy actually had a woman he barely knew cook for him in the middle of the night? Who is truly the more unusual one here? Yet strangely, Xiaowan found it impossible to harbor any dislike for Liu Xuan. Furthermore, he seemed to possess a peculiar charm that made it difficult for her to refuse his requests. Am I being enchanted by him? Xiaowan couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Xiaoxia, another bowl please. Liu Xuan pushed the empty bowl aside, expressing his desire for more. Huh. Xiaowan was momentarily taken aback, then obediently nodded. All right. Soon after, she brought a steaming bowl of noodles and placed it before Liu Xuan. Xiaoxia, you must be a graduate of New Oriental, for your cooking is exquisite. Liu Xuan praised as he savored his meal. You needn't flatter me if you're not inclined to, Xiaowan replied, her expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. Liu Xuan often had this way of earnestly uttering remarks that elicited laughter. He chuckled softly, unfazed by any awkwardness. Rather, he relished this rare moment of tranquility. After all, once he finished this bowl of noodles, he would be embarking on a grim task. Chapter 23. The Death of Chun Hu and Wang Dong's Intent to Kill. Xiaoxia, I must take my leave now. When I have the opportunity, I shall cook for you as well. At the entrance, Liu Xuan halted and gazed earnestly at Xiaowan. Though they had known each other for less than a day, he sensed her purity, a stark contrast to the complexities of women in the world. You needn't be so formal. Xiaowan waved her hand, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. I leave tomorrow, and I probably won't get to taste your noodles again. Where are you going? Liu Xuan inquired, slightly taken aback. My father has asked me to go abroad for a while. Is it because of the Qin family? Yes, Xiaowan nodded gently. You don't wish to leave, do you? Liu Xian's gaze pierced into her eyes, clearly perceiving the sorrow reflected within them. I don't want to go abroad. Xiaowan's heart raced under his scrutiny, her desire to stay intensifying. All right, I understand. Liu Xuan smiled, opting not to elaborate further, and turned to walk down the road. His silhouette elongated under the moonlight before ultimately vanishing into the night. Xiaowan stood there, entranced by his retreating figure, lost in thought. Wan, who are you talking to? Xia Zhangwo appeared behind her, his brow furrowing as he withdrew his gaze from the direction Liu Xuan had disappeared. What does this young man intend? Could it be that he harbors feelings for my daughter? The mere thought sent a pallor across Xia Zhangwo's face. Dad, Xiaowan gasped. Startled, stammering to explain, "I was just a bit hungry, so I went downstairs to make some noodles." "When did you ever eat 5 bowls of noodles?" Xia Zhangwo turned to the empty bowl on the table, taking a deep breath. "Hurry and get some sleep. You and your mother leave early in the morning." He could not afford to let Xia Wan linger in Yunjiang County any longer. Even if she did not go abroad, she needed to be sent to another city. The threat from the Qin family was far from neutralized. Xia Wan's attitude towards Liu Xuan further gnawed at his peace of mind. He could not fathom whether it was his daughter's infatuation or if Liu Xuan possessed some inexplicable charm that could compel her to cook for him in the dead of night. He feared that without intervention, Liu Xuan might indeed whisk his daughter away. At the Chun family villa, Chun Hu sat before the ruins, surrounded by a group of underlings. Clutching Zhang Binying's lifeless body, he trembled uncontrollably. The delayed return of Zhao Hong set his mind racing with worry. "Brother Dong." Chun Hu nervously dialed Wang Dong's number. His voice tight with anxiety. "Zhao has likely encountered trouble." As soon as he uttered these words, his pupils constricted, as if witnessing something utterly horrific. With a thud, the phone slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. "Waiting for me." Liu Xuan approached with his hands in his pockets, his expression unreadable. "Brother Dong, save me." Chun Hu snapped back to reality, scrambling to retrieve the fallen phone, his voice contorted with terror. "He is not dead. He killed Zhao. Don't come any closer." As Liu Xuan advanced, Chun Hu completely lost his composure. He understood better than anyone how formidable Zhao Hong was. As Wang Dong's subordinate, Zhao's prowess was far beyond that of his ragtag crew. The mere fact that Liu Xuan stood before him suggested the grim truth. Zhao Hong was dead. Faced with a presence more terrifying than Zhao, all he felt was despair. "Stop him. Quickly block him." Chun Hu staggered behind his minions as they charged toward Liu Xuan. Seizing the opportunity, he dove into a nearby van, started the engine, and slammed on the gas, barreling towards the villa's exit. Liu Xuan made no pursuit. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand. Boom! Thunder roared. An arc of electricity flickered in his palm, unleashing a torrent of ferocity. Inside the van, Chun Hu caught a glimpse of this spectacle in the rearview mirror, his pupils dilating in sheer terror, nearly choking on his fear. "A monster," he recalled Zhang Binying's words. A chill running down his spine. "No, don't kill me," he shrieked in a heart-wrenching wail, helplessly watching as a lightning orb hurtled toward him, crashing violently against the vehicle. Bang! With a deafening roar, the van was lifted into the air, erupting into a fireball. The intertwining of lightning and flames illuminated the villa's grounds. The thugs who had initially charged at Liu Xuan were instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. "A monster! He is a monster!" someone shouted. The remaining men, in a frenzy, cried out for help and scattered in all directions. Liu Xuan's gaze remained icy. He had no intention of sparing this band of ruffians. Little fireball. He unleashed his skill, an orb of fire the size of a basketball shot towards the fleeing thugs, landing squarely among them. Boom! Flames erupted, and the screams abruptly ceased. Successfully killed LV1 Chun Hu, gained 50 experience points, 50 copper coins. Successfully killed LV1 Yang Wei. Gained 50 experience points, 50 copper coins. Successfully killed LV1 Gao Xing. Gained 50 experience points, 50 copper coins. Kill notifications flashed one after another. Confirming that no one had escaped, Liu Xuan turned and silently disappeared into the night. At the Xianin martial arts school, in the pavilion, Wang Dong slowly opened his eyes, staring at the abruptly disconnected call with a grim expression. "A monster?" he murmured to himself. "Is he also a martial artist?" Rising to his feet, his gaze fell upon a rockery 3 meters away. His right hand formed a palm, a ghostly blue light coalescing within his grasp, emanating a chilling aura. In the next moment, a blue palm imprint shot forth, crashing violently into the rockery. Boom! The rockery exploded in response, shards flying, each fragment coated in a layer of icy frost. "Since it has come to this, I shall personally pay you a visit." A glint of ferocity flashed in Wang Dong's eyes. "It's just the right opportunity to test my Xianin palm on you." The following morning, outside the small villa of the Xia family, Xia Wan gloomily stuffed her suitcase into the trunk of a BMW before climbing into the back seat. Outside, a fashionably dressed middle-aged woman, resembling Xia Wan, was scolding Xia Zhangwo. "I've told you countless times, stop being so stubborn. Sell the pig farm and move to the city to avoid all this trouble." Mao Sulan, observing Xia Zhangwo leaning on his cane, felt both anger and heartache. "Come with us, don't confront the Chun family beasts. The waters behind them run too deep, we cannot afford to provoke them. Enough. Just hurry and take one away." Xia Zhangwo waved his hand impatiently, and I understood his feelings. "Understood? What do you comprehend?" Mao Sulan, filled with agitation, exclaimed. "Have you forgotten how you became lame? If you continue to oppose those brutes, do you think they will let you off easily?" Xia Zhangwo, "Let me make it clear. If anything were to happen to you, I would never live in widowhood. I would immediately take your money and remarry, allowing Wanwan to call another man dad. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Jiangwo pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it to her. What are you doing? Mao Sulan's face paled, her voice trembling. Take care of Wanwan. Xia Jiangwo pressed the card into Mao Sulan's hand, his voice hoarse. The password is your birthday. Who cares for your money? Mao Sulan exclaimed, throwing the card to the ground and wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. I'll send Wanwan away and then return. Without waiting for Xia Jiangwo's reaction, she opened the car door, took her seat in the driver's seat, and started the engine. At that moment, a group of villagers from Taolin village rushed over, their faces alight with excitement. Uncle Xia, great news, the best of news. The young man at the forefront, panting heavily yet unable to suppress his exhilaration, declared, the Qin family has come to ruin. Chapter 24, Firecrackers to Celebrate. Slaughtering the first batch of livestock. What did you say? Xia Jiangwo's hand, supported by a crutch, trembled uncontrollably as his gaze locked onto the young man. The Qin family's villa has been burned down. Xia Tian, panting, beamed. I just returned from Shirtu village and saw with my own eyes that the Chun family's villa was reduced to nothing but a skeleton. Security personnel are investigating the scene. He swallowed hard and continued. I heard from the security staff and villagers of Shirtu that Chun, whose wicked mother has died, reportedly from sheer fright. Chun Hu and his father, Chen Xiangyong, are also missing. They are most likely doomed. Jiangwo, this is monumental news. The villagers from Taolin, now gathered around, could barely contain their excitement. That family of tyrants has finally received their comeuppance. I just called my sister, who married into Shirtu village. It's absolutely true. The entire village is setting off firecrackers to celebrate. I wonder which hero managed to eradicate this malignant tumor of the Qin family. I genuinely wish to pay my respects. Let us also procure some firecrackers to join in the celebration, the crowd chattered animatedly. Though they were not from Shirtu village, they had often suffered under the Chun family's tyranny. With the Chun family gone, they felt a sense of vindication. Xia Jiangwo, upon hearing Xia Tian's words, stood frozen. A vision of Liu Xuan flashing through his mind. Could it be him? He swallowed hard. Dad, this is wonderful. Just then, Xiaowan stepped out of the car, her face radiant with joy. The Qin family is gone. Does that mean I don't have to leave? No, Xia Jiangwo snapped back to reality, his tone resolute. You still have to go. Why? Xiaowan pouted in frustration. Brother, what are you discussing? Liu Yijuan's voice rang out from the edge of the crowd. Xia Jiangwo immediately donned a smile. Brother, you're back. How did your discussions with the farmers go? Thanks to you, brother, we reached an agreement. Liu Yijuan replied with a smile. The first batch of pigs, cows, and sheep has arrived. By the way, brother, Xia Jiangwo shifted the conversation, his tone laden with meaning. Did the little brother not come with you? Xiao Xian is over by the pig pen. He asked me to see what everyone was talking about. Brother, you may not know yet, but the Qin family is no more. Liu Yijuan visibly stiffened. Is that so? That is truly wonderful. He forced a calm demeanor. Those beasts from the Qin family have finally faced their retribution. Observing Liu Yijuan's reaction, Xia Jiangwo felt nearly certain that the downfall of the Qin family was undoubtedly connected to Liu Xuan. He instinctively glanced at Xiaowan, only to find her stealthily slipping toward the pig pen. Wanwan, where are you going? Xia Jiangwo felt a headache coming on. I'm going to tell Brother Xian this good news, Xiaowan replied in a hushed tone. Brother Xian? Mao Salon, who had just stepped out of the car, heard this name and scrutinized her daughter, then glanced at the grave-faced Xia Jiangwo, deep in thought. Come here, we need to talk. She firmly grasped Xia Jiangwo's arm and walked toward the house. Seeing this, Xiaowan's eyes lit up, and like a nimble rabbit, she darted towards the pig pen. Inside the pig pen, Liu Xuan gazed fervently at the densely packed livestock before him. He was indifferent to the expenses Liu Yijuan incurred in acquiring these animals. He was solely interested in how many levels he could ascend with them. Although the Qin family had been eliminated, it did not mean he could afford to let his guard down. On the contrary, the real danger was just beginning. He sensed that Wang Dong would soon come after him, and one of Wang Dong's subordinates was already at level 5, indicating how formidable Wang Dong himself must be. Likely not weaker than the dog king he had slain. Therefore, he needed to elevate his level as much as possible before Wang Dong sought him out. To avert future calamities, recollecting himself, Liu Xuan activated his appraisal skill on the livestock in the pen. Wild creature, LV3 yellow cow. Health, 350. Attack, 70. Defense, 60. Wild creature, LV2 goat. Health, 180. Attack, 50. Defense, 40. Wild creature, LV2 white pig. Health, 200. Attack, 55. Defense, 50. Excellent. Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. While the highest level yellow cow was only level 3, their sheer numbers compensated for it. He glanced at the list Liu Yijuan had provided. 100 yellow cows, 200 goats, and 400 white pigs. With his current experience points exceeding half, leveling up was assured. Fireball. As he unleashed his skill, a fireball hurtled into the herd. Boom. Several white pigs were instantly vanquished. The cooldown for the fireball was remarkably short, merely 6 seconds. Unfortunately, his mana was limited, preventing infinite use. To enhance his efficiency, he drew his pig-slaughtering knife, simultaneously casting skills and slashing at the creatures. Successfully killed LV2 white pig, gained 20 experience points, 15 copper coins. Successfully killed LV2 goat, gained 20 experience points, 20 copper coins. Successfully killed LV3 yellow cow, gained 30 experience points, 30 copper coins. Your level has risen to LV11, gaining 20 attribute points and 2 skill points. As he leveled up, Liu Xuan was enveloped in a radiant light. However, he did not rush to check. Instead, he continued to slay the livestock. Successfully killed LV3 yellow cow, gained 30 experience points, 25 copper coins. Successfully killed LV3 yellow cow, gained 30 experience points, 20 copper coins. Successfully killed LV3 yellow cow, gained 30 experience points, 30 copper coins. Barbarian cow bracers. Moments later, the pig pen was left barren. All the livestock transformed into his experience points. Regrettably, his level had only ascended by 1. Liu Xuan's mind stirred as he allocated 20 points of free attributes, 10 to strength, 6 to intelligence, 2 to agility, and 2 to constitution. Subsequently, he expended skill points to upgrade both the lightning sphere and the fireball spells. Successfully deducted 1 skill point. Lightning sphere upgraded to LV2. Successfully deducted 1 skill point. Fireball upgraded to LV2. Fireball LV2 conjures a small fireball that inflicts 15 times the attack power as magical damage on enemy targets within a 3-meter radius. Cooldown period is 5 seconds, consuming 350 mana points. Upgrading the skill requires 2 skill points. Lightning Sphere LV2 harnesses the power of lightning, condensing it into a sphere to strike a single enemy target, dealing 35 times the attack power as magical damage. Cooldown period is 8 seconds, consuming 600 mana points. Upgrading the skill requires 2 skill points. Liu Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The fireball's upgrade not only expanded its attack range from 1 meter to 3 meters, but also increased its damage, while reducing the cooldown by 1 second. The same was true for the lightning sphere, with a damage increase of 0.5 times and a cooldown reduction of 2 seconds. If it were to reach its maximum level, could it possibly become a forbidden spell? Liu Xuan steadied his emotions and then took out the Bull's Wrath Bracers for inspection. Bull's Wrath Bracers, bronze, unidentified. Chapter 25, The Guardian Bull and the Underwater Shadow. Identification skill. Identification skill proficiency 20. In Liu Xuan's hands, the 2 black bracers radiated a brilliant azure light. Crafted from an unknown leather, their texture was delicate and smooth, while the surface bore an intricate pattern of an enraged bull that seemed to come alive in the azure glow. Bull's Wrath Bracers, bronze, strength 20, constitution 20. Equipment requirement, level 10. Skill, Guardian Bull. Guardian Bull, active skill that manifests a spectral bull to envelop the wearer, doubling defense for a duration of 3 seconds. Cooldown period is 120 seconds, consuming 100 mana points. Excellent. Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. The bracers alone enhanced his basic attributes by a total of 40 points. Not to mention, they possessed a skill that would double his defense. Thus, his survivability would be significantly augmented. He immediately equipped the Bull's Wrath Bracers and proceeded to check his personal information. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV11110000200000. Class, Mage. Health 1130. Attack, 335. Defense, 113. Mana, 2660. Speed, 79. Attributes, Constitution 88, 25 Strength, 250, 5 Intelligence, 256, 10 Agility, 79. Skills, Lightning Sphere LV2, Fireball LV2, Ice Arrow LV1, Elemental Armor LV1. Skill points, 0. Equipped items, Butcher's Knife, Black Pig Belt, Hero's Ring, Bull's Wrath Bracers. Free attributes, 0. Currency, 10 gold, 14850 copper. Items, Dog Talisman, Xiaowan's Intimate Lingerie. Liu Xuan's gaze fell upon the items section. Aside from the unidentified artifact, the Dog Talisman, there was another item, Xiaowan's Intimate Lingerie. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved it. The white lace fabric, adorned with exquisite embroidery, felt as smooth as a feather. Liu Xuan looked at the item in his hand, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It truly was intimate apparel. He could even detect a faint, delicate fragrance. Xiaowan's Intimate Lingerie. Possessing this item grants a favorable impression from Xiaowan. Brother Xian. Just then, Xiaowan's cheerful voice rang out from outside the pig pen. In the next moment, she appeared at the doorway, her gaze falling upon the lingerie in Liu Xuan's hand, leaving her frozen in shock as if struck by lightning. What had she seen? The lingerie that had inexplicably vanished was now in Liu Xuan's possession. Liu Xuan was equally taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a poker face, inquired, "Xia, I found this lingerie in the pig pen. Is it yours?" "Ah." Responding to him was Xiaowan's startled shriek. She covered her face with her hands, her ears flushed crimson, and turned to flee, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Liu Xuan watched her retreating figure, shrugged, and muttered to himself, "If it's not yours, then it belongs to me." With a flick of his mind, he stored the white lace lingerie back into his backpack. "What did you say?" Wanwan has developed feelings for a boy she has known for less than a day. In the hall of the small villa, Mao Sulan frowned after hearing what Xia Zhangwo had recounted. "Could it be that you are overthinking this?" "I hope I am," sighed Xia Zhangwo. "But better safe than sorry. For precaution's sake, you should take her away." "Humph." Mao Sulan crossed her arms, scoffing. "What? Are you afraid your daughter will be abducted? Wanwan is already 23. What's wrong with dating? I trust my daughter's judgment. Any boy who can catch her, I must possess some extraordinary qualities." Indeed, Xia Zhangwo inhaled deeply. That young man is not merely extraordinary, he is utterly unfathomable. To be frank, he purchased my pig farm, and he also saved both me and Wanwan. Even the sudden troubles with the Chen family make me suspect he may be involved. He divulged the occurrences and his concerns to Mao Sulan. Mao Sulan listened, her eyes wide in disbelief, her mouth agape. "Now do you understand my worries?" Xia Zhangwo's expression was grave. Such a ruthless individual with a mysterious background. Wanwan's closeness to him is a double-edged sword. Moreover, with the Chun family's predicament, their backing, Wang Dong, would not let this go lightly. And Wanwan could very well find herself embroiled in trouble. Mao Sulan remained silent for a moment before finally nodding. "All right. I will heed your advice and take Wanwan back to the city." Just as she finished speaking, Xiaowan burst into the hall, her face flushed. The atmosphere instantly thickened, and the three family members exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. "Wanwan, what happened to your face?" Mao Sulan was the first to break the silence. Noticing Xiaowan's exceptionally red cheeks, and suddenly recalled something. "Did you go to see Brother Xian?" Xiaowan's expression changed, stammering, "I just went to greet him." "A greeting that could turn your face this red? Did I?" Xiaowan feigned innocence. "Perhaps I caught a cold. Mom and Dad, can I wait a few days before going back to the city? I want to rest for a few days and recover from my illness first." Without waiting for Xia Zhangwo and Mao Sulan to respond, she turned and hurried up the stairs. "Oh dear, your daughter is even lying for a boy now." Mao Sulan shook her head helplessly. "Let her be. Let her stay a few more days. Besides, I want to see what charm that young man possesses to captivate Wanwan so completely." Xia Zhangwo opened his mouth, ultimately letting out a long sigh. Baiyun Reservoir. Approximately 20 kilometers from Taolin village. The reservoir was nestled amidst several small hills, its expansive surface shimmering with azure waves. Liu Xuan drove slowly along the dirt road beside the reservoir. This reservoir was contracted by Liu Xuan for a sum of 100,000 from a fish farmer just yesterday. The reservoir spans nearly 20 acres, and the owner had assured him with utmost confidence that there were at least 50,000 pounds of fish within. However, Liu Xuan harbored a deep-seated suspicion regarding the credibility of this matter. If there truly were 50,000 pounds of fish, how could they possibly be sold for such a meager sum of 100,000? As he pondered this conundrum, he had already arrived at the reservoir. Stepping out of his vehicle, he surveyed his surroundings. The verdant hills and clear waters presented a picturesque environment, yet the surface of the water appeared unnaturally tranquil. Liu Xuan approached the water's edge and began to disrobe. With a resounding splash, he plunged into the depths below. His purpose for visiting the reservoir was to hunt fish and level up, thus entering the water was inevitable. Upon opening his eyes underwater, he found the visibility significantly diminished, yet it was not difficult to discern his surroundings. To his dismay, he saw not a single fish. In fact, there was not even a trace of aquatic life. Gradually, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Even if the reservoir's owner was deceitful, in such a vast body of water, there had to be at least some small fish present. Yet he had not encountered even a single fry. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. There was an unmistakable sense of foreboding. This reservoir harbored secrets. Deciding to return to the shore, he was abruptly confronted by a sudden current surging from behind him. Whirling around, he beheld an immense shadow, nearly 10 meters in length, gliding ominously above him. The water churned violently in its wake. What manner of beast is this? Liu Xuan's pupils contracted in alarm as he hastily employed a detection spell on the shadow. Chapter 26. Encountering the boss again. The River Dragon Technique. LV-15 Elite Boss. River Dragon Health. 5,000 Attack. 400 defense, 300 skills, tidal wave, poisonous fog, dragon's roar cannon. Tidal wave. The river dragon swings its tail, generating a 5-meter wide wall of water that inflicts damage equal to 0. 5 times its attack power to enemies in its path, while also pushing them back. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Poisonous fog. The river dragon expels a toxic mist, creating a lethal area with a 3-meter diameter that inflicts damage equal to 0. 5 times its attack power to targets within for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Dragon's roar cannon. The river dragon concentrates its energy and fires an energy orb at a single target, dealing damage equal to 3 times its attack power. Cooldown, 60 seconds. This is a dragon. Liu Xuan's heart raced as he beheld the colossal shadow, his breath nearly catching in his throat. At that moment, he finally discerned the creature's form. Its nearly 10-meter-long body, a dark green hue adorned with reverse scales that glinted with a chilling light. Its crocodile-like head, with jaws that seemed to stretch to the roots of its ears, dripped with viscous, greenish-black venom. Its golden slit-like eyes glinted ominously in the murky depths. A slight bulge on its forehead suggested the imminent emergence of horns. No wonder there was not a single fish or shrimp in such a large reservoir. With a creature of this caliber lurking within, ordinary aquatic life had no chance of survival. Liu Xuan endeavored to steady his racing heart. The river dragon before him, akin to the dog king he had previously vanquished, was also an elite boss. However, its level and attributes far exceeded those of the dog king. Furthermore, being submerged in water severely limited his mobility, making the outcome of this encounter uncertain. Boom. The river dragon had evidently detected his presence. It abruptly turned, its golden eyes locking onto Liu Xuan with predatory intent. This is bad. Liu Xuan's complexion paled as he desperately swam toward the shore. Roar. The river dragon emitted a deafening roar, its tail whipping through the water with ferocity. Tidal wave activated. A surging wall of water surged toward him, as if it were a tangible force. Cursing under his breath, Liu Xuan realized escape was futile. A fierce determination ignited within him. He would not retreat, but instead charge headlong into the oncoming wave. Mammoth Bull's Guardian. He unleashed his skill. The blood-red light radiating from the Mammoth Bull wristbands enveloped him in a solid phantom of a bull. Bang! The massive wave crashed against him, propelling him backward several meters. Yet his health remained unscathed. Under the protection of the Mammoth Bull's Guardian, his defense doubled, reaching 226 points. The river dragon's tidal wave could scarcely breach his defenses. Simultaneously, the skill from the hero's ring, Heroic Soul, activated, enhancing his attack power by 10. Roar. The river dragon suddenly loomed above him, its jaws agape. Poisonous mist swirling as it prepared to unleash its poisonous fog skill. Lightning Sphere. Liu Xuan would not remain passive. He directed his palm toward the river dragon's head. Boom. Lightning surged forth as a sphere the size of 2 fists shot out with tremendous force. Bang. The lightning sphere struck the river dragon squarely on the head, interrupting its toxic assault. 989. Ice Arrow. Liu Xuan, seizing the opportunity, swiftly swam above the river dragon. An ice arrow descended, striking its massive form with precision. 252. The frost spread, significantly impeding the river dragon's speed. 8 strikes. Time was of the essence. He dared not waste a moment. Both the Heroic Soul's attack boost and the Ice Arrow's slowing effect would dissipate within 3 seconds. He had to maximize his damage within that fleeting window. Boom. Liu Xuan swung his cleaver, unleashing 8 razor-sharp slashes that cleaved through the water, all striking the river dragon's vital spot. Roar. The river dragon let out a pained howl, crimson damage numbers erupting above its head. 437, 437, 437, 4378. Its massive body convulsed violently, its powerful tail swinging toward Liu Xuan with lethal intent. Elemental Armor. Liu Xuan's eyes blazed with fervor as he braced himself to endure the river dragon's strike. Bang! A thunderous impact reverberated through him. He felt his vitality surge. Yet he remained unharmed. With the Mammoth Bull's Guardian boosting his defense and the elemental armor providing a life shield worth double his attack power, the river dragon's blow, while damaging, was entirely mitigated by his shield. Glancing at the river dragon's health bar, it was nearing depletion. Wild Boar Charge. Liu Xuan activated the skill once more. A formidable black boar phantom materialized behind him. His body radiated a brilliant black light, transforming him into a dark orb that hurtled toward the river dragon like a cannonball. Roar. The river dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, its massive maw gaping wide as countless light points gathered within. Before it could unleash its most powerful attack, Liu Xuan was quicker. Boom. The dark orb collided forcefully with the river dragon's body. In an instant, the water erupted in a tumultuous frenzy, and a damage number floated above the river dragon's head, completely depleting its health bar. 437, Successfully defeated LV-15 Elite Boss, River Dragon, gained 10,000 experience points. 20 gold, and the River Dragon technique skill. A notification appeared before him. The immense form of the River Dragon dissipated, leaving behind 20 gleaming gold coins and a black skill book floating in the water. Your level has increased to LV-12, gaining 20 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Liu Xuan swiftly stowed the gold and skill book in his backpack, not daring to look back as he hastily swam toward the shore. Clambering onto the bank, Liu Xuan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Having spent an extended period in the water and engaging in battle with the River Dragon, even with his superior physical constitution, he felt the toll of exhaustion. There is nothing quite like the exhilaration of vanquishing a boss. Liu Xuan retrieved the skill book, his heart brimming with elation. The experience gained from defeating the River Dragon was equivalent to that of slaying 500 pigs. Not to mention, the emergence of such a rare item as a skill book is truly astonishing. It seems the system has indeed encountered a bug. Liu Xuan, gazing at the skill book, fell into deep contemplation. He had slain the Dog King, a creature of lesser rank than the River Jiao, and had obtained a divine artifact. Yet, upon vanquishing the River Jiao, he was rewarded merely with a skill book. Surely, this skill book could not possibly rival the divine artifact? With a flicker of thought, he began to examine the detailed information of the skill book. Transformation Jiao Technique Skill Book. No usage conditions. No usage conditions? Liu Xuan's eyes brightened. This meant that even as a mage, he could learn the Transformation Jiao Technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to use it. You have learned the Transformation Jiao Technique. Transformation Jiao Technique LV1. Transform into a Jiao Dragon for battle. Health, attack, defense, and speed increase 5-fold, lasting for 3 seconds. During this transformation, other skills cannot be used. With a cooldown of 10 minutes, it can consume 5 skill points to upgrade. What the heck? Liu Xuan's eyes widened, and his breath became rapid. He couldn't have misread that, could he? Health, attack, defense, and speed all increased 5-fold. Moreover, the Transformation Jiao Technique could also be upgraded. If this level 1 skill was already so formidable, how extraordinary would it be at maximum level? Would it perhaps evolve into the Dragon Transformation Technique? Transforming into a true dragon? Hiss. Liu Xuan couldn't help but inhale sharply. The mere thought of becoming a dragon ignited a fervor within him. If there were to be a single flaw with the Transformation Jiao Technique, it would be that during the transformation, he would be unable to utilize any other skills, and the duration was only 3 seconds. However, this was not insurmountable. He could easily treat the Transformation Jiao Technique as a trump card. Now, he no longer needed to fear the approach of Wang Dong. He could hardly believe that Wang Dong could possibly be stronger than the level 15 elite boss. The River Jiao. Chapter 27. Wang Dong's family arrives, faxing Kung Fu. Regaining his focus, Liu Xuan allocated the 20 free attribute points he had gained from leveling up. He distributed them as follows: 10 points to strength, 6 points to intelligence, 2 points to constitution, and 2 points to agility. Should he upgrade a skill? Liu Xuan fell into contemplation. He currently possessed 2 skill points, which he could use to upgrade either the Fireball or the Lightning Sphere skill, or perhaps enhance the Ice Arrow and Elemental Armor skills. However, this would mean that it would take an extended period to fully level any one skill. Not to mention, upgrading the Transformation Jiao Technique to level 2 required 5 skill points. The higher the skill level, the more skill points were needed for subsequent upgrades. Similarly, the higher his own level, the more experience points required for future upgrades, resulting in a slower leveling pace and a more challenging acquisition of skill points. It was a vicious cycle. Never mind. It would be prudent to save them for emergencies. Liu Xuan shook his head in resignation. The number of skill points he acquired should be related to his profession. He surmised that to obtain more skill points with each level up, he would need to transition into a hidden class. Compared to ordinary professions, hidden classes possess greater potential for growth, likely yielding more free attributes and skill points with each upgrade. At the county hospital, in the VIP ward, Chen Hongmei lay in her hospital bed, her face bandaged. After receiving dozens of slaps from Liu Xuan and Liu Yijuan, her face had yet to heal. "Mom, Dad and I have come to see you," Liu Chong exclaimed excitedly as he entered, followed by the expressionless Wang Dong. "Brother Dong Dong." Upon seeing Wang Dong, Chen Hongmei's pupils constricted, and she suddenly sat up from her bed. Although Liu Chong was her and Wang Dong's son, she had not seen Wang Dong in person for decades. She had begged Chen Hu multiple times to take her to see Wang Dong, but was consistently refused, as Wang Dong did not wish to meet her. It has been a long time. Wang Dong regarded Chen Hongmei in her hospital bed, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. In his youth, he was a notorious ruffian in Xinping Town. Chen Hu was one of his underlings. To curry favor with him, Chen Hu introduced him to his sister, and thus he and Chen Hongmei shared a brief romantic entanglement. However, not long after, he and Chun Hu were imprisoned for their misdeeds. Shortly after his release, he encountered his master, Zheng Ping. From Zheng Ping, he learned of another side of the world, and after much persuasion, he successfully convinced Zheng Ping to teach him the art of cultivation. Little did he know that the cultivation technique known as the mysterious Yin skill possessed a fatal flaw. Once cultivated, one would lose the ability to reproduce, and masculine traits would gradually fade. The higher the cultivation level, the more one would resemble a woman. Nonetheless, in pursuit of that unfathomable power, he resolutely practiced the mysterious Yin skill. Within a few years, leveraging the strength gained from it, he became a billionaire. Initially, Wang Dong believed he was destined to remain childless. However, unexpectedly, Chun Hu approached him, revealing that Chun Hongmei had borne him a son. Overjoyed by this revelation, he devoted himself even more to the mysterious Yin skill, ultimately breaking through to the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. Brother Dong, why are you here? Chun Hongmei appeared flustered. Wang Dong approached the bedside and leisurely peeled a banana from the cabinet. I have come to deliver some news. Your parents and brother have all passed away. What did you say, Brother Dong? Chun Hongmei trembled uncontrollably, her voice laced with tears. They were perfectly fine. How could this happen? Mom, it was that bastard Liu Xuan's doing. Liu Chong gritted his teeth. But do not worry. Dad will personally deal with that scoundrel to avenge Grandpa and the others. Liu Xuan, again him. Chun Hongmei's eyes went blank. Then she began to wail in anguish. That little bastard. How dare he? Brother Dong, you must avenge my parents. Rest assured, he will not see the dawn of tomorrow. Wang Dong handed the peeled banana to Chun Hongmei and stood up. I will ensure that you can exact your revenge. Dad, can you teach me how to cultivate? Liu Chong's eyes shone with fervor. I want to be as powerful as you. Wait until you have a child before discussing that. Wang Dong replied nonchalantly. A child? Liu Chong paused, but I don't want to have a child so soon. Do not worry, with your father around. Even if you are an ordinary person, no one will dare to bully you. Wang Dong chuckled, patting Liu Chong's shoulder. Now, take me to see him. Upon returning to Taolin village, it was already evening. After defeating the river Jiao, Liu Xuan had taken a stroll around the nearby hills of the reservoir. During his exploration, he encountered only low-level wild beasts, primarily snakes, and not a single large animal. The Mercedes-Benz came to a halt in front of a humble dwelling. Since Liu Yijuan's house had been demolished, Liu Xuan and Liu Yijuan had been temporarily residing in the small house in front of the pig pen. Good disciple, you have returned. As soon as Liu Xuan stepped out of the car, a strong scent of alcohol wafted towards him. Before he could react, Li Wujia suddenly appeared beside him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. Who are you? Liu Xuan pushed Li Wujia away, regarding him with a puzzled expression. Li Wujia's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, this kid really holds a grudge. How could he not know that Liu Xuan was upset because of the health pamphlet he had given him? Yet, realizing that Liu Xuan was likely the person he had been searching for, he put on a brave face. Good disciple, I am your master. Last time I was just teasing you. This time, I've come to impart genuine skills. Oh, Liu Xuan's reaction was one of indifference. He harbored no interest in the martial arts that Li Wuji spoke of. What kind of martial arts could possibly surpass his own magical prowess? What could rival his transformation technique? Very well, my disciple, accompany me to a certain place, and I shall impart all my knowledge to you. I refuse. Liu Xuan replied without a moment's hesitation. He was not well acquainted with Li Wuji. Who knew where Li Wuji intended to take him? Moreover, a formidable figure like Li Wuji would not extend kindness without ulterior motives. There was surely a hidden agenda. You'd best not provoke me, boy. Li Wuji seethed with anger, a terrifying aura erupting from within him, prepared to forcibly take Liu Xuan away. In that instant, Liu Xuan felt as if facing a dire enemy, ready to unleash his transformation technique at any moment. Just as tensions escalated, a Land Rover sped towards them. Li Wuji sensed something amiss and smirked. Boy, you will soon find yourself begging me for help. Before his words could settle, he resumed his drunken demeanor, raising a gourd of wine to his lips and staggering towards the peach grove. The Land Rover screeched to a halt before Liu Xuan. The rear door swung open, revealing Wang Dong, who stepped out with an expressionless face, coldly fixing his gaze on Liu Xuan. You are the one who killed my people. You bastard. Today you will meet your end. Liu Chong exited the driver's seat and hurried to assist Chun Hongmei from the back. You little bastard, ungrateful wretch. Return the lives of my family. Chun Hongmei, in a fit of rage, attempted to lunge at Liu Xuan but was firmly restrained by Liu Chong. Dong, go, hurry. Kill him. Avenge my parents and brother. Chun Hongmei's eyes were bloodshot, her glare at Liu Xuan brimming with hatred. Chapter 28. Instant kill of Wang Dong, my god. Sword technique. Xiao Xian, what happened? At that moment, Liu Yijuan emerged from the house. Return. Liu Xian turned to Liu Yijuan, his expression grave. Upon meeting Liu Xian's gaze, Liu Yijuan's heart sank. Instantly comprehending the situation, His complexion turned ashen. Xiao Xian, do not come any closer. Liu Xian's voice suddenly rose, interrupting Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan froze, hesitating for a moment before retreating back into the house. Useless, Wang Dong sneered, a chilling smile spreading across his face. No one connected to you will escape today. Liu Xian did not respond, but instead cast a probing spell on him. Name, Wang Dong. Level, LV10. Health, 2800. Attack, 240. Defense, 230. Skills, Xianin Gong, Xianin Palm. Xianin Gong. Passive skill, Health 1000. Attack, Defense 50. Xianin Palm. Active skill. Condenses Xianin energy to attack a single target, dealing double physical damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. Is this all? A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Liu Xian's mouth. He had expected Wang Dong to be formidable, yet his level was inferior to Liu Xian's. With such attributes, Liu Xian could eliminate him as easily as slaughtering a pig, the only difference being that killing a pig required no skills. You three have arrived just in time. It saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Liu Xian drew a butcher's knife from his lower back, its blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Do not worry. I will ensure you all depart in an orderly fashion. Damn it, this bastard is too arrogant. Lu Chong howled, his face contorted with rage. Father, leave him a breath. I want to personally torment him, to make him wish for death. At the entrance of the peach grove, Li Wuji lounged lazily against a peach tree, his gaze appraising Wang Dong, a playful smile gracing his lips. 9th level of the acquired realm, though somewhat weak. It should suffice to make this boy drink a cup. He called out to Liu Xian, Boy, if you wish to live, call me master, and I will deal with this ant for you. Old fool, you seek death. Wang Dong instantly erupted in fury. A ghostly blue light flickered in the palm of his right hand. After I slay this boy, I will send you on your way. Burp. Li Wuji let out a belch, seemingly unconcerned. Xianin palm. Wang Dong ceased his prattle, the chilling winds of his palm erupting as he summoned a sharp imprint. Poised to strike Liu Xian. 8 consecutive slashes. In a flash of blinding light, before Wang Dong could comprehend what was happening, 8 strands of black blade energy surged forth. His pupils constricted as the shadow of death enveloped him. Boom. With a resounding crash, Wang Dong was utterly consumed by the blade energy, not even having the chance to scream as his health was obliterated in an instant. For 60, 460, 460, successfully killed LV10 Wang Dong, gained 2,000 experience, 10 silver coins. Xianin boots. Your level has risen to LV13, gained 20 free attribute points, 2 skill points. The kill notification appeared. The experience accumulated from previously defeating monsters, combined with this kill, propelled Liu Xian's level up once more. A gust of wind swept through, plunging the scene into silence. Chen Hongmei and Lu Chong were left stupefied, their eyes filled with terror. Inside the house, Liu Xuan sat slumped on the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. At the entrance of the peach grove, Li Wuji's smile froze, his lips twitching. The 9th level of the acquired realm was killed in an instant. His voice trembled with disbelief. This completely exceeded his expectations. Although Liu Xian had previously slain the Dog King, he regarded it as merely an ordinary beast, at best at the 5th level of the acquired realm. Wang Dong, having cultivated a technique, should have been stronger with the enhancement of his skill. What Li Wuji did not realize was that the ordinary beast in his eyes was, in fact, an elite boss, far surpassing Wang Dong in strength. Not to mention that Liu Xian's power was perpetually surging. Dad. Lu Chong snapped back to reality, collapsing to the ground, shaking his head frantically. No, it's impossible. My father is the strongest. How could he die at the hands of this bastard? Boom. Before he could finish, a thunderball hurtled towards him. Bang. With a thunderous explosion, his body was reduced to fragments, vanishing instantly. Chen Hongmei finally regained her senses. Kneeling on the ground, desperately bowing to Liu Xian. Xiao Xian, do not kill me. I am your aunt. I was wrong. I will never dare again. Please spare my life. Chen Hongmei cried out, trembling uncontrollably. Her trousers dampened, a foul odor spreading as she continued to bow fervently, hoping to beg for mercy. 3, 2, 1. Liu Xian aimed his palm at Chen Hongmei, counting down. As the cooldown for the thunderball spell reached its end, a surge of lightning coursed through his palm, and a thunderball filled with violent energy shot forth. The thunderball grew larger in Chen Hongmei's vision. The sheer despair and terror rendered her face ashen, frozen in place. Bang! Another tremendous explosion rang out, and Chen Hongmei's body was likewise obliterated, followed by a system refresh. Successfully killed LV1 Lu Chong, gained 50 experience, 50 copper coins. Successfully killed LV1 Chen Hongmei, gained 50 experience, 50 copper coins. At last, it was over. Liu Xian turned around to face Liu Xuan, whose face was devoid of color, and offered a reassuring smile. With the threats posed by the Chen family, and Wang Dong now eliminated, he could finally depart with peace of mind. Disciple, you are in deep trouble. Li Wuji's voice suddenly resounded from behind. He pointed at Liu Xuan, feigning a serious expression. You have taken a life. The martial appraisal department will not let you off easily. However, should you be willing to heed my advice and accompany me to a certain place, they would not dare to lay a finger on you, given my standing. Did I kill someone? Liu Xuan sheathed the cleaver at his waist, concealing it with his clothing, and gestured towards the empty ground. Where is the body? Li Wuji was momentarily speechless. Huh, do you think the martial appraisal department can be easily deceived? Li Wuji laughed in exasperation. There are always greater powers beyond one's own, and although your talent is commendable, your strength does not rank highly within the martial world. My strength may be trivial, but I only eliminate those who deserve it, Liu Xuan replied calmly. If the martial appraisal department intends to move against me for this, then they are no different from those wicked individuals. With that, he turned his back and walked towards Liu Xuan. Are you stubborn as a mule? Li Wuji exclaimed, furious and hopping in frustration. I am pleading with you as your master. Will you not accompany me just this once? I will not go. Liu Xuan's distant reply echoed back. Li Wuji gulped down a mouthful of liquor, realizing that he would have to personally invite that old coot out of retirement to confirm whether this lad was indeed the one he sought. Sword technique, rise. He formed a sword gesture with his hand, and beneath his feet, radiant specks of light appeared, coalescing into a sword-shaped silhouette. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, vanishing like a streak of light. Wait, can he fly? Liu Xuan's expression changed dramatically as he abruptly looked up. Master, wait, I will go. I will go. Chapter 29. The son-in-law must be acknowledged, the calm before the storm. Liu Xuan was engulfed in a fit of melancholy. Where were the promised martial arts masters? Where were the martial skills? Did you call sword flight a martial art? He had initially believed that Blue Star was merely a world of low martial arts, mostly involving basic combat skills. Yet, this spectacle was undeniably indicative of a high martial world. Liu Xuan trudged towards Liu Xuan, feeling a profound sense of regret. Had he known that the drunken fool was akin to a sword immortal, he would have clung to him to learn the sword technique without hesitation. Little Xuan. Liu Xuan managed to rise, leaning against the doorframe, his voice trembling. What in the world is happening? Elder uncle, you saw it too. Liu Xuan inhaled deeply. The one who flew away just now is my master, and all of my skills are taught by him. Is he an immortal? Liu Xuan gazed up at the sky, swallowing hard. Do immortals truly exist in this world? Not quite an immortal, Liu Xuan chuckled. Just consider him a reclusive master. He ought to thank Li Wuji for revealing such a spectacle. Now, he need not fabricate an excuse. This is simply unbelievable. Liu Xuan's eyes widened in shock, clearly still reeling from the revelation. The events of merely a few minutes had completely overturned his understanding as an honest man. His own nephew had actually taken a reclusive master akin to those found in television dramas and possessed such extraordinary power. He glanced towards the spot where Chun Hongmei and the others had perished, his complexion still pale. Elder uncle, in a few days, I will accompany my master to train. Liu Xuan looked earnestly at Liu Xuan. After I leave, take care of yourself. Do not hesitate to spend money, buy whatever you desire to eat, and treat yourself to massages. If you feel lonely, find yourself a new aunt, and perhaps have a cousin for me to play with. Little Xuan, you need not worry about me. Liu Xuan took a deep breath. Since you have taken a high-ranking master as your teacher, be sure to listen to him and diligently learn your skills. When you return, if I am still here, I hope to witness your marriage and the birth of your children. A bitter smile crept across his lips. I will refrain from finding you an aunt. Henceforth, I wish to lead a quiet life by myself. Elder uncle, I will contact the farmers to have the remaining poultry sent over. Liu Xuan intended to say more, but Liu Xuan smiled and interrupted him. I noticed that the poultry in the pigsty has disappeared. It should be for your training, right? I may not possess any remarkable skills, but I can run errands for you. Elder uncle, I will return. Liu Xuan wished to keep the atmosphere from becoming too sorrowful and grinned widely. By then, I will find 10 wives and have a multitude of nephews and nieces to keep you company. Ha ha ha, splendid. Liu Xuan chuckled, suddenly recalling something. I think that Wan from the old Xia family would be a fine match. At 9 o'clock that evening, in the small Western-style house of the Xia family. Dad, Mom, come quickly and take a look. Xia Wan excitedly shouted from the living room, holding her phone. What is it? What happened? Mei Asalin rushed out from the bedroom on the second floor, her clothes disheveled, followed by Xia Zhengwo, who limped slightly. Look at the news. Xia Wan pointed at her phone. Our county's official account just released a message. Wang Dong, the owner of the Qiangdong Group, has gone missing. What? Xia Zhengwo's expression changed drastically as he hurried towards Xia Wan, nearly stumbling due to his excitement. Fortunately, Mei Asalin caught him just in time. It's actually true. The three of them sat on the sofa. Mei Asalin stared at the news on Xia Wan's phone, covering her mouth. Could it be that Wang Dong has encountered some misfortune? The Qin family. Just like the Qin family, Xia Zhengwo breathed rapidly. Chun Hu and Chun Xianyong from the Qin family have also mysteriously vanished. And there has been no news of them. Zhengwo, do you think it could be that young man? Mei Ocelan's eyes sparkled. If it truly is him, then what a terrifying background he must possess. I don't know. Xia Zhengwo shook his head fervently, his body trembling. No one understood better than him how immense Wang Dong's influence was. Not to mention Wang Dong. Even a single Qin family member was beyond his reach. He had even prepared to head to the capital for this reason. Yet now, both the Qin family and Wang Dong had encountered troubles one after the other. This signified that the ominous shadow hovering over his family, and indeed all of Yunjiang County, had finally dispersed. He no longer needed to send his daughter away. Old Xia, are you asleep? Just then, a voice and knocking sounded from the first floor. It was Liu Xuan. Quickly, go and open the door. Xia Zhengwo took a deep breath. His intuition whispering that Wang Dong's predicament was somehow related to Liu Xuan. Brother, what brings you here? Xia Zhengwo gazed at Liu Xuan, who was laden with bags. A puzzled expression on his face. I brought these specially, Liu Xuan smiled. There is nothing else. I simply wanted to act as a matchmaker for my nephew. Although Liu Xuan had boasted about marrying 10 wives, he still felt uneasy. He decided to take the initiative to connect Liu Xuan and Xia Wan, lest by the time Liu Xuan returned, he would be too old to hold his grandchildren. Matchmaking. Xia Zhengwo blinked in surprise. Behind him, Xia Wan's eyes widened. Pointing at herself. Me? Girl, you're just in time, Liu Xuan said earnestly. Little Xian confided in me that he likes you, but he is too shy to approach you. He is shy? Xia Wan's mouth dropped open, nearly convinced she had misheard. Liu Xian shy? She had never encountered anyone with a thicker skin than him. Yet it wasn't so much that he was shy. He simply struggled to speak in front of someone he fancied. Liu Xuan elucidated. You may be unaware, but Xiao Xian's acquisition of your family's pig farm, as well as his dealings with the Chun family and Wang Dong, are all for your benefit. Brother, what do you mean? Xia Zhengwo's countenance shifted dramatically, his voice trembling. Did my younger brother orchestrate the troubles with the Qin family and Wang Dong? Well, I'm not entirely certain, Liu Xuan evaded. I merely overheard Xiao Xian mention that he intended to assist your family in resolving some issues. Gulp. The Xia family trio simultaneously swallowed hard. Suddenly, Xiaowan recalled something. I just remembered. That night when he parted ways with me. He earnestly asked if I wished to stay. I said yes, and then he smiled and said he understood. Xiaowan's heart raced. Her cheeks instantly flushed. So he had done so much for me. I can forgive him for taking my undergarments. What? Now it was Liu Xuan and the Xia couple who were taken aback. And no, it's nothing. Xiaowan quickly recovered, stammering, I am feeling tired. I'm going to sleep. With that, she dashed upstairs. Ah, brother, it seems I may have overstepped, Liu Xuan chuckled. It appears that Xiao Xian and the girl have already become quite close. Xia Zhengwo, did you not say they had only known each other for a day or two? Mao Solan's expression shifted. Is this how you act as a father? Are you waiting for Wan to have a child before you acknowledge they are in a relationship? I genuinely had no idea, Xia Zhengwo retorted, nearly on the verge of tears. He truly did not know when Liu Xian and Xiaowan had become involved. He even suspected he had been played by his daughter. In truth, the two had known each other for quite some time. Well, I shall take my leave now. Liu Xuan announced, pleased to have achieved his aim. Brother, do not depart just yet. Mao Sulan firmly grasped Liu Xuan's arm, her expression serious. We need to have a thorough discussion about the two young ones. With that, she shot Xia Zhengwo a fierce glare. Yes, indeed, let us discuss, Xia Zhengwo conceded. Resigned to his fate. Given that his daughter had progressed this far with Liu Xian, he had no choice but to accept this prospective son-in-law. Upon reflection, having Liu Xian as a son-in-law was not so bad after all. He was handsome, capable, and most importantly, he treated Xiaowan well. The fact that he would go so far as to eliminate the Qin family and Wang Dong for her sake was indeed moving. Within the Xianin martial arts hall, the atmosphere was tense, for men stood respectfully before a woman of delicate demeanor. Senior, it appears that President Wang may be in trouble, one of the men reported. The woman slowly raised her gaze, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Investigate this for me. I wish to uncover who possesses the audacity to harm my disciple. Once I find out, they will wish they were never born. Chapter 30. Parting, captured. Liu Xian remained oblivious to Liu Xuan's matchmaking efforts and was unaware that his earnest uncle had begun to learn the art of deception for the sake of his early marriage and offspring. Achoo! In the pig pen behind the bungalow, Liu Xian sneezed. Who is talking about me? He rubbed his itchy nose and cast a fiery gaze over the pigs. The poultry purchased by Liu Xuan had all been delivered. Looking across the nearly 2-acre pig pen, he noted the throngs of pigs, cattle, and sheep. He pulled out the list Liu Xuan had provided. 500 white pigs, 300 goats, and 200 yellow cattle. Without hesitation, he drew out his pig-slaughtering knife and began his frenzied onslaught. Successfully killed LV2 White Pig, gained 20 experience points, 15 copper coins. Successfully killed LV2 Goat, gained 20 experience points, 20 copper coins. Successfully killed LV3 Yellow Cattle, gained 30 experience points, 30 copper coins. Kill notifications continuously popped up as his experience bar gradually increased. Though there were 1,000 head of livestock in total, the experience points yielded were disappointingly low. Even if he slaughtered every last one of them, he would not level up. Nevertheless, this only strengthened his resolve to venture into the mountains or the sea, particularly the ocean, which, with its vast expanse, teemed with an innumerable variety of creatures. Diving into the sea to hunt monsters would undoubtedly be the quickest path to leveling up. After a short while, Liu Xuan exited the pigpen. With a thought, he summoned his personal information for review. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV1323100400000. Occupation Mage. Health 1150. Attack 345. Defense 115. Magic points 2720. Speed 81. Attributes: Constitution 9025, Strength 2602, Intelligence 26210, Agility 81. Skills: Transformation Technique LV1, Thunderball Technique LV2, Fireball Technique LV2, Ice Arrow Technique LV1, Elemental Armor LV1. Skill points 4. Equipment equipped: Slaughtering Knife, Black Pig Belt, Ring of the Brave, Minotaur Bracers. Free attributes 20. Currency 30 gold coins, 10 silver coins, 50550 copper coins. Items: Dog Talisman. Unidentified Xianin Boots, Xiaowan's personal undergarments. He needed just one more skill point to upgrade his transformation technique. Liu Xuan pondered deeply. The transformation technique was his most potent skill. Prioritizing its upgrade would maximize his strength. With over 50,000 copper coins, he could exchange it for over 50 million in cash. The majority of this wealth had been acquired from slaying wild monsters near the reservoir. In comparison, copper coins were the easiest resource to obtain. If only those 50,000 copper coins could be converted into skill points, Liu Xuan mused. In such a case, he could elevate all his skills to their maximum levels. However, he knew this was an unrealistic expectation. To acquire more skill points, he would need to find a way to transition into a hidden occupation. Returning to the present, Liu Xuan retrieved the Xianin boots. Instantly, he held a pair of vintage long boots made of exquisite fabric, their surface adorned with snowflake patterns, cool and smooth to the touch. Identification Technique. Identification Technique Proficiency 20. A brilliant azure light flashed, revealing the attributes of the Xianin boots. Xianin boots, bronze, agility 40, level requirement 10. Skill: Snow Treading. Snow Treading active skill. Creates frost on the ground where one walks, doubling speed for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 120 seconds and a cost of 100 magic points. This skill bore some resemblance to the Minotaur Guardian. Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. While the Minotaur Guardian enhanced his defense by double, Snow Treading would enhance his speed by double. However, with bronze equipment that not only increased attributes but also came with a skill, it was already quite impressive. He promptly equipped the Xianin boots, feeling a refreshing sensation in his legs. To his surprise, it was rather comfortable. The next day, Liu Xuan rose before dawn. Exiting the bungalow, he glanced at the room where Liu Xuan slept. "Uncle, until we meet again," he murmured softly before striding confidently toward the road. As the sun began to rise, its golden rays elongated his silhouette, as if heralding an infinite array of possibilities for the future. An hour later, Liu Xuan awoke, preparing to head to town for breakfast. His gaze swept across the desk, and a note caught his attention. A shiver ran through him, as if he sensed something foreboding. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he approached the desk and unfolded the note. As he expected, it was a message from Liu Xuan. It contained but a few terse lines. "Uncle, your nephew has embarked on a journey, with the stars and the sea as his destination. Do not worry. If you miss me, simply leave a message on WeChat, or we can video call, haha." This impish lad, opting for ancient methods of correspondence despite having a mobile phone. Liu Xuan carefully stowed the note away, his eyes already glistening with unshed tears. Exiting the room, he gazed toward the rising sun, wiped away his tears, and revealed a smile of contentment. "Xian, your uncle awaits your return." "Uncle Liu, you're awake?" A melodious voice chimed in, as Xiaowan skipped into the room. "Oh, it's Wan. What brings you up so early?" Liu Xuan felt a pang of regret. He had intended to settle the marriage between Liu Xuan and Xiaowan before Liu Xian's departure, but he hadn't anticipated Liu Xian's sudden disappearance. Nevertheless, he understood that this was Liu Xian's way of avoiding the sorrow of parting. "Is Xian up yet?" Xiaowan shyly inquired. My mother sent me to invite you both for breakfast at our home. Just as Liu Xuan was about to respond, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. Two black Mercedes sped towards the house, abruptly halting in the open space before the bungalow. The car door swung open, and four men clad in black suits approached them with expressionless faces. Who are you? Liu Xuan's countenance changed dramatically, instinctively shielding Xia Wan behind him. Where is Liu Xuan? The lead man in the suit inquired coldly. He's not here. Who are you? Liu Xuan continued to retreat, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Take them away. The lead man commanded, and in an instant, two of his associates lunged forward, subduing Liu Xuan and Xia Wan and forcibly escorting them towards the Mercedes. Help, please. Xia Wan struggled desperately, crying out for assistance. Wan. Xia Zhangwo and his wife heard her cries and rushed out of the house. Upon witnessing Liu Xuan and Xia Wan being thrust into the car, Xia Zhangwo leaned heavily on his cane and charged forward in a futile attempt to intervene. Mao Salon hurriedly pulled out her phone to report the incident. Take them all, came a chilling voice from within the Mercedes. Those who dare harm my disciple shall pay tenfold. Chapter 31. Threats, Kindred Spirits of Monsters. At the Gaotai station in Wuxi City, the crowd surged like a tide. Just as Liu Xuan stepped through the turnstile, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen, astonished to find a video call invitation from Xia Wan. He hesitated momentarily. They had known each other for only a few days, and their conversations on WeChat had been scarce. Why would she suddenly reach out for a video call? Yet, curiosity got the better of him, and he accepted the call. Xian, help me. Xia Wan's terrified voice pierced through the phone, but the screen was shrouded in darkness. In the next moment, the image returned. Liu Xian's pupils constricted, and his expression darkened ominously. There, on the screen, were Xia Wan's family and Liu Xuan, all bound with thick ropes, huddled on the ground. Four burly men in black suits encircled them, their faces devoid of emotion. You must be Liu Xuan. A cold voice spoke. A striking woman then appeared on the screen, her gaze icy. I give you 1 hour to come before me, otherwise, they will perish because of you. Xian, don't come. Please stay away. Liu Xuan's anguished roar echoed through the phone. Bang! One of the suited men struck Liu Xuan hard in the abdomen. He crumpled to the ground in pain, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he maintained a fierce glare at the camera, his voice hoarse. Don't come. Witnessing this, an unprecedented surge of murderous intent surged within Liu Xuan. You are one of Wang Dong's people, he seethed, locking his gaze on the woman. He attempted to employ a probing technique, but the distance prevented it from taking effect. Good. You know, Zheng Ping said as he shifted the camera away from Liu Xuan and the others, threateningly. You have 1 hour. When time is up, they will die. And you, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will find you and make you experience what true despair feels like. With that, the video call abruptly ended. Crack. Liu Xian's knuckles whitened from the strain, the phone's casing beginning to show fine cracks. He had not anticipated that even after Wang Dong's demise, trouble would still find Liu Xuan, dragging Xia Wan's family into this perilous situation. He strove to calm himself, his eyes scanning the bustling square. Suddenly, a red Ferrari caught his eye parked by the roadside. He hastened toward it. Inside, a stylish girl chewing gum was complaining into her phone. My superstar, how much longer? I've been waiting for 10 minutes. I hope you're not caught up with fans. Knock, knock, knock. Before she could finish her sentence, the window was rapped sharply. Leah glanced at the tall, stern-faced young man outside and quickly spoke into her phone. Gotta go. A handsome guy is knocking on my window. He must want my contact info. Ending the call, she rolled down the window, blowing a bubble. Pop. The bubble burst, and with a confident smile, she said, Hey there, can I help you? I am Liu Xuan. I urgently require your vehicle. His voice was brisk and authoritative. He reached inside the car to open the door. Hey, what are you doing? Leah was taken aback, feeling an irresistible force as she was pulled from the driver's seat. By the time she regained her footing, she saw Liu Xuan swiftly closing the door, fastening his seatbelt, and starting the engine. Roar. The Ferrari emitted a beast-like growl, shooting forward like a flash of red lightning, vanishing into the flow of traffic. A gust of wind swept past, and a note fluttered into Leah's hand. My car? Leah stood stunned, watching the Ferrari disappear into the distance. And after a moment, she snapped back to reality. Instead of fear, excitement bubbled within her. Oh my God, a real-life Fast and Furious? My car has been requisitioned. I must post this on my social media. Wait. As she opened WeChat, a sudden thought struck her. What did he say his name was? Liu Xuan? Instantly, Leah felt as if struck by lightning, her body frozen in place. How dare he? Her expression darkened, fury boiling within her as she gritted her teeth. How dare he deceive me and steal my car? Her gaze fell upon the note in her hand, which bore a string of numbers. He even had the audacity to leave a phone number to provoke me. She fumed. Without hesitation, She pulled out her contacts and dialed a number. Her voice laced with suppressed rage. Uncle Fu, I need you to trace a phone number immediately. I want all the information on the owner in 3 minutes. Yes, miss. Came a steady, elder voice from the other end. Meanwhile, the Ferrari sped down the highway towards Yunjiang County, Liu Xuan's expression calm. His hands steady as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The scenery outside blurred into a stream of vibrant colors. He had but 1 hour. From the city center to Yunjiang County, the high-speed train takes 35 minutes. However, at this moment, time is evidently not on their side. The only viable option is to drive, pushing the limits of speed, in order to arrive punctually. Fortunately, Liu Xuan is familiar with the location where Liu Xuan and his companions are held captive. It is none other than the Baiyun Reservoir he visited the day before. Otherwise, merely searching for the venue would consume all available time. No matter who you are, if you dare to harm those around me, I shall ensure you pay a harrowing price. Liu Xuan's gaze is icy. He has prepared himself for the worst outcome. Should Liu Xuan and the others indeed perish at the hands of their captors, he will make them experience what true cruelty entails. Boom. The engine of the Ferrari roars violently. Although Liu Xuan is not a professional racing driver, his physical prowess far exceeds that of the average person. With sheer mental fortitude, he can effortlessly maneuver the Ferrari at breakneck speeds. Baiyun Reservoir. Liu Xuan and the 3 others are bound, their faces ashen. Xia Jingwo looks at Zheng Ping, who stands with his hands clasped behind his back in the distance, his voice trembling. What do you want from us? This is illegal. Hell, illegal? Zheng Ping slowly turns, a cold smirk on his lips. That brat killed members of the Chun family and my disciple. Does that not count as a crime? What? Xia Jingwo's pupils constrict, shaking his head violently. Impossible. Xiao Xian is just a child. How could he kill anyone? A perspective of an ant. Zheng Ping's tone drips with disdain. The child you perceive possesses a power that far surpasses your imagination. If you are to lay blame, then place it upon him. He slowly raises his right hand, a flickering azure light emanating from his palm. He killed my disciple first. As his master, I must exact vengeance. And you are merely collateral damage. As his words fall, Zheng Ping casually strikes the calm surface of the reservoir. Boom. A visible, chilling gust of energy erupts, crashing into the water's surface. Amidst the thunderous sound, the water violently explodes, sending towering waves surging several meters high. Witnessing this scene, apart from Liu Xuan, the other 3 stand frozen, their expressions filled with terror and disbelief. Monster! Mao Sulan's voice is hoarse, her heart laden with despair. Xiaowan stares blankly at the still raging waves. Suddenly, she recalls the day her undergarments inexplicably vanished and combined with their later appearance in Liu Xian's hands, along with Zheng Ping's words. She can nearly confirm that Liu Xuan and this monstrous figure belong to the same ilk, both endowed with unfathomable powers. Brother! Xia Jingwo abruptly turns to Liu Xuan, his emotions frayed. Tell me, did Xiao Xian truly kill Wang Dong and the others? What on earth is happening? Chapter 32. The leader, Boss Zuanweizi. They deserve to die. Liu Xuan's eyes blaze crimson, his fists clenched so tightly that they creak. If Xiao Xian does not kill them, then I, along with your family, and even the entire Yunjiang County, shall never find peace. Xiao Xian is innocent. It is I who has dragged him down. You beast. If you have the ability, kill me. Liu Xuan roars at Zheng Ping. Xiao Xian has no idea we are here. He will not come. Aren't you seeking vengeance for your disciple? Come on, kill me. At this moment, he is overwhelmed with regret for having contracted the fish in Baiyun Reservoir. Others may be unaware, but he knows very well that Liu Xuan is aware of their presence at Baiyun Reservoir and will undoubtedly come to rescue them. He does not wish for Liu Xuan to be ensnared in danger, even if Liu Xuan possesses formidable strength. What did you call me? Zheng Ping's figure flashes, appearing instantaneously before Liu Xuan. He seizes Liu Xuan by the neck, lifting him into the air. Despite the difficulty in breathing, Liu Xuan shows no sign of fear. Kill me. He is no fool. He understands why Liu Xuan chose to leave the day after eliminating the Chen family and Wang Dong. It was solely for him. Thus, he does not wish to burden Liu Xuan any further. As long as he is dead, Liu Xuan will have no vulnerabilities left. Heh, rest assured, you will die? But not now. Zheng Ping coldly tosses Liu Xuan to the ground, his voice frigid. I will slowly torment each of you to death before that brat's eyes. You madman. You lunatic. Xia Jingwo's eyes are bloodshot as he struggles to lunge at Zheng Ping in a desperate attempt. Yet, bound by ropes and limping on one leg, he can neither stand nor confront Zheng Ping. Time ticks away, and Xia Jingwo and the others have long since succumbed to despair. Mao Sulan even faints midway. Please, I beg you, spare my daughter. Mao Sulan kneels on the ground, desperately bowing her head to Zheng Ping, her forehead battered and bloodied. We will give you money. Please, let my daughter go. She sobs inconsolably, not expecting to return alive, but unable to bear the thought of her daughter dying alongside her. Xia Zhengwo remained silent, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling between his fingers. Mom, don't plead with him. Xia Wan's face is streaked with tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yet she maintains her composure to comfort Mao Sulan. I am not afraid of death. In my next life, I will still be your daughter. Beast, come on, kill me. At last, Xia Jingwo breaks down, his voice hoarse with rage. Even as a ghost, I will not let you off. The time has come. Zheng Ping pays no heed to Xia Jingwo and the others. He glances at the clock. An hour has already passed. Send them on their way. Having issued the command, he turns to walk towards the Mercedes parked nearby. Understood. The four suited men, upon hearing the order, prepare to execute Xia Jingwo and the others. Boom. Just then, the deafening roar of an engine pierces the air. A red Ferrari comes racing in, soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The hood billowing with thick, white smoke. Bang! The car door is kicked open, and Liu Xuan steps out with a stoic expression, his gaze sweeping the area swiftly. Upon spotting the suited men poised to strike at Liu Xuan and the others, his eyes turn frigid. Seeking death. Thunderball technique. He unleashes the skill. Brilliant arcs of electricity bursting forth from his palm, coalescing into a lightning sphere that hurtles toward the nearest suited man. Boom! With a deafening crash. The suited man is engulfed by the lightning sphere before he can react, his health instantly obliterated. Successfully killed LV5 Guatao, gained 250 experience points, and 100 copper coins. The sudden turn of events leaves the remaining 3 suited men aghast, their expressions paling. They do not dare hesitate, hastily retreating behind Ping. Zheng Ping slowly turns, his expression impassive as he scrutinizes Liu Xuan. His gaze glides over the butcher's knife in Liu Xuan's hand, the black pig belt at his waist, the bull's wrist guards on his arms, the hero's ring on his left index finger, and the Xianin boots on his feet. His brow furrows slightly, his eyes filled with disdain, lack of taste. Brother Xian. Xiaowan stares wide-eyed at Liu Xuan, tears and snot mingling, appearing both pitiable and comical. Xiao Xian. Liu Yijuan's voice quivers. You shouldn't have come. Xia Zhengwo and his wife are left in shock, rendered speechless. Uncle, are you in danger? How could I not come? Liu Xuan broke into a grin, then turned to Xiaowan. Xiao Xia, do I look handsome upon my entrance? Indeed. Brother Xian is exceptionally handsome. Xiaowan exclaimed, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. I knew you would come to rescue us. I apologize for the distress you've endured. Liu Xuan said, his demeanor shifting as he severed the ropes binding several individuals with his blade, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Now, I shall settle the score with this fiend. He pivoted and strode purposefully toward Zheng Ping. Name, Zheng Ping, boss. Level, LV15. Health, 10,000. Attack, 600. Defense, 450. Skills, Xianin Gong, Xianin Palm, Xianin Cold Air. Xianin Gong, passive skill, grants 5,000 health, with 200 attack and defense. Xianin Palm, active skill, condenses Xianin energy to strike a single target, inflicting 4 times the physical damage of attack, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Xianin Cold Air, active skill, releases Xianin Cold Air, freezing a 3-meter diameter area, dealing twice the magical damage of attack to targets within, and slowing them by 50 for 3 seconds. With a cooldown of 30 seconds. The boss, Liu Xuan, tightened his grip on the cleaver. It is not an exaggeration to say that Zheng Ping was the most formidable adversary he had encountered thus far. Just the health alone was double that of the river serpent he had previously vanquished. His attack and defense far surpassed that of the river serpent. However, he understood all too well that today, only one of them would leave alive. Liu Xuan struggled to calm his racing heart, and immediately allocated all remaining 20 points of free attributes to strength. In an instant, his attack surged by 20 points, reaching a total of 365. Meanwhile, above the reservoir, 2 streaks of light descended quietly, hidden within the shadows of the trees. What trouble has this lad stirred up now? Not far away, Li Wuji stood beneath a grand tree alongside an elder with a youthful visage and white hair. His gaze swept over Zheng Ping, brow knitting slightly. First level of innate talent, this lad is surely in peril now. He is the hope of your sword sect's future, and you will not intervene? Xian Weizi stroked his beard and chuckled softly. Given his current strength, he is no match for an innate martial artist. There is no rush. Li Wuji shook his head with a smile. This boy is quite obstinate, and this is a perfect opportunity for him to face some hardship. At a crucial moment, I shall intervene, allowing him to feel grateful to me. Xian Weizi smiled in silence. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to Xiao Wan, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Ignorant child. Zheng Ping stood with his hands behind his back, casting a disdainful look at Liu Xuan. Without innate talent, even with your acquired 9th level cultivation before me, you remain as insignificant as an ant. You dare to harm my disciple. Today, you shall not leave alive. Chapter 33, Transformation into Serpent. Boom. The moment the words fell, Zheng Ping's figure flickered, appearing like a specter behind Liu Xuan. Die. Zheng Ping's right hand formed a palm, cold energy gathering within, aiming directly for Liu Xuan's nape. Footprints in the snow. Sensing the lethal cold air approaching from behind, Liu Xuan's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. With no time to ponder, the Xianin boots on his feet glimmered, releasing a wave of cold air, causing frost to swiftly coat the ground beneath him. In a flash, Liu Xuan transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing 10 meters away. The ice rapidly spread in his wake. Boom. Zheng Ping's palm struck the ground, the chilling force exploding upon impact, sending debris soaring into the air. Witnessing this scene, Liu Xuan's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Zheng Ping's attack power reached an astounding 600 points, and his Xianin palm could inflict quadruple damage. Should he be struck by that palm, his demise would be inevitable. Level up. Suppressing the terror within, Liu Xuan hastily expended all 4 accumulated skill points. He had intended to reserve them for upgrading the transformation into serpent technique. But in this life-or-death moment, enhancing his strength was paramount if he were to have a chance at countering Zheng Ping. Successfully deducted 2 skill points. Thunderball technique upgraded to LV3. Successfully deducted 1 skill point. Ice arrow technique upgraded to LV2. Successfully deducted 1 skill point. Elemental armor upgraded to LV2. Thunderball technique LV3 harnesses the power of lightning, condensing it into a thunderball to attack a single target, dealing quadruple magical damage with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Consuming 700 mana. Requires 5 skill points for further upgrade. Ice arrow LV2 fires an ice arrow at a target, inflicting double magical damage and reducing the target's movement speed by 50 for 5 seconds, consuming 300 mana. Requires 2 skill points for further upgrade. Elemental armor LV2 applies a life shield with quadruple attack power for 5 seconds, with a 20-second cooldown, consuming 200 mana. Requires 2 skill points for further upgrade. Did you truly believe you could escape? Zheng Ping's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze upon Liu Xuan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Boom. A surge of power erupted from within him, a visible azure cold air enveloping him. Crack. The ground instantly froze. Zheng Ping stepped forward, his form moving like lightning. And in the blink of an eye, he was before Liu Xuan. The surrounding cold air surged like a tide, intent on completely engulfing him. Barbarian Bull's Guardian. Elemental armor. Liu Xuan's complexion shifted dramatically. Just as the cold air drew near, a circular shield enveloped him. Outside the shield, a blood-red phantom of a bull roared at Zheng Ping. 970. Scarlet numbers floated above Liu Xuan's head, yet his health remained untouched. The Barbarian Bull's Guardian doubled his defense, while the elemental armor provided a shield with quadruple health based on his attack power, completely negating Zheng Ping's strike. Simultaneously, the effect of the hero's spirit triggered, boosting his attack by 10. How is this possible? Zheng Ping's face darkened upon realizing his Xianin cold air had failed to annihilate Liu Xuan. Ice arrow technique. Liu Xuan seized the opportunity, unleashing the skill instantaneously. An ice arrow plummeted from the sky, precisely striking Zheng Ping's head. Zheng Ping let out a wail as frost enveloped his body, significantly slowing his movements. 353. Damn it. I will shred you to pieces, you ant. Zheng Ping's features contorted as he gathered Xianin energy in his right palm, aiming a strike at Liu Xuan's face. Thunderball technique. Fireball. Liu Xuan retaliated with his own palm. Lightning crackled violently, a blinding electric arc coalescing into a thunderball that engulfed Zheng Ping. Bang! With a thunderous roar, Zheng Ping was hurled several meters away, his body convulsing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. 1156. Bang! Before he could regain his footing, an intense heat washed over him. A basketball-sized fireball crashed into him. Boom! Flames raged, turning the area Zheng Ping occupied into a sea of fire. 152. I will kill you. Zheng Ping bellowed, his internal cold air exploding, instantly dispersing the flames. His hair charred, clothes tattered, he charged toward Liu Xuan like a madman, his right palm rapidly gathering Xianin energy. 8 consecutive slashes. Liu Xuan swung the cleaver in hand as Zheng Ping closed in. 8 fierce waves of blade energy surged forth, striking Zheng Ping repeatedly. Boom! The terrifying force wreaked havoc, shredding Zheng Ping's shirt and exposing his bloodied chest. He lowered his gaze, his pupils constricting sharply. 353, 353. 8 damage numbers ascended in succession. Impossible. How could a mere ant at the postnatal realm injure my innate body? Zheng Ping fixed his intense stare upon Liu Xuan, his eyes swirling with a blend of murderous intent and greed. Hand over your cultivation techniques. He flickered and appeared behind Liu Xuan like a specter. Bang! A palm struck out, sending Liu Xuan flying several meters. 485. Liu Xuan cast a glance at his remaining health. Simultaneously, he assessed the cooldown status of his skills. Surrender, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Zhang Ping pressed forward relentlessly, the dark energy within his palm roiling. Otherwise, I will make you experience a fate worse than death. This brat has finally met his match. Not far away, Li Wuji chuckled lightly. Next, it's my turn to act. Just as he spoke, he suddenly froze. With a splash, Liu Xuan leaped into the water. No way, is this kid contemplating suicide? Li Wuji was astonished, his hands forming a sword gesture, conjuring an energy sword to strike down Zhang Ping. Wait. Xian Weizi's pupils dilated. This youth is unharmed. He has transformed into before he could finish. The surface of the reservoir erupted violently, a shadow bursting forth from the water. Grr. A peculiar sound resonated throughout the reservoir, piercing the souls of all present. Is this a flood dragon? Li Wuji's pupils contracted, his voice trembling. He, the unspoken secret of the Beast Valley, the transformation of beasts. Xian Weizi's expression turned grave. This youth has amalgamated numerous extraordinary skills. His origins are undoubtedly extraordinary. Zhang Ping stared dumbfounded at the monstrous figure before him. 10 meters in length, its body as dark as ink, covered in reverse scales that glinted ominously in the sunlight. Golden vertical pupils emanated an overwhelming pressure, topped with a golden horn that exuded a terrifying aura that sent shivers through his soul. Die, you monster! The black flood dragon spoke with human words. It was indeed Liu Xuan who had executed the transformation of beasts. After the transformation, his attributes surged fivefold. Even more astonishingly, he discovered that in this dragon form, his lost health had completely restored. This meant that regardless of the wounds he sustained in human form, even if he had but a drop of blood left, once he transformed, his health would instantly replenish. He focused his thoughts and checked his current attributes. Player, Liu Xuan. Dragon form. Health, 5750. Attack, 1825. Defense, 575. Speed, 405. Though he could not utilize other skills in dragon form, the attributes conferred by his equipment remained intact. With his current attributes, a casual strike would wield power rivaling any skill. No. What kind of monster are you? Zhang Ping retreated in terror. He initially believed the flood dragon to be a mythical beast, but never anticipated it was Liu Xuan transformed. Chapter 34, Golden and Silver Equipment, Sword Control Technique. Not far away, Liu Xuan and his companions were already awestruck. Liu Xuan's summoning of thunder and flames had left them utterly astonished. Yet now, he had transformed into a flood dragon, a creature that existed only in myth. Brother, is that really Xiao Xian? Xia Zhangwo's voice trembled, struggling to articulate coherent words. Of course, Liu Xuan's voice quivered as well, yet he composed himself. My Xiao Xian is indeed a dragon among men. It is only reasonable for him to become a dragon. Reasonable, indeed. Xia Zhangwo dared not contradict him. He had considered Liu Xuan's background to be exceptional, yet never imagined it to be of such magnitude. Boom. Terrifying power surged forth. The battle was imminent. Liu Xuan dared not waste time. Though his dragon form was formidable, it could only be sustained for 3 seconds. He had to eliminate Zhang Ping or reduce his health to the killing line within that brief span. Splash. Liu Xuan moved. In his dragon form, he could not soar through the clouds like a true dragon. He was even incapable of flying. However, he could traverse through the reservoir's water. The waves surged, instantly engulfing Zhang Ping. Liu Xuan erupted from the depths, sinking his jaws into Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping emitted a piercing scream. 1,375. Bright red damage numbers floated above his head. Darking palm. Zhang Ping unleashed the dark energy in his palm, exerting all his strength in a devastating blow against Liu Xuan's massive dragon body. Grr. Liu Xuan let out a pained dragon roar. 1825. His health plummeted by nearly half. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he tossed Zhang Ping into the air, his dragon body leveraging the water's momentum for successive strikes. 1,375. 1,375. In an instant, Zhang Ping's health dwindled to the brink. Die. Liu Xuan concentrated all his power into his dragon tail, striking down upon Zhang Ping with lightning speed. No. With Zhang Ping's final scream, his health was instantly depleted, and his body exploded into a mist of blood, vanishing entirely. Simultaneously, Liu Xuan reverted to his human form, landing on the shore, panting heavily. Finally resolved. He gazed at the site of Zhang Ping's demise, where golden coins and 2 glowing orbs, 1 gold and 1 silver, lay scattered on the ground. Successfully defeated LV-15 boss Zhang Ping, earning 20,000 experience points, 50 gold coins, black water Xian armor, and thunder sword. Your level has risen to LV14, gaining 20 points of free attributes and 2 skill points. With the level increase, Liu Xuan was enveloped in a white light, instantly restoring his condition. Coming back to his senses, he immediately stored the items dropped by Zheng Ping into his backpack. Black water Xian armor, silver, unidentified. Thunder sword, gold, unidentified. Hiss. Observing the details of the 2 pieces of equipment, Liu Xuan could not help but take a deep breath. He had unexpectedly obtained silver and gold gear. Though not divine artifacts, the golden and silver equipment was presently the most suitable for him. While divine artifacts were powerful, they could not be identified in the short term. Even if identification were possible, given the conditions required for divine artifacts, he might not be able to equip them. Silver equipment was merely 1 grade above bronze. His identification skill was on the verge of leveling up. Once it did, he would be able to identify and equip the black water Xian armor. A monster indeed. At that moment, the remaining 3 suited men were paralyzed in fear on the ground. They scrambled away in a frenzy, fleeing into the distance. Liu Xuan snickered, raising his hand to cast the thunderball technique. Boom. A thunderball shot forth, successfully striking one of the suited men. He remained unhurried, waiting for the cooldown of the thunderball technique. Soon after, another thunderball flew out. Before long, the 3 fleeing suited men were all eliminated. Successfully defeated LV5 Huangbin, earning 250 experience points, 100 copper coins. Successfully defeated LV5 Wu Hao, earning 250 experience points, 100 copper coins. Successfully defeated LV5 Zhenkai, earning 250 experience points, 100 copper coins. Didn't he frighten you, did I? Liu Xuan turned to Liu Yijuan and the others. Xiaoxian, are you alright? Are you injured? Liu Yijuan was the first to rush forward, anxiously inspecting Liu Xian's body. I'm fine. Liu Xuan shook his head. Uncle, let me take you to the hospital. No need for trouble. My disciple is here. A sudden voice interrupted. It was Li Wuji, who appeared alongside an elderly man with flowing white hair and a long beard. Detection technique. Target information cannot be detected. Please enhance your detection technique level. Another hidden master. Liu Xuan was astonished internally, yet a smile graced his face. Master, you've arrived. And who might this be? Li Wuji twitched his lips, thinking how quickly this boy could change his demeanor. This is Giga Zuanwizi, a revered elder in the martial world. Greetings, elder. Liu Xuan was filled with curiosity about the so-called martial world, but now was not the time for inquiries. The pressing matter was to discover how he could learn the sword control technique from Li Wuji. There is no need for such formalities. Young friend, Zuanwizi smiled and nodded. May your martial fortunes flourish. Your future is boundless. With that, he formed a hand seal, and starlight-like brilliance cascaded down, merging into Liu Yijuan and the others. In the next moment, their complexions rapidly regained a healthy hue. Mao Sulan's forehead wound healed as if it had never existed. Even more astonishingly, Xia Zhangwo's lamed leg was restored to normal. Thank you, immortal teacher. Liu Yijuan and the others were overwhelmed with gratitude, ready to kneel. Liu Xuan was equally astonished. Indeed, Zuanwizi's abilities, combined with his aura, truly exuded the essence of an immortal. Please rise. Zuanwizi's voice was gentle, yet carried an irresistible authority, lifting the group with ease. His gaze fell upon Xiao Wan, and a flicker of delight passed through his eyes. I did not expect that this journey would lead me to such a promising talent. Young lady, would you be willing to take me as your master? I would. Xiao Wan knelt without hesitation. Though innocent, she was not foolish. The opportunity was right before her. How could she refuse? Having witnessed Liu Xuan's extraordinary powers, she too aspired to become someone like him. Elder, might I also become your disciple? Liu Xuan looked at Zuanwizi with eager eyes. He wished to learn the elder's techniques as well. You little rascal. What do you mean by that? Li Wuji fumed, his beard bristling. You call me master yet wish to take another as your teacher? I do call you master. But perhaps you do not recognize my worth, Liu Xuan muttered softly. Li Wuji's expression darkened. Fine. Pay attention now. I shall teach you the sword control technique of the sword sect. I will only demonstrate once, if you can learn it. I will then impart the strongest sword techniques of the sword sect to you. If you cannot, it will merely signify that you are not fated for my sword sect. Rest assured, master, I will not disappoint you. Liu Xuan focused intently, his gaze fixed on Li Wuji's movements. Sword control technique. Li Wuji formed the sword seal, and a shadow of a sword materialized out of thin air. Li Wuji is imparting the sword control technique to you. Do you wish to learn? Yes. Liu Xian's heart soared with joy. You have learned the sword control technique. Master, I've learned it. Liu Xuan exclaimed excitedly. You brat. Are you playing me for a fool? I have yet to finish my demonstration. Li Wuji was incensed, dispelling the sword seal. Even the most gifted genius in the history of the sword sect would not dare claim understanding without witnessing the complete demonstration. Chapter 35. The Martial Supervision Bureau arrives. Earthly immortals. I truly have learned it, Liu Xuan insisted earnestly. With the system at his disposal, any technique or martial art would be simplified into a skill for him. He didn't even need to form the sword seal like Li Wuji. With just a thought, he could execute the sword control technique. Sword control technique LV1. Condense a sword shadow to fly through the air, increasing speed by tenfold, consuming 1,000 points of magic per second, with no cooldown time. Consuming 10 skill points allows for upgrades. Liu Xuan glanced at the status bar. His remaining magic points were temporarily insufficient for executing the sword control technique. However, the magic points would slowly regenerate. A brief rest would suffice to allow him to perform the technique. You little brat, are you still bragging? Li Wuji's brows knitted together in disbelief. He had spent decades honing his skills and considered himself exceptionally talented. It took him 3 days to learn the sword control technique. Yet Liu Xuan, without even witnessing the full demonstration, dared to claim he had mastered it? If you say you've learned it, then show me. Xiao Xian. Don't provoke the master. Liu Yijuan quickly signaled to Liu Xuan. In his eyes, it was already a monumental opportunity for Liu Xuan to be able to take such a high-ranking figure as Li Wuji as his teacher. He feared Liu Xian's youthful arrogance might offend the master. All right. Liu Xuan smiled confidently. He checked his magic points, which had just recovered to 1,000. Enough to execute the sword control technique, albeit for only a second. Master, watch closely. Liu Xuan concentrated. Sword control technique. Buzz. Instantly, points of light gathered beneath his feet, coalescing into a shadow of a sword. With a whoosh, the sound of air being sliced filled the space as Liu Xuan found himself soaring 100 meters above the ground. Master, help! Came Liu Xian's panicked cry from the air as he plummeted towards the earth. Li Wuji stood frozen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ha! Suddenly, he seemed to lose his mind, laughing joyously towards the heavens. Do not panic, my disciple. I am coming. A brilliant light ignited in Li Wuji's eyes as he swiftly manifested a sword aura beneath his feet, catching the falling Liu Xuan with ease. Young friend, your comprehension is truly astonishing, Zuan Weizi marveled, stroking his beard, his fingers deftly calculating. Suddenly, his face paled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Master, what's wrong? Xia Zhangwo and the others rushed forward, bewildered by his sudden ailment. All is well, Zuan Weizi waved his hand dismissively, though his eyes still reflected a lingering trepidation. This child's fate cannot be easily discerned. What kind of being is he? Good, good, good. Li Wuji safely landed with Liu Xuan, gripping his shoulders in excitement, repeating the word good thrice. Heaven bless our sword sect. The revival is within reach. Master, the strongest sword techniques, Liu Xuan reminded with a smile. Li Wuji had promised that once he mastered the sword control technique, he would impart the most powerful sword techniques of the sword sect to him. Such techniques, being among the most formidable in a sword-wielding faction, could only be imagined for their strength. Once learned, they would undoubtedly become a significant trump card for him. Do not rush, my disciple, I shall. But before he could finish his sentence, Li Wuji suddenly furrowed his brows and turned to look toward the entrance of the reservoir. A van kicked up dust as it sped towards them, braking abruptly in front of the group. The door swung open, and a young man wearing a short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the word justice jumped out. The Martial Supervision Bureau is here. Who is Liu Xuan? Chu Chen's gaze swept across the crowd, finally locking onto Liu Xuan. What the? In the driver's seat, a burly man smoking a cigarette dropped the butt onto his pants in shock. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming he wasn't mistaken, and couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. How could these two be here? He swallowed hard, hastily exiting the vehicle. At that moment, Chu Chun had already approached Liu Xuan. Seizing his arm, you are suspected of disturbing the peace with violence. Please accompany me for a moment. With that, Chu Chun was sent flying by a powerful punch. Lin Kuang straightened his attire and respectfully bowed to Li Wuji and Xian Weizi, saying, Seniorly, Elder Xian, I did not expect to find both of you here. Captain, you have mistaken the wrong person. Chu Chun grimaced as he climbed up from the ground, ready to voice his grievances. However, he was left utterly dumbfounded the next moment. What did he just witness? His captain, a congenital warrior from the Misty Mountain branch of the Martial Appraisal Department, was bowing to someone, displaying such profound respect. It is indeed you. You don't even recognize the two seniors from the Sword Sect and the Ghost Valley. Do you think you deserve to be spared? Lin Kuang remarked, casting frantic glances at Chu Chun. You must be here for my disciple, correct? Li Wuji said with a smile that was almost enigmatic, his gaze fixed on Lin Kuang. Your disciple? Lin Kuang glanced at Liu Xuan, a wave of unease washing over him. He quickly waved his hands in denial. It's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. We were just passing by. Captain, do you recognize this old man and this beggar? Chu Chen approached, rubbing his belly. Even if you know them, there is no need to strike me, right? I do. Lin Kuang's pupils constricted as he sent another iron fist towards Chu Chen, sending him flying once more. Seniorly, Elder Xian, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. He hurried to Chu Chen's side, lifted the dazed youth, and tossed him into the van before stepping on the gas, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Liu Xuan finally understood the meaning of having a powerful backing. Disciple, come, I shall take you to learn the strongest sword technique of our sect. All swords return to one. Li Wuji grasped Liu Xuan firmly, and before he could react, the sword light flashed, and the two transformed into streaks of light, disappearing into the horizon. Uncle, take care of yourself. Liu Xuan's voice echoed from the sky. Liu Yijuan was ecstatic, hastily waving towards the sky. Xiao Xian, your uncle awaits your return after your training. Disciple, we must be on our way. Xian Weizi smiled kindly at Xiao Wan. In our Ghost Valley lineage, we only accept 2 disciples in each generation, imparting the arts of Zhongheng and Tianji. You already have a senior brother. From this day forth, you shall study the secret arts of Tianji with me. Master, Xiao Wan asked softly, will I be able to see Brother Xian again? The fates are already intertwined. You shall meet again soon. Xian Weizi chuckled, stroking his beard. Captain, your methods are rather ruthless. The van sped down the dirt road. Inside, Chu Chen rubbed his chest, looking utterly aggrieved. Who were those 2? And why are you so afraid of them? Kid, it's normal not to understand the martial world at this stage, Lin Kuang replied, taking a deep breath, his expression grave. To put it simply, as for that old man and the beggar you mentioned, in the entire martial world, there are no more than a handful who could defeat them. Especially Elder Xian, should he decide to engage, not even the chief would be his match. That can't be possible, right? Chu Chen's complexion turned pale. Isn't the chief a grandmaster? Indeed, the chief is a grandmaster, Lin Kuang affirmed solemnly. But Elder Xian has long since surpassed the realm of earthly immortal. Even without Elder Xian, that beggar you spoke of was once the sole heir of the sword sect, a top-tier force in the martial world. And his cultivation is on par with the chief as a grandmaster. Then is that it? Chu Chen asked, unwilling to accept. Isn't the purpose of our martial appraisal department to maintain order in the martial world? Don't be so stubborn, Lin Kuang sighed. Having righteousness in your heart is commendable, but one mustn't be overly inflexible. In today's situation, even if we risk our lives, we couldn't take that kid away. What we need to do now is report the situation truthfully and let the headquarters decide. Chapter 36. The Child of Fortune, the Sword Inquiry Stone. Chuan Province. Tianjin Mountain. The entire mountain peak is steep as a sword, piercing the heavens, hence its name. At this moment, 2 streaks of light descended from the sky, landing steadily upon the summit of Tianjin Mountain. It was Li Wuji and Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan steadied himself, curiously surveying his surroundings. The scenery atop the mountain was quite desolate. Apart from an ancient-looking Taoist temple and a massive stone tablet in the center, marked with various sword scars, there was nothing else to be found. Master, you have returned. At that moment, a clear and bright female voice came from within the temple. A woman clad in a plain white training outfit, exuding an air of competence and vigor, swiftly emerged. Behind her followed a handsome young man, equally curious as he surveyed the surroundings, reminiscent of Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan immediately employed his probing technique on the 2. Name, Lingyu. Level, LV20. Health, 25,000. Attack, 1500. Defense, 600. Skills, Taishin Sword Art, Sword Control Technique, Sword Shadow Slash. Name, Yi Feng, Child of Fortune. Level, LV1. Health, 600. Attack, 70. Defense, 60. Skills, Sword Control Technique. Probing skill level increased. Advanced Probing Technique, 010000. Can probe attributes of targets no higher than level 30. Requires proficiency to upgrade. By the heavens. Liu Xian's pupils contracted, shock flooding his mind. What did he just see? The Child of Fortune. The young man before him was, in fact, the legendary Child of Fortune. His gaze fixated on Yi Feng, emotions swirling within him. What is the Child of Fortune? Anyone familiar with novels knows. It is the quintessential destined protagonist. Yet Yi Feng is the Child of Fortune. What does that make him? An outsider demon? Liu Xian's lips twitched, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, for he did not belong to this world. Moreover, the woman named Ling Yu was terrifyingly strong. Not only was she at level 20, but her attributes were also extraordinarily formidable. Even the boss-level Zheng Ping would pale in comparison to her. Even if Liu Xuan utilized his transformation technique, he would still be no match for her. Who is this person? Li Wuji's gaze fell upon Yi Feng, his brow furrowed. The sect rules state that no outsiders are permitted on the mountain. Have you forgotten? Master, Have you not always been searching for someone to inherit all swords return to one? Ling Yu exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Yifeng. Yifeng is the one you have been looking for. Absurd. Li Wuji's expression turned serious. This boy is merely an ordinary person. How could he be the one I seek? Moreover, I have already found the one. You must take him away at once. Found him? Ling Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then her gaze fell upon Liu Xuan. Upon seeing his peculiar attire, disdain flickered in her eyes. Master, how could this person possibly learn all swords return to one? Yifeng is the one you are looking for. I am not lying. I witnessed it with my own eyes. He learned the sword control technique after merely watching me perform it once. Moreover, he just made the sword inquiry stone react. What? Li Wuji's expression changed dramatically. He fixed his gaze on Yifeng. Are you speaking the truth? He really made the sword inquiry stone react? Brother Feng, quickly, let Master see for himself. Ling Yu urged fervently. Yifeng stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Li Wuji. Junior Yifeng pays his respects to the elder. No need for excessive formalities. Li Wuji waved his hand, his tone urgent. Place your hand on the sword inquiry stone. The questioning sword stone, an heirloom of the sword sect, has been nurtured by the vital essence of generations of sect masters, transcending the mundane. It is inscribed with the most formidable sword techniques of the sword sect, particularly the cultivation method known as all swords return to the sect. However, to master this technique, one must possess extraordinary comprehension and earn the recognition of the questioning sword stone. Even the likes of Li Wuji has yet to cultivate all swords return to the sect. Should someone succeed in gaining the stone's acknowledgement and learn the technique, they would undoubtedly become the contemporary master of the sword sect. Yifeng approached the colossal stone tablet marred with countless sword marks. Taking a deep breath, he slowly placed his right hand upon it. In an instant, the tablet radiated a brilliant light. A surge of overwhelming sword intent ascended, and profound sword imprints materialized from the stone, flowing ceaselessly into Yifeng's body. How is this possible? Li Wuji exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. Senior, Yifeng withdrew his hand and turned to Li Wuji. It seems this stone records a technique called all swords return to the sect. May I ask if it is permissible for me to cultivate it? Li Wuji did not answer immediately. Instead, he abruptly turned to Liu Xuan and said gravely, Disciple, you too shall approach and place your hand upon the questioning sword stone. Very well. Liu Xuan felt a weight in his heart, but he had already surmised the outcome. He was not the person Li Wuji sought. His ability to learn sword techniques was entirely due to the system. Now, he was uncertain if he could provoke a reaction from the stone, as Yifeng had done. As Liu Xuan approached, Yifeng smiled and stepped aside. Master, it is Feng Gu whom you seek. There is no need to involve him further, Ling Yu interjected. Unable to contain herself. Silence. Li Wuji's sharp reprimand interrupted her, his gaze fixated on Liu Xuan's actions. Deep down, he hoped Liu Xuan would prove to be the one he was looking for Liu Xuan's temperament and comprehension were unparalleled in his experience. He had long regarded Liu Xuan as the most perfect heir to the sword sect. Master, it seems you have truly been deceived, Ling Yu's voice rang out again, laced with disdain, as the questioning sword stone remained utterly unresponsive. This time, Li Wuji did not chastise her. He merely gazed despondently, murmuring, Could it be that I am mistaken? Liu Xuan looked at the unyielding questioning sword stone, his expression calm. He felt no significant disappointment. After all, learning a sword technique for free was already a substantial gain. Moreover, with the system at his disposal, he was confident his future accomplishments would rival anyone, even the so-called children of destiny. Skill all swords return to the sect detected. Would you like to learn it? Just as Liu Xuan prepared to retract his hand, a system prompt appeared abruptly. He paused, then elation surged within him. Thank you, system brother. I knew you wouldn't let me down. He thought fervently. Learn. He silently commanded without hesitation. Learning successful. All swords return to the sect. LV1 instantly conjures 2,000 golden energy sword shadows around the user, each capable of inflicting 0.5 times physical damage to enemies within a 20-meter diameter, accompanied by a 10 armor-piercing effect, or consolidates the 2,000 sword shadows into a single golden giant sword, dealing 10 times physical damage to a single target within a 20-meter radius, with a 10 armor-piercing effect. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. Magic cost, 5,000 points. Can consume 10 skill points for upgrades. Wow. Liu Xuan could not help but inhale sharply. This skill was utterly outrageous. Even at level 1, it provided a 10-fold attack bonus over a vast 20-meter range, not to mention the armor-piercing capability. Furthermore, the skill offered 2 attack options. The former was a divine technique for clearing mobs, while the latter delivered high burst damage to a singular target. He could hardly fathom how monstrous this skill would become at maximum level. However, the magic cost of 5,000 points was beyond his current capability. Returning to his senses, Liu Xuan gazed at the still unresponsive questioning sword stone, yet his mindset had undergone a significant transformation. Regardless, he had already learned all swords return to the sect. Whether the stone chose to illuminate or not was of little consequence. Senior, Liu Xuan turned and cupped his hands towards Li Wuji. It appears I am not the individual you seek. As such, I shall take my leave. Farewell. He had never intended to remain within the sword sect. For him, conventional cultivation offered no enhancement to his strength. Defeating monsters and leveling up was his path to growth. Wait. Li Wuji inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with complexity. If you wish, you may still take me as your master and remain within the sword sect. However, I cannot impart all swords return to the sect to you. Senior's kindness is appreciated. Liu Xuan shook his head resolutely. I have my own path to follow. Nevertheless, I shall remember your teachings. You might want to reconsider. Li Wuji was reluctant to let go of such a promising talent. Liu Xuan's comprehension was the strongest he had ever witnessed, bar none. He had often questioned the judgment of past sect masters for failing to recognize such a prodigy. Master, since he is determined to leave, why press the issue? Ling Yu interjected coldly, casting a glance at Liu Xuan. One day, he will regret missing such an opportunity. Chapter 37. Li Yu's patron, deceased. Liu Xuan regarded Ling Yu with an expressionless face, his voice icy. Whether I regret it or not is of no concern to you. He could no longer tolerate her. He had not provoked her, yet she persistently hurled barbed remarks, dripping with sarcasm. Did she truly believe he was without temper? If only his strength were not so lacking. He would have treated her as an enemy to be vanquished. Have I spoken incorrectly? Ling Yu pressed on, a smirk curling her lips. Your acceptance by master is a stroke of fortune you have earned over several lifetimes. Why feign such superiority? To her, Liu Xuan was merely a talented martial artist. Yet the sword sect had once been the pinnacle of martial arts. Li Wuji was among the few grandmasters of the present day. For Liu Xuan to reject Li Wuji's personal invitation was either foolishness or blindness. Humph. Liu Xuan scoffed, too weary to waste further words with her. No amount of dialogue would suffice. Once he leveled up, he would ensure Ling Yu learned her place. Farewell. He turned and strode away. Not glancing back as he descended the mountain, Li Wuji watched Liu Xuan's retreating figure, hesitating to speak, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. You err, kneel. He turned, his gaze stern as it fixed upon Ling Yu. To cultivate the sword, one must first cultivate the heart. As my eldest disciple, your arrogance is unacceptable. I decree that you transcribe the sword heart incantation 100 times. Master, Ling Yu protested, I have found the true heir for the sword sect. The person you brought back is clearly a deceiver. Why should I treat him with courtesy, even if he is not the one we seek? It does not justify your rudeness. Li Wuji's expression darkened. Should you speak back again, you shall meditate in solitude at the sword-dropping cliff. I shall not, master. I understand my error. Ling Yu fell to her knees, bowing her head, though defiance lingered in her eyes. Li Wuji ignored her, turning his attention to Yi Feng. He scrutinized Yi Feng intently and, taking a deep breath, declared, Since you have gained the recognition of the questioning sword stone, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. I will impart to you the Taishan sword technique. Additionally, in 7 days, the major factions will hold the Hidden Dragon competition. Various factions will send their newcomers to compete. Your senior sister participated last year, and this year, the sword sect has only you as its representative. Rest assured, master. I shall dedicate myself fully and will not disappoint you or my senior sister. Yi Feng quickly knelt and bowed. Li Wuji nodded but could not help but let his gaze drift once more towards the direction Liu Xuan had departed. Alas! He sighed softly and turned to walk towards the Taoist temple. Yi Feng, observing Li Wujia's retreating figure, instinctively clenched his fists. How could he not perceive that Li Wujia was not entirely satisfied with him? Or rather, between Liu Xuan and himself, Li Wujia seemed to favor Liu Xuan more. A resilient defiance ignited within his heart. Brother Feng, do not overthink it. That fraud cannot compare to you. Ling Yu, sensing his emotions, spoke up. With your talent, 7 days will be sufficient to master the source power and step into the postnatal realm. If you can learn the return of 10,000 swords to the sect, even just a fraction, it will be enough for you to shine in the potential dragon competition. By then, Master will undoubtedly be proud of you. You are right, you err. Yi Feng turned his gaze towards the questioning sword stone, confidence rekindling in his eyes. I am certain that within 7 days, I will grasp this sword technique. Liu Xuan made his way down the mountain. He intended to level up by dealing with wild beasts along the way, but he encountered none. The entire Tianjin mountain was enveloped by a formidable aura. Is it the sword intent? As Liu Xuan exited Tianjin mountain, that sense of oppression abruptly vanished. Coming back to his senses, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. This was the contact he had seen on the Ferrari, presumably belonging to the car's owner. He was a principled individual. The situation had been urgent, and he had no choice but to drive away with someone else's vehicle to save a life. Now that the car was destroyed, he must compensate. The call connected. A melodious female voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" "I am Liu Xuan," he replied. Instantly, the person on the other end fell silent. The next moment, Liu Xuan's earpiece nearly exploded with sound. "You scoundrel! How dare you take my car? Have you a death wish? And you dared to speed? Do you know how many fines I've received? I warn you, right now, immediately. Go to the Public Security Bureau and turn yourself in. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest." Liu Xuan held his phone away from his ear. Once the outburst subsided, he calmly inquired, "Please provide me with your bank account number, and I will compensate you. Who cares about your money? Do you know who I am? I have enough money to crush you. You better come over right now, and let me give you a good beating to vent my anger. Otherwise, don't blame me for coming to find you. Where are you?" Liu Xuan pondered for a moment and decided to resolve the matter in person. "Oh, you really dare to come? Fine, I'm at Yaya Mountain. If you don't come, you're a little dog." Beep. The call was abruptly terminated. Liu Xuan stared at his phone, frowning. Yaya Mountain? Is there such a place in Mist City? He opened his phone to search. The next moment, he stood there in shock. What the hell? The daughter of the tycoon. Liu Xian's pupils dilated, incredulity flooding his mind as he gazed at the search results. Yaya Mountain, the creation of Li Xiong, the wealthiest man in Longxia country. Designed as a 5A artificial attraction for his beloved daughter, Leah. Spanning nearly 3 square kilometers, it boasts amusement parks, ski resorts, aquariums, and zoos. Truly a private paradise crafted exclusively for a princess. Liu Xuan swallowed hard. Such extravagance was beyond comprehension. At Yaya Mountain, within a fairy tale-like castle, Leah donned an exquisite princess gown and angrily tossed her phone aside. That detestable fellow. How dare he make me curse on my birthday? Yaya, is he the one who took your car? A celestial voice inquired. Behind Leah stood an astonishingly beautiful woman, devoid of makeup, who chuckled softly. If he truly comes, why not invite him to your birthday banquet? If he has the audacity to show up, I might actually regard him more highly. Just afraid he can only boast. Leah turned, her skirt swirling gracefully, and asked with a smile, Sister Yugu, do I look good in this? You look beautiful in anything. Qin Yugu replied gently, like a little princess stepping out from a fairy tale. I don't want to be a princess. I want to be a warrior. Leah declared resolutely. I will defeat the demon within me. Do not worry. Your father and the others will surely find a way. Qin Yugu gazed at Leah with a heart full of concern. You are so kind and lovely. Heaven would not allow you to be taken away. Hee. Leah laughed lightly. Sister Yugu, you need not worry about me. That fortune teller with the white beard once said that I will have noble benefactors assisting me. And I will surely turn misfortune into fortune. As she spoke, her gaze drifted into the distance, whispering, But my noble benefactor, where are you? If you do not come soon, Yaya will be in dire straits. Chapter 38. Brother, this is exhilarating. I want more. As evening descended, golden rays bathed the castle. The hall was brightly lit, dazzling with colors. Leah, dressed in a meticulously crafted princess gown, was surrounded by a throng of elegantly attired young men and women at the center. A world-class band played live, the melodious tunes resonating throughout the space. Yaya, happy birthday. A young man in a white tailcoat approached with a smile, presenting a beautifully wrapped gift box. This is a birthday gift I prepared for you. A pink star worth 5 billion. As the lid opened, a dazzling pink diamond sparkled brilliantly. Thank you. Leah cast a fleeting glance at it, her interest waning as she averted her gaze. Yaya, I heard you like sports cars? Here is a limited edition Bugatti Chiron. Another young man presented a gift box containing the car keys. Yaya, this is a statue crafted for you by the country's top sculptor, made from a ton of gold. The crowd eagerly showcased their extravagant gifts. Yet, Leah could not suppress a yawn. Just then, a beautiful voice filled the air. Qin Yugu, holding a microphone, began to sing for Li Ya's birthday celebration. Her ethereal voice instantly hushed the crowd, enchanting everyone present. That guy was indeed just boasting. Leah quietly made her way to the entrance of the hall, glancing at her phone, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. She knew Liu Xuan was unlikely to come, yet she secretly hoped. It was not that she had feelings for Liu Xuan. Rather, she was weary of her monotonous, exquisite life and longed for someone to bring a ripple of excitement. This was also why, despite Liu Xuan taking her car, she did not report it to the authorities. Don't chase after him. It was your lady who invited me. A somewhat familiar voice suddenly rang out. Leah looked up to see a strangely dressed young man, burdened with several black boxes, awkwardly sprinting towards her across the castle's lawn, flanked by 2 security guards holding leashes to large dogs. It's him. He really came. Leah's eyes lit up, instinctively covering her mouth. Liu Xuan spotted her too and yelled while running. Beautiful lady, I'm here to compensate. Can you please get those dogs to stop chasing me? Humph. Leah crossed her arms, lifting her chin defiantly. Aren't you quite capable? Why not handle it yourself? All right. Liu Xuan abruptly halted. Two fierce wolfhounds lunged forward. Out of the way, with a swift flying kick, accompanied by a pained howl. One of the wolfhounds transformed into a shooting star across the sky. In quick succession, another kick sent the second wolfhound on a similar trajectory. Successfully killed LV1 wolfhound. Gained 5 experience, 5 copper coins. Successfully killed LV1 wolfhound. Gained 5 experience, 5 copper coins. Although the experience gained was meager, every little bit counts. Liu Xuan calmly retracted his leg, disregarding the flabbergasted security guard behind him, and approached Liu with a smile. Beautiful lady. Here's 10 million to compensate for your car. He placed a box on the ground. Glancing at the bustling hall behind Liu, he grinned. Are you hosting a party? Hosting a party? Liu blinked, not quite comprehending. Never mind. Liu Xuan waved his hand. I apologize for taking your car earlier. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. His gaze fell upon the birthday crown atop Liu's head, and he cheerfully added, Happy birthday. With that, he turned to depart. He had already squandered too much time today and needed to find a place to grind for levels. Don't go. Liu grasped his arm, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. I don't want the money or your apology, but you have to play with me. Huh. Liu Xuan stepped back, hands raised defensively. His expression wary. I'm not that kind of person. Liu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered, jumping up to punch him in the arm. Dream on. I'm not that kind of person. Besides, you're so ugly, I wouldn't look at you. Her cheeks flushed, and her chest heaved. How could he think so lightly of her? Well, that makes it even less likely, Liu Xuan replied seriously. I want to play with someone lacking discernment. As he prepared to slip away again, Liu quickly held him back, feigning resignation. All right, you're handsome. You're the most handsome. Is that enough? It's my birthday today. Just play with me for a while. Liu Xuan assessed her eager little face, pondering, is this woman starved for affection? I suppose I could spare some time to play, he conceded, pointing towards a building resembling an aquarium. But you must follow my lead and cannot interfere. If you agree, I'll reluctantly accompany you for a bit. Deal. Liu nodded vigorously. And, let me hear you call me handsome. Handsome brother, Liu obediently chimed. Ah, much better. Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction before heading towards the aquarium-like structure. Let us go. Today I'll broaden your horizons. All right, brother, Liu exclaimed, lifting her skirt to jog after him, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The two security guards, about to speak, were silenced by a gesture from her. Brother, what are we playing? She inquired excitedly in the vast aquarium. Liu Xuan pointed at a great white shark, grinning. Look at that shark, isn't it silly? How about I demonstrate a live fish kill? Kill a fish? Liu was stunned, gazing at the massive creature gliding through the water. How on earth do you kill it? Just like this. To her shock, Liu Xuan threw a punch at the tempered glass. Bang! The deafening sound rang out as the glass shattered, spiderweb cracks spreading across its surface. Witnessing this, Liu covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Crack! The glass shattered completely, and seawater surged forth. The great white shark, mouth agape, lunged at them. Eightfold slash. Liu Xuan swiftly drew a knife from his waist. 8 fierce blades of energy sliced through the air, devouring the incoming shark. In an instant, the shark's health was depleted. A kill notification appeared. Successfully killed LV5 Great White Shark. Gained 500 experience, 5 silver coins, shark head shield. With a splash, a deluge of seawater flooded the passage. Behind Liu Xuan, Liu was soaked to the skin, yet she showed no signs of anger. Instead, she excitedly wiped her face, her voice trembling with exhilaration. Brother, that was thrilling. I want more. Chapter 39, Yaya Mountain, the Soul Hidden Profession. Want more, do you? Very well. Liu Xuan's gaze swept around, spotting 2 more great white sharks being swept along by the current. His eyes lit up as he brandished his knife. Let me show you another trick. With swift strokes, he dispatched the 2 sharks effortlessly. Successfully killed LV5 Great White Shark. Gained 500 experience, 5 silver coins. Successfully killed LV5 Great White Shark. Gained 500 experience, 5 silver coins. Wow. Brother, you're amazing. Liu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. And there's more. She pointed to a nearby spot. There are 2 more over there. Watch me. Liu Xuan dashed forward, his form a blur over the water's surface. A flurry of blade flashes illuminated the area, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 great white sharks were reduced to mere motes of light, leaving behind a few silver coins. Successfully killed LV5 Great White Shark. Gained 500 experience, 5 silver coins. Successfully killed LV5 Great White Shark. Gained 500 experience, 5 silver coins. That was so cool. Liu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother, are you a martial artist? Sort of, Liu Xuan replied as he sheathed his knife and approached her. He speculated that the term martial artist likely referred to individuals like Li Wuji. and he recognized the significant distinction between martial artists and ordinary fighters. The power wielded by martial artists was not akin to internal energy. What level are you at, brother? Postnatal or innate? Leah clearly had a good understanding of martial artists. She puffed out her chest with pride. My dad is a grandmaster. Is that so? Liu Xuan expressed mild surprise, but quickly regained his composure. After all, it made sense. How could Li Ya's father, a billionaire in Longxiao, be an ordinary person? Ordinary individuals could not possibly amass such terrifying wealth. I've only been cultivating for a short while and don't know much about martial artists. Liu Xuan smiled. May I ask you a few questions? Of course. Leah crossed her arms, lifting her chin. Although I can't cultivate, I know as much as those martial artists. What exactly do you mean by martial artist in the martial artist realm? This was Liu Xian's greatest confusion. He had heard these terms from individuals like Li Wuji, but had never fully grasped their specific meanings. Can't you ask me something more challenging? Leah rolled her eyes. That's like asking about air. People like you, who have mastered source power, are martial artists. Your circle is the martial artist realm. Source power? Liu Xuan inquired with curiosity. Seriously? You don't even know about source power? Leah regarded him with a strange expression. Are you really a martial artist? I'm a rogue cultivator, learning through trial and error. No wonder, Leah mused, explaining. Simply put, source power is the life source energy that exists in all things. When humans cultivate techniques or gain insight and sense their own source power, they become martial artists. The martial artist realm has a long history, with many factions that have been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years. The most famous among them are the Heavenly Master S Mansion, the Yinyang family, and the Ghost Valley, among other top-tier forces. However, your ability to become a warrior on your own is indicative of your extraordinary talent. Her eyes suddenly sparkled. You haven't joined any faction yet, have you? What? Do you wish to invite me to your home? No, no. Leah shook her head. I would like to invite you to join Yiya Mountain. Yiya Mountain? Liu Xuan was taken aback. Isn't that the name of this mountain? Is it also a faction? Indeed it is. Leah declared with pride. Yiya Mountain is a faction I just registered, and it has already received official recognition from the Martial Arts Appraisal Bureau. I am the sovereign of Yiya Mountain, and if you join, I shall appoint you as the second in command. Forget it. Liu Xian's lips twitched. Yiya Mountain? Second in command? This sounds like children playing house. However, is it truly that simple to register a faction? Or did Leah utilize her financial prowess? Come on, big brother, just join us. Leah tugged at his arm, playfully coaxing him. You're the most handsome, one to you? Such coaxing was futile. Liu Xuan sheathed his butcher's knife at his waist. I am accustomed to freedom and have no intention of joining any faction. No sooner had he spoken than a golden exclamation mark suddenly appeared above Li Ya's head. Liu Xuan instinctively checked it. Hidden task. Join Yiya Mountain and represent it in the upcoming Longshan Grand Tournament in 7 days, aiming for victory. Task reward. Random unique hidden profession. What the? Liu Xian's pupils constricted sharply. A hidden profession? One that is unique? His breath quickened. He had longed to transition into a hidden profession, and now the opportunity had finally arisen. Once he transitioned into a hidden profession, not only would his growth potential see a significant enhancement, but the skills associated with a hidden profession would undoubtedly surpass those of ordinary professions. All right then. Leah turned away, seemingly disheartened. Wait. Liu Xuan grasped her hand firmly, his expression grave. Upon careful consideration, I realize that being alone is indeed rather dull. Sovereign, I humbly seek your guidance. You agree to join? Li Ya's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile beaming like a crescent moon. This is wonderful. Yiya Mountain will no longer be just me. Sovereign, I have a proposal. Liu Xian's gaze burned with fervor. I heard there is a Longshan Grand Tournament in 7 days. Let us have Yiya Mountain participate. Second in command, are you serious? Leah clutched her chest, her face flushed. That tournament involves many top factions with formidable disciples. Precisely for that reason, we must participate. Liu Xian's determination was unwavering. This is an exceptional opportunity for Yiya Mountain to gain renown in the martial world. But those disciples from other factions are incredibly strong. Li Ya's heart raced, second in command. Can you handle it? For the sake of Yiya Mountain, I will give my all and fight till the very last moment. Liu Xian's eyes blazed with combat spirit. This was no longer a matter of capability. For the sake of the unique hidden profession, he would employ any means necessary to secure victory in the Longshan Grand Tournament. Oh, I am so moved. Leah suddenly burst into tears. I never imagined that the one who understands me the most in this world isn't family or friends, but you, my second in command. Liu Xian's lips twitched. Leah seemed like a young girl with a still innocent heart. Perhaps it was due to her family having sheltered her too well. Sovereign, I see there are many fish in this aquarium. Let me slay them all to celebrate our encounter. All right. Leah nodded vigorously. I noticed there's a zoo beside the aquarium. Shall we go there too? Certainly. And the insectarium? Kill. Slay them all. Leah was ecstatic, dancing with joy. As they conversed, they arrived at a colossal display case filled with an abundance of various marine fish, as if the entire ocean had been transported there. Liu Xuan's eyes gleamed. With so many fish, even if each provided just one experience point, it would be more than sufficient for him to level up. Second in command, are there too many fish? Wouldn't it take too long to kill them one by one? Should I call for help? No need. Liu Xuan grinned. Watch me electrocute them. Chapter 40, Leveling Up Twice. Lia's second brother. Liu Xuan stepped directly into the display case. Lightning sphere technique. He unleashed his skill. Arcane electricity flickered in his palm, and a furious lightning sphere shot forth with a whoosh. Boom. The lightning sphere exploded, sending arcs of electricity coursing through the water. Zai, the sound of electric currents echoed. Schools of fish trembled under the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions erupted as numerous fish burst apart, turning into clouds of blood. Outside the display case, Leah pressed against the tempered glass, her face alight with excitement as she watched the scene unfold. The interplay of arcs and blood mist was both shocking and possessed a strange beauty. So beautiful. Leah was entranced. No, no, that is so cruel. She murmured. I am a kind-hearted maiden. This is not beautiful at all. As she spoke, she spotted an even larger school of fish. She hurriedly stood on tiptoe, shouting, Brother, there are more over there. Quickly, electrocute them. Don't let them escape. Liu Xuan, submerged in the water and separated by the tempered glass, despite his superior hearing, could not catch Lia's voice. He too was in a state of exhilaration. Successfully killed LV0 clownfish. Gained 1 experience point, 1 copper coin. Successfully killed LV0 butterfly fish. Gained 1 experience point, 1 copper coin. Successfully killed LV0 rainbow fish. Gained 1 experience point, 1 copper coin. Kill notifications continued to pop up. Though the experience gained from these level 0 fish was pitifully meager, the sheer quantity made up for it. Liu Xuan's experience bar surged rapidly. Your level has successfully increased to LV15, gaining 20 free attribute points, 2 skill points. As his level rose, Liu Xuan was enveloped in a radiant white light. He gazed at the fish below him, his heartbeat quickening. I should be able to level up once more. Determined, he swam toward the next school of fish. Lightning sphere technique. Your level has successfully increased to LV16, gaining 20 free attribute points, 2 skill points. Leveling up once more, Liu Xuan emerged from the display case. He shook off his drenched hair, glanced at the now empty display case, and nodded in satisfaction. Within that massive display case, the total number of fish exceeded 100,000, successfully allowing him to level up twice. With a thought, he summoned his personal information to check. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV16800000. Profession, Mage. Health, 1150. Attack, 365. Defense, 115. Magic points, 2720. Speed, 121. Attributes, Constitution, 9025. Strength, 2802. Intelligence, 26210. Agility, 8140. Skills, Sword Mastery, LV1. Sword Control Technique, LV1. Transformation Technique, LV1. Lightning Sphere Technique, LV3. Fireball Technique, LV2. Ice Arrow Technique, LV2. Elemental Armor, LV2. Skill points, 6. Equipment worn, Butcher's Knife. Black Pig Belt, Hero's Ring, Savage Bull Bracers, Shining Boots. Free attributes, 60. Currency, 80 gold, 35 silver, 180550 copper. Item, Dog Talisman, Thunderclap Sword, unidentified. Blackwater Shin Armor, unidentified. Shark Head Shield, unidentified. Xiaowan's Intimate Apparel. At last, he could upgrade his Transforming Serpent Technique. Liu Xuan's heart swelled with excitement. The Transforming Serpent Technique could be regarded as his most formidable skill at present. Even the myriad swords returning to their source could not compare for the time being. Although the myriad swords technique was a high damage, wide area skill, its exorbitant mana cost rendered it unusable for him at this moment. The Transforming Serpent, however, required no mana to cast. Moreover, while enhancing his attributes, it effectively granted him a second life, boasting a remarkably high margin for error. With a mere thought, he directly upgraded the Transforming Serpent Technique. Success. Consumed 5 skill points. Transforming Serpent upgraded to LV2. Transforming Serpent, LV2. Transform into a Serpent Dragon for combat, multiplying health, attack, defense, and speed by 10 times for a duration of 5 seconds. During this transformation, no other skills can be utilized, with a cooldown period of 8 minutes. It can be upgraded by consuming an additional 10 skill points. His Liu Xuan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The upgraded Transforming Serpent not only enhanced its effect from 5 times to 10 times, but also extended its duration from 3 seconds to 5 seconds, while the cooldown period decreased from 10 minutes to 8 minutes. It is no exaggeration to say that although the transforming serpent had only been upgraded by one level, Liu Xuan's power had undergone a monumental transformation. Coming back to his senses, he summoned a black shield into his hand. The shield was thick in design, adorned with a menacing three-dimensional shark head motif. Shark head shield, bronze, unidentified. Identification spell. A green light shimmered, revealing the properties of the shark head shield. Identification skill proficiency, 10. Shark head shield, bronze. Constitution 20. Level 10 required to equip skill, frenzied shark shield. Frenzied shark shield. An active skill that conjures a frenzied shark energy shield, absorbing 20 physical damage from the enemy, with a maximum limit of 1,000 points. Cooldown time is 60 seconds, consuming 200 mana points. Not too shabby. Liu Xuan stored the shark head shield in his backpack. The skill of the shark head shield was straightforward. It essentially allowed him to absorb up to 1,000 points of physical damage. The only drawback was its considerable size, making it impractical to equip at all times. Therefore, he could only don it during combat. His identification skill should be leveling up soon, right? Liu Xuan's gaze ignited with fervor. Once the identification skill reached a higher level, he would be able to identify silver equipment, including the Blackwater Xian armor. If bronze equipment was already this formidable, what attributes and skills would silver equipment possess? Basic identification skill 80-100 can identify equipment up to bronze level. Proficiency must be increased to level up. With 80 proficiency points, he needed just 20 more to upgrade. Liu Xuan fell into contemplation. From identifying bronze equipment like the butcher's knife, he knew that each identification of a bronze item would yield 10 proficiency points. If he identified pairs of bronze items, such as the barbarian bull bracers or the Xianyin boots, he could gain 20 proficiency points. This meant he merely needed to identify 2 more individual bronze items, or 1 pair, to elevate his identification skill to intermediate. Brother, you're so cool. Just then, Leah ran toward Liu Xuan. Achoo. Suddenly, she sneezed. How about you go back and change into some dry clothes? Liu Xuan suggested, noticing her drenched princess dress, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had been so caught up in showing off that he had forgotten she was just an ordinary person. On a chilly night, wearing a wet dress in an air-conditioned aquarium could easily lead to a cold. It's fine. Leah shivered, her small face paling, yet she excitedly exclaimed, Are we going to the zoo next? They have tigers, lions, and elephants. They're so amazing. Let me take you somewhere else first. Liu Xuan's eyes brightened as an idea struck him. On the grass, Liu Xuan uprooted a tree of the rowan pine. He then chopped it into small pieces with the butcher's knife. Brother, what are you doing? Leah asked curiously. A couple of snotty strands from her nose that she quickly inhaled back. Making a fire. Liu Xuan stacked the wood together and cast a small fireball. The basketball-sized fireball struck the wood pile, instantly igniting it into a roaring flame. Wow, brother, you're so impressive. Leah exclaimed in admiration. Do you really practice by yourself without a master? How do you know so many techniques? It's just innate talent. Liu Xuan chuckled as he sat beside the fire. Damn. My century-old rowan pine. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching voice echoed. A flash of fire surged, and Liu Xuan was blasted several meters away. Before the fire, a young man of robust build, resembling an iron tower with a square face, knelt before the blaze, clutching a piece of wood and bellowing skyward. No, no, no. Second brother. Leah stared at the young man. What are you doing here? Chapter 41. Bullying Small Animals, Leah's elder brother. Liu Xuan steadied himself. The shark head shield inexplicably positioned before him. He saw the shield's surface, adorned with a ghastly phantom of a frenzied shark, shatter like glass, dispersing into motes of light. He lifted his gaze towards the assailant, his expression grave. Identification spell. Name: Liu Xuan. Level: LV 18. Health: 18,000. Attack: 1,000. Defense: 500. Skills: Heavenly Fury Fire Technique. Fire Slash, Explosive Flame. Yeah, who is this person? Liu Xuan's voice trembled as he turned to Leah. Did he bully you? No, don't worry. Brother will avenge you. Leah attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Liu Xuan. In the next moment, Liu Xuan transformed into a blazing fireball, hurtling towards Liu Xuan. Witnessing this, Liu Xuan's brow furrowed. Thunderball technique. He raised his right hand, palm facing the incoming Liu Xuan. Boom. Thunder raged as a thunderball shot forth. However, the fireball bizarrely twisted midair, evading the thunderball. Boom. The thunderball struck a nearby rowan pine, the stout trunk exploding into a shower of wood chips. Liu Xuan's form became visible, his mouth twitching in distress. Kid, try moving my treasure again. And see if I don't beat you so hard your mother won't recognize you. Then don't dodge. Liu Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. He sensed no murderous intent from Liu Xuan, indicating that the latter merely sought to teach him a lesson. Still acting tough, Liu Xuan gathered crimson flames in his palm, forming a massive fireball. Daring to bully my sister and destroy my treasure. Even if the King of Heaven himself comes today, he won't save you. Boom. The fireball shot forth, bringing a scorching wave towards Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan dared not take it lightly. Stepping on the snow, no trace. The Xianin boots glimmered as he instantly appeared 10 meters away. Frost spread in his wake. Boom. The fireball struck the ground. The ground erupted into a vast crater, and the vegetation was reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, two figures hurriedly approached. Xiaoya, are you alright? Qin Yuga swiftly made her way to Li Yu's side, embracing her tightly upon seeing her drenched form, heart aching with concern. Sister Yuga, big brother, what are you doing here? Leah exclaimed, suddenly recalling something as her expression shifted dramatically. Big brother, hurry, stop Ergo. Xiangu is my friend. Don't let Ergo harm him. Fear not. Yuanwu merely wishes to test his mettle, Li Yuanwen replied, casting a glance at Liu Xuan in the distance, his gaze then landing on Li Yu's soaked clothing, his brow furrowing slightly. Yiya, what happened to your clothes? I accidentally fell into the water. It was Xiangu who saved me, Leah mumbled, her voice growing increasingly soft. Li Yuanwen shook his head in resignation. As Li Yu's elder brother, he could easily discern her deception. Xiaoya, is he the one you mentioned? Qin Yuga asked, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Liu Xuan, astonishment flickering in her eyes at his unexpected arrival. Sister Yuga, Xiangu is incredibly brave. Leah brightened instantly. Not only did he come alone, but he also joined Yaya Mountain and agreed to represent us in the Qianlong Grand Competition. Is that so? Qin Yuga chuckled lightly. Then he is indeed quite remarkable. Yeah, the Qianlong Grand Competition is no trivial matter, Li Yuanwen said gravely. This person's origins are unclear. It is not wise for you to grow too close. Moreover, if he represents Yaya Mountain, it could lead to ridicule, damaging our family's reputation in the process. I don't care. I want Xiangu to represent Yaya Mountain. Leah pouted defiantly. I want to seize this opportunity to make Yaya Mountain known throughout the martial world. Xiaoya, have you considered that with his strength, he may not achieve commendable results in the Qianlong Grand Competition? Qin Yuga gently advised. We all understand your desire for recognition in the martial realm, but it doesn't have to be pursued in this manner. Leah pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yet her resolve was unmistakable. Is this all you can do, kid? On the other side, Li Yuanwu taunted as he observed Liu Xuan evading his attacks. If you're a man, stop dodging. Liu Xuan paid him no mind, instead yawning nonchalantly. How infuriating. Seeing Liu Xuan's blatant disregard for him ignited Li Yuanwu's fury, and a cold smile crept across his lips. Let us see how calm you remain after this. Fire slash. His internal source force erupted, transforming the surroundings into a sea of flames. With his hand poised like a blade, he aimed at Liu Xuan. Yuanwu, cease this at once. Li Yuanwen's expression changed drastically as he prepared to intervene. Big brother, do not worry, I have it under control. Li Yuanwu called back. In the next instant, he slashed fiercely. Boom. A terrifying energy surged forth. The flames coalesced into a crescent-shaped blade several meters wide, hurtling towards Liu Xuan with a speed that left no room for reaction. However, just as the fiery blade was about to strike Liu Xuan, a flash of sword light illuminated beneath his feet, and he vanished like a specter, reappearing 100 meters away. Li Yuanwu's pupils constricted sharply as he tracked Liu Xuan's movement. Upon witnessing the dissipating sword shadow beneath Liu Xuan's feet at that distance, his expression turned grave. Sword control technique. Xiaoya, I must take my leave, Liu Xuan announced, intending to depart. This journey had already yielded 2 levels of advancement and triggered a hidden quest to obtain a unique hidden profession. The rewards were sufficiently bountiful. Though he was eager to finish clearing the wild monsters in the zoo and insect pavilion, it was evidently not the right time. Little brother, since you are a friend of Yaya, why not stay a little longer? Li Yuanwen regained his composure and approached Liu Xuan with a smile. I am Li Yuanwen, Yaya's elder brother. Xingu, don't go. Leah rushed to Liu Xuan's side, her eyes sparkling. What technique did you just use? It was so cool. Just the sword control technique, Liu Xuan replied with a smile. It was imparted to me by a predecessor under fortunate circumstances. You are not a disciple of the sword sect, are you? Li Yuanwen inquired, slightly taken aback, but soon restored his smile. To master the sword control technique speaks volumes of your extraordinary talent. May I ask if you have a mentor? Not at the moment, Liu Xuan replied calmly. He could easily discern Li Yuanwen's intention to recruit him, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Li Yuanwu, in stark contrast to the towering and robust Li Yuanwu. Li Yuanwen wore a white shirt and slacks, his hair neatly slicked back and glasses perched upon his nose, exuding an air of cultured affability. Identification technique. Name, Li Yuanwen. Level, LV25, Health, 40,000. Attack, 2,000. Defense, 1,200. Skills. Diamond skill, great strength, Arhut palm, demon slaying staff, golden bell shield. Liu Xuan's pupils shrank. Li Yuanwen was far stronger than Li Yuanwu. However, a question arose in his mind. Since both brothers of the Li family were formidable martial artists, why was their sister Li Ya an ordinary person? Little brother, you might consider joining our Li family, Li Yuanwen said earnestly. Our treatment of martial artists is among the best in the entire circle. I'm sorry, but I have already joined Yaya Mountain, Liu Xuan politely declined. He had no interest in joining any faction. If not for the unique hidden profession, he wouldn't even have allied with Yaya Mountain. To him, no amount of favorable treatment could compare to leveling up through his own efforts. As long as he persisted in defeating monsters, he lacked for resources. Bad big brother. Li suddenly pulled Liu Xuan behind her, glaring angrily at Li Yuanwen. How dare you try to poach my friend? I dislike you. Yaya. That's not what I meant. Li Yuanwen stammered, flustered and eager to explain. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Li covered her ears and shook her head vigorously. Sigh. Li Yuanwen sighed in resignation. He had no means to handle Li. If it had been Li Yuanwu, he could have dealt a blow. But with Li, he didn't even dare to raise his voice. Otherwise, he would be in for a beating. Let us go? Xiangu. We'll go bully some little animals and ignore this bad man. Li grabbed Liu Xuan's hand and dashed towards the nearby zoo. Liu Xuan's eyes brightened at her words, nodding eagerly. Yes, bullying little animals sounds great. Chapter 42. Upgrade of Appraisal Technique, Living King of Hell. Big brother, have you discerned anything about this fellow? Li Yuanwu approached Li Yuanwen, his gaze fixed intently on Liu Xuan's receding figure, his tone serious. This kid is indeed peculiar. I can sense not a hint of source power emanating from him. He can wield the sword control technique, yet he is not a disciple of the sword sect. Li Yuanwen pondered for a moment. Perhaps it is indeed as he said. This sword control technique was imparted by some predecessor. However, I recall that there are only 2 individuals in the sword sect currently, right? Elder Li and his disciple Lingyu. Li Yuanwu's brow furrowed deeply. Such a core secret technique as the sword control technique. How could Elder Li possibly impart it to outsiders? Could it be that he learned it secretly? Li Yuanwu's eyes lit up as he chuckled. All factions are most wary of their unique techniques being stolen by outsiders. If Elder Li from the sword sect discovers that someone has pilfered the sword control technique, that kid will not escape unscathed. Mind your own business. Li Yuanwen shot him a glare. The most pressing matter now is to prevent him from representing Yaya Mountain in the Qianlong Grand Competition. What nonsense is this? He intends to participate in the Qianlong Grand Competition? Which faction does he represent? Yaya Mountain? Li Yuanwu almost thought he had misheard. His lips twitching. No wonder Yaya gets along with him. Both are so immature. However, if he wishes to participate, then let him be. Li Yuanwu remained unconcerned. If he himself is not afraid of embarrassment, why should we worry? Brother Wu. Brother Wen is worried that he might tarnish the reputation of the Li family. Qin Yuga chuckled softly as she explained. Yaya Mountain is a force that Uncle Li specifically registered for Xiaoya at the Martial Examination Office, essentially representing the Li family. If this individual were to participate in the potential dragon tournament on behalf of Yaya Mountain and achieve commendable results, that would be one thing. But if he were to embarrass himself on the arena, those with ulterior motives would surely seize the opportunity to attack the Li family. Yet, he has already mastered sword manipulation. His strength should be considerable, wouldn't you agree? Li Yuanwu pondered. While securing a high rank might be a long shot, making it into the main competition should not pose a problem. However, you mentioned earlier that his sword manipulation skills were likely learned through dubious means. Do you think he would dare to use them openly in the potential dragon tournament? Li Yuanwu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He turned to Li Yuanwen. Elder brother, what do you plan to do? Should we consult father? It seems we have no choice. Li Yuanwen gazed toward the zoo. His expression grave. Yuanwu, follow them and observe what they intend to do. Be careful not to alert that black tiger. Understood. Li Yuanwu nodded and swiftly pursued Liu Xuan and the others. Brother Wu, wait for me. I am coming too. Qin Yuga followed closely behind. How peculiar. Why are these fellows so quiet today? Inside the zoo, Leah looked curiously at the few tigers and lions huddled in the corner of the beast area, trembling. Xiaoya, I'm going to make my move. Liu Xuan drew out a butcher's knife, eager to continue leveling up. Xiangu, don't you think this is a bit cruel? Leah hesitated. Will they feel a lot of pain? Don't worry, I'll be quick. They won't feel any suffering. Then could you kill that tiger first? Leah pointed to a striped tiger in the corner. When I fed it last time, it actually tried to pounce on me. It scared me to death. All right. Liu Xuan chuckled wryly. He hadn't expected Leah to go from sympathizing with these animals to naming them for slaughter so quickly. But perhaps this is for the best. His greatest fear was that Leah would suddenly soften her heart and prevent him from taking action. Not that he was cruel by nature, but the rules of this world were simply as such. To him, Blue Star resembled a gamified world. These animals were akin to wild monsters. Defeating wild monsters could enhance strength, and the monsters he defeated would be refreshed by the system. Thus, he didn't see any cruelty in it. With his focus regained, Liu Xuan leaped into the tiger's activity area. However, oddly enough, the few tigers in the corner showed no inclination to attack upon seeing Liu Xuan enter. They continued to tremble in the corner. What is going on? Have I become this strong? Liu Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon brushed it off. With a flash of the knife, he swiftly killed the tiger Li had pointed out. Successfully killed LV6 striped tiger, gained 600 experience points, 6 silver coins, tiger earrings. No, Xingu, I made a mistake. The one that tried to bite me last time was the one to your left. Lia's voice came through. Liu Xian's lips twitched as he swiftly dispatched the striped tiger to his left. Successfully killed LV6 striped tiger, gained 600 experience points, 6 silver coins. Oh dear. I seem to have made another mistake. It should be the one to your right instead. Liu Xuan. With a flurry of knife strikes, he decided to eliminate all 3 of the remaining striped tigers. Successfully killed LV6 striped tiger, gained 600 experience points, 6 silver coins. Are you satisfied now? Liu Xuan turned to Leah. By the way, I suddenly remembered, the one that tried to bite me wasn't a tiger, but the lion next door. Leah lowered her head, somewhat embarrassed. You truly are a living llama. Liu Xuan chuckled helplessly, casually stowing away the items dropped by the 5 striped tigers into his backpack. In the next moment, he found himself holding a pair of golden earrings. The ends carved with a majestic tiger head. His eyes lit up. The tiger earrings were a pair, which meant that as long as he successfully identified them, his identification skill could level up. Identification skill. Without hesitation, Liu Xuan used his identification skill on the tiger earrings. Identification skill experience points, 20. Identification skill level up. Intermediate identification skill 0500. Can identify equipment of silver grade or lower, requires proficiency to upgrade. Tiger earrings. Intelligence 50. Wearing requirement. Level 10. Skill. Tiger strike. Tiger strike. Active skill. Conjures a phantom of a tiger to launch a pounce at a single target, dealing twice the physical damage of attack power. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Consumes 150 magic points. Finally leveled up. Liu Xuan equipped the tiger earrings, planning to clear all the wild monsters in the zoo before finding an uninhabited place to identify the black water mysterious armor. Roar. Just then, a deafening tiger roar echoed from deep within the zoo. Instantly, all beasts lay prostrate, trembling in fear. The caged birds frantically crashed against the bars, attempting to escape. It's that black tiger. Leah suddenly recalled something, her face turning pale. Xingu, let us leave quickly. I remembered that my father captured a strange beast and locked it up here some time ago. Strange beast? Liu Xian's eyes brightened. Can we kill it? If you're not afraid of death, you can certainly go ahead and try. A teasing voice emerged. Behind Leah, Li Yuanwu and Qin Yuga approached leisurely. Li Yuanwu crossed his arms, watching Liu Xuan in the tiger area with a cold smirk. With your level of strength, that black tiger could sweat you to death with a single paw. Brother Wu, don't be so blunt. It's easy to offend people. Qin Yuga smiled lightly. Mr. Liu, that black tiger is quite formidable. I advise you not to provoke it, lest you lose your life. Chapter 43. Armor, Fusion. I know. I'm not an impulsive person. Liu Xuan leaped gracefully to stand beside Qin Yuga, his gaze involuntarily falling upon her. She wore simple casual sports attire, yet it couldn't conceal her enchanting figure. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders. With a bare face, her natural beauty exuded an ethereal charm. She had her hands tucked into her clothing pockets, embodying a languid, yet otherworldly aura. Investigation skill. Name. Qin Yuga. Level. LV20. Health. 50,000. Attack. 1,000. Defense. 1,500. Skills. Medicine Immortal Technique. Spring Rejuvenation. Snowfall. Holy moly. Liu Xuan was taken aback. This woman has an astonishingly high health and defense. It exceeds even that of Li Yuanwen at level 25 by a significant margin. Especially her health, a full 50,000. Truly a formidable tank. Mr. Liu, is there something on my face? Qin Yuga inquired with a smile, though her brow slightly furrowed. For some reason, being stared at by Liu Xuan gave her an uncomfortable feeling, as if she were being completely seen through. I'm just a fan of Miss Qin. I'm a bit excited to see you in person, Liu Xuan replied without missing a beat. Coincidentally, when he had tricked Li Wujing last time, the image he casually searched online was indeed that of Qin Yuga. Little did the fans of Qin Yuga anticipate that their idol was, in fact, a formidable warrior. Was that so? Qin Yuga smiled enigmatically, asking, do you need an autograph? No, Liu Xuan replied, waving his hands dismissively. Suddenly, he clutched his stomach, exclaiming, "Oh dear. My stomach isn't feeling well. I must visit the restroom." Before anyone could react, he hastily made his way towards the exit of the zoo. Initially, he walked briskly, but soon he broke into a light jog. "Brother Xian, the restroom is on the other side," Liu called out from behind. However, Liu Xuan had already vanished from sight. "What an intriguing individual," Qin Yuga mused, gazing thoughtfully in the direction Liu Xuan had disappeared. Upon exiting the zoo, Liu Xuan straightened his posture and a smile crept onto his lips. Skillfully, he maneuvered to the rear of the zoo and scaled the wall to re-enter. Before long, he located the black tiger that Liu and the others had mentioned. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. There, confined within a pit several dozen meters in diameter, was a massive black tiger, shrouded in dark mist. Its limbs were bound by thick chains adorned with yellowing talismans. Liu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately employed his detection skill on the black tiger. LV-20 Elite Boss Black Tiger. Health, 25,000. Attack, 650. Defense, 500. Skills, Shadow Pounce, Roar of the Tiger, Shadow Clone, Tiger King Form. Shadow Pounce. The black tiger locks onto a target and, after a brief charge, lunges at the target, inflicting 15 times its attack power and physical damage and knocking the target down for 1 second, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Roar of the Tiger. The black tiger emits a deafening roar, dealing 0.5 times its attack power and physical damage to all enemies within a 3-meter radius, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Shadow Clone. The black tiger summons 2 clones, inheriting 20 health and 50 attack from the original, lasting 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Tiger King Form. The black tiger condenses energy into its true form, doubling its attack and defense for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. A level 20 elite boss. Liu Xian's breath quickened. The rewards for defeating a boss far exceeded those of ordinary beasts. To date, he had vanquished only 3 bosses. Among them, the Dog King had dropped a divine artifact, the River Serpent had yielded the Serpent Transformation skill, and Zheng Ping had dropped silver and golden equipment. The divine artifact spoke for itself, representing the pinnacle of equipment quality. As for the strength of the Serpent Transformation skill, he had experienced it firsthand. Without it, he would have perished at Zheng Ping's hands, let alone manage to turn the tables. Allocate points, must allocate points. Liu Xian concentrated, distributing all remaining 60 attribute points into strength. Instantly, his attack power surged to 425 points. Yet, even so, without utilizing skills, his attack could not breach the black tiger's defenses. To be safe, he retrieved the black water mystic armor, accompanied by a flash of black light. An ancient-looking piece of armor, entirely black and adorned with flowing water patterns, materialized before him. The armor boasted a vintage style, with a tortoise totem emblazoned on the chest plate and black liquid coursed between the armor plates. Identification skill. He cast the skill, and a silver light enveloped the black water mystic armor, revealing its attributes. Identification skill proficiency, 50. Black water mystic armor, silver. Constitution 100, health 1,000. Equipment requirement, level 15. Skills, Mystic Water Shield, Mystic Shockwave. Mystic Water Shield, a passive skill that grants a 20 chance to generate a black water shield on the surface when attacked, absorbing up to 50 magical damage for the next 3 seconds, with a maximum damage threshold of 5,000 points. When the shield shatters, it returns 50 of absorbed damage to a single enemy within a 1-meter radius, with a cooldown of 15 seconds and a mana cost of 200 points. Mystic Shockwave, an active skill that stomps the ground, unleashing a circular wave of black water from the tortoise totem on the armor, dealing double magical damage to all enemies within a 3-meter radius, reducing their movement speed by 20 for 4 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds and a mana cost of 500 points. Hiss. Liu Xian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Was silver equipment really this powerful? Just the Constitution alone added 100 points, along with an additional 1,000 health. Moreover, it boasted one more skill than the bronze equipment. In total, the black water mystic armor provided him with an increase of 100 defense and 2,000 health. More importantly, the equipment attributes would be amplified after employing the Serpent Transformation skill. Liu Xian's eyes blazed with fervor as he spread his arms and commanded, "Armor, merge with me." Boom. The black water mystic armor radiated a brilliant black light. The armor plates adhered to him as if alive, seamlessly forming a complete set of armor. Finally, he possessed a piece of respectable equipment. Liu Xian caressed the tortoise totem on his chest with satisfaction. In the next moment, he leaped directly into the vast pit that imprisoned the black tiger. Roar. The black tiger, sensing the sudden intruder, glared fiercely at Liu Xian, letting out a thunderous roar. In an instant, a wave of black sound surged towards him. However, Liu Xuan remained unfazed. Serpent transformation. He had no time to engage in a battle of wits with the black tiger. With a strange dragon's roar that overcame the tiger's roar, Liu Xuan's form expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal black dragon. Its size even surpassed that of the black tiger. Crash! The dragon's body slammed heavily against the black tiger. After upgrading, his dragon form now approached 20 meters in length. Alas, he still lacked the ability to fly. He concentrated his thoughts and quickly checked the attributes of his dragon form. Player, Liu Xuan Dragon Form. Health, 31, 500. Attack, 4, 250. Defense, 2, 150. Speed, 1, 210. Now he truly felt invincible. Liu Xuan grinned widely. With over 30,000 health and more than 2,000 defense, even if he stood still while the black tiger unleashed all its skills, it could not breach his defenses. Roar! The black tiger roared once more, but this time its cry was filled with terror. Its fur bristled, trembling as it gazed at the dragon coiled around it. This reaction was instinctive for a lower creature in the presence of a higher being. Liu Xuan dared not waste any more time. He lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the black tiger's neck. With no claws or skills in his current dragon form, he could only rely on the most primal method of biting. Roar! The black tiger emitted a pitiful wail, and crimson damage numbers floated above its head. 3, 750. Chapter 44. Identification Scroll for Golden Equipment. Where has Brother Xian gone for so long? In the tiger area of the zoo, Leah glanced at the time, her concern mounting. It's almost been 10 minutes. Roar! No sooner had she spoken than a chilling tiger roar suddenly emanated from deep within the zoo. Immediately following was a strange dragon's call. Li Yuanwu and Qin Yuga's expressions shifted dramatically in unison. Brother Wu, besides the black tiger, could there be other exotic beasts inside? Qin Yuga asked, her countenance grave. That sound resembled a dragon's roar. A dragon? That's impossible. Li Yuanwu gasped in disbelief. Any beast associated with dragons would at least start at the master level. Although my father is a master, he would not fare well against such an entity. What was that sound just now? Qin Yuga's complexion turned pale. Something was attacking the black tiger. No sooner had she spoken than a heart-wrenching roar from the tiger echoed through the air. You all must evacuate immediately. I will go investigate. Li Yuanwu declared decisively, clenching his fists as he dashed toward the source of the noise. I will accompany you, Qin Yuga said, curiosity gleaming in her eyes as she followed closely behind. Wait for me. Leah glanced toward the exit and, gritting her teeth, hurried after them. Successfully defeated LV-20 Elite Boss Black Tiger, earning 30,000 experience points, 60 gold coins, and 1 golden equipment identification scroll. The kill notification popped up. Liu Xuan swiftly transformed back into his human form. Without a moment to spare, he hastily stashed the spoils dropped by the black tiger into his backpack before leaping out of the pit. However, in the next instant, he was taken aback as he came face to face with 3 pairs of wide, astonished eyes. Xiangu, how did you emerge from there? Leah stared at Liu Xuan, dumbfounded, her mind struggling to comprehend. Beside her, Li Yuanwu and Qin Yuga were equally frozen in disbelief, their expressions a mix of confusion and suspicion. Well, Liu Xuan quickly regained his composure, scratching his head and pointing at the deep pit behind him with a grin. I got lost after using the restroom and accidentally fell into this hole. Who would dig such a large pit here? The 3 stared at him in silence, no one responding. Li Yuanwu was the first to snap back to reality, taking an agile step toward the edge of the pit. Upon seeing the scene at the bottom, his pupils dilated in shock, his face a mask of incredulity. Qin Yuga followed closely, and upon noticing only empty chains remained at the bottom, instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes reflecting her own astonishment. Where's the black tiger? Li Yuanwu whirled around, his voice trembling with excitement as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Liu Xuan. What black tiger? I have no idea. Liu Xuan feigned innocence, acting oblivious. He had already confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity. As long as he did not admit to killing the black tiger, even if Li Yuanwu suspected him, they would have no evidence. After all, the black tiger had been imprisoned here, possibly for some special purpose. He was not afraid of exposing his strength. Rather, he was concerned about being compelled to pay damages. You don't know? Li Yuanwu's voice rose in pitch, his breath quickening. Did you kill it? Huh. Liu Xuan continued to feign ignorance. It must have been you. There's no one else here but you. Li Yuanwu's agitation grew. Seeing his reaction, Liu Xuan became increasingly convinced that the black tiger must have some significant purpose, which was why it had been imprisoned here. Calm down, Wu Go. Qin Yuga interjected, taking a deep breath. Perhaps Mr. Liu truly is unaware. She began to analyze the situation calmly. We all heard a sound akin to a dragon's roar just moments ago. Moreover, observe the ground and walls at the bottom of the pit. There are evident marks suggesting they have been trampled by a large beast. And look at Mr. Liu. His breathing is steady and his attire is pristine. If he had indeed killed the black tiger, he would not be so composed. I speculate that a large beast related to dragons passed by and carried the black tiger away as prey. As she spoke, she suddenly turned to Liu Xuan. What do you think, Mr. Liu? I truly have no clue. Liu Xuan persisted in his act. Yuga, you are right. I was too agitated, Liu Yuanwu admitted, calming slightly. I thought, how could this kid possibly have killed the black tiger? That creature is formidable even to me. Second brother, you must not speak of Xiangu in such a manner. Liya protested, her voice laced with indignation. Xiangu is already quite remarkable. He has no master and has trained to reach this level entirely on his own. Indeed, Xiaoya has a point. Qin Yuga smiled, playing peacemaker. The fact that Mr. Liu has mastered sword control is a testament to his extraordinary talent. Fine, I concede he has some talent, Liu Yuanwu replied, his expression serious. But that does not mean he is qualified to represent Yaya Mountain in the Qianlong competition. Although the Qianlong competition is a contest for newly emerged disciples of various factions, only the most exceptional can represent their sections, not to mention the top-tier forces like the Celestial Master S. Manor and the Yinyang clan. Even disciples from first and second-rate sects are beyond his capabilities. If you're so capable, why don't you participate? Liu Xuan replied, his face devoid of expression. You claim I'm unqualified, yet none of you have stepped up to represent Yaya Mountain. The young man's retort left Liu Yuanwu speechless, his face flushing with embarrassment. Second brother, you are being too much. Liya's voice trembled with emotion. It doesn't matter if you all doubt Yaya Mountain, but Xiangu is willing to represent us. Why would you belittle him? Yes, I understand you are afraid that Xiangu and I will bring shame upon you. If that is the case, I'll sever ties with you all. With a thud, Liu Yuanwu fell to his knees, panic-stricken. Grandma, please don't scare me. His face turned pale. That is not what I meant. I just meant the Qianlong competition is no trivial matter. It's Yaya Mountain, after all. He sighed, standing up to address Liu Xuan. Forget it. If you wish to participate, then go ahead. Just remember, while the Qianlong competition is a contest, blades and swords are blind. If you lose an arm or a leg, regretting it later will be too late. Mr. Liu, don't worry, Qin Yuga interjected suddenly. I possess some medical skills. Even if, as Wu Gu said, you lose an arm or a leg, I can help you recover fully. Yuga, why do you? Liu Yuanwu frowned at Qin Yuga, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Wu Gu, Xiaoyu is correct. It is rare for Mr. Liu to be willing to support us by representing Yaya Mountain. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. Even if Mr. Liu ultimately does not achieve a good result, at least Xiaoyu will be happy, and that is enough. Let me clarify, Liu Xuan said earnestly. Since I am participating, I shall certainly claim victory. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere grew palpably still. Ha ha. Liu Yuanwu suddenly burst into laughter, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Kid, if you truly manage to win the Qianlong competition, I will henceforth call you brother whenever we meet. But is that even possible? Winning? Just making it to the main event would be an achievement. He refused to waste more breath on someone who spoke so boastfully, turning on his heel and striding away. Liu Xuan remained calm. The best response to skepticism was to let strength speak for itself. He was determined to secure the title of champion in the Qianlong competition, especially after just defeating the Black Tiger and acquiring a golden equipment identification scroll. This meant he could finally identify the Thunderclap sword. With the Thunderclap sword at his disposal, combined with the dragon transformation technique, he was confident he could seize the championship. Chapter 45, The Powerful Thunderclap Sword. Mr. Liu, Wu Gu is just straightforward. Please don't take it to heart, Qin Yuga gently explained. It's not that we don't wish to represent Yaya Mountain. We each have our own circumstances. I study medicine, and my master has strictly forbidden me from participating in any contests. As for Wu Gu, he joined the Rage Gate a year ago, and he will represent his sect in this Qianlong competition. Wu Gu has competed before and cannot participate again without facing ridicule. Oh, even that big oaf plans to compete. Liu Xuan remarked with a hint of playful intrigue. Observing Liu Xuan's expression, Qin Yuga's brow furrowed thoughtfully. Yes, unless something unexpected occurs. Wu Gu will indeed represent the Rage Gate. I am looking forward to a formal match with him in the arena, Liu Xuan replied with a smile. If you can make it to the main event, you will indeed have the chance to face Wu Gu. Qin Yuga smiled back. Though internally, she felt Liu Xuan was overly confident, choosing not to express her concerns. Xiangu, why don't you stay here tonight? Liya eagerly pulled Liu Xuan along. Tomorrow we can go register at the martial appraisal office together. Sure, Liu Xuan nodded in agreement. At present, the paramount objective is to acquire the singular hidden profession. As for leveling up through monster hunting, he will attend to that when the night grows quiet. Eliminating the remaining animals in the zoo, as well as the insects in the adjacent insectarium. Brother, what did father say? Liu Yuanwu turned to Li Yuanwen, a look of helplessness on his face. My little sister is resolute in having that boy represent Yao Mountain in the competition. I can't sway her. The boy possesses little skill, yet his arrogance is boundless. He scoffed derisively. Can you guess what he said? He claimed he would win the championship. Did he truly say that? Liu Xuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It seemed he was utterly ignorant of the martial realm. Where on earth did that foolish young man spring from? Li Yuanwu shook his head, dismissing the thought. Never mind him. What did father ultimately decide? You know well how indulgent he is towards our little sister, Li Yuanwen replied, a cloud of gloom on his face. I shouldn't have made this call. I ended up getting scolded for no reason. Father instructed us to support our little sister wholeheartedly. He will return to watch the competition. If he sees her unhappy, he will toss us to feed the aberrant beasts. I knew it would come to this. Li Yuanwu sighed deeply, feeling a sense of despair. Well, I shall return to my sect to prepare for battle. My master has issued a strict command that I must at least place in the top 5 in this competition. The pressure is immense. I understand, Li Yuanwen said, patting his brother's shoulder. When I represented our sect in battle years ago, I thought placing in the top 5 would be a given, yet, he sighed, a bitter expression crossing his face. The martial realm in our nation is rife with extraordinary talents. As the clock struck midnight, Liu Xuan took a shower in the room that Leah had arranged for him. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged on the bed, preparing to appraise the Thunderclap sword. With a mere thought, both the Thunderclap sword and the golden equipment appraisal scroll materialized before him. He scrutinized the two items. The golden appraisal scroll was an ancient piece of parchment, while the Thunderclap sword measured approximately 3 feet 6 inches in length, with a blade width of 3 fingers. Its azure blade was adorned with dragon scale-like lightning patterns, and its hilt was shaped like dragon wings, faintly crackling with arcs of electricity. Golden Equipment Appraisal Scroll, a one-time use item that, upon activation, can appraise one piece of golden-grade equipment. Liu Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Not only because he was on the verge of appraising the Thunderclap sword, but also due to the unexpected appearance of the Golden Equipment Appraisal Scroll. If such a scroll could be obtained, did it imply the possibility of acquiring a divine artifact appraisal scroll in the future? Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he directed the scroll towards the Thunderclap sword. The parchment instantly transformed into shimmering golden light, merging with the Thunderclap sword. Simultaneously, violent arcs of electricity erupted from the sword, illuminating the entire room with a brilliant blue glow. Thunderclap sword, golden, attack 500, critical rate 10, lightning attribute damage 15, equipment requirement, level 20. Skills, static field, thunderbolt charge, storm of thunder. Static field, passive skill, each attack has a 10 chance to inflict the electrified status on the target, lasting for 5 seconds. Electrified, the target receives an additional 15 lightning attribute damage. Thunderbolt charge, active skill, dashes forward at high speed for 10 meters, dealing 2x magical damage to all enemies in the path, and paralyzes them for 0.5 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds, magic cost, 500 points. Storm of Thunder, active skill, raises the sword to summon heavenly thunder, creating a storm field with a radius of 5 meters for 4 seconds, dealing 2x magical damage to enemies within the area each second. Cooldown, 30 seconds, magic cost, 800 points. Liu Xuan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Truly, the golden equipment was extraordinarily powerful. The mere addition of 500 attack points surpassed his current total attack power. Moreover, the Thunderclap sword also provided a 10 increase in critical hit rate and an additional 15 lightning attribute damage. It is essential to note that the Thunderclap sword is already a lightning attribute weapon, meaning all its damage benefits from this enhancement. In other words, when utilizing the Thunderclap sword skills, an additional 15 damage is added on top of the skill's damage. No, it is not merely 15. If the target remains in an electrified state, the damage increases by an additional 15, summing up to a terrifying total of 30. Furthermore, these enhancements also apply to the lightning ball technique. If golden equipment is this formidable, how powerful must divine artifacts be? Liu Xuan's mind raced as he retrieved the dog of the guard talisman stone, his gaze ablaze with anticipation. However, he could only observe for now. Unless luck were to shine upon him or he encountered another system bug, it would be challenging to appraise a divine artifact in the near term. Returning the dog of the guard talisman stone to his backpack, Liu Xuan eagerly wished to equip the Thunderclap sword. Equipment requirements not met. The system notification momentarily stunned him, causing him to realize the equipment level requirement. He had become so exhilarated that he overlooked the level limit. However, he was not disheartened. He was currently at level 16, just 4 levels shy of the required level 20. With at least 6 days until the potential dragon competition commenced, that was ample time to elevate his level to 20. Refocusing his thoughts, Liu Xuan quietly exited the room, preparing to clear out all the wild monsters in the zoo and insectarium. In the monitoring room, Liu Xuan and Qin Yuga stared intently at the screen, their expressions grave. They watched as Liu Xuan was engaged in combat with an elephant. Strangely, after Liu Xuan defeated the elephant, it vanished into thin air. Brother, could it be that he is practicing some form of dark magic? Qin Yuga's brow furrowed. Could these disappearing animals have been refined by him using sorcery? Wait. Suddenly, she recalled something, her pupils narrowing. That black tiger also vanished into thin air. Could it have been refined by him as well? Chapter 46. It turns out this woman is a healer. Such a miraculous dark magic is simply unheard of. Liu Xuan's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Liu Xuan on the screen. If he truly is strong enough to defeat even a black tiger, what could his intentions be in approaching Yaya? Perhaps we are overthinking things. He took a deep breath, attempting to analyze the situation coldly. These ordinary animals, whether in terms of body or vitality, offer no benefits for cultivation. Even if he were practicing a magic that consumes others' vitality or cultivation, he should be targeting aberrant beasts or martial artists instead. Rather than magic, I suspect it resembles a unique sword technique, Liu Xuan mused. A sword technique? Qin Yuga frowned. What kind of sword technique could be so extraordinary as to cause the slain targets to vanish into thin air? Perhaps they are not disappearing, but rather being utterly obliterated by the sword energy, Liu Xuan hypothesized. For a martial artist of his caliber, reducing ordinary animals to dust should not pose much difficulty. Yet why would he do such a thing? Qin Yuga interjected. It's illogical for him to be out here at midnight, neglecting cultivation and rest to hunt these ordinary animals. The two exchanged glances, falling into a moment of silence. Liu Xuan, exasperated, placed a hand to his forehead. Perhaps he is simply unhinged. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why Liu Xuan would willingly represent a faction created by an ordinary person in the potential dragon competition, boasting about claiming the championship. Now, he understood. Liu Xuan was indeed unhinged, and quite severely so. Qin Yuga was first taken aback, then nodded in realization. That makes sense. Your level has increased to LV17, and you have gained 20 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Exiting the insectarium, Liu Xuan glanced at the system notification, feeling somewhat disappointed. After nearly an hour of frenzied monster hunting, his level had only increased by 1. The number of animals in the zoo paled in comparison to the multitude of fish within the aquarium. Furthermore, the majority of insects in the insectarium were too diminutive to yield any meaningful experience. Hence, fishing remained the most efficient means of leveling up. He murmured to himself, casting his gaze toward the distant Huajiang River that traversed the city. Once he registered tomorrow, he would head to Huajiang to grind levels. Liu Xuan's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. He had already devised a plan. As a river that spans a considerable portion of the Longxia Kingdom, Huajiang boasted an abundance of aquatic life beneath its surface. Crucially, a significant section of Huajiang lay within the confines of Wushan City. This meant that over the next few days, he need not venture far. He could simply fish in Huajiang to gain experience. Ascending to level 20 before the commencement of the Qianlong Grand Tournament should pose no challenge. At dawn, Liu Xuan accompanied Li Ye and Qin Yuga to the Wujian division of Wushan. A Rolls-Royce glided smoothly across the Huajiang Grand Bridge. In the back seat, Liu Xuan sat side by side with Qin Yuga, while Li Ye expertly maneuvered the vehicle. As Li Ye put it, if the car were driven by someone else, she would derive no pleasure from the experience. Miss Qin, is there something on my face? Liu Xuan couldn't help but inquire. As he noticed Qin Yuga stealing glances at him intermittently, her expression suggesting she had something to say but hesitated. Qin Yuga appeared slightly embarrassed. Mr. Liu, I have a rather presumptuous question. If you already know it's presumptuous, perhaps it would be best not to ask, Liu Xuan replied. His attention fixated on the Huajiang River outside the window, mentally assessing potential locations for monster grinding. All right then, Qin Yuga conceded, momentarily silenced. Yet, mere minutes later, she couldn't contain herself. Mr. Liu, she ventured cautiously, do you have an illness? Liu Xuan furrowed his brows and redirected his gaze from the window. Miss Qin, are you asking for a beating? That is not what I meant. Qin Yuga hastily clarified, her cheeks tinged with pink. What I meant to say is there something wrong with your health? She gestured towards her own head, indicating her concern. At this, Liu Xuan's lips twitched. This woman had the audacity to suggest he was unwell. Why did she think that? He felt a surge of curiosity, noticing Liu Xuan's lack of immediate denial. Qin Yuga thought to herself, Brother Wen was right. He truly has an ailment. Mr. Liu, would you allow me to examine you? She asked earnestly. I am a disciple of the medical arts and well-versed in the healing techniques of the apothecary. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Liu Xuan paused, contemplating her words. He was indeed aware of Qin Yuga's medicinal skills. Did she perceive something amiss? After a moment of silence, he nodded. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Qin. Saving lives is the duty of my craft, Qin Yuga smiled brightly. She extended her right middle finger and gently pressed it against Liu Xuan's brow. Instantly, a milky white source of energy flowed from her fingertip, rippling like water waves. Liu Xuan felt a refreshing sensation wash over him, causing him to relax completely. Split soul syndrome. Qin Yuga suddenly widened her eyes, her expression turning grave. What is split soul syndrome? Liu Xuan inquired with curiosity. In layman's terms, it's akin to schizophrenia. However, curiously, your soul appears entirely intact, showing no signs of division. Rather, it seems like Qin Yuga hesitated. Like what? It can't be a terminal condition, can it? Liu Xuan joked lightly. And no, it's nothing, Qin Yuga stammered, suppressing her shock. Liu Xuan's condition bore striking resemblance to the ancient texts of her sect that described a dual soul within one body. Those with a dual soul possess mental strength far beyond that of ordinary individuals, allowing them to cultivate more efficiently. They could even practice two different techniques simultaneously. However, those with a dual soul are prone to developing a second personality, often in stark contrast to the first. This could explain why Liu Xuan ventured out at night to hunt animals. It was likely the second personality at play. More alarmingly, individuals with a dual soul often do not have long to live. Qin Yuga's gaze flickered between Liya, who was humming cheerfully in the front seat, and Liu Xuan beside her, a bitter feeling welling up in her heart. How could it be that both of them had limited time left? Miss Qin, I assure you, I am perfectly fine, Liu Xuan said meaningfully. It's not as though I'm on the brink of death, is it? Absolutely not. Qin Yuga quickly denied, forcing a smile. You are in excellent health. By the way, once registration concludes, let me treat you to a meal. Is there anything in particular you would like to eat? As her words fell, a golden exclamation mark suddenly materialized above her head. Liu Xuan's eyes brightened. Promptly checking. Random task. Rest your head on Qin Yuga's lap. Task reward. 1 pair of Qin Yuga's intimate stockings, 5 healing pills. Another one? Liu Xuan's mouth twitched slightly. The last time, Xiaowan's intimate undergarments were still lying in his bag space. Now, he was faced with stockings. Did this system harbor some peculiar preference? His gaze inadvertently drifted to Qin Yuga's legs. Beneath her denim skirt, her long, fair legs were alluringly bare, devoid of stockings. It seemed this time, the reward would not involve on-site collection. However, given that they were intimate stockings, they would surely have been worn by Qin Yuga. Regardless, whether they were stockings or not was inconsequential. The healing pills were what he truly needed. By their name, they should restore health. This was a valuable item. Miss Qin, I suddenly feel quite dizzy, Liu Xuan said, positioning himself before leaning over. What did you just do to me? Before Qin Yuga could react, she felt a weight descend upon her lap as Liu Xuan rested his head there. Mr. Liu, are you all right? She exclaimed, hastily placing her hand on his forehead. The milky white glow illuminating once more. 2000. Notification. Health has been fully restored. No treatment required. Liu Xuan blinked in surprise. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this woman was also a healer. He instinctively lifted his head, only to find his view obstructed by something towering nearby. Indeed, she is a healer, he confirmed inwardly. Chapter 47. Healing pills, quick to run. Task completed. Acquired Qin Yuga's intimate stockings, 5 healing pills. The system notification echoed in Liu Xuan's mind. He discreetly glanced at the item descriptions. Qin Yuga's intimate stockings. Holding these will enhance your affinity with Qin Yuga. Healing pill. Instantly restores 1,000 health points upon use. Brother Xian, are you all right? The Rolls Royce suddenly came to a halt. Leah turned her head, concern etched on her face as she regarded Qin Yuga, who was tending to Liu Xuan. Sister Yuga, what's wrong with Brother Xian? Is it a mental issue? Qin Yuga spoke urgently. My healing techniques seem to have no effect on him. What should we do? Leah began to panic. Should we seek your master? Time is of the essence. Qin Yuga shook her head. My master's whereabouts are unpredictable. Even I am unaware of her current location. She flipped her palm, conjuring several snow-white jade needles that glimmered menacingly. It seems I shall have to try the snowstorm technique. The jade needles hovered in midair, poised to descend upon Liu Xuan's head. At that moment, Liu Xuan let out a soft groan, sitting upright and feigning confusion as he rubbed his temples. What just happened to me? Brother Xian, you're awake. Leah exclaimed in delight. You scared both me and Sister Yuga just now. Perhaps I didn't rest well last night. Liu Xuan replied nonchalantly. Qin Yuga sheathed the jade needles, exhaling a sigh of relief. Had Liu Xuan encountered misfortune due to her earlier diagnosis, she would never forgive herself for the transgression. As a healer, she feared 2 things above all, being powerless against her patients and causing their demise. If both scenarios were to transpire, it would shatter her resolve as a physician. Who are you? Liu Xuan feigned a look of confusion as he gazed at Qin Yuga, though internally, he was ablaze with excitement. To others, Qin Yuga was merely a healer dedicated to saving lives. Yet for him, as a player, she was akin to a nurturing support character capable of restoring his health. Just imagine, if he were to face formidable foes or bosses in the future, having Qin Yuga by his side to heal him would be nothing short of exhilarating. You don't remember me? Qin Yuga's expression shifted dramatically. Liu Xuan pretended to be bewildered, only to suddenly break into a smile. Oh, I remember now. You are my wife. He intended to use this act of feigned amnesia to draw closer to Qin Yuga. Incorrect, Qin Yuga asserted with gravity. I am your master. Master? Liu Xuan swallowed hard. How was it possible that this woman was not adhering to the expected script? Yes, master, Qin Yuga affirmed with utmost seriousness. Had Liu Xuan not been pretending to have amnesia, he might have almost believed her. Now, my master wishes to engage you in a game. The chilling jade needles reappeared in her hands, glimmering ominously. I shall adorn your head with these exquisite flowers. Remain still. Should you move, you will become a little dog. Do you comprehend? Gazing at the menacing needle tips, Liu Xuan gulped. Are these flowers? Was she truly treating him as if he were a fool? Miss Qin, what are you doing? Liu Xuan decisively abandoned his charade. Regardless of whether Qin Yuga perceived his ruse, preserving his life was of utmost importance. The mere thought of so many needles piercing his head sent shivers down his spine. Yuga, since Xiangu is unharmed, there's no need to pierce him at that moment. Leah opened the car door. Xiangu, the Wujian division has arrived. We must hurry to register, or we shall miss the deadline. All right, Liu Xuan nodded. Quickly exiting the vehicle, Qin Yuga reluctantly stored away the jade needles. She harbored no doubts about Liu Xuan's feigned amnesia. His dual souls could easily manifest various psychological symptoms, such as memory loss, hallucinations, and delusions. Nevertheless, she was not prepared to concede defeat just yet. The snow falling from the heavens was the most potent healing method at her disposal. As a healer, she was compelled to exhaust every effort to treat each patient. It seemed she would need to find an opportunity to administer a treatment while he slumbered. Is this the Wujian division? Liu Xuan stood before an aged building, incredulous as he rubbed his eyes. Above, a precariously hanging sign read "Run Fast," with the tagline, "Handy services for handsome men and beautiful women." A young man clad in red work attire approached with enthusiasm. Moving? For errands. Trust us. Run fast. We run fast. It's you. Chu Chen's smile vanished as he frowned at Liu Xuan. Wujian division, Chu Chen? Liu Xuan greeted with a smile. He had encountered Chu Chen not long ago at Baiyun Reservoir, where the latter had attempted to abduct him. Here to surrender? Chu Chen snorted disdainfully. We're here to register for the Qianlong Grand Competition, Leah interjected promptly. Registration? Chu Chen paused, his expression shifting to one of bemusement. Qianlong Grand Competition? Indeed. Leah confirmed. Xiangu will represent Yaya Mountain in the competition. Follow me. While Chu Chen held some resentment towards Liu Xuan, he did not impede the two further. Just then, two figures emerged from the building. Fengge, shall we go for hot pot later? Ling Yu smiled radiantly at Yifeng beside her. Let us wait until after the competition, Yifeng replied, shaking his head. I need to focus on my training. Very well, Ling Yu said, her excitement quickly turning to disappointment. Fengge, rest assured, with your talent, even just 7 days of training will secure you victory in the competition. However, Yifeng did not respond. Instead, he furrowed his brow as he stared ahead. Ling Yu followed his gaze, her expression darkening. What are you doing here? Did your family establish the Wujian division? Liu Xuan's expression mirrored her displeasure. He scanned the surroundings rapidly and, upon noticing numerous staff members within the building, suppressed his urge to treat Ling Yu as a wild beast. At that moment, Qin Yuga approached gracefully. Ling Yu, long time no see. Miss Qin knows this guy? Ling Yu scrutinized the duo, her brow furrowing. Are you here to register as well? Mr. Liu will represent Yaya Mountain in battle, Qin Yuga confirmed with a smile. Yaya Mountain? Ling Yu's gaze shifted to Leah, realization dawning upon her. You are the daughter of the esteemed Li Xiong, correct? Allow me to advise you. This man is a fraud. Even my master has fallen for his tricks. Be quiet. Leah stamped her foot in frustration. Xiangu is our Yaya Mountain's second king. You shall not slander him. Humph. Ling Yu initially appeared taken aback, but soon her expression turned to one of disdain. Yaya Mountain? Just a child's game. Yet it seems this fellow won't be able to deceive anyone anymore. Only someone like you, who cannot cultivate. Who are you calling a child? Leah retorted defiantly. You wicked woman. What of it? Ling Yu showed no mercy, mocking, your entire family are martial artists. Yet you are an ordinary person. Have you never questioned whether you are truly their biological child? Engaging in self-deception with Yaya Mountain. Allowing a fraud to take your place in the competition. How laughable. Ling Yu, you have gone too far. Just as Qin Yuga was about to express her anger, Liu Xuan appeared in front of Ling Yu without anyone noticing how he had moved. By the time they registered what happened, A bright red handprint had appeared on Ling Yu's face. Qin Yuga stared in shock, her mouth agape, while Leah stifled the tears that threatened to spill. Chu Chen silently turned away, pretending to admire the scenery. Chapter 48. The Mighty Chu Chun, Countdown to the Competition. I will kill you. Ling Yu suddenly came to her senses, her fury erupting. Boom. A terrifying sword intent surged from within her, a fierce aura enveloping the surroundings. A luminous blue light flashed in her hand, materializing into a sword shadow exuding a chilling essence, poised to strike at Liu Xuan. What are you doing? What do you intend to do? Chu Chen's figure flickered, appearing between the two. His voice was deep and resonant. Are you planning to make a move at the entrance of the Wujin division? Do you wish to go in for tea? He regarded Ling Yu with a stoic expression. Put away your sword. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Come with me for an investigation. Ling Yu's chest heaved violently. The sword shadow in her hand humming incessantly, her murderous intent unwavering. Her gaze bore into Liu Xuan, as if she wished to rend him asunder. Are you being too excessive, my lady? Yi Feng stepped forward, shielding Ling Yu with an expression as cold as ice. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for attacking a woman? Smack. Before he could finish his words, Liu Xuan retaliated with another resounding slap, crisp and sharp. Show me your smile, then. Liu Xuan completely disregarded Yi Feng's murderous glare. What of the child of destiny? He is but an evil entity from beyond the realms. My brother, know when to halt. Chu Chun furrowed his brows tightly. He had already turned a blind eye to Liu Xuan's slap against Ling Yu. However, this does not imply he would permit Liu Xuan to continue his reckless behavior. A gust of wind swept across his cheek. Chu Chun was momentarily taken aback, staring at the hand suspended before his nose, gritting his teeth and saying, What? Do you still wish to strike me? My apologies. It seems I've grown accustomed to it. Liu Xuan chuckled lightly, retracting his hand with an air of nonchalance. Chu Chen's lips twitched, suppressing his fury as he turned to Ling Yu and Yi Feng. You both should return first. As disciples of the sword sect, every action reflects upon our school. Do not bring shame upon our master. Very well, I shall remember you. Yi Feng gradually lowered his hand that had been covering his face. His voice deliberate and cold. We shall meet in the competition. Brother Feng, ensure he is thoroughly incapacitated. Ling Yu dissipated her sword aura, her tone icily resolute. He struck us once. You shall sever both his hands. With those words, the two shot Liu Xuan a venomous glare, filled with resentment. Before turning to depart, thank you, Xiangu. Leah finally emerged from her state of shock, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice quavering. It was merely a trifling matter, Liu Xuan replied with an indifferent smile. He had long harbored a disdain for Ling Yu. Initially, out of respect for Li Wuji, he intended to teach her a lesson when the opportunity arose. Little did he anticipate her penchant for self-destruction. In that case, he could not be blamed for his harshness. I now understand why Xiaoya trusts you so profoundly. Qin Yugu inhaled deeply, a hint of admiration coloring her gaze as she regarded Liu Xuan. Mr. Liu, you truly are a person worthy of trust. The impact of Liu Xuan's unwavering slap had left a profound impression on her. Who was Ling Yu? A disciple of the sword sect, the direct apprentice of the Grandmaster Li Wuji. Were it anyone else, even when insulted directly, they would never dare to lay a hand on her. This slap not only struck Ling Yu's face, but also tarnished the dignity of both the sword sect and Li Wuji. Let us proceed to register, Liu Xuan stated. Wishing to avoid wasting further time on this matter, he was eager to complete the registration and subsequently head to Huajiang for fishing and leveling up. Inside the registration hall, the atmosphere buzzed with voices. Liu Xuan curiously scanned the surroundings, discovering that the layout bore no distinction from an ordinary administrative hall. Numerous individuals were queuing at this moment. Name: Xieyu. Level: LV-15. Name: Yiyun. Level: LV-20. A glance around revealed martial artists from various major factions, their levels varying widely. The highest even surpassed the limits of Liu Xuan's probing technique, while the lowest stood at level 10. As Liu Xuan and his companions arrived, they immediately attracted a commotion. Look, it's Qin Yugu. It's really her. My goddess. Strange. Isn't the medical clan against letting their disciples participate in competitions? What is she doing here? Who are those two beside her? I've never seen them before. I don't recognize the man, but the woman seems to be Li Xiong's daughter. Now that you mention it, I recall she is unable to cultivate, yet has always aspired to become a martial artist. Her father even went through the back door to register a faction for her. What back door? Essentially, her father used his wealth for it. But what good is that? She is still an ordinary person. The murmurs filled the air. Leah bit her lip tightly, her small hands clenched, her head bowed in silence. Xiaoya, I didn't realize you had such fame. Liu Xuan, seemingly oblivious to the gossip, teased with a smile. Unlike me, I'm merely an unnoticed passerby. Xiangu. Please stop teasing me. Leah's voice quivered with a hint of tears, her head drooping even lower. Do not cry, do not cry. Liu Xuan gently patted her head, assuring her, wait until I secure the championship. Then you may weep. He paused, adding, furthermore, our father's wealth is a blessing. They are simply envious. Our father? Leah suddenly lifted her head, her cheeks turning a vivid crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Xiango, you are incorrigible. What have I done? Liu Xuan feigned innocence. Mr. Liu, Qin Yuge could not help but facepalm. Xiaoya is still a young girl. Do not tease her. I am not teasing her, Liu Xuan responded in bewilderment. Besides, I am quite young myself. You are indeed young, Chu Chun interjected with an eye roll. Though your skin is thicker than most. When did the richest man become your father? Clearly, he is mine. With a shift in conversation, he leaned closer to Liya, grinning widely. Little sister Xiaoya, how is our father's health lately? I wish to ensure his well-being. Humph, Liu Xuan scoffed coldly. You wish to ensure his well-being? I would feel embarrassed to expose your ruse. Better than someone who boasts without a script. Chu Chun crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. And you think you'll cry only after winning the championship? Do you think the Qianlong Grand Competition is merely a contest of who has the thickest skin? Even I would be lucky to secure second place. You? Dream on about the championship. How dare you? Liu Xian's expression darkened. Beside him, Qin Yuge shook her head in disapproval. These two were clearly on the same wavelength. In fact, she believed Chu Chun was even more arrogant than Liu Xian. Liu Xian, at least, was excused for his blind confidence due to a lack of understanding of the martial world. However, as a member of the Martial Appraisal Division, Chu Chun was acutely aware of the strengths of the prodigies from various factions and still dared to proclaim a second-place finish? Was that not sheer overconfidence? All right, enough banter. I have work to attend to. Chu Chun waved his hand dismissively, turning to walk away. See you on the competition field. Watching his retreating figure, Liu Xian felt a flicker of determination. Probing technique. Name: Chu Chun. Level: LV 30. Health: 100,000. Attack: 5,000. Defense: 5,000. Skills: Overlord's Art. 9 slashes of the Overlord Blade. Soul Technique: Blade Dominance of the World. Level 30. Liu Xian's pupils constricted, his attention fixated on the staggering attributes, his breath quickening. 100,000 health, 5,000 attack, 5,000 defense. This individual was astonishingly powerful. He had initially perceived Chu Chun as merely a spectator enjoying the show. To his surprise, like himself, Chu Chun was a person of substance. Their words stemmed from an absolute confidence in their own strength, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. A smirk curved Liu Xian's lips as he murmured to himself, "You are correct. You shall indeed be the runner-up. For the championship, it can only belong to me." Though Chu Chun was formidable, Liu Xian did not believe he would be defeated. As long as he equipped the Thunderclap sword and, with the enhancement of his gear, executed the transformation technique, his attack power would effortlessly exceed 10,000. Defeating Chu Chun would not pose a challenge. Chapter 49, An Ascension of 8 Levels. Journey to Tiangong City. Time flowed by. 5 days later, beneath the Huajiang Grand Bridge, the murky waters crashed against the embankment. A black Mercedes-Benz G-Class quietly sat in the shadows of the bridge. Liya and Qin Yuge leaned against the front of the car, their gazes sweeping restlessly around their surroundings. Xiaoya, are you certain Mr. Liu instructed us to meet him here? Qin Yuge raised her hand to tuck a stray strand of hair, tousled by the river breeze, behind her ear. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she noted the absence of anyone else. This morning, I called Xiango, and he said to meet here. Liya replied just as she finished her sentence. Suddenly, her complexion changed, and her legs unconsciously tightened. Sister Yugo? I need to use the restroom. Huh. Qin Yuge was taken aback, glancing around. There seemed to be no restroom in sight. Can you hold it for a bit? No, I can't hold it any longer. Liya's face was morose as she stamped her feet slightly, undoubtedly due to having indulged in too much milk tea earlier. Qin Yuge sighed helplessly, her gaze falling upon a dense thicket by the river not far away. Go there to take care of it. No one should see you. All right, just keep an eye out for me. Liya nodded and dashed into the bushes. Just as she was about to pull up her pants after finishing her business, a sudden splash echoed. A figure unexpectedly crawled up from the riverbank. The air instantly froze. Liu Xuan wiped the droplets off his face, staring dumbfounded at Liya before him. Xiaoya? He blinked in disbelief, but his gaze was involuntarily drawn to a piece of fabric adorned with a cute bear pattern. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the river. What happened, Xiaoya? Qin Yuge rushed over upon hearing the commotion. In the next moment, she too froze in place. The G-Class vehicle cruised steadily on the highway. The atmosphere inside the car was so awkward it felt almost tangible. At the driver's seat, Liya's ears were flushed crimson as she gripped the steering wheel tightly, her her gaze fixed firmly on the road ahead. In the back seat, Qin Yuga pursed her lips, gazing pensively out the window. Xiaoya, it was purely an accident. Liu Xuan cleared his throat, speaking with a serious tone. I truly did not know you were there. And I didn't see anything clearly. Brother Xian, please stop. Lia's voice was barely above a whisper, her cheeks hot enough to fry an egg. I know you didn't mean it. Mr. Liu, have you been in the water these past few days? Qin Yuga tactfully shifted the topic, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Is this how you cultivate? Sort of. Liu Xuan nodded. For the past 5 days, he had been fishing in the Huajiang River, and the harvest had been quite substantial. He focused his mind and pulled up his personal information to check. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV25666170000. Occupation, Mage. Health, 1150. Attack, 425. Defense, 115. Magic points, 3220. Speed, 121. Attributes, Constitution, 9025. Strength, 3402. 5 Intelligence, 26260. Agility, 8140. Skills, 10,000. Swords Return to Origin LV1. Sword Control LV1. Transforming Dragon Technique LV2. Thunderball Technique LV3. Small Fireball LV2. Ice Arrow Technique LV2. Elemental Armor LV2. Intermediate Appraisal Technique. Advanced Detection Technique. Skill Points, 17. Equipment Worn. Butcher's Knife. Black Pig Belt. Ring of the Brave. Barbaric Bull Bracers. Shinin Boots. Tiger King Earrings. Free Attributes, 140. Currency, 140 gold coins, 166650 silver coins, 1008600 copper coins. Items, Dog Talisman, Thunder Sword, Black Water Shin Armor, Shark Head Shield, Summer One's personal lingerie, Qin Yuga's personal stockings, 5 health recovery pills. He could hardly recall how many monsters he had slain these past few days, but it had to be no less than 1 million. However, the majority were low-level fish, yielding very little experience. Despite this, his level had increased by a full 8 levels. Moreover, Liu Xuan's current attributes had not yet included the Black Water Shin Armor and Thunder Sword. Once he equipped both items, his attack and defense would double. Mr. Liu, have you felt any discomfort lately? Qin Yuga inquired with concern. In recent days, she had perused a multitude of medical texts, attempting to discover a method to resolve the issue of a dual soul. I'm perfectly fine. I've never felt better, Liu Xuan hastily replied, fearing that if he hesitated, Qin Yuga would want to give him a needle. By the way, where are we headed? Wasn't the grand competition supposed to start tomorrow? Liu Xuan swiftly changed the subject. He had initially planned to grind monsters until tomorrow and then reunite with Leah. However, Leah had contacted him early this morning, insisting they must arrive at the competition venue tonight. The competition officially begins tomorrow, but all participants must arrive at the Mo family's Tiangong City tonight, Qin Yuga explained. This year's Qianlong Grand Competition is hosted by the Mo family. Where is Tiangong City located? Liu Xuan inquired curiously. Within a massive mountain range. Qin Yuga replied with a mysterious smile. Nowadays, many factions have legacies that span over a century, even millennia, and the locations of these factions vary. The most well-known is probably the Tianshi House, which is situated in Longhu Mountain and has even become a tourist attraction in our country. Most factions, however, prefer to remain reclusive, such as the Yinyang family, one of the most enigmatic top-tier factions, rumored to be located on an island in the East China Sea. Yet, to this day, not even ordinary people, let alone many martial artists in the circle, have managed to visit the Yinyang family. Of course, there are also factions like my medical family, which has a small number of members. The people themselves are the sect and can establish a home anywhere. As evening approached, in the primeval forest bordering Wushan City and Sichuan Province, Liu Xuan swiftly traversed the dense woods with Li Yao on his back, unable to suppress his complaints. The Mo family is being rather inconsiderate, I assenti it? Not even a single guide. The competition had already commenced the moment they stepped into this forest. Qin Yuga gracefully landed on a branch beside him, explaining, on the surface, the Qianlong Grand Competition is merely a platform for the newcomers of each faction to exchange skills. But in essence, it is a stage for various forces to showcase their strengths. With so many martial artist factions in the country, if everyone were to participate, the numbers would likely exceed 1,000. The Mo family's approach is also a way to eliminate second-rate and third-rate participants, thereby saving time for the competition. Sister Yuga, why do I feel like you're talking about me? Leah's face flushed crimson on Liu Xuan's back. Her Yaya Mountain was indeed a second-rate faction. Just then, a melodious cry echoed from the sky. Liu Xuan instinctively looked up, gasping in astonishment. Is that a phoenix? A bird made entirely of ice crystals soared across the sky, its resplendent tail feathers refracting a spectrum of colors in the sunset before vanishing deep into the forest. It's someone from the Yinyang family. Qin Yuga's expression turned grave. She hadn't anticipated their participation this year. Don't the top-tier factions participate every year? Liu Xuan asked, puzzled. The more powerful the sect, the stricter their standards for accepting disciples. Qin Yuga shook her head. The last time the Yinyang family sent someone to compete was 5 years ago. The Tianshi house last participated 3 years ago. And the Gigu family hasn't sent anyone for a decade. So, I can understand that factions only send representatives when they have new disciples, correct? Indeed, Qin Yuga nodded. As long as they are newly recruited disciples within the year, they can represent their faction in the competition. But don't think too much about it. She smiled. Just consider this journey as an opportunity to broaden your horizons. As for achieving a ranking, that might be a bit too challenging for you. That may not be the case. Liu Xian's figure surged as he dashed deeper into the forest. A surge of power coursed through him. Each step he took propelled him forward like an arrow released from a bow, covering several dozen meters in an instant. Witnessing this scene, amazement flickered in Qin Yuga's eyes. This fellow, has he concealed his true strength? Deep within the dense forest, Liu Xian carried Li Ya as they traversed the final thicket. Suddenly, the view before them opened up magnificently. Beneath the moonlight, a waterfall, nearly 100 meters in height, cascaded down like the Milky Way. The roaring sound of water resounding powerfully. How beautiful! Leah couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, it was a spectacle. Liu Xian too was struck by the grandeur before him. Sister, we've finally arrived. A rugged voice boomed suddenly. A man and a woman emerged from the side. The man was broad-shouldered with a full beard, while the woman had skin as white as snow, exuding a delicate charm. Brother, what happened to this girl? Did she twist her ankle? The woman spoke, her voice surprisingly more robust than the man's. Both Liu Xian and Leah froze, their mouths agape in disbelief. Brother, stop wasting time. I've long heard that the Mo family's Tianji city is fraught with traps. Today, I must witness it for myself. Before the bearded woman finished her sentence, she sprang forth like a rubber ball, hurtling towards the waterfall. Sister, wait for me. The effeminate man called out sharply, following closely behind. This. Leah's mouth fell open in astonishment. What an eye-opener this was. Liu Xian inhaled deeply. He never anticipated that the bearded brute was actually a woman, while the fair and beautiful girl was, in fact, a man. Ouch! A scream echoed through the air. They saw the bearded woman, who had just launched herself, flying back. Her body riddled with silver blades, resembling a porcupine. Sister, are you all right? Tuoba Ji rushed forward, his expression grave. I'm fine, Tuoba Yu replied, sitting up and reaching to remove the silver blades embedded in her. However, as her fingertips brushed against them, the blades transformed into liquid, flowing like water into the waterfall. This astonishing scene left everyone dumbfounded. Brother, what is this? Quite amusing. Tuoba Yu curiously poked at the remaining silver liquid. I have no idea. Tuoba Ji scratched his head. This is flowing silver, a unique metal exclusive to the Mo family. An ethereal voice chimed in. Qin Yuga gracefully descended beside Liu Xian, casting him a complex glance. She had exerted herself to catch up, but had still been left behind by Liu Xian. This indicated that Liu Xian was undoubtedly concealing his strength. Miss Qin, are you suggesting that the entire waterfall is made of metal? Liu Xian queried incredulously. Indeed, Qin Yuga nodded. This flowing silver waterfall serves as the entrance to the Mo family's Tianji city. Hiss! Liu Xian gasped. He realized that he had underestimated the martial cultivation system. It seemed that the pinnacle of martial practitioners was not merely to achieve prowess, but to aspire towards immortality. Forget the silver. Sister, let us press on. This time, I shall lend you my strength. Tuoba Ji grasped Tuoba Yu's arm, his aura surging dramatically. Boom. The ground cracked as ancient sigils materialized around him. Go. The air exploded, and Tuoba Yu shot forth like a cannonball. In the next moment, Tuoba Ji's sigils converged behind him, manifesting as a pair of eagle wings. The cry of an eagle pierced the heavens as he instantly caught up with Tuoba Yu. Was he using his sister as a human shield? Liu Xian watched in astonishment. Boom. Tuoba Yu radiated a brilliant golden light, transforming into a golden sphere. Bang bang bang. The waterfall sensed their intrusion, instantly morphing into a storm of silver blades, engulfing the two. Yet, all the attacks were withstood by Tuoba Yu, and the siblings forcibly broke through the waterfall. To Liu Xian's surprise, even the golden family from the concealed province had arrived. Qin Yuga inhaled sharply, sensing that this year's Hidden Dragon tournament would be exceptionally thrilling. Brother Xian, Sister Yuga. How do we get in? Leah's face turned pale. I'm a bit scared. Don't worry, I have a way. Qin Yuga smiled gently as she approached the waterfall. She tilted her head and called out to the waterfall. Li family, S. Leah. Here to watch the competition. Liu Xian was bewildered. Miss Qin, what are you doing? Just announcing Leah's name will grant us entry? Qin Yuga smiled without answering and continued. Leah, daughter of the wealthiest in Li, here to witness the competition. Boom. The waterfall trembled in response, and to Liu Xuan's astonishment, the flowing silver parted, revealing a passageway. Let us go? Qin Yuga stepped in first. This. Liu Xuan swallowed hard. Could it really be this simple? My name is so useful? Leah was equally dumbfounded. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky, forming a grand message. A warm welcome to the esteemed Miss Leah. What the hell? Liu Xuan was utterly flabbergasted. So it turns out that in the realm of martial practitioners, the most formidable force was not any top-tier power, but rather the monetary influence of Leah's father. There's no need for astonishment. Qin Yuga paused, smiling. The Mo family is deeply invested in the development of mechanisms, and the costs are immense. Leah's father is their largest investor. Sister, are you all right? An anxious shout echoed from within the passage. Liu Xuan turned to see Tuoba Ji kneeling beside Tuoba Yu, shaking her desperately. Tuoba Yu lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, her body punctured with several wounds, still bleeding profusely. Clearly, she had been injured from withstanding the flowing silver. I protest. Tuoba Ji pointed at Liu Xuan and the others. Why are they allowed to stroll in so casually? Protests are futile. A hearty laugh rang out. Who told you to be so reckless? There was clearly a door beside you, yet you chose to force your way in. At the end of the passage, two figures approached slowly. The speaker was a sunny young man, accompanied by a stern-looking middle-aged man. Mo family S. Lu Ming, welcoming the esteemed Miss Leah. Before Lu Ming's words could finish, he had already zipped to Liu Xian's side, wearing a sycophantic smile directed at Leah. Miss Leah, I heard that your Yaya Mountain is also competing? Interested in a collaboration? Huh. Leah blinked her big eyes. It's simple. Lu Ming lowered his voice. I have a way to ensure Yaya Mountain achieves a good ranking. I can't guarantee first or second place, but making it to the top 5 or 10 is quite feasible. What method? Poison. Lu Ming winked. This is the Mo family's territory. All the food during the competition is managed by us. So, you understand. If you think this method is not straightforward enough, I have other means, like making Yaya Mountain's opponents mysteriously disappear or surrender voluntarily, etc. Isn't that too unethical? Don't worry. I, Lu Ming, am reputable in the industry. He rubbed his fingers together. Just a little service fee. That is not too much to ask, right? What the hell? I heard that clearly. You are despicable. Tuoba Ji's sigil mark flared up in anger as he stomped his feet. He glared at the middle-aged man accompanying Lu Ming. Aren't you going to manage your disciple? I should indeed. Gongshu Ban nodded solemnly and said to Lu Ming, Disciple, remember to give Miss Li a discount. Tuoba siblings, Liu Xuan, Qin Yuga. Chapter 51. The despicable behavior of the Mo family's mechanism genius. Despicable, utterly despicable. Tuoba Ji's face turned red with rage, his fists clenched tightly. I will expose your vile actions to the public. Suit yourself, Lu Ming responded nonchalantly, digging in his ears. At worst, I'll defeat everyone first, and then voluntarily surrender to Miss Leah. After all, I am also an official contestant, so it's quite reasonable. You? Tuoba Ji scoffed disdainfully. I don't believe you are stronger than me. Indeed, you are certainly no match for my elder brother. Tuoba Yu leapt up from the ground with a sudden burst of energy, and to his astonishment, the gaping wounds on his body had miraculously healed. My elder brother is the child of nature, a rare phenomenon of the grasslands that occurs but once in a century. The championship title in this grand contest is undoubtedly his. Remain humble, Tuoba Ji remarked, yet his chest puffed out with pride. While he dared not claim the championship, securing a place in the top 5 would be a mere formality. Is being a child of nature truly so impressive? Lu Ming scoffed. I am a mechanical prodigy, a once-in-a-century talent of the Mo family. My skills in machinery are such that even a master artisan would hesitate to challenge me. What a boast! The Tuoba siblings exclaimed in unison. Believe it or not. Lu Ming replied dismissively, turning to Leah with a courteous smile. Miss Xiaoya, allow me to escort you to your quarters. You need not participate in the mechanical trials ahead. Isn't that somewhat inappropriate? Leah hesitated. Rest assured, those mechanisms are merely designed to weed out the unworthy. Lu Ming waved his hand casually. Moreover, your father is an important partner of our Mo family. It is only fitting to extend you this courtesy. Leah's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she nodded. She was no fool. If there existed a shortcut, why not take it? Were it not for the fact that the championship title could not be purchased, she would have already utilized her financial resources. Follow me, Lu Ming instructed, leading the way as Liu Xuan and the others trailed closely behind. I object. I protest. Tuoba Ji shouted in frustration from behind. You are openly cheating. Is there no spirit of competition left? Is there no dignity among martial artists? Yet, his cries fell on deaf ears. Once Liu Xuan and his party vanished at the end of the corridor, Tuoba Ji fumed. How despicable it is to blatantly take the back door. Indeed, if you were to take the back door, you should at least include us. Tuoba Yu echoed angrily. Come, sister. Tuoba Ji clenched his fists. I shall ensure all competitors see their true, grotesque selves. Brother, I support you. Tuoba nodded vigorously. As they traversed the shadowy passage, Liu Xuan and the others followed Lu Ming into a dazzling corridor illuminated by starlight. The walls were adorned with countless stellar imprints, creating the illusion of strolling through the galaxy. Beyond the corridor lay a vast atrium where two colossal creatures, a dragon turtle and a Qing Luan, patrolled majestically. These are the mechanical beasts personally crafted by my master, Lu Ming introduced proudly. Incredible, Liu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. They look just like the real thing. If Miss Xiaoya is fond of them, I could persuade my master to create a custom one for you, Lu Ming offered with a grin. It's not expensive, only 1 billion. 1 billion? Indeed, that is quite reasonable, Liu nodded earnestly. Liu Xuan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Qin Yuga observed with a smile, clearly accustomed to such exchanges. By the way, Miss Xiaoya, are you personally competing this time? Not at all, Liu replied, gently ruffling Liu Xian's hair with a radiant smile. Representing Yaya Mountain is Brother Xian. Isn't he your mount? Lu Ming paused, scrutinizing Liu Xian with a furrowed brow. But wait, he lacks any source energy fluctuation. Uffed. Qin Yuga couldn't contain her laughter. Liu Xian's face darkened, teeth clenched. What do you take me for? Brother. Do not misunderstand. Lu Ming grinned broadly, lowering his voice. But rest assured, even if you are an ordinary person, as long as Miss Xiaoya is willing to cooperate, I can guarantee you a commendable standing, ensuring you make a remarkable impression in this grand contest. Do you truly possess such capability? Liu Xian pondered for a moment. Money was not an issue. If you can help me secure the championship, I am willing to collaborate with you. His ultimate objective for participating in the Qianlong Grand Contest was to complete a hidden mission and acquire a unique hidden profession. If money could expedite this, it would be most advantageous. Brother, let us speak privately. Lu Ming's eyes brightened as he pulled Liu Xian aside. The championship might be a bit challenging. Rubbing his hands together, he continued, this year's competitors are the strongest in a decade, with top-tier factions such as the Yin Yang family, the Celestial Masteress Mansion, and the Ghost Valley dispatching their disciples to compete. I can at most guarantee you a place in the top 10. The price is negotiable, let's say 100 million. Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Very fair, but I only desire the championship, Liu Xian replied calmly. Money is truly not an issue. Brother, you are mistaken. Lu Ming exclaimed earnestly. Consider this. If an ordinary person like you were to seize the championship, it would be blatantly obvious to everyone that you cheated. That is of no concern to me. All I want is the championship, Liu Xian stated nonchalantly. As long as he could obtain the unique hidden profession, the opinions of others mattered little. Then, how much are you willing to invest? Lu Ming took a deep breath. 1 billion. What? Lu Ming gasped, his voice trembling. Do you truly possess 1 billion? To me, money is merely a number, Liu Xian replied calmly, retrieving his phone and opening his banking app. While 10 trillion in currency funds was frozen, the amount had indeed been credited. He was utterly unconcerned with Lu Ming's suspicions. 100 million. 1 billion. 1 billion. 100 billion. Lu Ming stammered, counting the zeros on the screen, excitement rendering him speechless. Brother, I didn't misread it, did I? Over 900 billion. Do you not believe me? Liu Xian casually transferred 1 million to another card. The figure in the banking app immediately decreased by 1 million. Lu Ming grasped Liu Xian's hands tightly, breath quickening. I believe. Little brother believes. From now on, you are my esteemed elder brother. Big brother. I will take care of the championship matter. He pounded his chest with resolute confidence. Just wait and see my performance. I will first eliminate a batch of competitors, then buy off a few weaker ones, and even alter the draw process to ensure you face these purchased contestants, guaranteeing your unfettered progress. As for the disciples of the top factions, Lu Ming inhaled deeply. Let them witness what it means to be the pride of the Mo family's century-long genius. Good brother, I have faith in you. Liu Xian patted Lu Ming's shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Even if Lu Ming could not guarantee victory, he would undoubtedly expedite the competition process. The time saved could be utilized for leveling up and slaying monsters. Rest assured, by tomorrow at the earliest or the day after at the latest, you shall await your ascent to the championship throne. Lu Ming's eyes burned with an unprecedented determination. For the sake of 1 billion, and even more so for Liu Xian, who possessed over 900 billion, he was resolved to give it his all. Chapter 52, Boiling Tea by the Hearth, the Mechanical Sage. Brother, we have arrived. This room boasts the finest view in the Hanging Star Pavilion. Perched upon a steep cliff, the rugged rock face was embedded with intricate gears, and a bronze walkway entwined with ivy connected to a floating pavilion in midair. You should enter and rest first. I shall come to fetch you when the tea gathering begins, Lu Ming said with utmost courtesy as he opened the intricately carved wooden door. A tea gathering? Liu Xian withdrew his gaze from the abyss below. It is simply an occasion for all contestants to gather, drink tea, and engage in conversation, Lu Ming explained cheerfully. Our MO family values mutual love, and we hope to convey the idea that friendship comes before competition. Behind him, Leah tugged at Qin Yuga's sleeve, whispering, "This person changes demeanor faster than one can turn a page. Just a moment ago, he was so attentive to me, and now he is circling around Brother Xian. I am more curious about what Mr. Liu said to him," Qin Yuga mused, gazing at Liu Xian's back, astonished that a disciple of the Mo family would refer to him as elder brother. "Miss Qin, Miss Xiaoya, why don't you join me and my elder brother?" Lu Ming turned around, revealing an ambiguous smile. The fragrant sandalwood bed inside was particularly spacious and sturdy. "What nonsense," Leo exclaimed, her face instantly flushed. "Xiangu and I are just friends." Qin Yuga remained silent, yet her brows furrowed in contemplation. I understood, she was referring to a girlfriend. Lu Ming, seemingly oblivious to the atmosphere, reassured the two sisters. "Rest assured, I am very discreet and won't speak out of turn. Mr. Liu, could you come here for a moment?" Qin Yuga's expression was devoid of emotion. "What orders do you have, sister-in-law?" Lu Ming inquired cheerfully as he approached. "Please be quiet," she replied. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared above Lu Ming's head, where a jade needle materialized. He gasped in terror, unable to produce anything but muffled sounds. "ABA, ABA," he pleaded, gesturing for mercy towards Qin Yuga, yet he was met with indifference. "ABA, ABA," he continued, desperate to grasp the jade needle atop his head. "If you wish to become a fool, then by all means, pull it out," Qin Yuga remarked coolly. Lu Ming's body stiffened immediately, casting a pleading glance at Liu Xian. "Miss Qin, Liu does not understand our relationship. Please spare him," Liu Xian said with a mix of amusement and surprise. He had not anticipated that the usually gentle Qin Yuga would reveal such a fierce side. "Sister Yuga, perhaps we should let this go," Leah softly interjected. "He might just be misunderstanding." "ABA, ABA," Lu Ming fervently nodded in agreement. Observing this scene, Qin Yuga finally lifted her delicate finger, retracting the jade needle. "Brother." Lu Ming scurried behind Liu Xian, still shaken, whispering, "Sister-in-law is quite fierce." Liu Xian's mouth twitched. So this fellow was acting deliberately. Indeed, her temper is rather formidable. Liu Xian replied quietly. The two exchanged knowing glances, their understanding unspoken. "Brother," and the two sisters, Lu Ming began to address them, but before he could finish, a multitude of jade needles appeared before Qin Yuga. He quickly changed his words, and the two young ladies. "It is almost time. Let us proceed to the tea brewing session," Liu Xian suggested, suddenly recalling something. He employed a detection spell on Lu Ming. Name, Lu Ming. Level, LV 25, Health, 60,000. Attack, 1,000. Defense, 1,500. Skills, Mo Shou Dao, Tian Gong Ju, Mechanism 4 Symbols, Mechanism Great Saint. These attributes were not particularly impressive. Liu Xian pondered thoughtfully. From Lu Ming's personal information, it was evident that while his attributes were decent, his health was merely 1,000 more than Qin Yuga's. In all other aspects, his attack and defense matched hers. The problem was that his level exceeded Qin Yuga's by 5. In light of this, he was not necessarily stronger than Qin Yuga. Nonetheless, Lu Ming was brimming with confidence that he could help Liu Xian break into the top 10 and even secure the championship title. Harboring no small measure of faith in his abilities, Liu Xian's thoughts shifted as he began to examine Lu Ming's skill descriptions. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Mechanism Great Saint. Lu Ming's proud creation, summoning a mechanism beast 20 levels above him to assist in battle. Liu Xian inhaled sharply, astonished. A level 45 mechanism beast. How formidable must its power be? Moreover, Lu Ming's other skills were equally impressive. Yet, after the initial shock, his first reaction was one of excitement. The stronger Lu Ming was, the greater the likelihood of securing victory. However, he could not place all his hopes solely on Lu Ming. Regaining his composure, he immediately upgraded his transformation skill. Successfully consumed 10 skill points. Transformation skill upgraded to LV3. Transformation skill LV3 transforms into a dragon for combat, increasing health, attack, defense, and speed by 15 times, grants flight capability, duration of 10 seconds. Other skills cannot be used during transformation, cooldown time of 5 minutes. Can consume 20 skill points for further upgrades. Not bad, Liu Xian thought, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. The upgraded transformation skill not only enhanced its effect from 10 times to 15 times, but also extended its duration from 5 seconds to 10 seconds. The cooldown time decreased from 8 minutes to 5 minutes. More importantly, the addition of flight capability signified that his survival and mobility in the transformed state would be significantly enhanced. With a 5-minute cooldown, he was confident that the halftime break between matches would not be less than 5 minutes. This meant he could utilize the transformation skill in every match. Thus, in conjunction with Liu Ming, the championship title was practically assured. On the Cloud Summit, 12 colossal bronze hands cradled the peak. In the open space, accompanied by the sound of gears turning, a giant bronze lotus bloomed, each petal housing a teapot. Observing this, martial artists from various factions gathered around the lotus flower. Have you heard? The MO family plans to lace the food with drugs. Drugs? I heard the MO family intends to dig a pit and bury us while we sleep. They say they colluded with Yaya Mountain to secure the championship. Spit it out. We cannot drink this tea. Why didn't you say so earlier? Help me spit it out, ugh. Ban, why are the guests rejecting the tea? Are you using inferior quality? Not far away, a stooped old man inquired, frowning. Master, please see clearly. A disciple beside him, Gong Shiban, responded earnestly, though my disciple is frugal, he would never resort to such measures. It is precisely because I know your character that I suspect you, Mo Hung retorted, exasperated by his disciple's lack of ambition. Master, that boy is simply a natural misfit. Gong Shiban chuckled. He is selfish and completely devoid of the spirit of our Mo family. I suggest expelling him from the sect. Nonsense. Is it not your teachings that have led him to this state? Mo Hung exclaimed, slapping Gong Shiban away. Master, you are wronging me. Gong Shiban hurriedly protested. I have only been his teacher for a year, and during the first half of that year, he was training under you. He was born this way. He needs no instruction from me. In fact, I was led astray by him. Chief, Brother Liu Ming has caused another incident. Just then, a disciple of the Mo family rushed to Mo Hang's side, looking flustered. The guests are now spreading rumors that our Mo family employs despicable tactics, intending to drug their food to weaken their strength and prevent them from attending tomorrow's formal match. I discovered that it was Brother Liu Ming who proposed the idea of drugging. Where's that boy? Mo Hang's face darkened, his fists cracking ominously. Bring him to me immediately. Make way, Liu Ming exclaimed, pushing through the crowd with Liu Xuan and others. Without hesitation, he shoved aside the onlookers. Grabbing a teacup from the lotus petal, he poured out its contents with a splash. Brother Liu, what are you doing? Liu Xuan asked, bewildered. Brother, you don't understand. Liu Ming replied, swiftly rinsing the tea set and lowering his voice with a conspiratorial smile. Today, the one in charge of brewing tea is my master. And I know him all too well. This tea is definitely not of good quality. You are indeed my dear elder brother. How could I possibly allow you to consume such a beverage that even dogs would disdain? With a mysterious air, he produced a mechanical cube from his bosom. A gentle twist of his fingertips caused the cube to click open, unveiling a small pouch of tea leaves within. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, refreshing and invigorating. This is a delightful treasure I acquired from my master, Liu Ming boasted, winking with pride, reluctant even to partake himself, as it is undoubtedly a rarity. He skillfully prepared a fresh pot of tea, poised to serve Liu Xuan and the others. Unbeknownst to him, his previous words had been overheard in their entirety by Mo Hung, who stood not far away. Master, I suddenly recalled an urgent matter at the craft workshop. I must. Gong Shiban had yet to finish his sentence when a colossal mechanical giant, towering several dozen meters, crashed down before him. Master, Gong Shiban swallowed hard. Please spare me. Thud. The mechanical giant mercilessly stomped down, causing the entire Cloud Summit platform to tremble. In the next moment, the giant swiftly contracted and morphed into a palm-sized metallic sphere, flying back into Mo Hang's hand. The tremendous noise immediately drew the attention of all present. Upon seeing Mo Hung, Liu Ming froze in place. Young Ming. Mo Hung flashed before him, his gaze lingering momentarily on Liu Xuan, his brow subtly furrowing. I have heard it said that you intend to drug the guests. Is this true? Master Ancestor. Liu Ming snapped back to reality, his mind racing. This is truly not my doing. It was my master's coercion. In the distance, Gong Shiban, just emerging from a pit, raised his head in disbelief, locking eyes with Liu Ming's cunning smile. In the next instant, two metallic spheres hurtled through the air, instantly transforming into two mechanical giants. Boom, boom, boom. The giants relentlessly stomped towards Gong Shiban, whose anguished cries echoed from the pit. Master, I am innocent. Mo Hung regarded this with indifference, fixing a serious gaze upon Liu Ming. As a disciple of the Mo family, you must adhere to the sect's regulations. Rest assured, Master Ancestor, Liu Ming stood tall. Embodying righteousness, I shall never bring shame to the Mo family. Mo Hung nodded slightly, turning to depart. The two mechanical giants reverted to spheres, trailing behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Xuan attempted to employ a probing technique. Target information cannot be probed. Please elevate the probing technique's level. Another formidable figure, he was not surprised. Anyone deemed a master ancestor by Liu Ming must possess extraordinary prowess. Just then, the Tuoba siblings, accompanied by a throng, approached with menacing intent. Young man, I have publicly exposed your despicable actions, Tuoba Ji declared, arms crossed, brimming with self-satisfaction. Prepare to be scorned by all. Indeed, Tuoba Yu echoed. True experts never resort to such underhanded tactics. Have you lost your minds? Lu Ming rolled his eyes. I administered poison? Where's your evidence? Do you think I won't sue for defamation? Who dares to sue? A voice interjected unexpectedly. The crowd parted to reveal Chu Chun, clad in vibrant red work attire. A baseball cap perched atop his head, sauntering forward. His gaze locked onto Lu Ming. You wish to file a complaint? And you are? Lu Ming instinctively retorted. You may not know me, but you must recognize this uniform. Chu Chun pointed to the logo emblazoned on his chest. Ah, yes, a moving company. So what? Laughter erupted around them. To their astonishment, someone in the martial world had never encountered the uniform of the Martial Appraisal Office. So, you are the leader of the Martial Appraisal Office. Lu Ming's expression shifted, hastily pouring tea and extending it forward. Here, have some tea. I wish to report these two for slander. He gestured towards the Tuoba siblings. Please, apprehend them immediately. Don't listen to his nonsense. Tuoba Ji quickly retorted. He is the one who has drugged everyone. How else could this tea possibly taste so dreadful? Isn't that right, everyone? Absolutely. I have never tasted such horrid tea in my life. Even dogs wouldn't drink it. This tea is quite fragrant. Chu Chun cautiously sipped, revealing a look of ecstasy. A fine tea indeed. What the hell? The Martial Appraisal Office must have terrible standards if they deem this good tea. The crowd's sympathy for Chu Chun grew palpable. What are you all looking at? Chu Chun asked, his face darkening. This is genuinely good tea. Clearly, you have not experienced true quality. Tuoba Ji rolled his eyes. A manifestation of a true word appearing before him. By chance, I happen to possess evidence. As he spoke, the true word transformed into a colorful parrot, mimicking Lu Ming's voice with uncanny accuracy. The content echoed their earlier dialogue in the corridor with Liu. In an instant, Liu's complexion turned ashen, instinctively retreating behind Liu Xuan. Did everyone hear that? Tuoba Ji beamed. This is my true word spirit. The dialogue it recorded is utterly authentic. I thought it was something substantial. Lu Ming scoffed. Who cannot mimic voices? Watch this. He produced the mechanical cube, giving it a gentle twist. And a mechanical bird landed on his shoulder. The bird emitted Tuoba Ji's voice, echoing the same content as the parrot. You. Tuoba Ji trembled with rage. This is my sacred true word spirit from the grasslands. It represents absolute truth. And this is my MO family mechanical spirit, equally a symbol of truth. Lu Ming retorted with a playful grin. I'll take you on. Tuoba Ji completely lost his temper, unleashing the power of the true word and charging forward. Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Lu Ming rolled up his sleeves. Ah, how utterly tedious. Suddenly, a languid sigh drifted from the center of the lotus flower. Unbeknownst to them, a young man clad in a Taoist robe had appeared atop the lotus seat, his long black hair casually secured with a wooden hairpin. Why argue over truth and falsehood? Zhang Yao yawned. In any case, none of you will be the champion. You dare to underestimate us? Both Tuoba Ji and Lu Ming glared at him furiously. No, what I mean is. He abruptly paused mid-sentence, glancing toward the back of the crowd, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The two esteemed individuals from the Yinyang family and the Ghost Valley, please hold. From behind the crowd, two graceful figures came to a halt in response. All right. Zhang Yao slowly rose, the air of languor dissipating, replaced by an imposing pride. His gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately landing on Liu Xuan, and with a light chuckle, he uttered the latter half of his statement. They are merely younger brothers. Chapter 54. Re-encounter with Xiao Wan, the target of all. What the hell, you pretentious jerk. Why are you staring at me? Liu Xuan exclaimed, visibly displeased. You are the epitome of a younger brother. Zhang Yao floated down gracefully, landing directly before Liu Xuan. However, he ignored Liu Xuan entirely, his gaze falling upon Liu behind him, his expression turning solemn. Miss Li, the potential Dragon Grand competition is no mere child's play. Some things cannot be purchased with money alone. So, it turns out you are one of us. Tuoba Ji beside him was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. Do not misunderstand. Zhang Yao's tone remained flat. I am not here to assist you. My master once said, the true word spirits born of the grasslands never lie. He shifted his gaze to Lu Ming beside him. And you, as a disciple of the Mo family, nearly tarnished the sect's reputation for a mere sum of money. How foolish. Who are you to lecture us? Lu Ming also rose to prominence, defiantly retorting with a stiff neck. At Longhu Mountain, in the Tianshi mansion, Zhang Yao remained composed, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Of course, if any of you are dissatisfied, feel free to challenge me at tomorrow's grand competition. Indeed, the onlookers chorused, none daring to provoke the Tianshi mansion. They were well aware that no disciple of the Tianshi Mansion was weak. Historically, nearly all participants from the Tianshi Mansion in the Qianlong Grand Competition were direct disciples of the Celestial Master. Zhang Yao's words rang true. The competition was no trifling matter, nor a venue for charlatans to parade. A voice laced with sarcasm interjected. From one side of the crowd, Ling Yu and Yi Feng approached leisurely. Remarkably, in less than a week, Yi Feng had undergone a significant transformation, exuding the aura of a sword unsheathed, sharp, and imposing. Yaya, do not act recklessly. A gruff voice erupted. Li Yuanwu strode forward, casting a fierce glare at Liu Xuan. Kid, if you dare bring shame upon the Li family again, I will not spare you. Brother, be quiet. Li stepped out from behind Liu Xuan, puffing up with indignation. I will not allow you to speak of Xiangu that way. This scene ignited a wave of murmurs among the crowd. What is going on? What is the relationship between this man and the daughter of the wealthy Li family? Could he be the representative for Yaya Mountain in the competition? Surely not. This fellow exhibits no fluctuation of source energy. He is clearly an ordinary person, just like Leah. Allowing an ordinary person to compete? Is this not an affront to us? As discussions erupted, Liu Xuan found himself the target of scorn. Li Yuanwu, I advise you to manage your sister. Ling Yu coldly remarked. I have warned her before. This fellow is nothing but a fraud, yet she refuses to believe me, calling me a bad woman. Yaya, I command you to take this fellow and leave at once, Li Yuanwu declared in a low, authoritative tone. You may be willful at home, but here, you cannot act with impunity. Wu Gu, calm down. Qin Yuga quickly intervened, casting a glance at Liu Xuan. How about this? I will take Xiaoya and Mr. Liu around a bit. Mr. Liu, just consider this a tour, and do not represent Yaya Mountain in the competition, all right? Liu Xuan appeared oblivious to her signal, unresponsive. He simply turned to Liya, whose eyes were slightly reddened, fighting back tears, and gently asked, Xiaoya, do you wish to give up? If you do, I will leave right now. If not, I will fulfill my promise to you, regardless of the cost. I do not want to give up. Lia's voice trembled, yet remained resolute. Good. A smile broke across Liu Xian's face as his gaze turned icy towards Li Yuanwu. Before I take action, remove yourself from my sight. You seek death. Li Yuanwu erupted in fury, flames erupting around him, the temperature soaring. The match has not yet begun. Private duels are prohibited. Chu Chen's figure flickered into the space between them, wearing a smile. Come now. He represents Yaya Mountain, not your Li family. It's merely a competition, not a life and death struggle. What happens if you lose? Will you be too ashamed to show your face? Stand aside. This is a private matter of the Li family. Li Yuanwu dismissed Chu Chun without hesitation. If that is the case, this is the territory of the Mo family. Lu Ming stepped forward, his mechanical cube clicking as it transformed into a flaming mechanical phoenix. We of the Mo family advocate universal love. To act here is to strike our face. Do not bully Xiangu. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice rang out. The crowd parted, creating a pathway. All eyes turned towards the source, revealing a woman in a white dress adorned with cloud patterns, gracefully approaching. Her demeanor was cold and aloof, her ink-black hair loosely pinned with a jade hairpin, cascading like a waterfall to her waist. As the night breeze swept by, a few strands brushed against her porcelain-like cheek. What captivated the onlookers most were her eyes, deep and starry, as if they could perceive all truths of the world. With a delicate flick of her slender finger, an ancient and arcane rune materialized and flew towards Li Yuanwu. Prohibit. Her crimson lips parted. The flames engulfing Li Yuanwu extinguished as if snuffed by an invisible hand, vanishing in an instant. That is the heavenly mechanism seal, someone in the crowd gasped. She is a disciple of Gigu. What? Senior Zuanwizi has taken on another disciple? My goodness, she is a junior of Luoxiao. A chorus of gasps resonated through the crowd. All eyes turned to the woman, now filled with awe and trepidation. Even Zhang Yao, who had maintained an air of indifference, displayed a hint of gravity. May I inquire, esteemed friend from Gigu, how you are addressed? Zhang Yao inquired with a smile. However, the woman merely cast him a cold glance. Then, to the astonishment of all, she strode directly to Liu Xuan, her frosty demeanor melting away to reveal a blush upon her cheeks. Xiangu, how have you been lately? She softly inquired, her tone tender. Xia? Liu Xuan paused slightly, then understood. No wonder Senior Xian has nurtured you so significantly in such a short time. Name, Xiaowan. Level, LV20. Health, 80,000. Attack, 2,000. Defense, 2,000. Skills, Heavenly Mechanism Seal, Heavenly Mechanism Deduction, Heavenly Mechanism Prohibition, Heavenly Mechanism Attack, Heavenly Mechanism Defense, Heavenly Mechanism Escape. In less than a week, Xiaowan had transformed from an ordinary person to a level 20 being. This not only underscored the extraordinary prowess of Zuanwizi, but also testified to Xiaowan's prodigious talent. Did I hear correctly? This Gigu fairy calls him Xiangu? Look at her face. She is blushing. She must have feelings for him. This can't be real. A disciple of Gigu falling for an ordinary person? I wouldn't dare write such a story. Please, what is so impressive? I refuse to believe that Xuanweizi would permit his disciple to associate with an ordinary person. The crowd erupted once more, their gazes towards Liu Xuan filled with incredulity, envy, and even jealousy. My master informed me that you would be competing and specifically sent me to find you. Xiaowan added softly. Upon hearing this, the audience fell into a stunned silence, as if frozen in place, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. What did I just hear? Senior Xuanweizi sent his disciple to find this fellow? This implied that Xuanweizi not only permitted, but perhaps even supported their bond. It's over. Wei kicked a hornet's nest. This man is backed by the Gigu's Xuanweizi. We were just mocking him. Isn't that courting death? Chapter 55. The fortune of one person can rival that of an entire nation, even the entirety of humanity. Friend, do you know this individual? Zhang Yao snapped back to reality, turning to reassess Liu Xuan, his brow furrowing. If I am not mistaken, this person exhibits no trace of source energy. He should be an ordinary person. The people of the Tianshi mansion have rather limited insight, Xiaowan replied coolly. As her words fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, with the crowd exchanging glances. Oh, Zhang Yao, instead of becoming angry, chuckled. If that is the case, I look forward to witnessing firsthand the capabilities of this individual in tomorrow's grand competition. With that, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Heh! A derisive snicker echoed through the air. Ling Yu, arms crossed and her expression impassive, fixed her gaze upon Xiaowan. My dear miss, pray tell, have you also fallen prey to his deception? This individual has previously managed to nearly deceive even my master. One can only imagine the sophistication of his trickery. You must be a distinguished disciple of elderly. Xiaowan regarded Ling Yu with calm composure, responding. Are you aware that the swindler you speak of was personally invited by your esteemed master and is regarded as the future successor of the sword sect? What? Gasps of astonishment erupted around them. Not only had he gained the approval of Xuanweizi, but even elderly of the sword sect sought to take him as a disciple? It seemed implausible. He appeared to be just an ordinary person. Whispers of skepticism filled the air, and the crowd's gaze towards Liu Xuan was rife with incredulity. Behind Liu Xuan, Leah covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with admiration. Qin Yuji's beautiful orbs also flickered with surprise as she murmured, so, his sword control technique is not a mere product of thievery. Thus, I previously stated that his deceitful skills are remarkable. Ling Yu remained unconvinced, asserting, my master was indeed misled by him, mistaking him for a disciple of the sword sect. Alas, trickery is ultimately just that, trickery. His innate talent is woefully inadequate to earn the recognition of our sect's esteemed ancestors. She proudly cast a glance at Yifeng, who had remained silent beside her, declaring, only Feng Ge is the true legitimate heir of the sword sect. He has not only garnered the acknowledgement of our forebears, but has also mastered our sect's most formidable sword techniques. The most powerful sword techniques of the sword sect? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Could it be the legendary 10,000 swords returning to the sect? It is said that the previous sect master utilized this technique to grievously wound a terrestrial beast, securing a century of peace for our homeland. Brother, this situation appears dire. Lu Ming leaned closer to Liu Xuan, lowering his voice. This cohort of contenders is astonishingly formidable. I fear it may be challenging for you to seize victory. Is that fear? Liu Xuan replied nonchalantly. It is merely the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. I can wield it as well. Must you boast so brazenly? Chu Chun turned to Liu Xuan with a disapproving glance. If you truly possess the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, would elderly not want you? What do you mean he doesn't want me? Liu Xuan frowned. It was he who sought to take me as a disciple, but I declined. Keep dreaming, Chu Chun scoffed, utterly unconvinced. During their time at the Baiyun Reservoir, Li Wuji had indeed referred to Liu Xuan as a disciple. However, combining Ling Yu's words, he surmised that Li Wuji, upon bringing Liu Xuan to the sword sect, discovered that his talents did not meet expectations and subtly advised him against pursuing that path. Believe it or not, Liu Xuan shrugged, disinterested in defending himself. He had long grown accustomed to the disbelief surrounding his honesty. Most importantly, he indeed possessed the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, though he currently lacked the requisite energy to execute such a skill. Brother, it's not that I'm afraid. I merely worry that relying solely on myself may not suffice to overcome such a multitude of formidable opponents. Lu Ming's eyes glimmered with an idea. But I have a proposal. Since this young lady from the Giga school seems to favor you, why not invite her to join our ranks? With her assistance, your chances of victory would surely increase. No need for that. Liu Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Just do your best. Leave the rest to me. Do you truly believe you can manage? Lu Ming asked instinctively. Whether I can or not will be revealed tomorrow. Liu Xuan inhaled deeply and added, Xiao Xia. Cease your chatter with this woman. The hour grows late. I shall return to rest. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Xingu, wait for me. Leah immediately followed suit. Qin Yugu silently trailed behind. Brother, wait for me. Lu Ming hurriedly chased after them. Fools. Xiao Wan's gaze swept over Ling Yu before settling on Li Yuanwu. Xian Ji's willingness to represent the Yiya Mountain in battle is not only an opportunity for your sister, but also a fortune for the Li family. Not only do you show ingratitude, but you also wish to harm Xingu? How utterly foolish. Her voice was frigid, resonating clearly in every ear present. Be it the Sword Sect or the Li family, they shall inevitably decline due to the actions of the two of you today. Huh, is this the descendant of Gigu? Ling Yu seethed with rage. Your infatuation with that swindler is your affair, but to utter such arrogant claims on his behalf is laughable. During the height of the Sword Sect, we were no less than Gigu. Now that Feng Gu inherits our legacy, he shall surely restore our former glory. Are you not afraid of bringing shame upon the name of Gigu and humiliating your master with such words? Li Yuanwu spoke in a low, stern tone. Though my Li family may not rival Gigu, we are certainly not to be shaken by an ignorant child. Then let us await the outcome. Xiao Wan said no more. Her eyes sparkled with celestial brilliance, as if they pierced through the veil of fate. She gazed in the direction Liu Xuan had departed. A fleeting moment of distraction clouding her expression. Before becoming a martial artist, the strength and tactics Liu Xuan exhibited had inspired her admiration. After becoming a disciple of Xian Weizi, she had believed she could match Liu Xuan's pace. Particularly when she had grasped the Gigu Heavenly Mechanism seal in less than an hour, earning praise from Xian Weizi for her extraordinary talents. She had been even more convinced of her ability to surpass him. However, that notion had been utterly shattered just days prior. She vividly recalled how, in a moment of impulsiveness, she had attempted to deduce Liu Xuan's fate, only to suffer a backlash from the heavenly mechanism, nearly resulting in her demise. Fortunately, Xian Weizi had discovered her plight and intervened. Since that day, Xian Weizi had sternly warned her, never again attempt to deduce anything related to Liu Xuan. It was then that she comprehended the extraordinary and formidable nature of Liu Xuan's fate. His singular destiny rivaled that of an entire nation, surpassing even the collective fortune of humanity. What heights might Liu Xuan, endowed with such a fate, achieve in the future? At the Xuanji Pavilion, as Liu Xuan entered the quarters arranged by Lu Ming, Leah and Qin Yuge followed him inside. What? Are you truly planning to share a room with me? Liu Xuan paused, a bemused smile playing at his lips as he regarded the two women. Xingu, why don't we make do together? Leah's cheeks flushed slightly. Sister Yugu and I have nowhere else to sleep. Liu Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He then recalled that Lu Ming had only arranged for him a room, and afterward, they had all gone to partake in tea together. On their return, Lu Ming had mentioned preparing for the competition the next day and had slipped away midway. This had left Leah and Qin Yuge without allocated accommodations. Very well. Liu Xuan nodded. I shall take the bed, and you may sleep on the floor. Chapter 56. My dear, do not cause a ruckus. You still have alchemy to attend to. In the dead of night, Liu Xuan awoke silently from his slumber. He sat up, his gaze sweeping through the darkness. The cool moonlight streamed through the window, outlining Qin Yuge, who sat cross-legged by the window, enveloped in a soft white aura as she clearly engaged in her cultivation. Nearby on the sofa, Leah lay curled in deep sleep, without disturbing either of them. He focused his mind and equipped the black water mysterious armor and the thunder sword. He then allocated his remaining 140 free attribute points entirely to strength. With the grand competition imminent, facing the prodigies of various factions, he recognized the necessity of maximizing his offensive power to strive for a decisive victory. Thus, augmenting his strength was the most prudent choice. As for the issue of opponents with excessive speed eluding his attacks, the sword control technique he had recently learned from Li Wuji would prove to be invaluable. Retrieving his focus, he accessed his personal information to review it. Player, Liu Xuan. Level, LV25, 666, 617, 0000. Class, Mage. Health, 3150. Attack, 1015. Defense, 215. Magic points, 3220. Speed, 121. Critical hit rate, 10. Damage increase, Thunder attribute 15. Attributes, Constitution 90, 125. Strength 480, 25. Intelligence 262, 60. Agility 81, 40. Skills, Sword Return Technique LV1. Sword Control Technique LV1. Transformation Technique LV3. Thunderball Technique LV3. Fireball Technique LV2. Ice Arrow Technique LV2. Elemental Armor LV2. Intermediate Identification Technique. Advanced Exploration Technique. Skill points, 7. Equipped items: Thunder Sword, Black Water Xian Armor, Black Pig Belt. Ring of the Brave, Barbarian Bull Bracers, Xianin Boots, Tiger King Earring. Free attributes: 0. Currency: 140 gold coins, 166, 650 silver coins, 1,008, 600 copper coins. Items: Dog Talisman, Butcher Knife, Shark Shield, Xiaowan's Intimate Innerwear, Qin Yuga's Intimate Stockings, Healing Pill X5. His health and attack power have finally surpassed 4 digits. Liu Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Although his attributes were considerably lower than those of martial artists, his greatest advantage lay in the fact that he was a player. His attributes could be enhanced through equipment. With his current stats, once he executed the transformation technique, his attack would exceed 15,000, and his health would soar to nearly 50,000. He needed to conclude the grand competition swiftly. Liu Xuan composed himself. His collaboration with Lu Ming was not driven by a genuine desire to assist Lu Ming in clinching the championship. Despite Lu Ming's formidable strength, it would be a daunting task for him to defeat someone like Chu Chun, not to mention the presence of top-tier members such as Zhang Yao and the fated Sun Yifeng. His true intention was to leverage Lu Ming's prowess to expedite the clearing of opponents and hasten the progression of the tournament. "Mr. Liu, are you also adept at refining tools?" Qin Yuga inquired, having unexpectedly concluded her training. She gazed in astonishment at Liu Xuan, who was seated cross-legged on the bed, adorned in an ancient tortoise armor that exuded an aura of weightiness, with a mysterious longsword radiating a fierce energy resting across his legs. Under the moonlight, black liquid flowed between the crevices of the armor, and faint arcs of electricity flickered around the enigmatic sword. "Just a smattering," Liu Xuan replied with a smile. He felt no alarm at being discovered by Qin Yuga. The martial artist realm was replete with extraordinary individuals. The intricate mechanics of the Mo family, the sword control techniques of the sword sect, were any of them less extravagant than his own equipment? "Mr. Liu, you truly are a hidden gem," Qin Yuga breathed. Taking a deep breath, "I suddenly believe you may indeed secure the championship." Her gaze towards Liu Xuan was imbued with complexity. Initially, when she heard Liu Xuan declare his intention to claim victory, she dismissed it as the naive bravado of someone unfamiliar with the martial artist realm. However, after sharing tea by the fire, she came to realize that Liu Xuan had been speaking the truth from the very beginning. Liu Xuan had mentioned that his sword control technique was imparted to him by a senior. At that time, she and Liu Xuan had suspected he was a thief of knowledge. Yet, it now seemed evident that the elder he referred to must be Li Wuji. The fact that a grandmaster like Li Wuji would personally teach him the core sword techniques of the sect was ample proof that Li Wuji had initially intended to take Liu Xuan as his direct disciple. Though she was unaware of what transpired thereafter, it was sufficient evidence that Liu Xuan was far from a foolhardy individual. Coupled with the admiration and affection Xiaowan, a descendant of the Ghost Valley, held for Liu Xuan, and the fact that Xian Weizi not only did not obstruct his disciple, but rather endorsed Liu Xuan, further substantiated Liu Xian's prowess and talent. Qin Yuga was overwhelmed by a strong premonition. During this hidden dragon grand competition, Liu Xuan would undoubtedly deliver an unprecedented shock to all. "I have compelling reasons to claim the championship," Liu Xuan responded with a smile. Qin Yuga's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively glanced at the sleeping Liya. Could it be that she murmured, "Is he the benefactor of Xiaoya?" She subconsciously assumed that Liu Xuan's compelling reasons for victory pertained to a promise made to Liya. Recalling the extraordinary bond between Liu Xuan and Liya, alongside his various remarkable traits, she could not help but speculate that Liu Xuan was indeed the benefactor capable of healing Liya. "Miss Qin, I shall take my leave and rest," Liu Xuan said, reclining once more. He remained unaware of Qin Yuga's thoughts. His necessity to win the championship was for the sake of a singular hidden profession. "Oh, I just remembered something," he suddenly recalled, sincerely shifting over to the side of the bed. "Brother Liu was right. This bed is indeed spacious. If you find it uncomfortable to sit, feel free to lie down. Even with Xiaoya joining, it would still be ample." "No, that won't be necessary," Qin Yuga replied, her cheeks flushing as she turned her face away. "It's almost dawn. I shall meditate for a bit longer." "Very well." Liu Xuan yawned and soon drifted into a serene slumber. Witnessing this, Qin Yuga's eyes brightened. She deftly flipped her hand, revealing several fine jade needles as slender as cow hairs. Holding her breath, she silently approached the bedside and leaned down to target Liu Xuan's acupoint. However, just as the jade needle was about to descend, a large hand suddenly reached out, encircling her waist. "Ah!" she exclaimed, tumbling into Liu Xuan's embrace. Attempting to rise, she found herself firmly ensnared by his iron-like arms, unable to budge despite her struggles. "Mr. Liu," she stammered, feeling both shy and anxious, her face ablaze. Yet, Liu Xuan remained blissfully asleep, his eyes shut tight. "Mr. Liu," she nearly cried. now utterly convinced of Liu Xuan's concealed strength. "Dear, stop fooling around and let me sleep," Liu Xuan mumbled drowsily, unconsciously shifting his hand upward. Qin Yuga froze, looking down to find Liu Xuan's hand resting indiscriminately upon her chest. Boom. Her internal energy surged violently, a mix of embarrassment and fury threatening to explode within her. Suddenly, Liu Xuan flipped over, releasing her and even scratching his rear casually. Qin Yuga glared at Liu Xuan's handsome face, a lump of frustration lodged in her throat. Unable to rise or fall, she remained fixated on him until dawn broke. "Big brother, it's time to wake up. The competition is about to begin." A series of knocks accompanied Lu Ming's booming voice. Liu Xuan groggily opened his eyes, only to be met by a weary and delicate countenance. "Miss Qin?" he stammered, startled, swallowing hard. "What happened to you?" Chapter 57. Three wretches, double happiness arrives. Qin Yuga remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Liu Xuan. The knocking at the door resumed, shattering the room's tranquility. I'll go answer the door first." Liu Xuan ventured cautiously, hastily swinging his legs over the side of the bed. As he passed by Qin Yuga, he dared not cast even a sidelong glance, fearful that a mere look would betray his pretense of having slept through the night. Yet, Qin Yuga was indeed formidable. Having steadfastly fixed her gaze upon him for the entirety of the night, her posture unchanged. "Xiaoya, it's time to rise," Liu Xuan said gently, tapping Lia's shoulder, who was still in a deep slumber. Lia groggily opened her eyes, a glimmer of drool lingering at the corner of her mouth. "Daylight has arrived. It's time to get up," Liu Xuan chuckled, bemused. "What were you dreaming about to drool like that?" Hee. Lia's cheeks flushed as she ruffled her disheveled hair. "I dreamt of delicious food." The persistent knocking at the door drew Liu Xuan's attention once again. He hurriedly approached to open it. "Brother, I was beginning to worry something had happened to you." As Lu Ming spoke, his gaze was drawn to the dark water Xian armor and the thunder sword in Liu Xuan's hands. His eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling. These are truly remarkable treasures. Let us head to the arena. Miss Qin and the others still need to freshen up, so we shall not wait for them." "Brother, from which master craftsman do these two exquisite pieces originate?" Lu Ming inquired eagerly. "Could you perhaps provide an introduction? These artifacts are of my own making." "What of it?" Liu Xuan replied, his expression unchanging. Indeed, these armaments were acquired from vanquishing monsters, thus claiming them as his own was not entirely untruthful. "Brother, you possess the skill of crafting?" Lu Ming scrutinized Liu Xuan with skepticism. "I find that hard to believe. Believe it or not," Liu Xuan remarked nonchalantly as he stepped out of the room, inhaling the fresh air. "Which way to the arena?" "Follow me," Lu Ming beckoned, lowering his voice. "As per our plan, I have administered the drug to all participating contestants." "Oh," Liu Xuan's eyes sparkled with interest. "They did not notice?" "Heh." Lu Ming chuckled with pride. "There are precautions in place, but on our territory, the Mo clan, I possess ample means to render them unsuspecting." The Qinji platform. 4 towering golden mechanical giants, each 100 meters tall, loomed like divine beings at the pinnacle of Tiangong City, shimmering under the dawn's light. The giants grasped steel cables, collectively supporting a colossal metal arena with a diameter of 100 meters. Shrouded in mist, the entire arena appeared to float in midair. Within the golden giants, Liu Xuan and Lu Ming stood upon a slowly ascending metallic platform, accompanied by the whirring of gears, reaching the contestants' area. "It seems the effects of the drug have taken hold," Lu Ming observed, nodding in satisfaction at the empty contestant zone. "Brother Liu, what kind of drug did you administer?" Liu Xuan could not help but ask. "Let us not cause any fatalities." He shuddered at the thought of what would transpire if the disciples from various factions were to perish from Lu Ming's concoction. It would likely send shockwaves through the entire martial world. At that moment, not even the Mo clan, nor the Heavenly King himself, could save Lu Ming from the ensuing chaos. "Rest assured, I have my limits," Lu Ming reassured, thumping his chest. "It merely induces temporary weakness, lasting at most an hour. And the competition is about to commence. Those who arrive late will be deemed to have forfeited." "You two are truly despicable," a cold voice suddenly interjected. The two turned to see Chu Chun approaching with a scowl. "How come he isn't scathed?" Liu Xuan muttered reflexively. "That shouldn't be the case." Lu Ming frowned. "To ensure absolute certainty, I not only drugged the food but also tampered with the water, toilet paper, shampoo, and shower gel." Liu Xuan, "Your little drug only works on those of inferior strength," Chu Chun scoffed. "Yet you two resort to such underhanded tactics for victory. It's a disgrace to martial artists, especially you." He glared at Liu Xuan, teeth clenched. "You wish to claim victory? Best not to cross paths with me in the arena, or I shall teach you a lesson. Look, everyone, I told you these two rascals would show up." A gruff voice boomed. The Tuoba siblings stormed into the contestant area, visibly furious. Trailing behind them were over 20 figures, including Zhang Yao, Xiaowan, Yi Feng, and Li Yuanwu. Wait, it's 3 rascals. Tuoba Ji pointed at Chu Chun, declaring, "This guy is definitely in cahoots with them." Chu Chen, Liu Xuan, and Lu Ming exchanged glances, a sudden scheme forming in their minds. "What now? Brother Chu? We've been discovered." Lu Ming feigned panic. "Brother Chu, did you not assure us of total certainty?" Liu Xuan joined in the charade. Chu Chun was momentarily stunned by their shamelessness, speechless. "Ah, so you are the mastermind," Tuoba Ji accused. "I knew you wouldn't drink that tea last night. Yet you praised it. Damn you!" Chu Chun exclaimed, his face flushed with rage. "What is wrong with finding it delicious? Complicit in wrongdoing. All of you are of the same ilk," Zhang Yao remarked coldly. "Your utilization of such underhanded methods only serves to highlight your lack of strength." "Huh, I lack strength?" Chu Chun retorted, laughter mingled with incredulity. "And who are you to speak? Indeed, who do you think you are?" Lu Ming seized the opportunity to incite further chaos. "You think you are worthy to be my opponent?" Zhang Yao scoffed. "Truly, birds of a feather flock together." Ling Yu sneered, "A deceiver and 2 fools. Shut your mouth. You wretched being." Liu Xian, along with the other 2, chimed in unison. Ling Yu, taken aback, stepped back in fear. Yi Feng immediately positioned himself in front of her, expressionless as he fixed his gaze on Liu Xian. "I warned you, the arena shall be our battleground. I will have you begging for mercy beneath my sword." No need for Brother Yi to intervene. Li Yuanwu's voice was icy. "I shall personally teach him a lesson." As his words fell, an announcement echoed throughout the contestant area. "Attention, contestants. I am the host, Gong Ban. The competition is about to commence. We will now proceed with contestant confirmation. Failure to confirm in a timely manner will result in automatic forfeiture." A massive projection filled the air, densely populated with the names of the contestants. One by one, names began to illuminate. "Brother, we must confirm," Lu Ming urged, pulling Liu Xian towards a sophisticated device in the corner. They swiped their identification cards in succession, and after infrared scanning, confirmation marks appeared beside their names on the projection screen, while red crosses lit up next to the names of those who failed to confirm. In the blink of an eye, only 30 names remained on the screen. "Contestant confirmation complete. We shall now begin random matching." Gong Ban's voice resounded once more. The screen commenced its countdown, and upon conclusion, the battle list appeared. Li Yuanwu versus Liu Xian, the Elegant Mountain. "Brother, we're in trouble now." Lu Ming fretted as he gazed at the match results, wringing his hands. "If you are eliminated, my victories would mean nothing." "Do not worry, this is rather fortuitous," Liu Xian replied, a smile playing on his lips. "Your brother, in addition to wealth, possesses a modicum of skill in combat." "Young man, it seems your luck has run out," Li Yuanwu remarked, withdrawing his gaze from the screen, his expression frosty. "Well, losing to me would at least preserve some semblance of dignity for the Li family. However, your fate will be quite grim." No sooner had he spoken than a question mark appeared above his head. Random task, defeat Li Yuanwu. Task reward, intelligence fruit x5. Double happiness has come. Liu Xian's smile became even more radiant. Chapter 58. Zi Fei, Zhang Tianqing, Luo Xiao. Viewing area. Situated atop the 4 golden mechanical giants, the vantage point was superb. Powerful figures from various factions began to arrive, the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. Suddenly, a beam of sword light tore through the heavens, revealing Li Wujian gliding in on a flying sword. "Little Li, congratulations." Mo Heng greeted with a smile, stepping forward. "I've heard you found a successor. The revival of the sword sect is imminent." "Ha ha ha," Li Wujian laughed heartily. "Senior Mo, you flatter me. However, I have heard that the Mo clan has produced a once-in-a-century genius in mechanics. Congratulations are in order. Young Ming has decent talent, though his temperament is too impulsive, lacking the necessary composure." Mo Heng replied modestly, though a glimmer of amusement sparkled in his eyes. As they spoke, an anxious voice interrupted. "Master, there's trouble." Gong Ban hurried to Mo Heng's side. Upon noticing Li Wujian's presence, he quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "Brotherly, it has been a while." Li Wuji nodded in acknowledgement and, with curiosity, inquired, "Gong Shu brother, has something occurred?" Gong Ban hesitated, casting a glance towards Mo Heng. "There's no harm in speaking candidly. Young Li is not an outsider," Mo Heng urged, furrowing his brow. Taking a deep breath, Gong Ban revealed, "For this competition, only 30 participants have confirmed their attendance." As soon as he uttered those words, a chorus of furious voices erupted around them. Powerful figures from various factions converged, their expressions darkened. "Mo Heng, you must provide us with an explanation today. Is this how the Mo family conducts its affairs? Resorting to such underhanded tactics as drugging? Have you no shame?" One individual exclaimed, "My disciple mentioned yesterday that a Mo family disciple named Lu Ming intended to tamper with the food. I dismissed it as nonsense, Yet here we are. The crowd buzzed with indignation, their words laced with anger. Mo Heng's countenance turned ashen, veins throbbing on his forehead as he glared at Gong Shuban. Go. Bring that scoundrel Lu Ming to me at once. He commanded. Master, the competition is about to commence. Perhaps we should address this matter afterward? Gong Shuban suggested quietly. Elder Mo, the immediate priority is to ensure the contestants' safety, Li Wuji interjected, having regained his composure from the shock. They are unharmed. I have already taken measures to neutralize the poison, a cool female voice interjected. Everyone looked up to see a woman clad in a purple gown, her bare feet delicately treading upon the air, creating ripples beneath her steps. Her arrival drew the attention of numerous powerful individuals present. Elder Mo, it appears your disciple is quite mischievous, another voice chimed in. Unbeknownst to them, a middle-aged man dressed in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk, had appeared beside them. Zhang Tianqing chuckled. However, I dare say this may not be entirely unfavorable. In past competitions, the duration often stretched over half a month, which was quite tedious. Now, with only 30 competitors remaining, the schedule is rather compact. He turned his gaze to a shadowy corner. Brother Luo, what say you? As the crowd followed his gaze, they discovered another figure lurking in the corner's shadows. This was a white-haired man dressed in humble garb, exuding a chilling aura. Luo Xiao did not even lift his eyelids. His voice low and grave. The trials of the weak are mere trifles that squander time. An invisible pressure permeated the atmosphere, causing many to find it hard to breathe. Their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded Luo Xiao. My apologies for my tardiness. A voice broke through the tension just then. A teleportation platform activated, and two figures emerged. The foremost was a tall, middle-aged man, clad in a blood-stained tank top and flip-flops, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His appearance starkly contrasting the surroundings. Following him was none other than Li Ye's older brother, Liu Xuan. Li Xiong's gaze fell upon the woman in the air, surprise flickering in his eyes. To think Miss Zifei has also arrived. Is it possible that the Yinyang family has a disciple participating in this competition? As he spoke, he noticed Zhang Tianqing and Luo Xiao, and could not help but exclaim, it seems this competition will be exceptionally thrilling. I have come at the right time. Boss Li, are you not stationed at the Kunlun front? What brings you here? Someone inquired. With that esteemed individual overseeing Kunlun, there is no chaos, Li Xiong replied, exhaling a smoke ring. I came to see my daughter. This girl is causing a ruckus, creating Aeon Mountain and even finding a lad to compete for her. If your disciples cross paths with him, please show some mercy and don't let that boy suffer too greatly. Upon his words, an eerie silence enveloped the observation area. What is happening here? Li Xiong asked, perplexed. Li Yuanwen leaned closer to whisper in his ear, Father. Xiao Ye and the Mo family disciples conspired to drug nearly all contestants, leaving only 30 eligible to compete. Li Xiong's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he slapped his thigh in approval. Well done. My daughter does not disappoint. So, Yaya Mountain is assured a place in the top 30? Li Yuanwen replied with a smirk. Heh, Boss Li, do not rejoice too soon. Someone sarcastically chimed in. The representative from your daughter's faction will face your son, Li Yuanwu, in the first match. Ha ha ha. No matter, Li Xiong waved dismissively. Yaya Mountain has already secured its position in the top 30. A chorus of derisive snorts filled the air. Ban, proceed with the arrangements for the matches. Mo Hung commanded, suppressing his fury. Rest assured, esteemed guests, the matter of the drugging will be addressed satisfactorily by the Mo family. At the contestant passageway, Lu Xian and Li Yuanwu stood shoulder to shoulder before the colossal bronze door. As the heavy gears turned, the massive door creaked open, revealing a passageway leading to the metallic arena. Lu Xian was the first to step forward. Humph, Li Yuanwu scoffed, and in the next instant, a wave of intense heat enveloped him, transforming into a fiery shadow that darted past Lu Xian, arriving at the center of the arena with a proud stance. Witnessing this, Lu Xian maintained his composure, leisurely making his way towards the arena. Meanwhile, in another observation area, those who had been drugged and were just recovering congregated. As Lu Xian's figure appeared at the passage's entrance, shouts of anger erupted. Wretched scoundrel, may you meet a bitter end. Shameless wretch. Do you even think you deserve to win? Dream on. Li Yuanwu, teach that scoundrel a lesson for us. In a corner of the crowd, Li shrank back, frightened. Sister Yugo, they are so fierce. Qin Yuga chuckled in disbelief. I now understand why Lu Ming refers to Lu Xian as Big Brother. It seems they have reached an understanding. However, she glanced at the furious crowd surrounding them and couldn't help but gasp. The audacity of those two was rather excessive. Now, I shall announce the competition rules. Gong Shuban's voice resonated throughout the arena. Both sides will employ their skills until one party is incapacitated or voluntarily concedes. Deliberate attempts to take life are strictly prohibited. The competition begins. Chapter 59. No one can compete. Crushing Li Yuanwu. Boom. As Gong Shuban's words fell, a soft blue energy barrier rose around the metallic arena, isolating it. Meanwhile, in the observation area, Li Xiong narrowed his eyes, fixated on Liu Xuan in the arena, his brow furrowed. Where did Yaya find this lad? I sensed not even a trace of source energy fluctuations emanating from him. It's him, a startled voice exclaimed. Li Wuji's eyes lit up. To think this boy has also come to compete. However, his expression soon darkened. That little rascal, I sought to have him as my disciple. And yet he turned me down to join a second-rate faction. How infuriating. Brotherly, do you know this person? Li Xiong asked, astonished. What sort of background does he possess that would compel you to plead for him to become your disciple? Humph, Li Wuji scoffed, turning his head away. Li Xiong paused, then quickly donned a smiling face, leaning in closer. Brotherly, you can't hold this against me. I am in the dark about how my daughter became acquainted with him. Please, enlighten me on what makes this lad exceptional. Just revel in your enjoyment. Li Wuji inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger. This child's comprehension is astonishing. In the entire martial realm, I doubt one could find anyone comparable. Those words caused Li Xiong's pupils to constrict, his voice growing urgent. Brotherly, are you serious? Do not deceive me. Behind Li Xiong, Li Yuanwen was equally astonished, his mouth agape. He suddenly recalled Liu Xian's swordsmanship. At that time, he had not only suspected Liu Xian of stealing the technique, but had even declared that Liu Xian would never dare to employ it in the Qianlong competition. Now, he felt the flush of embarrassment wash over him. To think that Li Wuji once implored to take Liu Xian as his disciple, and his praise for him reached such lofty heights. In the entire martial realm, none can compare. This news is truly astonishing. Enough, enough, I do not wish to speak. Li Wuji said, waving his hand in irritation. Brotherly, your words seem excessively grandiose, a deep voice interjected. A bald middle-aged man furrowed his brow and continued. In our martial world, prodigies abound, not to mention the successors of the three major factions, Yinyang School, Geguzi, and the Celestial Master S Manor. What of the disciples from other top-tier sects? Are they not all exceptional talents? If this youth is truly, as you claim, possessing unparalleled comprehension, why would he join a mere faction established by an ordinary person? How is it that we have never heard of his name? Wang Kuei, are you questioning my honesty? Li Wuji's expression remained impassive as he glanced at Li Yuanwu, who was a disciple of your Angry Fire sect, correct? Indeed, Wang Kuei replied, lifting his chin with pride. Yuanwu is exceptionally gifted, possessing a fire attribute martial pulse. Under my tutelage for less than a year, he has already reached the innate realm. In terms of talent and strength, he undoubtedly stands out among the younger generation. Then let me inform you, Li Wuji retorted coldly, that your prized disciple will be defeated by that young man, and he will not last 3 rounds against him. Humph, Wang Kuei sneered. Let us wait and see. On the arena, the atmosphere was tense and electric. Kid, out of respect for Yaya, I grant you one last opportunity, Li Yuanwu said, his face devoid of emotion as he stared at Liu Xian. It is still not too late to concede. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Boom. Before his words had settled, he raised his hands, and 2 fiery orbs coalesced in his palms, the surrounding air subtly distorted by the intense heat. Liu Xian chuckled. Is that all you've got? He first employed a probing technique to examine Li Yuanwu's information. Name, Li Yuanwu. Level, LV18. Health, 18500. Attack, 1100. Defense, 550. Skills, Heavenly Rage Fire Technique, Fire Slash, Explosive Flame. A week had passed, and although Li Yuanwu's strength had indeed seen some improvement, it was still limited. Very well. It seems you are not one to weep until you see the coffin. A fierce glint flashed in Li Yuanwu's eyes. Then allow me to grant you your wish. Boom. His internal source energy erupted, transforming him into a streak of fire that instantaneously appeared behind Liu Xian. With the fiery orb raised high, he smashed it down with a wave of scorching heat. Liu Xian smirked and abruptly lifted the thunderclap, soared towards the heavens. Tempest descends. Boom. The thunder erupted, and the sky above the arena darkened with ominous clouds. Countless bolts of furious lightning rained down like a torrential downpour, instantly engulfing both Liu Xian and Li Yuanwu, creating a terrifying thunderstorm domain with a radius of 5 meters. Uft! Li Yuanwu spat out a mouthful of blood, bright red damage numbers hovering above his head. 1784, 1784. 1784, 1784. As the thunderstorm domain dissipated, Li Yuanwu knelt on one knee, his entire body charred, his clothes in tatters, appearing utterly disheveled. Damn it! He clenched his fists tightly, a tumult of humiliation, anger, and shock swirling within him. Fire Slash! He shouted in fury, channeling all his strength into his hands, slicing forward with them. In an instant, a blazing flame blade tore through the air, aimed directly at Liu Xian's face. However, just as the blade was about to strike, Liu Xian's figure flickered, and he had already appeared behind Li Yuanwu. Thunderstrike, Liu Xian said calmly, pointing the thunderclap sword at Li Yuanwu's back. The sword erupted in dazzling arcs of lightning, countless electric serpents coiling around him, enveloping Liu Xian entirely. Bang! The fiery blade struck empty air, and a flicker of panic crossed Li Yuanwu's eyes. In the next moment, he felt a chill on his back, as if locked on by some terrifying presence. Boom! Instinctively, he activated his source energy, attempting to evade in a burst of fire. Yet Liu Xian was swifter. Sizzle! A blade of pure lightning pierced through Li Yuanwu's body in an instant. Uffed! Li Yuanwu spewed forth another mouthful of blood, his legs giving way as he collapsed heavily to the ground. He fixed his gaze ahead, where the lightning coalesced, revealing Liu Xian's figure slowly emerging, his back turned. The thunderclap sword emanating an oppressive aura. 2089. Another bright red damage number appeared, and Li Yuanwu's health had already fallen below half. With such meager strength, do you think you can compel me to concede? Liu Xian turned, his expression devoid of emotion as he looked down at the kneeling Li Yuanwu. Slowly raising the thunderclap sword, its tip aimed directly at his brow. The one who should concede is you. Li Yuanwu's lips quivered, unable to utter a word. He stared at the sword tip mere inches away, his gaze vacant. The harsh words he had once hurled at Liu Xian echoed in his mind, while the reality was that he had not even lasted 2 rounds against Liu Xian. Overcome with anger, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, darkness clouding his vision as he fainted completely. The match concluded. Contestant Li Yuanwu was unconscious, and the victor was Yaya Mountain, Liu Xian. The voice of Gongshu Ban rang out at the opportune moment. A profound silence enveloped both the contestant and spectator areas. Mission accomplished. Gained 5 intelligence fruits. Intelligence fruit permanently increases intelligence by 50 points upon consumption, with a maximum of 10 fruits. A system prompt appeared. Liu Xian felt a surge of excitement within. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions, slowly sheathing his sword and making his way toward the contestant passage. Meanwhile, in the contestant area, a raucous cheer erupted as Lu Ming, ecstatic to the point of losing his voice, exclaimed, "My heavens! Just 2 moves." He took down Li Yuanwu in only 2 moves. "Brother, you are simply too powerful." Chapter 60. Surge of Blue Energy. I am more fit to be its master. Sword Control Technique. Zhang Yao furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting to Ling Yu, who stood in a daze beside him. "Ling Yu, were you not the one who claimed this individual was a fraud? How then can he wield your sword control technique?" Ling Yu opened her mouth, her throat tightening, unable to utter a single word. She had never anticipated that Li Wuji would impart the sword control technique to Liu Xian. She forced herself to regain composure, responding coldly, "If he is a fraud, then this sword control technique is undoubtedly something he deceived you with. Come now, do you truly believe such words?" Chu Chen scoffed, unabashedly revealing his disdain. "Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? If his sword control technique were illegitimate, would he dare to openly demonstrate it in such a setting? Moreover, your master, a grand master, who could possibly steal the core sword techniques of the sword sect from him?" "Exactly," Lu Ming chimed in, nodding vigorously and casting a scornful glance at Ling Yu. "Your heart is truly wicked, to dare tarnish my brother's reputation. You 3. Ling Yu's expression turned frigid, her chest heaving violently. "Even if he is not a fraud, what of it? You 3 conspire to drug him. In terms of character, I wonder how much worse you are than me." "Enough, Ling Yu," Zhang Yao said, casting his gaze towards the contestant passage, his eyes deep and contemplative. "Although their actions are despicable, objectively speaking, they have saved us quite a bit of time." As he spoke, he approached the returning Liu Xian. "Where did you acquire this magical artifact?" Zhang Yao blocked Liu Xian's path, asking straightforwardly, "Are you addressing me?" Liu Xian halted, regarding him with an impassive expression. He had always held grudges. Yesterday, Zhang Yao's words, "the brother among brothers," resonated vividly in his mind. "Besides you, is there anyone else?" Zhang Yao's gaze fell upon the thunder sword in Liu Xian's hand. "This sword is far more suited to me as its rightful master. If you're ill, seek treatment." Liu Xian retorted dismissively, striding past him. "You don't actually believe that winning against Li Yuanwu solely by relying on a magical artifact will earn you my respect, do you?" Zhang Yao's voice, languid and indifferent, drifted from behind as he turned his back to Liu Xian. "Unfortunately, you still fail to gain my acknowledgement." Liu Xian halted momentarily, retorting with a mere 2 words, "Foolish wretch." Rather than displaying anger, Zhang Yao's lips curled into a knowing smirk. With his hands casually cradling the back of his head, he sauntered towards the contestant passageway. "Humph, don't get too complacent." Ling Yu glared at the returning Liu Xian, her tone icy. "Jinren Yao is correct. You merely triumphed by virtue of your magical artifact." Her words were strong, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of envy that was difficult to conceal. As a disciple of the sword sect, The allure of an unparalleled sword was utterly irresistible to her. Wait, Liu Xuan's gaze turned cold as he swept over her. What brings you here, woman? Are you a contestant? What concern is it of yours? Ling Yu lifted her chin defiantly. You should pray not to be matched against Feng Gu. Otherwise, he will show you what it means to possess the true strength of the sword sect's rightful heir. Is that so? Liu Xuan's eyes suddenly turned frigid. I hope when your Feng Gu lies beneath my feet, you won't shed tears. Initially, he had planned to swiftly defeat Yi Feng with the transformation technique, but now he had reconsidered. Wasn't Ling Yu asserting that Yi Feng was the rightful heir of the sword sect? He would employ the most potent swordsmanship, exclusive to the sword sect's heirs, to vanquish Yi Feng. Moreover, he had recently acquired 5 intelligence fruits. Once utilized, his mana would be ample enough to execute the 10,000 swords returning to the sect technique. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance and ignorance, Yi Feng interjected coldly, his gaze frigid. In the spectator area, Wang Kuei's face darkened as he watched Li Yuanwu being carried off the stage. Beside him, Li Wuji leisurely sipped his drink, chuckling. How about that? I told you your disciple wouldn't last 3 rounds, and I was right. He didn't even survive the second. Humph. He merely relied on his magical artifact to show off, Wang Kuei scoffed. If everyone depended on artifacts like him, what fairness would remain in the Qianlong Grand competition? Come now, you know well how precious magical artifacts are, Li Wuji retorted with a sneer. His ability to wield that artifact is part of his strength. Your disciple lost because he was outmatched. Why do you insist on making excuses? Wang Kuei's face flushed with anger. Are you trying to make me faint with rage? Li Wuji continued to prod. What? Are you about to lose your composure? Wang Kuei's fury erupted, and he growled. It's infuriating that the supreme techniques of my sect are being learned by an outsider. I truly don't understand what you find so amusing. I take pleasure in it. What business is it of yours? Li Wuji laughed. Perhaps your rage sect's methods are beneath their notice. You insufferable drunkard. Wang Kuei trembled with indignation, utterly helpless. Li Wuji's strength was unmatched among those present, and he was at least one major realm above Wang Kuei, rendering him an unequal opponent. Unable to retaliate physically or verbally, the pent-up frustration nearly caused him internal injury. Enough, Xiao Li, Mo Hung interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. You two have been bickering since your youth. Aren't you tired of it? Who knew this young lad would be so stubborn? Li Wuji shrugged, ignoring Wang Kuei. Elsewhere in the spectator area, Li Yuanwen observed the pensive Li Xiong and murmured, Father, there's no need for excessive worry. Yuanwu merely fainted. He is not gravely harmed. Who is worried about that rebellious child? Li Xiong's expression darkened. How many times have I told him to show some restraint with Yaya? Yet, he dares to threaten the younger brother representing Yaya Mountain. His anger escalated. I'll deal with him properly when we return. Indeed, Yuanwu has truly gone too far. Li Yuanwen quickly agreed, adding, from the very beginning, I had high hopes for Liu Xuan. In another section of the spectator area, after a brief silence, the crowd erupted. Li Yuanwu has lost. That was too swift. Wielding thunder? Isn't that a technique of the Tianshi Mansion? Sword control technique. He actually knows the sword sect's sword control technique. He only relied on a magical artifact. Without that sword, he would surely be the one lying down. He won. Brother Xian won. In a corner of the crowd, Leah excitedly grabbed Qin Yuga's arm. Sister Yuga, Brother Xian made it into the top 15. He's incredible. Indeed, Qin Yuga nodded with a smile. He truly is impressive. Do you think Brother Xian could really win the championship? Leah's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If he does, how should I repay him? I believe he may not require your repayment, Qin Yuga softly replied, her gaze also filled with anticipation. Moreover, I am equally curious to see if he truly can seize the championship. While she believed in Liu Xian's potential to win, she found it difficult to imagine how he could possibly overcome the formidable disciples of the Tianshi Mansion and the enigmatic Yinyang family. What methods could surpass the Tianshi Mansion's thunder techniques and the Yinyang family's inscrutable arts? Successfully used 5 intelligence fruits, permanent intelligence increased by 250. In the contestant area, as Liu Xuan consumed the intelligence fruits, his intelligence surged by 250 points, signifying a permanent increase of 2,500 points in his mana. At this moment, he was poised to unleash the 10,000 swords returning to the sect technique. Brother, the results of the second round matchups have been announced, Lu Ming's voice chimed in. Your next opponent is that fellow from the Weapon Appraisal Bureau. Let's go, boastful one. Chu Chen sauntered over, grinning at Liu Xuan. Did you not claim you could win the championship? Then prove it by defeating me. All right, Liu Xuan replied, standing with a smile. Just then, a question mark appeared above Chu Chen's head. Random task, defeat Chu Chen. Task reward, 5 constitution fruits, 5 intelligence fruits. Wow, Liu Xuan felt a surge of joy within. Could it be that a random task is triggered in every round of competition? Chapter 61, granting 3 seconds, transforming into a flood dragon. Father. It's once again time for brother Liu Xuan to take the stage. In the spectator area, Liu Yuanwen's gaze was fixed on the metallic arena. Upon seeing Liu Xuan and Chu Chun emerge from the contestant passageway, he remarked, this time, his opponent is from the Weapon Appraisal Bureau. The Weapon Appraisal Bureau has sent someone to compete. Li Xiong's expression shifted with surprise. That is indeed unprecedented. It seems Liu Xuan has encountered a worthy adversary. Li Wuji pondered, recalling that the last time he encountered this young man, he sensed something unusual about him. It turns out he is a successor of that faction. Which faction do you refer to? Li Xiong asked, puzzled. The Blade Sect, Li Wuji slowly revealed. Li Xiong was taken aback. The Blade Sect? Wasn't it annihilated in the Great War a century ago? Though its members may be gone, the legacy may yet endure, Li Wuji remarked, his gaze fixed on Chu Chun. This young man is likely a bearer of the Blade Sect's legacy. It remains to be seen if he has mastered the famed technique, Blade Dominance, which could rival my sword sect's 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Li Xiong suddenly had a thought, his gaze sweeping around. Did the Martial Appraisal Division really send this young lad here alone? This is hardly in line with their usual conduct. What? Are you concerned he might come to harm? Li Wuji scoffed, surveying the entire martial realm. Who would dare to brazenly target someone from the Martial Appraisal Division? Apart from those ancient figures, who could withstand the saturation strike of advanced firearms? That is a valid point. Li Xiong was taken aback, then chuckled, realizing he had overthought the situation. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort rang out. Wang Kuei, who had been listening to their conversation, sneered, wasn't someone boasting that the lad named Liu Xuan was unparalleled? What is this? Now you say he has met his match? You, bald fool, spare us your sarcastic remarks, Li Wuji replied impassively. I said his comprehension is unmatched. But I never claimed his current strength is invincible. Even if he were to be defeated today, your disciple hardly lasted 2 rounds against him. And that remains an undeniable fact. You. Wang Kuei's face flushed crimson, speechless with indignation. Little Wang, perhaps you should hold your tongue, Imo Hung remarked, shaking his head in resignation, fully aware that arguing was futile. So why bother? I simply find this fellow displeasing, Wang Kuei retorted. Yes, my disciple was defeated. But it was by that artifact, not by the lad himself. I can't be bothered with you, Li Wuji said, tilting his head to take a swig of his drink, refocusing his attention on the arena. Come on then, I'll allow you one hand. In the arena, Chu Chun stood facing Liu Xuan. He placed one hand behind his back and casually beckoned to Liu Xuan with the other. Liu Xuan remained silent, his thoughts shifting as he activated his probing technique. Name: Chu Chun. Level: LV 30. Health: 105,000. Attack: 500. Defense: 500. Skills: Dominant Divine Art, 9 slashes of the Dominant Blade, Soul Control Technique. Blade Overlord of the World. In just a week, Chu Chun's strength had significantly increased. However, what was most alarming was not his exaggerated statistics, but rather his skills. Dominant Divine Art. Passive skill: Health 60,000. Attack 3,000. Defense 3,000. 9 slashes of the Dominant Blade. Active skill: a 9-hit combo in a fan-shaped area. Each strike dealing double physical damage of attack power and reducing the target's defense by 3, stacking up to 27. Cooldown of 30 seconds. Soul Control Technique. Active skill: manipulates a designated target, rendering them unable to attack for 3 seconds. Cooldown of 60 seconds. Blade Overlord of the World. Active skill: creates a 10-meter diameter field of blade intent, lasting 30 seconds, generating 10 blade shadows each second, each dealing 0.5 times physical damage of attack power, with an additional bleeding effect of 1 maximum health per second, cooldown of 240 seconds. It is no exaggeration to say that with Chu Chun's formidable attack power of 500, whether he employed the 9 slashes of the Dominant Blade or the Blade Overlord of the World, he could easily obliterate his opponent. Not to mention, Chu Chun possessed a perverse skill capable of manipulating his enemies, the Soul Control Technique. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Seeing Liu Xuan's silence, Chu Chun grinned. Rest assured, I am not like those others. We bear no grudges. Even if you lose, I promise not to make you too uncomfortable. As he spoke, he placed his other hand behind his back, his face brimming with confidence. How about this? I 1T move, and you can attack me for 3 rounds first. Surely that is acceptable? No one knew just how powerful he truly was, not even the members of the Martial Appraisal Division who worked alongside him. Chu Chun had only been a martial artist for less than a year. A year prior, by sheer happenstance, he had obtained the legacy of the Blade Sect and a mysterious jade pendant. The pendant contained records of a technique known as the Soul Control Technique. With his exceptional comprehension, he not only fused the Blade Sect's technique, the Dominant Blade Technique, with the soul control technique, naming it the dominant divine art. But he also grasped the blade sect's most powerful swordsmanship, the blade overlord of the world. In just a year, his cultivation had already surpassed the innate 9th level. This time, he participated in the Qianlong competition not for the championship, but merely to spar with his peers. However, after observing Liu Xuan and the others in their matches, he felt somewhat disheartened. He sensed no threat from them whatsoever. He even began to suspect that he had unknowingly become the strongest below the grandmasters. "That's what you said," Liu Xuan replied, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Just as he was pondering how to cope with Chu Qin's monstrous skills, he was taken aback when the latter voluntarily offered to let him attack. 3 seconds? That should be ample time. I said, hurry and make your move. Chu Qin yawned lazily. If I stand still and you can't even harm me, that would be quite embarrassing. As his words trailed off, a peculiar dragon's roar struck at his very soul. In an instant, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank. Before he could react, a shadow darted towards him like lightning. Poof! Blood spewed from his mouth as his body was sent soaring backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently against the energy barrier. What the hell? Just as he attempted to rise, that shadow struck again. Bang! 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 The rapid-fire impacts echoed like war drums, resonating throughout the Qinji platform. After 3 seconds, the shadow dissipated. Chu Qin lay in the center of the arena, battered and bruised, his gaze vacant, devoid of life's spark. "Brother Chu, I concede," Liu Xuan said, returning to his human form, smiling down at the fallen Chu Qin. Poof! Chu Qin coughed up another mouthful of blood. His once mighty health of 100,000 now dwindled to less than a third. Letting you have 3 seconds? Not only did it render Chu Qin incapable of fighting, but it also made his death a possibility. Of course, this was contingent upon him truly standing still and allowing Liu Xuan to attack. Beast. Chu Qin trembled as he raised a finger towards Liu Xuan. His eyes filled with sheer astonishment and an indescribable fervor. "Are you even human?" He voiced the collective sentiment of all spectators present. Chapter 62. The shock Liu Xuan brought to strong figures from various factions. "What else could I be?" Liu Xuan replied with a smile, extending his hand toward Chu Qin. Chu Qin was momentarily taken aback, then grasped Liu Xuan's hand, using it for leverage to rise, forcing a bitter smile as he admitted, "I have been defeated." As his words fell, the arena fell into a profound silence. Moments later, a slightly trembling voice broke the stillness. Contestant Chu Qin admits defeat. The victor is Liu Xuan from the Yaya Mountain. In that instant, the competitor and spectator areas erupted into a frenzy. "The Beast Valley. This lad is from the Beast Valley." Wang Kuei's voice trembled as he looked at Liu Xuan with a newfound wariness. The powerful figures from various factions shared solemn expressions. The denizens of the Beast Valley had emerged into the world. Zhang Tianqing, contemplative, remarked, "This child's status in the Beast Valley must be quite significant." "Brother Luo, Miss Zifei, it seems our young ones have encountered a truly formidable opponent this time. While the beast transformation is powerful, it is not invincible," Zifei remarked coolly as she gazed at the arena. "His victory ultimately stems from his opponent's underestimation." "That is indeed the case," Zhang Tianqing nodded in agreement, smiling. With an innate 9th level cultivation, combined with the unrivaled swordsmanship of the Blade sect, if he had not acted so arrogantly, he would not have given the other a chance to transform. "But how can you be certain he has unleashed his full strength?" A magnetic voice interjected. Standing solitary in the corner, Luo Xiao took slow strides towards the arena, his gaze intensely fixed upon Liu Xuan. This young man, devoid of any discernible source energy fluctuations, yet possessing numerous magical artifacts and adept in the clandestine secrets of the illusion Beast Valley. This is precisely what renders him most formidable. As Luo Xiao's words resonated, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence, faces etched with gravity. "Ah, brotherly," Zhang Tianqing suddenly recalled something, directing his attention towards the inebriated Li Wuji. "You previously remarked on this youth's extraordinary comprehension. Might you elaborate?" "Hic. I fear that upon sharing, you shall not believe me," Li Wuji hiccuped, his gaze hazy. "Do you know how long it took him to master our sect's sword technique?" "Brotherly, spare us the suspense," Zhang Tianqing mused. Recalling Li Wuji's reputation as a once-in-a-century genius of the sword sect, who had grasped the sword technique in merely 3 days. Could it be that this young man achieved mastery in just a day? A day? If so, this youth's comprehension is indeed astonishing. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. No. Li Wuji shook his head vigorously, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. "How I wish Liu Xuan were my disciple. It was not merely a day." "Not a day? Could it have been merely an hour?" Zhang Tianqing retreated a step, his expression one of shock. "This is simply too incredible." "An hour? Huh." Li Wuji chuckled softly, tilting his head back for another swig of his drink, his voice trembling slightly. "See, Merely mastering the sword technique in an hour leaves you all astounded. But do you know? In less than a breath, before I could even fully execute my sword technique, he had already learned it. Upon the conclusion of his words, a profound silence enveloped the arena. The elites of various factions widened their eyes, their faces betraying disbelief. Liu Xuan trembled with excitement, murmuring, "It must be due to his noble connections. It has to be." Behind him, Liu Yuan swallowed hard, his heart a tempest. Had he known Liu Xian's prodigious talent earlier, he would have made every effort to befriend him during their first encounter. "Brotherly, is this truly the case?" Zhang Tianqing's voice quivered. "Did he indeed learn the sword technique in less than a breath?" "Believe it or not, that is up to you," Li Wuji replied dismissively. Just recalling that day's events left his heart still shaken. How could such a prodigious talent in swordsmanship fail to gain the recognition of the sword stone? He sighed softly, filled with regret. "I cannot believe it," Wang Kuei declared, trying to maintain his composure. "If his comprehension is truly so terrifying, could it be that he could effortlessly decipher the secrets of our sect? It seemed inconceivable that someone so extraordinary could exist. Indeed, how could such a genius remain obscure until now?" "Brotherly must be exaggerating," others chimed in agreement. "Huh, say what you will," Li Wuji retorted with a cold smile. Uninterested in further debate. "Perhaps what Brotherly says is not without merit," Zhang Tianqing pondered. "However, this youth's strengths seem solely rooted in swordsmanship. It is precisely for this reason that he could master the sword technique at such an astonishing pace." True words from Tianqing, many nodded in agreement. Unable to fathom the existence of someone capable of learning all techniques at a mere glance, Zhang Tianqing's reasoning appeared the most sound. Within the competitors' area, it was not until Liu Xian and Chu Chun returned that Lu Ming and the others emerged from their stupor. Their gazes towards Liu Xian had irrevocably changed. Even Ling Yu refrained from making flippant jibes. "Brother, I must not have seen wrongly, right?" Lu Ming exclaimed with excitement, rushing forward. "You've transformed into a mighty dragon. So impressive. Not too shabby. I have a variety of skills," Liu Xian replied with a calm smile. "You are from the Illusion Beast Valley?" Zhang Yao scrutinized Liu Xian intently, taking a deep breath. "I concede, you barely qualify to be my opponent. I'll say this one last time. If you're unwell, seek treatment." Liu Xian responded, utterly at a loss for words with Zhang Yao's antics. He felt as if Zhang Yao inhabited a realm of his own madness. "Your beast transformation is indeed powerful, but the thunder arts of my celestial master's house are not to be underestimated." Zhang Yao crossed his arms, resuming his haughty demeanor. "If you win this battle, it will merely be due to your opponent underestimating you." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the bruised Chu Chun. "Moreover, this individual's strength is mediocre, far beneath that of myself and the esteemed Star Moon Lady." Mediocre. Chu Chun seethed with indignation. He possessed a foundation at the 9th layer of the innate realm, wielding a soul technique that rivaled the thunder arts and the blade dominance. How could Zhang Yao dare to label him as such? "Indeed, Brother Yao speaks truthfully. The beast transformation is hardly remarkable," Ling Yu added, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. "The 10,000 swords returning to one of my sword sect is the true pinnacle of skill." "Brother Chu, do you require me to summon Miss Qin to attend to your injuries?" Liu Xian ignored Ling Yu entirely, disinterested in exchanging words with her. After the competition, he would seek an opportunity to deal with her like a minor adversary. With that thought, his gaze shifted toward Yi Feng. One must eliminate the root of the issue. As the child of fortune, now that enmity had been established, it must be resolved promptly. He was eager to discover if this so-called child of fortune could indeed defy the odds as depicted in tales, emerging unscathed from perilous circumstances. Quickly, Chu Chin lamented, covering his face. "You've truly hurt me. Can you not be gentler? Who told Brother Chu to have such a thick bloodline?" Liu Xian chuckled lightly. Task completed. Gained 5 intelligence fruits, 5 physical fruits. Intelligence fruit. Consuming it permanently increases intelligence by 50 points, with a maximum of 10 fruits. Physical fruit. Consuming it permanently increases physique by 50 points, with a maximum of 10 fruits. It was he who vanquished the black tiger. It was indeed he. In a corner of the competitor's area, Qin Yuga suddenly gasped, her breath quickening. Chapter 63. Mastering the soul technique on that day at Yaya Mountain. Liu Xian had feigned a trip to the restroom. Yet shortly thereafter, a peculiar dragon's roar echoed. At the time, Qin Yuga had assumed it was a powerful beast related to dragons preying upon the black tiger, not pondering further. Until this moment, Liu Xian transformed into a dragon, emitting a roar identical to the one she had heard that day. This was enough to confirm that Liu Xian was indeed the one who had slain the black tiger. Yet she could not fathom it. While it was understandable that Liu Xian concealed his abilities to keep his beast transformation a secret, what was the purpose behind his slaying of the black tiger? "Sister Yuga, I adore Brother Xian immensely," Leah exclaimed, her small face flushed with excitement as she tightly grasped Qin Yuga's arm. Yaya Mountain has entered the top 8. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother Xian is incredible. He can transform into a dragon. I would love to ride on his back. At that moment, Leah's phone chimed. Upon seeing the caller ID, she promptly answered, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Brother Xian, you are so handsome. From today onward, I shall be your #1 fan. On the other end, Liu Xuan's hearty laughter resonated. Stay low-key, stay low-key. Little Ya, you and Miss Qin should come to the competitors area. Brother Chu requires treatment. All right, we'll be there shortly. As Leah finished speaking, she noticed Qin Yuga already hastening towards the exit of the observation area. Sister Yuga, wait for me, she called out, rushing to catch up. In the corner of the competitors area, Chu Chun glared displeasedly at Liu Xuan, who had just hung up the phone. Do not get too conceited. I admit I underestimated you. But that does not mean I am truly no match for you. Is that so? Liu Xuan replied with a glint in his eye, smiling. I feel that our strengths are quite comparable. Nonsense. Chu Chun retorted, instantly incensed. If I were to get serious, you wouldn't even have the chance to transform. I would eliminate you in an instant. Are you truly that formidable? Liu Xuan expressed skepticism. Care to test it? Before Chu Chun could respond, his pupils suddenly shifted to a gray hue. In the next moment, a notification materialized before Liu Xuan. Your body is restrained. You cannot utilize any offensive means for 3 seconds. How does it feel? Chu Chen's eyes returned to normal as he smugly raised the corners of his mouth. Do you sense that the power within you has suddenly become uncontrollable? Liu Xuan feigned shock. Brother Chu, what kind of technique is this? It's astonishing. His heart raced with excitement. If he could master Chu Chen's soul technique, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Want to learn? Chu Chen smiled even more smugly. But alas, this technique is not something just anyone can acquire. Brother Chu, I am no ordinary person. I am a martial prodigy, Liu Xuan declared eagerly. You don't believe me? Teach me. His heart pounded relentlessly. Based on his previous experience with learning sword control, as long as Chu Chun agreed to impart the knowledge, even if merely verbally, he could instantly grasp it through the system. Sure, Chu Chun replied nonchalantly. I will demonstrate it once. If you can learn it, that's your skill. If not, it's a testament to your lack of talent. All right. Liu Xuan nodded repeatedly, his heart nearly leaping to his throat. Wait a moment. Chu Chun closed his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Liu Xuan understood he was awaiting the cooldown of the skill. No, there is only one player in Blue Star. For Chu Chun, it must be a matter of waiting for the restrictions on the technique to lift. Watch closely. After approximately a minute, Chu Chun suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils transforming once more into a gray hue, with a faint gray energy swirling around. Done. In less than a second, he returned to normal. Have you learned it, martial prodigy? Chu Chun teased, entirely unconcerned that Liu Xuan might master the soul technique. Not to mention that the key component for cultivating the soul technique had already been used by him. Moreover, the change Liu Xuan observed in his eyes was merely a characteristic of the soul technique. The actual casting process had already been completed within his mind. Not even Liu Xuan, nor even a deity, could replicate it. Chu Chun is imparting the soul technique to you. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. Liu Xuan's heart soared with joy. Just as he had suspected, as long as Chu Chun offered to teach him the soul technique, he could instantly learn it through the system. In other words, anyone, even if they merely boast about passing their techniques to him, would enable him to acquire the knowledge instantaneously through the system. You have learned the soul technique. Soul technique LV1. Active skill, controls a designated target, preventing them from attacking for 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Consumes 2,000 magic points. Can consume 20 skill points to upgrade. Alright, I won't tease you any longer. Noting Liu Xuan's silence, Chu Chun chuckled. This technique isn't as formidable as it seems. It has many limitations and side effects. You can transform into a dragon. So there's no need to learn this. I've mastered it, Liu Xuan replied earnestly. It wasn't that he sought to boast. He intended to use this technique in future competitions. Thus, there was no need to conceal it from Chu Chun. What did you say? Chu Chun was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. All right, you're impressive, a peerless genius. Satisfied now? He didn't take Liu Xuan's words seriously, viewing them merely as bravado. Brother Chu, do you have any other formidable techniques? Why not impart them all to me? Liu Xuan's eyes sparkled. If he could learn all of Chu Chen's other skills, it would be exceedingly difficult to lose in the upcoming competition. Are you all right? Chu Chun regarded Liu Xuan with a strange expression. Brother, there's truly no need for this. No one is laughing at you. Xiangu, Weivyi arrived. At that moment, Qin Yuga and Liya entered the contestant area. Upon seeing this, Liu Xuan had to temporarily set aside his desire to learn more skills from Chu Chen. However, upon spotting Qin Yuga, his eyes lit up once again. If he could learn Qin Yuga's healing skills, even without using the dragon transformation technique, his survival ability would significantly improve. Miss Qin, come quickly. Brother Chu is in dire straits. He eagerly approached her. You are the one in dire straits. Chu Chan gritted his teeth, regretting his decision to allow Liu Xuan 3 rounds. Heh. Liu Xuan grinned at Chu Chun, completely unfazed. Young Master Liu, could you please release my hand? Upon seeing Liu Xuan, Qin Yuga involuntarily recalled the events of the previous night, her cheeks flushing and her gaze becoming wistful. Apologies, apologies. Liu Xuan then realized he had been overly enthusiastic, gripping Qin Yuga's arm, and hurriedly released her. Miss Qin, I have always admired the healing arts. Might you be willing to impart some knowledge? Young Master Liu wishes to learn our medicinal arts? Qin Yuga was momentarily taken aback, but quickly shook her head. You may be disappointed. She explained, the medicinal arts require a pure heart, and only women can cultivate them. Miss Qin, my heart is indeed pure, Liu Xuan declared earnestly. Furthermore, I harbor a feminine spirit within me. I believe I can learn it. You don't believe me? Wait, why does that last part sound so familiar? Chu Chen couldn't help but interject. Do you have some sort of issue? Mr. Chu, have you noticed? Qin Yuga looked at Chu Chun in surprise. No way. Does he really have a problem? Chu Chun was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat at a loss. Brother, I didn't mean it that way. Liu Xian's lips twitched, too lazy to explain. Just then, a chorus of gasps erupted. My heavens, is that the 10,000 swords returning to the sect? It's terrifying. Liu Xian turned his gaze towards the arena. There, Xiaowan stood pale on stage, with a multitude of golden sword shadows hovering above her head. I concede, Xiaowan spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Yifeng dissipated the sword shadows and walked away from the contestant area without looking back. Observing this scene, Liu Xian furrowed his brow and murmured, is this the 10,000 swords returning to the sect? Why are there so few sword shadows? Young Master Liu, have you witnessed the 10,000 swords returning to the sect before? Qin Yuga asked curiously upon hearing his musing. This is my first time seeing it. Liu Xian snapped back to reality, offering a faint smile. However, I can perform that technique as well. Chapter 64, Healing Skills Acquired. Upon Liu Xian's declaration, Qin Yuga fell silent. Chu Chen rolled his eyes dramatically at him. You, my friend, just forget it. I can't be bothered to critique you anymore. He had come to understand that Liu Xian's condition was severe, a classic case of late-stage boasting syndrome. Young Master Liu, are you serious? Qin Yuga regarded Liu Xian with a complex expression, yet what she met was his utterly calm and earnest gaze. Her heart quaked. Could it be that he truly knows the 10,000 swords returning to the sect? But how could that be? As a scion of the medical family, Qin Yuga was well aware of the major powers within the martial world. The 10,000 swords returning to the sect was not merely the most formidable sword technique of the sword sect. It was also a symbol of the sword sect's leader. Even the Grandmaster Li Wuji was unable to officially inherit the position of sect leader due to his failure to master this technique. In other words, if Liu Xian truly mastered the 10,000 swords returning to the sect, he would be qualified to become the current leader of the sword sect. Li Wuji would surely spare no effort to retain him. For this reason, despite having witnessed numerous miracles from Liu Xian, Qin Yuga still found it hard to believe he could master the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Of course, I am serious. Liu Xian shrugged with a smile. But if you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. Miss Qin, don't mind him, quickly treat me. Chu Chun lamented, covering his face. This guy is undoubtedly doing it on purpose, attacking my handsome face simply because I am more attractive than him. Mr. Chu, I believe you are misunderstanding young Master Liu. Qin Yuga wore a serious expression, observing that, purely from an aesthetic standpoint, Liu Gongzi was far more handsome than you, thereby negating any possibility of jealousy regarding your appearance. Chu Chen, haha. Liu Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter, with Leah covering her mouth, stifling her giggles. Miss Qin, must you be so cutting? Chu Chun cast a melancholic glance at Qin Yuga, seemingly struck by her words, and fell silent. Did I say something wrong? Qin Yuga's eyes reflected a hint of bewilderment. Her nature was such that she abhorred deceit. Sister Yuga, please stop and treat him first, urged Leah, suppressing her laughter. All right. Qin Yuga nodded, raising her slender, fair right hand. A soft, milky light enveloped her palm, making it appear akin to exquisite warm jade. Miss Qin, is this the medicinal art of the healer's family? Liu Xian inquired knowingly. This technique is called the Sacred Hand of Rejuvenation, Qin Yuga explained, and it is one of the most commonly employed healing methods in my family. Could you teach me, Miss Qin? Liu Xian's eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation. Qin Yuga gently shook her head. Liu Gongzi, I have already mentioned that the medicinal arts of my family are not suited for you. May I at least observe and learn? Liu Xian pressed on, undeterred. If you can learn it, then by all means, do so, Qin Yuga replied with a touch of helplessness. She hardly believed that Liu Xian could master the Sacred Hand of Rejuvenation merely by watching her perform it. Qin Yuga offers to teach you the sacred hand of rejuvenation. Would you like to learn? A notification from the system appeared. Liu Xuan's face instantly lit up with joy. Yes, he silently affirmed. You have learned the sacred hand of rejuvenation. Sacred hand of rejuvenation LV1. Active skill, instantly restores, attack power 2, points of health to a designated target. Consumes 500 mana points, cooldown time 15 seconds. 5 skill points are required for upgrade. Thrilled, Liu Xuan felt exhilarated. With his current attack power of 1015 points, using the sacred hand of rejuvenation would allow him to restore 20-30 points of health in an instant. More importantly, with a cooldown of nearly 15 seconds, his survivability had significantly increased. Just then, a thunderous crash reverberated from the arena. Liu Xuan turned his head, his pupils narrowing in shock. On the stage, the Yinyang family Xingyue was locked in a standoff with Lu Ming. Towering in front of Lu Ming was a massive mechanical giant, standing 50 meters tall. What on earth? Is that not Sun Wukong? Chu Chan exclaimed, his eyes fixated on the arena, realizing how deeply Lu Ming had concealed his abilities. Liu Xuan remained silent, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he muttered to himself. Brother Liu, would you mind teaching me this remarkable skill of yours? In the spectator area, as the mechanical giant made its appearance, the powerful figures from various factions collectively gasped in astonishment. Elder Mo, the Mo family truly has a promising successor. Li Wuji stated in astonishment. If I recall correctly, this mechanical giant can only be summoned through your Mo family's treasured heavenly crafting cube, which suggests that this young man has indeed gained the cube's recognition. Ming's talent in mechanical arts is indeed commendable, Mo Hung remarked, stroking his beard with a smile, his eyes reflecting pride, though I must admit, I was somewhat surprised that he managed to gain the cube's acknowledgement. What do you mean by that, Elder Mo? Li Xiong asked, bewildered. Since this young man has gained the recognition of the heavenly crafting cube, he must surely be a person of great compassion, correct? Just as those words left his lips, the entire area fell into an eerie silence. Many wore expressions of disbelief, their mouths twitching. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Li Xiong inquired, his expression one of confusion. Father, Li Yuanwen quickly whispered. He is the Mo family disciple who administered the drugs to the competitors. What? Li Xiong was taken aback, his expression twisting into one of shock. It seemed the heavenly crafting cube desired a change of pace, seeking a uniquely styled master. My disciple is mischievous. It is my failing as a mentor. Mo Hung said, but Ming's nature is not bad, and his heart is pure. Perhaps that is why the cube chose him. He shifted his tone, shaking his head with a wry smile. However, his opponent this time is that girl from the Yinyang family. He may well face some hardships. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned toward the tranquil figure of Zifei, who sat observing the competition. Noting her calm demeanor, the onlookers exchanged wry smiles. Most of them were martial artists from the same generation as Zifei, Luo Xiu, and Zhang Tianqing. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of the trio during their prime and fully aware of the strength they represented. Historically, the factions represented by these three rarely sent disciples to compete in the Hidden Dragon tournament. However, whenever they did, the titles of champion, runner-up, and third place invariably belonged to their disciples. Great Sage, proceed. On the arena, as Lu Ming gave the command, the mechanical giant's eyes suddenly shone with brilliant golden light. Countless metal parts swiftly assembled in its hands, transforming into an imposing mechanical staff. Opposite the mechanical giant, Xingyue floated gracefully, her feet bare and adorned with a veil. The silver bells at her ankles tinkling in the breeze. With a resounding thud, the mechanical giant swung its enormous staff, sweeping toward Xingyue with devastating force. Faced with this terrifying onslaught, Xingyue furrowed her brow slightly. In the next instant, she formed seals with her hands in rapid succession. With a thunderous roar, the metallic arena sprouted countless thick vines, which intertwined instantaneously to form a colossal hand that met the incoming staff head-on. Bang! The thunderous crash echoed throughout. The vine hand shattered upon impact, yet the mechanical giant stood unperturbed. Ha, my great sage is the strongest. Lu Ming chuckled triumphantly. Hey, I don't strike women. You should concede. Xingyue remained silent, her form gradually ascending into the air. Very well, since you refuse to concede, I shall have to defeat you. Boom. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, the mechanical giant's staff transformed and reassembled, expanding several times in size, morphing into a true colossal pillar that swung toward the airborne Xingyue. Chapter 65. Mastering the Powerful Mechanical Giant. However, just as the colossal mechanical staff was about to strike Xingyue, it suddenly halted, mere centimeters from her face. A violent gust of wind lifted her hair and skirt. Yet, Xingyue's gaze remained as tranquil as still water. The staff emitted a heavy metallic grinding sound, unable to advance even a fraction. Great Sage. Lu Ming's pupils constricted, his face paling in an instant. Damn it! When did these vines appear? It became evident that, unbeknownst to him, the massive form of the mechanical giant was now ensnared by numerous thick vines, its internal gears jammed, producing an agonizing screech, unable to move. Boom! Xingyue's internal source power erupted, her hands forming intricate seals. The entire metallic arena began to tremble violently, as towering trees burst forth from the metallic ground, swiftly ensnaring the mechanical giant, rendering it immobile. I concede. Lu Ming's voice quivered, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Xingyue gently parted her lips, uttering a single word, disperse. Her voice, as clear and resonant as silver bells, echoed. Rumble. The arena instantly returned to its original state. The giant trees vanished without a trace, and the mechanical giant regained its freedom. Great Sage, return. Lu Ming raised his hand in a summoning gesture. The mechanical giant swiftly diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a delicate mechanical cube, flying back into his palm. My 10 billion. I lost my 10 billion. Lu Ming could no longer contain himself and began to weep openly. He had promised Liu Xuan that he would assist him in claiming victory, in exchange for 100 billion. Now, with that hope dashed, it felt far worse than death. Impudent brat, don't embarrass yourself here. The voice of Gong Shaban echoed through the speakers, urging him to leave immediately. You know nothing, Lu Ming retorted, his voice thick with emotion. If you lost 100 billion, you'd be crying even harder than I am. With tears streaming down his face, he trudged disconsolately towards the player passage. In the spectator area, Mo Heng's lips twitched, ultimately transforming into a resigned sigh. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to laugh. Ha ha ha, this kid is quite amusing. Li Wuji laughed heartily, his candid nature resonating with Mo Heng. Mo Sr., please send him a message for me, Li Xiong chuckled. Tell him I'm willing to sponsor him 100 billion to lift his spirits. But seeing him like this, he truly must feel utterly humiliated. The mechanism sage is so powerful, yet he hasn't demonstrated a fraction of its might. Indeed, Mo Sr., Wang Kuei added with a laugh. I recall the mechanism sage is said to possess strength rivaling that of a grandmaster. Could it be that this lad has yet to master it fully? Young Ming still requires further honing, Mo Heng explained. The mechanism sage is composed of the heavenly craft magic cube, which theoretically can produce combat power on par with the grandmaster. However, different combinations can yield vastly different results. Now I see, the crowd exclaimed in realization. Brother, I've lost. Lu Ming returned to the player area, his eyes reddened. Liu Xuan immediately approached to console him. Brother Liu, it's all right, you've given it your all. The strength of the mechanism sage is crystal clear to him, towering 20 levels above Lu Ming, a terrifying presence at level 45. Ultimately, it is a mechanical creation reliant on its intricate internal structure. Meanwhile, Xingyue's wood-based magic is precisely its nemesis. Brother, trust me, the sage is truly formidable, Lu Ming insisted, gripping Liu Xuan's arm fervently. If it came to a direct confrontation, that woman would be no match for me. Brother Liu Xuan's gaze burned with eagerness. Why not teach me that technique? In the upcoming matches, I shall allow everyone to witness the sage's prowess anew. He was desperate to learn all available techniques. Brother, I truly cannot teach you this, Lu Ming shook his head. Though the sage is driven by mechanical arts, it is fundamentally the composite form of my family's treasured heavenly craft magic cube. Only the one who claims the cube can summon and combine the mechanism sage. I mean, if it were possible to teach, would you be willing? Liu Xuan's eyes locked onto Lu Ming's. Of course, Lu Ming wiped away his tears, maintaining a stoic facade as he fibbed. You are my elder brother. If I could teach you, I would certainly share everything. Lu Ming imparts the mechanism sage to you. Will you learn it? Good brother. Liu Xuan slapped Lu Ming's shoulder enthusiastically, unable to suppress a smile. The exhilaration of acquiring such a boon was indescribable. Yes, he silently vowed. You have learned the mechanism sage. Mechanism sage LV1. Summon the heavenly craft magic cube and combine it into a level 50 mechanism sage to assist in battle for a duration of 3 seconds. With a cooldown of 360 seconds, consuming 5,000 mana points and 20 skill points to upgrade. What is happening? Why does what I learned differ from Lu Ming's? Liu Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. A level 50 mechanism sage. How powerful must that be? Even 1 second would suffice to obliterate all adversaries. Gosh, but the mana cost and cooldown are excessive, aren't they? And what does summoning the heavenly craft magic cube entail? Can I forcibly summon Lu Ming's cube? His gaze towards Lu Ming grew somewhat complicated. Brother, what's wrong? Lu Ming scratched his head in confusion. Brother Liu, we are good friends, right? Of course. Lu Ming replied earnestly. I admire your charisma, not for your 900 billion in your account. With that assurance, I can rest easy, Liu Xuan smiled. In the next round, I shall surprise you. As his words faded, the results of the new match were announced. Zhang Yao, Tianshi Mansion, versus Liu Xuan, Yaya Mountain. Brother, this is not good. Lu Ming's expression darkened as he saw the result. This guy is no weaker than that woman from the Yinyang family. Fellow Taoist, please. Zhang Yao approached with a smile, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. I've been eagerly awaiting this match. I can't wait to see how long your dragon form can withstand my thunderous techniques. I hope you won't be defeated in just a second. Thunderous techniques? Are they impressive? Liu Xuan replied expressionlessly. If you're capable, teach me. If I can't grasp it, I'll concede its power. You'll find out shortly how impressive it is. Zhang Yao smirked lazily as he stepped towards the passage. How did he not fall for that? Liu Xuan muttered quietly. He then retrieved the intelligence and physique fruits from his inventory and consumed them. Successfully used intelligence fruit 5. Intelligence permanently increased by 250. Successfully used physique fruit 5. Physique permanently increased by 250. Intelligence fruit has reached the usage limit. Brother, what did you just eat? Lu Ming inquired curiously. Having barely caught a glimpse of Liu Xuan's actions. Nothing much, just took a little medicine, Liu Xuan replied as he also walked towards the player passage. As he passed by Xingyue, he suddenly halted. Beautiful lady, that move earlier was impressive. Teach me how, and I'll consider you my girlfriend. Xingyue, are you out of your mind? Not far away, Lingyue scoffed. He is about to be taught a lesson by Master Yao. Yet he still has the leisure to flirt. What is the matter? Did I not flirt with you? Are you jealous? Chapter 66. Instant defeat of Zhang Yao. Absolute confidence. Humph. Lingyue sneered, dismissing Liu Xuan. She turned to Yi Feng beside her, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Brother Feng, it seems someone won't get the chance to duel with you after all. What a pity. I can't personally teach him a lesson. Yi Feng's expression remained cold as he stared at Liu Xuan, his gaze icy. What a couple of fools, Liu Xuan muttered under his breath. Turning away as he headed towards the player passage. He had intended to learn Xingyue's techniques, but her aloofness left him with near-zero interaction. Brother Feng, once the competition concludes, we must ensure he faces the consequences. Lingyue gritted her teeth. Rest assured, Yi Feng's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He will regret it. In the spectator area, Zhang Tianqing observed Zhang Yao and Liu Xuan emerging from the passage, a slight smile gracing his lips. Finally, Yao Shidi has matched up against this young man. With Zhang Yao's strength, this kid will undoubtedly last no more than 3 rounds, Wang Kuei remarked, glancing at Li Wuji. What do you think, brotherly? Go away. Stop bothering me. Li Wuji grumbled as he gulped down a drink, his brow furrowing. Despite Liu Xuan's remarkable talent, he understood that facing Zhang Yao meant defeat was inevitable. In the Tianshi Mansion, the surname Zhang signifies the heir to the Tianshi title. This implies that the young Zhang Yao is already a contender for inheriting the position. Humph. Wang Kuei smirked with pride. It seems you also acknowledge this kid's inevitable defeat. Brother Wang, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. Li Xiong interjected to mediate. Given Zhang Yao's prowess, not only is this Liu Xuan no match for him, but among all the contestants, only that girl from the Yinyang family might stand a chance. Ha ha, brotherly, you flatter me. Zhang Tianqing chuckled, remarking that Brother Luo's junior sister is equally gifted. It is said that she has ascended to the innate level merely 7 days into her cultivation, and her primary focus, the heavenly mechanism seal, is not a technique of slaughter. If she were to practice the Ghost Valley's gunplay like Brother Luo, the championship would undoubtedly belong to her. What do you think, Brother Luo? Zhang Tianqing turned to look at Luo Xiao, only to find him deep in thought, his brow furrowed, eyes fixated on the arena. Following his gaze, Zhang Tianqing realized that Luo Xiao was intently observing Liu Xuan. With a knowing smile, he remarked, it seems Brother Luo harbors a considerable interest in this young man. Isn't he peculiar? Luo Xiao spoke slowly, his gaze unwavering from Liu Xuan. Oh, what prompts such a statement, Brother Luo? Zhang Tianqing inquired. This individual appears excessively at ease. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianqing was taken aback, scrutinizing Liu Xuan closely. He observed Liu Xuan ambling onto the stage, his demeanor relaxed. Even taking the time to curiously survey his surroundings. He looked less like a combatant and more like a tourist. Perhaps he knows he cannot compete with my junior brother and has decided to concede, Zhang Tianqing speculated. Is that so? Luo Xiao's lips curved slightly. I beg to differ. His current state does not suggest surrender. Rather, it seems indicative of an unwavering confidence in his victory. As Luo Xiao's words fell, the arena was enveloped in a profound silence. Wang Kuei's brow creased in concern, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Brother Luo. How can Li Wuji's expression shifted in shock? Even he doubted Liu Xuan's chances of winning. Yet Luo Xiao had the audacity to utter such words. Impossible. Zhang Tianqing shook his head. I am well aware of my junior brother's capabilities. He can hold his own even against a master. This young man may wield the beast transformation, but his cultivation is far from that of a master. He stands no chance against my junior brother. Indeed, Wang Kuei concurred. In terms of cultivation, Zhang Yao far surpasses this youth. Concerning techniques, the Thunder Law of the Celestial Master's Mansion rivals the beast transformation. Not to mention the Golden Light spell, a premier defensive technique. Friend, could you hasten a bit? On the arena, Zhang Yao impatiently urged Liu Xuan, who seemed to be taking his time. What? Eager to be humiliated. Liu Xuan glanced up at Zhang Yao, pondering, strange, why hasn't he the task triggered yet? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, a notification icon appeared above Zhang Yao's head. Random task, defeat Zhang Yao. Task reward, strength fruit x10, agility fruit x10. Liu Xuan's eyes brightened. Could it be that the stronger the opponent, the more lavish the rewards upon defeat? Regaining his composure, he grew serious. He had not examined Zhang Yao's information, not out of reluctance, but because Zhang Yao's level exceeded 30, rendering his probing technique ineffective. Among all participants, only 2 eluded his probing, the other being the Yinyang family Xingyue. Liu Xuan's gaze shifted to Zhang Yao's health bar. Due to the level of his probing technique, he could not ascertain Zhang Yao's precise health, but he could gauge his condition by the health bar. Eager to be humiliated, Zhang Yao chuckled in amusement. With a flick of his sleeve, a violent surge of energy erupted around him. Boom! Lightning crackled. Countless arcs of electricity intertwined to form a menacing thunder dragon, roaring towards Liu Xuan. In the contestant area, Lingyue teased, let us make a wager. How long do you think this fellow can withstand the might of real person Yao? I wager he won T last 3 seconds. 3 seconds? Miss Ling overestimates him. At most, he'll last 1 second before real person Yao concludes the battle. This fellow is utterly arrogant and ignorant. Incurring the wrath of real person Yao, he might very well be carried off the stage. The crowd buzzed with ridicule directed at Liu Xuan. Miss Qin, be prepared. Chu Chun, fully recovered after treatment, grinned. It will soon be your turn to save him. Brother, stay strong. Lu Ming intended to cheer but changed his words at the last moment, deciding it better for Liu Xuan to be resilient. Let us hope he doesn't get knocked out by the lightning. Even then, he could claim victory. Qin Yuga unconsciously clenched her hands, murmuring to herself. How will you cope this time? Prepare to lie down. Zhang Yao's gaze was locked onto Liu Xuan, the thunder dragon poised to strike. However, Liu Xuan suddenly smirked. Turning to walk towards the contestant passage, Zhang Yao was taken aback, frowning. Are you conceding just like that? Concede? Liu Xuan halted, his back to him. You've already lost. Great sage, shatter it. Boom. Before his words faded, a beam of light shot from the contestant area. The heavenly mechanism cube spun rapidly in the air, bursting forth with dazzling golden light, an overwhelming aura of terror instantly engulfing the arena. In the blink of an eye, a towering 100-meter-tall mechanism Great Sage materialized, standing majestically behind Liu Xuan. The mechanism Great Sage raised its hand, grasping at the air. Countless metallic components whirled together, forming a colossal pillar. Bang! A strike descended. The air erupted with a thunderous boom. Zhang Yao's pupils constricted, his body freezing in place. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, as the entire arena was consumed by blinding golden light. Zhang Yao's health bar plummeted to 0 in an instant. In that moment, the entire 1,000-mechanism platform fell into a profound silence. In the spectator area, the powerful figures from various factions widened their eyes in disbelief, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 67. Is he attempting to kill my junior brother, to seize him? Impossible, this cannot be. Mo Hung clutched the railing of the spectator platform tightly, his eyes wide, fixated on the 100-meter-tall mechanism Great Sage on the arena. He trembled violently, his breath coming in gasps as if he were on the verge of fainting. This individual does not comprehend my Mo family's mechanism arts, nor has he claimed dominion over the heavenly mechanism cube. How can this be possible? Ha! Li Wuji was the first to react, bursting into a boisterous laugh. Everyone, did you witness that? He surveyed the crowd, his voice booming. I told you. His comprehension surpasses all in the world. What further words do you have now? A mechanism Great Sage of the Master Realm. The one he has created is even more formidable than the one that the Mo family brat produced. As he spoke, Li Wuji clenched his fists tightly, a tide of regret surging within him, unprecedentedly intense. There must be something wrong with the Sword Inquiry Stone. The terrifying talent exhibited by Liu Xuan nearly plunged him into madness. He could not fathom how such a prodigious existence could fail to gain the recognition of the sect leaders of the Sword Sect throughout the ages. Preposterous, utterly preposterous. Zhang Tianqing's complexion turned a deep shade of iron, his eyes swirling with shock and fury. Does he intend to take my junior brother's life? He fixed his gaze on Zhang Yao, whose aura was waning, the protective golden light around him dissipating. His voice thundered. Were it not for my junior brother invoking the golden light spell for protection at the last moment, this strike would have surely claimed his life. This individual must provide my celestial master's mansion with an explanation. He abruptly raised his head. I shall take him back to Longhu Mountain at once. An explanation? My Mo family requires one as well. Mo Hung suddenly regained his composure, his expression grave, until he elucidates how he can manipulate the heavenly mechanism cube. He must remain with my Mo family. He incapacitated my disciple. Even if an explanation is due, he must first return to the Fury Gate with me. Wang Kuei swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain composure. Everyone, grant me some face. Face? Who do you think you are to demand face? The other powerful figures erupted in a cacophony of outrage, their voices clashing in a tumultuous uproar. The young man conspired with that fellow from the Mo family to administer poison, resulting in my disciple's inability to compete. He must return with me to clarify the matter. Ridiculous. My granddaughter claims he spied on her bathing, and he must restore her honor. Father, this. Liu Xuan gazed in disbelief at the various prominent figures on the verge of physical confrontation, his heart overwhelmed by astonishment. It was clear to him that these individuals were not seeking explanations. They were evidently intent on seizing someone. He instinctively glanced at the ever-silent Luo Xiao and Zi Fei, only to find that although they had not joined the fray, their eyes were locked onto Liu Xuan on the arena like hawks, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Clearly, neither of them intended to let Liu Xuan escape. Yuanwen, quickly, contact Yaya. Li Xiong's voice was urgent as he lowered his tone, instructing that by any means necessary, she should ensure that this young man remains at Yaya Mountain. Li Yuanwen's voice trembled as he turned to leave. Where do you think you're going? A sharp flash of sword light appeared, and Li Wujie had already drawn his sword to block Li Yuanwen's path. Li brother, what is your intention? Li Xiong furrowed his brow. Your sword sect already has an heir. This young man is fated to have no ties with your sect. Bullshit. Li Wujie instantly became agitated, cursing vehemently. Who says he has no connection to my sword sect? He called me master, which makes him my disciple, Li Wujie's disciple. According to your reasoning, he represents my daughter's Yaya Mountain in this competition, thus he is undoubtedly one of us. Li Xiong was unyielding. For a prodigy like Liu Xuan, he would not back down, not even in the presence of a grandmaster or an earth immortal. Unbeknownst to them, all the powerful figures present shared the same sentiment. On the arena, 3 seconds had passed. The mechanism sage transformed back into a streak of light, reverting to the heavenly crafting cube, flying back to the contestant area. Throughout the ordeal, Liu Xuan had not looked back, maintaining a leisurely stride toward the contestant passage. Do you want to kill me? A weak, trembling voice came from behind Zhang Yao. He struggled to lift his head, staring intently at Liu Xuan's retreating figure, his eyes filled with shock, fear, and an overwhelming despair as his resolve crumbled. Regarding this confrontation, he had envisioned only one outcome, crushing Liu Xuan to victory. He never anticipated that he would be defeated in an instant. The entire encounter lasted less than a second. He was, after all, the youngest inheritor of the Celestial Master's mansion. Are you still alive? Liu Xuan glanced back at him. Uffed. Zhang Yao's anger surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to hold on any longer, and fainted completely. Quick, save him. At that moment, the trembling voice of Gong Shubin echoed over the loudspeaker. He had no time to announce the results of the match, urgently calling for help for Zhang Yao. Oh man, don't really die on me. Liu Xuan paused, feeling a bit flustered. He was not being compassionate. To him, Zhang Yao was merely a formidable opponent. In fact, if the latter died, he might even drop some equipment or experience. However, the problem was that Zhang Yao absolutely could not die at this moment. Otherwise, the troubles for the Celestial Master's mansion would be monumental. Reflecting on this, he reluctantly turned back. Just as he pivoted, Qin Yuga rushed out from the contestant passage. Let me handle this. She hurried onto the arena, observing Liu Xuan squatting beside Zhang Yao, forcing herself to suppress the tumult within, and spoke as calmly as she could. Young Master Liu, congratulations on your victory. No sooner had her words left her lips than her pupils constricted, and she froze in place. What did she just witness? Liu Xuan had actually employed her medical clan's revitalization technique. Stop pretending to be dead, get up. Liu Xuan irritably kicked Zhang Yao. The latter had regained over 2,000 health points due to Liu Xuan's treatment. Though still critically wounded, he was undoubtedly conscious now. Zhang Yao clenched his fists, refusing to open his eyes. He recalled how he had previously held himself with such superiority before Liu Xuan and, in stark contrast to being publicly defeated, now found himself relying on Liu Xuan's aid in this humiliating state. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Get up, you rascal. Liu Xuan directly grasped Zhang Yao by the collar of his robe and hoisted him up. Zhang Yao remained with his eyes tightly shut, intent on continuing his charade. The next moment, he suddenly felt a chill below. Damn it, why are you taking off my pants? Zhang Yao's eyes widened in shock as he stared at his exposed furry legs. Oh, leopard print? Zhang Daolong has quite a unique taste. Liu Xuan glanced at his underwear, momentarily stunned before breaking into a teasing grin. Zhang Yao's face flushed crimson, and he scrambled to pull up his pants, bolting toward the contestant passage like a startled rabbit. Dear, what did you just say? Liu Xuan turned back with a smile towards the astonished Qin Yuga. I said, young Master Liu, congratulations on your victory. Qin Yuga's voice trembled as she gazed at Liu Xuan, her expression akin to that of someone observing an unfathomable creature. The revitalization technique. Her revitalization technique had indeed been mastered by Liu Xuan. He had disregarded the cultivation restrictions of the technique, merely observing her perform it once to fully comprehend it. Chapter 68. Heaven-defying talent, heaven-defying physique. This is the medical clan's apothecary technique. In the viewing area, the powerful figures of various factions were once again shaken by the scene before them. Wang Kuei's voice quivered, if I am not mistaken. The apothecary technique of the medical clan has cultivation restrictions, correct? This kid is undoubtedly a monster. Zhang Tianqing exclaimed in shock. The medical clan has only ever accepted one heir. Their rules are even stricter than those of Gigu. The chosen disciple must possess a pure heart and must be female. Could it be that this young man is actually a woman? Li Xiong blurted out. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, mirroring the look of a fool. Even Li Yuanwen was no exception. Haha, Li Xiong realized his gaffe, awkwardly chuckling. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Mo Hung was flushed with excitement. First, it was the sword sex sword art, then the beast transformation from the illusion beast valley, followed by my Mo family's heavenly crafting cube. And now even the medical clan's revitalization technique. Could it be that this young man truly possesses a talent so extraordinary that he can grasp the absolute arts of various sects just by observing? This could no longer be attributed solely to exceptional talent. Zhang Tianqing inhaled deeply and stated gravely. We must understand that he forcibly activated the heavenly crafting cube without any comprehension of the Mo family's mechanism arts. Moreover, he completely disregarded the condition that the apothecary technique must be cultivated by a woman. This young man, in addition to his extraordinary talent, must also possess some form of heaven-defying physique. At this proclamation, the entire venue gasped in astonishment. The gazes of the powerful figures from all factions instantly grew more fervent. In another section of the viewing area, everyone was left dumbfounded. I must be dreaming, right? Zhang Zhenren couldn't even last a second? Incredible. I initially thought he was a mere clown, but it turns out he is an unparalleled dark horse. How does he possess techniques from so many sects? Is he a secretly cultivated heir from the major factions? In the contestant area, Lu Ming stared blankly at the heavenly crafting cube flying back into his hands. Still in a state of extreme shock. Beside him, Chu Chun struggled to swallow, murmuring to himself, could it be that this fellow has truly mastered my soul technique? No. That is impossible. He forcibly steadied himself. The soul technique requires that divine jade as a medium to cultivate successfully, even if this person possesses extraordinary talent. It is inconceivable that he could learn it without the divine jade. At that moment, Zhang Yao returned to the contestant area, his face brimming with shame. Yao Zhenren, did you perhaps go easy on him? Ling Yu's complexion was as pale as a ghost, her voice trembling. You are so powerful. How could you lose to that guy? Her hands clenched tightly, unwilling to accept that someone as formidable as Zhang Yao could be defeated by Liu Xuan. Simultaneously, a chill rose from the depths of her heart. If Liu Xuan was indeed capable of defeating Zhang Yao in a single move, how could she possibly stand against him? All her previous taunts had been reckless gambles on the edge of death. At this thought, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse, but fortunately, Yifeng caught her just in time. Brother Feng, Ling Yu said in a state of utter panic, shall we go find him and apologize? It would be futile. Yifeng replied, taking a deep breath to suppress his growing fear. That guy would never accept our apology. He gazed toward the contestant passage. Watching Liu Xuan return at a measured pace, his eyes icy. My instincts tell me he has developed murderous intent toward us. To survive, we must eliminate him first. Yet Ling Yu's face remained ashen. Yifeng interrupted her, trust me. I managed to reach this level in just a week. My talent is no less than anyone else's. Yes, Brother Feng, you are the strongest. Ling Yu forced herself to regain composure. And you can summon the myriad swords to return to their origin, which is the mightiest sword technique of my sword sect. With that move, you should be able to defeat him. Brother, what on earth is happening? As Liu Xuan returned, Lu Ming was the first to rush forward, gripping his arm with excitement. How can you manipulate the heavenly crafting magic cube? Also, why is your great sage stronger than mine? His gaze was fixed on Liu Xuan, filled with disbelief and even a hint of admiration. As a rare genius of the MO family in mechanical arts, he had never acknowledged anyone in this field, not even his master or the illustrious Mo Hong. Yet Liu Xuan's appearance made him feel an unprecedented sense of defeat. An absolute novice in mechanical arts could forcibly command the heavenly crafting magic cube, even combining it into a great sage beyond his reach. It must be my exceptional talent, Liu Xuan chuckled. I learned it after seeing you use it just once. As his words fell, the entire contestant area fell into a profound silence, and no one dared to contradict him. I don't believe it. Just as Zhang Yao was preparing to sneak away, he abruptly turned around, gritting his teeth. If you can learn someone else's techniques just by looking, then showcase my Thunder Law from the Celestial Master's Pavilion if you have the ability. Hearing this, Liu Xuan's eyes gleamed with interest. He turned around with a smile. In that case, would you dare to teach me? Why would I not dare? Zhang Yao took a deep breath, declaring, watch closely. This is the mightiest technique of my Celestial Master's Pavilion, Thunder. All right, I've learned it. Liu Xuan interrupted before Zhang Yao could finish. Zhang Yao's face turned ashen. Unable to contain his fury, he cursed loudly, but the latter part was automatically muted. You will inevitably pay for your arrogance, Zhang Yao muttered. Unwilling to linger for another second, he turned to step onto the ascending platform to leave. Boom. At that moment, a familiar and violent energy surged forth. His raised leg froze midair, and his pupils dilated in shock as he trembled and turned back. What met his eyes was Liu Xuan's smiling face, surrounded by dazzling, surging lightning. Boom. The power of thunder gathered furiously, transforming into a ferocious lightning dragon, its eyes burning fiercely, locking its gaze upon him. Thud. Zhang Yao's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his expression utterly vacant. He opened his mouth, but due to overwhelming shock, no sound emerged. Hiss. A collective gasp echoed around. Everyone instinctively took a step back. This guy is too monstrous. Tuoba, you trembled. He actually stole someone else's ultimate technique just by looking. Don't be afraid, little sister. Tuoba Ji attempted to maintain his composure. Your golden body derives from our great golden family bloodline. It's not just a technique. He cannot replicate it. My true word spirit is a sacred artifact of the grasslands. He absolutely cannot learn it. Brother Feng, it can't be. Ling Yu's face drained of color. Impossible. Yi Feng clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the lightning dragon behind Liu Xuan, his breathing rapid. The myriad swords returning to their origin must be recognized by the questioning stone to cultivate. If he could learn it, he would have done so back at the sect. How could he have left in such disgrace? Yes, Brother Feng, you are right. Ling Yu nodded vigorously, though her heart was in turmoil. Not far away, Xing Yu quietly observed Liu Xuan, her eyes shimmering with unusual brilliance. Beside her, Xiaowan whispered softly, is this the talent brought by Brother Xian's destiny? Chapter 69. A powerful skill delivered to your door. Two of you, would you dare to teach me your golden body and true word spirit like Zhang Daoyu? Liu Xian's gaze turned toward the Tuoba siblings, his heart aflame with anticipation. Today has truly been a bountiful harvest. Kid, our abilities stem from our bloodline talent. Not ordinary means, Tuoba Ji retorted. So you're afraid to teach me? Liu Xian intentionally provoked. What do we have to fear? Tuoba Ji took the bait. Sister, you go first and show him the might of our golden bloodline. I don't believe he can replicate our bloodline. All right, brother. Tuoba, you stepped confidently before Liu Xuan. Hands on her hips. Kid, pay attention. If you truly can learn my golden body, I'll let you be my man. Upon hearing this, Liu Xuan took a step back, his gaze sweeping across her towering physique and thick beard, paired with her feigned coy voice, causing his stomach to churn. Never mind. Never mind, I want to learn it. He waved his hands repeatedly. Who are you looking down on? I'm definitely going to teach you. Tuoba Yu's inner power erupted, and golden patterns suddenly appeared on her surface. These patterns swiftly spread to her face, coalescing into a mysterious, ancient totem mask. Tuoba Yu teaches you golden body. Do you wish to learn? A system prompt appeared. Although Liu Xuan feared being entangled by Tuoba Yu, how could he pass up a skill delivered to his doorstep? Yes, he silently thought. You have learned golden body. Golden body, LV1. Activate the golden bloodline, entering golden form for 3 seconds. Gaining a 50 reduction in physical and magical damage, while reflecting 50 of the damage received. Cooldown, 30 seconds, consumes 1,000 magic points. Upgrading requires 15 skill points. Wow. This skill is incredibly powerful. For 3 seconds, immunity to 50 of physical and magical damage, while reflecting 50 of the damage received. It truly encompasses both offense and defense. My turn. Tuoba Ji sneered. Kid, if you can learn my true word spirit, I'll betroth my sister to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a multitude of flowing true word characters appeared around him. Tuoba Ji teaches you true word spirit. Do you wish to learn? Yes. Once again, the mantra echoed in his heart. A skill offered to him should not be refused. You have learned True Word Spirit. Spirit of Truth, LV1. Communicate with the will of the prairie, condensing the spirits of the eagle, wolf, and bull. The eagle spirit enhances speed by 50 and grants flight ability. The wolf spirit increases attack by 50. The bull spirit boosts defense by 50. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown of 60 seconds, consuming 1,000 mana points. Upgrading requires 15 skill points. Yet another formidable skill. Liu Xuan felt his breath quickening. He casually summoned the information on the lightning spell he had just learned. Lightning spell, LV1. Summons thunder to condense a thunder dragon, inflicting 10 times magic damage as attack power, and adds a lightning seal effect that paralyzes the target for 0.5 seconds every 5 seconds, lasting for 30 seconds. Cooldown of 60 seconds, consuming 3,000 mana points. Kid, have you learned it? Tuoba Ji said with crossed arms, pride radiating from him. If you have, show me. I'll keep my word and guarantee to marry my exquisite sister to you. Liu Xuan glanced up at the towering Tuoba Yu, swallowing hard. And no, I haven't learned it. Sister, did you hear that? He hasn't learned it. Tuoba Ji let out a hearty laugh. I told you. Who could defy the heavens to such an extent? Indeed. Our golden bloodline and the true spirits of the prairie can only be mastered by those of the golden family. Tuoba Yu declared with an air of superiority. Liu Xuan's lips twitched, barely suppressing the urge to retort. This guy should just drop the act. Beside him, Qin Yuga observed his subtle expression, inhaling softly before whispering. Young Master Liu, you actually learned it. Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Xuan abruptly covered her mouth with his hand. This sudden gesture startled Qin Yuga, who quickly realized, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Xingu, why are you covering Yuga's mouth? Leah asked curiously as she leaned in. And no, it's nothing. Liu Xuan chuckled awkwardly. I was just playing a game with Miss Qin. Right, Miss Qin? He desperately gestured with his eyes to Qin Yuga. Seeing Liu Xuan's pleading gaze and glancing at the imposing Tuoba Yu, Qin Yuga found it both amusing and astonishing, giving a slight nod. Liu Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. What game are you playing? I want to join. Leah's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's an adult's game. Children shouldn't play. Liu Xuan hastily steered the conversation. By the way, who is my next opponent? He looked up at the matching screen, where the new duel information refreshed. Tomorrow's duel. Xingyue, Yinyang family, versus Liu Xuan, Yaya Mountain. Yefeng, Sword Sect, versus Tuoba Ji, Golden family. Isn't it still early today? Why is the match scheduled for tomorrow? Liu Xuan queried in confusion. As soon as he spoke, everyone stared at him with peculiar expressions. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Liu Xuan asked innocently. Anyway, there are only 2 matches left. Wouldn't it be better to determine the champion today? Xingu, don't you need to rest and recover your source power? Lu Ming looked at him as if he were a monster. Liu Xuan was taken aback, then realized, right, source power does need recovery. However, he had no source power at all. In fact, there was not a shred of power within him. All his skills relied on mana points. Mana and health automatically recover when out of battle. But Lu Ming and the others were different. As martial artists, their source power was not infinite. After consumption, they needed to meditate to recover. Miss Xingyue, I'll head back to prepare for battle. See you tomorrow. Liu Xuan bowed to Xingyue in the corner. Xingyue nodded slightly. Wow, this girl can talk. Tuoba Ji exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. I thought she was mute. Brother, she mentioned it before. Tuoba Yu corrected him helplessly. Really? When? When she was battling Lu Ming, she said a word. I think I recall something like that. Tuoba Ji scratched his head with a goofy smile. Brother Liu, may I ask you something? Liu Xuan pulled Lu Ming aside and whispered, on the way to Tiangong City. I noticed there wasn't a single beast in the surrounding forest. What's going on? This strange phenomenon had not only been observed near the Mo family. He had encountered the same situation at Sword Sect's Tianjin Mountain. He had intended to farm some monsters along the way, but not a single animal was in sight. Chapter 70. The Chosen One of Xingyue, the legendary Earth Beast. Big brother, isn't this basic knowledge in the martial artist world? You actually don't know? Lu Ming was momentarily stunned before explaining. The vicinity of the major power strongholds rarely has wild beasts. The reason is source power. Wild beasts exposed to a dense source power environment for an extended period can easily mutate and evolve into ferocious monsters. Therefore, major powers periodically cleanse the wild beasts around their strongholds. If they discover any wild beast has evolved into a monster, they either kill it on the spot or capture it. Our Mo family advocates universal love, so we built a beast tower specifically to confine the evolved monsters captured nearby. If the captured monsters can learn to control their wild nature, we will release them back into the wild. A dedicated beast tower for containing monsters? Liu Xuan's eyes instantly sparkled, his heartbeat quickening. Are there many monsters inside? Quite a few. Lu Ming nodded. Monsters that can control their wild nature are exceedingly rare. Our MO family's beast tower has been established for nearly 100 years, and there are at least 100 monsters confined within. Hiss. Liu Xuan couldn't help but inhale sharply. Over 100 monsters. If he were to slay them all, how much experience would that provide? With that thought, he took a deep breath, adopting a serious demeanor. Brother Liu, I actually know some methods of exorcism. How about you take me to your MO family's beast tower? I can help you exorcise those monsters. That might not be appropriate. Lu Ming appeared somewhat hesitant. The beast tower is a restricted area of our MO family. Entering without the chief's permission incurs punishment. Brother, let us talk privately. Liu Xuan pulled Lu Ming into a corner, took out his phone, and opened the banking app. Big brother, what are you doing? Lu Ming stared at the screen displaying an astonishing balance of over 9 trillion, his breath quickening. Brother Liu, I'll transfer you 10 billion first. After I win the championship, I'll send you the remaining 90 billion. Big brother, this is not acceptable, absolutely not. Lu Ming waved his hands frantically, yet his gaze remained fixated on the screen, not leaving for a moment. I've already been eliminated. How can I accept your money? Absolutely not. We're brothers. Why be so formal? Liu Xuan said with a serious expression, you risked your reputation to help me. How could I possibly break my promise just because you were eliminated? Big brother. Lu Ming was immediately moved. All right, let us not say anything more. Just give me your bank account number. Liu Xuan stated, I don't want to put you in a difficult position. I want to go to the beast tower. Big brother, it's not a problem. Lu Ming took a deep breath, as if making up his mind. I know where the key to the beast tower is. I'll sneak in to get it. Brother, that might not be good. Liu Xuan feigned hesitation. Big brother, give me my bank card. Lu Ming quickly produced a bank card from somewhere, grinning widely as he handed it to Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized. Unable to suppress a laugh. Of course, this guy Lu Ming would do something like drugging all the competitors. How could he fear the punishment for entering the beast tower? He was probably just waiting for him to cough up the cash. However, Liu Xuan felt no anger. To him, the matters that can be resolved with financial means are, paradoxically, the least costly. As long as he can vanquish the hundreds of extraordinary beasts within the beast tower, the rewards he reaps will far surpass mere monetary gain. With a mere thought, he converted all of his copper coins into cash, subsequently transferring a staggering 1 billion to Lu Ming. Successfully exchanged 1,008. 600 copper coins for cash totaling 1,008. 600,000 yuan. China Merchants Bank. Your account ending in 2071 has expended 1,000,000 yuan, leaving a usable balance of 9,600,000. Big brother, please return to the Xuanqing Pavilion and await my arrival. Once I procure the key, I shall seek you out. With the billion confirmed, Lu Ming's face instantly broke into a beaming smile, eagerly dashing out of the contestant area, intent on acquiring the key. Brother Chu, Miss Qin, Xiaoya, and Xiao Xia, I must take my leave now. Until tomorrow. Liu Xuan bid farewell to his acquaintances, departing the contestant area with great anticipation. Where? What do you think of that young man named Liu Xuan? In the starry corridor, Zifei walked alongside Xingyue towards the Xuanqing Pavilion. He is quite formidable. A flicker of curiosity danced in Xingyue's eyes. With but a glance, she had mastered Zhang Yao's lightning techniques. Moreover, he possesses a uniqueness. I cannot perceive the flow of source energy within him. Are you suggesting that he has also appropriated the lightning techniques of the Celestial Masteress estate? Zifei halted, her eyes widening in astonishment. She turned to Xingyue. Then has he also acquired your yin-yang arts? Xingyue gently shook her head. I cannot say for certain. You must exercise utmost caution in tomorrow's competition. Zifei's gaze deepened. This individual possesses an extraordinary comprehension. He undoubtedly harbors some unique constitution. No one can ascertain how many arcane secrets he has mastered from various sections. Furthermore, you must remain vigilant against that mechanical behemoth composed of the heavenly artisan's cube. I understand. Xingyue nodded. I shall overcome him. Before our departure, Lord Tai made a prophecy regarding your journey. Zifei's expression grew complex. He foretold that you would ultimately be defeated by the child of destiny destined for you. Is it him? Xingyue's demeanor remained calm and unruffled. Perhaps. Zifei averted her gaze and continued forward. Xingyue silently followed, and the two fell into a contemplative silence. Atop the cloud summit, Yifeng sat cross-legged beneath an ancient tree. Confirming that no one was around, a mysterious mark illuminated in his palm as he slowly pressed it against the ground. In an instant, an intricate formation emerged. The diagram radiated brilliance, and as the light faded, a peculiar creature, no larger than a palm, materialized, suspended in midair. Its form resembled a crystal-carved turtle, with miniature mountains undulating upon its shell, interspersed with glowing moss and the ethereal shadows of ancient trees. Its 4 limbs shimmered in bronze. And with each step it took, Radiant shards sparkled in the void. It seemed to bear a miniature prairie and river upon its back, exhaling fine wisps of sandy mist with each breath. Young one, what do you summon me for? The creature's voice was deep and ancient, resonating as if the entire cloud summit quivered in response. Great Elder Beast, I seek your assistance. Yi Feng's eyes blazed with fervor. The creature before him was none other than the legendary Earth Beast. Shortly after he began his cultivation of the 10,000 swords returning to origin technique, the Earth Beast had approached him, proclaiming him the destined child of great fortune, willing to aid him in ascending to the pinnacle of the world. Initially skeptical, he had become convinced of its capabilities after witnessing a remarkable surge in his cultivation, facilitated by the resources provided by the Earth Beast. Yi Feng conveyed the challenges he currently faced to the Earth Beast. The Earth Beast responded solemnly, "You are endowed with great fortune, sheltered by the will of this world. Even in dire straits, you can transform peril into safety. Your opponent is merely a mortal. What is there to fear? Elder, though your words ring true, I cannot afford to be defeated by him." Yi Feng clenched his fists, earnestly imploring, "I beseech you to lend me your strength." Very well. The Earth Beast expelled a fruit enveloped in rich, earthy yellow light from its being. This is the Earth Spirit fruit, containing my Earth Source energy. Consuming it will significantly enhance your strength for a brief period, granting you power comparable to that of a master. Thank you, Elder. Yi Feng carefully accepted the Earth Spirit fruit, his gaze turning icy cold. Liu Xuan, you best hope we do not cross paths tomorrow, otherwise, I shall ensure that I trample you before all. He was determined to reveal to Li Wuji that the person he favored was, in fact, utterly insignificant. Chapter 71. Entering the Beast Tower, ascending 4 levels. The Beast Tower, a colossal edifice of 9 tiers and 8 facets, stood majestically above a profound body of water. Ancient bronze steps floated upon the surface leading to the tower. Brother, be sure to stay close behind me and watch your step. Lu Ming stealthily guided Liu Xuan towards the iron tower. He pointed at the bronze steps and whispered, "These steps are laced with liquid silver. If you misstep, that liquid silver will instantaneously transform into countless blades, reducing one to a mere sieve." "Brother Liu, may I inquire?" Liu Xuan asked curiously. "How did your Mo family discover this peculiar metal known as liquid silver?" "To be precise, liquid silver was not discovered. It was created by my Mo family." Lu Ming elaborated. "As for the specifics of its creation, I am not entirely certain. It seems related to our core technique, the Heavenly Artisan's method. Moreover, liquid silver is not even the rarest metal within my family's arsenal." He produced the Heavenly Artisan's cube, pride illuminating his face. "What is most precious and rare are the MO tiers used to forge this Heavenly Artisan's cube." MO tiers? Liu Xian's face reflected confusion. Legend has it that a millennium ago, our MO family's ancestor fortuitously obtained a celestial meteorite. Subsequently, the ancestor nurtured it with his own source energy, passing it down through generations. Each successive leader would infuse their life's cultivation into this meteorite before their demise. Over time, this celestial meteorite, infused with the essence of our ancestors, underwent a remarkable transformation. It not only birthed a small, independent space within, but also acquired the ability to morph into countless forms. Thus, the Heavenly Artisan's Cube was born. The extraordinary stone, which encapsulates the efforts and source energies of our forebears, is revered as the MO tiers. I see. Liu Xian's understanding deepened. No wonder you can effortlessly retrieve various items. This cube possesses its own space. While he was amazed, he felt no envy. His own system backpack was likewise an independent space, even more discreet and secure. Beyond himself, no one could perceive it, let alone pilfer from it. "We have arrived." During their conversation, the two reached the entrance of the Beast Tower. Liu Xuan curiously surveyed the surroundings, observing that the entire tower was adorned with various ferocious beast totems. He could distinctly hear the relentless grinding of gears emanating from the depths of the water below. Clearly, this beast tower was powered by the flowing water beneath it. "Brother, you must enter alone. I shall keep watch from outside," Lu Ming cautioned. "Remember, the beast tower has 9 floors. The higher you ascend, the fewer the beasts imprisoned. But their strength is all the more formidable. When you face the beasts, gauge your capabilities wisely. If you encounter one you cannot handle, do not hesitate to retreat." "Understood," Liu Xuan replied solemnly. Observing this, Lu Ming activated the Heavenly Artisan's Cube, and a metal disc inscribed with runes materialized in his hand. He pressed the disc firmly into a recess at the entrance of the Beast Tower, ensuring a perfect fit. With a thunderous roar, the grinding of gears echoed violently. The heavy obsidian gate creaked open, releasing a pungent aroma, a nauseating blend of beastly musk and rust that assaulted the senses. Beyond the threshold lay a dimly lit passage. "Eldest brother, we must hurry inside." We need to return before the sovereign discovers the key is missing, urged Lu Ming. Indeed, Liu Xuan replied, drawing a deep breath before stepping resolutely into the beast tower. He ventured deeper along the shadowy corridor, where the air grew cold and oppressive. Suddenly, a cacophony of heavy, eerie breaths and low growls echoed in his ears. A ferocious wolf's howl erupted, accompanied by the jarring sound of chains dragging against the ground. Liu Xuan quickened his pace, soon encountering the first prison cage. A massive gray wolf was ensnared within, its limbs bound by thick golden chains, baring its teeth and growling menacingly. Creature, LV-15 Shadow Wolf. Health, 2000. Attack, 350. Defense, 300. A spark ignited in Liu Xuan's eyes, a level 15 creature, far superior to the low-level fish and shrimp he had previously vanquished in Huajiang. You audacious beast, today you dare to howl at me. Tomorrow, you may dare to consume men, he declared with righteous indignation, raising his hand. Behold, I shall not spare you. Thunderball technique. A sphere of electric energy coalesced in his palm, hurling forth with a fierce roar. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the shadow wolf's head was obliterated. Its health bar instantly depleted. Successfully killed LV-15 Shadow Wolf, gained 5,000 experience points, 5 gold coins. A rush of exhilaration surged through Liu Xuan. Indeed, the experience gained from slaying these aberrations was far more rewarding. With his current attack power soaring to 1015, the Thunderball technique dealt 4 times his attack as magical damage, easily sufficient to obliterate the 2,000 health of the Shadow Wolf. Almost forgetting, Liu Xuan recalled the 20 small fruits he had acquired post-victory over Zhang Yao, 10 strength fruits, and 10 agility fruits. He consumed them all without hesitation. Successfully used 10 strength fruits, permanently increased strength by 500. Successfully used 10 agility fruits, permanently increased agility by 500. Strength fruit usage limit reached. Agility fruit usage limit reached. A broad smile illuminated Liu Xuan's face. An increase of 500 strength equated to a direct augmentation of his attack power by the same amount, further amplifying his prowess. He pondered whether he might ascend to level 30 in this place. Suppressing his excitement, he pressed onward into the depths of the passage. Before long, the second imprisoned creature appeared before him. Creature, LV-15 Brutal Rabbit. Thunderball technique. The skill was unleashed. The brutal rabbit was swiftly dispatched. Successfully killed LV-15 Brutal Rabbit. Gained 5,000 experience points, 5 gold coins. Thus, Liu Xuan embarked on a one-sided purging spree on the first level of the Beast Tower. The creatures here generally hovered around level 15, none boasting health exceeding 5,000. He eliminated them with a single strike of the Thunderball technique. Soon, a radiant glow enveloped him as he leveled up. Your level has successfully risen to LV-26, gained 20 free attribute points, 2 skill points. Counting his accomplishments, he noted there were 50 creatures on this level. Standing before the staircase to the second level, he brimmed with anticipation. I hope the upper levels do not disappoint. He hastened his pace towards the higher tiers. Second level, third level, fourth level. Your level has risen to LV-27, gained 20 free attribute points, 2 skill points. Your level has risen to LV-29, gained 20 free attribute points, 2 skill points. The moment he set foot on the 9th level, a rancid gust assaulted him. An onslaught of invisible blades slicing through the air. 1535, 1535, 1535. He scarcely glimpsed what manner of creature inhabited the 9th level before his health plummeted. By the heavens! Liu Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. He urgently invoked the Rejuvenation Holy Hand. 3030, Chapter 72. A grand explosion, the divine beast pet egg. Boom. The tempest abruptly ceased. Liu Xuan tightened his grip on the thunder sword, cautiously eyeing the direction from whence the gale had come. A piercing cry shattered the air. In the next instant, a colossal avian figure, resembling a shadow coalesced, came into view. This beast was ensnared in thick golden chains, imprisoned within a specially crafted enormous cage. Its fiery red eyes were wild, as it beat its wings furiously, summoning a whirlwind of razor-sharp winds that relentlessly assaulted its bindings, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. Liu Xuan swallowed hard, his throat constricting. LV-25 Boss, Wind Eagle King. Health, 50,000. Attack, 2,000. Defense, 1,500. Skills, Blessing of the Wind, 1,000 Feather Wind Blades. Eye of the Storm, Meteor of the Storm. A level 25 boss. Liu Xuan's breath quickened. The Wind Eagle King before him was undoubtedly the strongest adversary he had encountered thus far. He immediately focused his mind, scrutinizing the details of the Wind Eagle King's abilities. Blessing of the Wind. Passive skill. The Wind Eagle King regenerates 0.5 of its maximum health per second while airborne. 1,000 Feather Wind Blades. Active skill. Launches 12 sharp wind blades in a fan-shaped area, each dealing 3 times the attack as magical damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Eye of the Storm, active skill. The Wind Eagle King ascends and spins rapidly, creating a devastating storm that engulfs enemies, dealing 4 times the attack as magical damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Meteor of the Storm, active skill. The Wind Eagle King flies to a great height, transforming into a storm-wrapped meteor that strikes the target, dealing 5 times the attack as magical damage. Cooldown, 80 seconds. Hiss. Liu Xuan gasped in astonishment. The Wind Eagle King's abilities were extraordinarily formidable, particularly the Eye of the Storm and Meteor of the Storm. A single hit from either could obliterate him in an instant. Gulp. He struggled to swallow, the seeds of retreat germinating within him. Wait. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, igniting a fervent determination in his gaze. The Wind Eagle King's skill. Eye of the Storm necessitated elevation and rotation, while Meteor of the Storm required significant altitude. Yet, it was ensnared within the confines of the Beast Tower's cage, struggling even to stretch its wings, let alone take flight. In other words, the Wind Eagle King was utterly incapable of executing these 2 skills due to its environmental constraints. With this realization, Liu Xuan hesitated no longer and decisively invoked the transformation technique. Roar. The resounding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the tower as Liu Xuan's form swelled, instantly transforming into a majestic black dragon. The Wind Eagle King's crimson pupils locked onto him immediately. Caw! It emitted a sharp, hostile shriek, and fierce winds arose around it, coalescing into countless blades that descended upon Liu Xuan's serpentine form like a torrential downpour, 1,000 feathers of wind. Yet, in his dragon form, Liu Xuan's defenses surged to an astonishing 15-fold increase, reaching a staggering 6,975 points. Each blade from the Wind Eagle King could inflict a terrifying damage of up to 6,000 points, yet it could not breach his formidable defenses. Bang! The massive black dragon tail lashed out with the swiftness of lightning, striking the Wind Eagle King with tremendous force. 21,225. A scarlet, menacing number floated above its head as its health bar plummeted to nearly half. Liu Xuan, sensing the urgency, unleashed another swift strike of his tail. Boom. The Wind Eagle King's colossal body was slammed against the tower wall with overwhelming power, producing a resounding thud that reverberated through the entire Beast Tower. Caw! The Wind Eagle King emitted a mournful cry, struggling to rise. However, another black lightning-like dragon tail was already upon it. Bang! With one final, thunderous sound, the Wind Eagle King's health bar was completely depleted. Its body erupted in a brilliant explosion, dispersing into a myriad of luminous particles across the sky. Clattering. An abundance of gold coins cascaded to the ground like raindrops. 2 luminous orbs hovered silently above the pile of coins. Liu Xuan reverted to his human form, his heart brimming with excitement. Successfully defeated LV-25 boss, the Wind Eagle King, earning 250,000 experience points, 500 gold coins, the Wind Feather Sword, and a Golden Crow Pet Egg. Your level has risen to LV-30, granting you 20 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Liu Xuan swiftly gathered the scattered gold into his system backpack. In the next moment, his gaze fixated upon a golden orb. His entire being felt as if struck by lightning, his pupils constricting sharply. Is this a pet egg? A pet egg of the divine beast tier. His voice trembled as he extended his hand, cautiously touching the orb. As the radiance dissipated, a giant egg, the size of a basketball and resplendent in gold, adorned with mysterious flame patterns, floated serenely in the air. Golden Crow Pet Egg, Divine Beast, unidentified. Friendly reminder. Pet levels range from 1 to 9 tiers. Divine Beast to Super Divine Beast. The most powerful tier of pet just appeared? Liu Xuan was incredulous, questioning whether this was a perk for beta players or a glitch in the system. Yet, his elation was short-lived. No matter how magnificent the Super Divine Beast Pet Egg was, if it could not be identified or hatched, it might as well not exist. Visible yet intangible. It was sheer torment. The artifact dog of the guard stone in his backpack was already tantalizing enough, and now he had an additional Super Divine Beast Egg. Liu Xuan sighed helplessly, carefully stowing the Golden Crow Pet Egg into his backpack. Although it couldn't be hatched at the moment, given the frequency of system glitches. Perhaps one day a Super Divine Beast identification scroll would emerge. Unlike equipment, pets had no level requirements. Once hatched, they could immediately become powerful allies. At that time, he would truly soar. A Super Divine Beast pet, even if just newly hatched, would possess formidable combat prowess. The key was that having a pet to aid in monster hunting would significantly enhance his leveling efficiency. Regaining his focus, Liu Xuan turned his attention to another orb. Inside this orb were 2 identical long swords, light as feathers. Dual-wield swords? Liu Xuan felt a surge of excitement once more. From his previous experiments, he knew he could only equip one weapon at a time. For instance, equipping the thunderclap sword would automatically unequip the cleaver. However, dual-wield swords counted as a set of equipment, providing attributes and skill bonuses far beyond that of a single-handed weapon. Wind feather sword gold, unidentified. A golden-tiered dual-wield sword. Liu Xuan's heart raced. Although his identification skill could not yet assess golden equipment, compared to artifacts and super divine beasts, he was not far from being able to identify golden gear on his own. This trip to the Mo family had proven to be a fortuitous one. Liu Xuan gleefully stowed the wind feather sword as well. This excursion to the Mo family had yielded bountiful rewards. In addition to the impending acquisition of a unique hidden profession, he had learned numerous powerful skills and had not fallen behind in levels. Just from the beasts within the tower, he had risen 5 levels. Not to mention, slaying these beasts had resulted in a wealth of gold, a piece of golden equipment, and an infinitely potential super divine beast pet egg. Big brother, are you alright? Just then, Lu Ming's anxious voice rang out from behind, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Liu Xuan turned around and locked eyes with Lu Ming, who had rushed in. Big brother, where have all the beasts gone? Lu Ming's voice trembled as he surveyed the empty 9th floor in disbelief. While he had been keeping watch outside the tower, he felt the tower shake violently and rushed in, only to find that every cage was completely empty. No need to thank me. Liu Xuan patted his shoulder, smiling. They have all been transcended by me. Be big brother, you killed them all? Lu Ming gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Even that Wind Eagle King?